A minute early. What I'm going to let everybody know is that I've been sneezing and coughing since the moment I entered the door to the crypt. It could be all the dust and all the mold, or it could be that this is a delayed reaction, God forbid, to the hearing that I attended on my father's birthday, which was Monday. And so I attended a hearing with a board of no less than four people who were involved with the San Francisco paratransit. And so that worked out quite well, except for the fact that I may have contracted something, which would not be surprising. Because of the exposure to, just unusual people in not in my normal circles. And so let's hope that all it is a cold. That's all it feels like right now. Or it could be, even though I'm not supposed to be allergic to any of this stuff, it certainly feels like an allergy. At any rate, so I will be going mute every once in a while to blow my nose. Aside from that, I do want everyone to know that I received the letter today that the board was unanimous in its award. So let's pray that it's the correct form of paratransit services. I suspect it will be, which would be the cabs as opposed to any kind of shuttle accessibility, which is not what I'm looking for. At any rate, I'll explain more about that later as time goes on as people ask. Other than that, I do want to emphasize the fact that today is Taiwan retrocession day.
Excuse me, I don't see that you're live, Douglas.
Oh, shit. Let's take a look.
I see the live.
Okay, there we are. Yeah, I was taking a lot of things for granted. So, T-Tank Barry says, loud and clear, good evening from Redwood City. Okay, so bless you, T-Tank Barry. And now that Peter Moon has said something, let us know if you heard him. And aside from all of that, today is Taiwan retrocession day. So I do want everyone to know that it's a very important holiday in Taiwan, and this is why I was at the estate throughout the evening and into the morning. So T-Tank Barry says, Peter and Aristides clear. God bless you, sir. So I'll go mute. I will explain more about Taiwan retrocession day later. I'm going to be blowing...
What does retrocession day mean, though? Just what does it mean?
It's basically what the Allies referred to as Taiwan Liberation Day, when the Japanese essentially said that they were going to grant Taiwan back to the nationalist Chinese. The Americans, of course, call it Liberation Day, and because that has less letters in it, I actually put that in the header with an asterisk so people could see the real title for the holiday, because it's got less letters in it, and I can only fit 100 letters in the title. But again, it's an important distinction, because the Americans never invaded Taiwan, but they claimed Taiwan to be a renegade American territory, which I've gone into in some depth before with Peter. And as for the, and later we can go into that again tonight. We don't necessarily need to overdwell on it, but the point is that, of course, the Japanese basically granted the islands of Formosa, the 100 islands of Formosa, to the Nationalist Republic of China, and in return the Japanese were allowed to stay in mainland China for another half decade. That was during which time the nationalist Chinese were fighting an incredibly violent and genocidal conflict on the part of the communists, who were trying to eradicate not only the nationalists but also minority groups. And the communists ultimately were supported by the Americans and the Soviets, and therefore took the mainland. But the Japanese had granted the nationalists the holdfast, the stronghold of Taiwan, which, of course, the Americans themselves said was the equivalent of about 20 unsinkable aircraft carriers. So when the nationalists retreated to Taiwan, then Taiwan became the Republic of China. But originally it was ceded, quote unquote, to the Republic of China. This was part of that deal that enabled the Japanese to ultimately win the Second World War. So this is a very important day historically. Americans never speak of it. Americans might know about Double 10 Day. Some Americans, if you ask them about Taiwan, they might know about Double 10 Day because they'll recognize that as Taiwan's 4th of July. But that's actually the establishment of the Republic of China by Sun Yat-sen. That's what Double 10 Day represents. Whereas Taiwan Retrocession Day would be more like the true 4th of July of Taiwan, because it would be the return of Taiwan to nationalist China, and ultimately this became nationalist China. Noticer TM joins us. Blessings to you, honey. All my love and affection. She is, of course, that lovely young lady who manages a CBD dispensary in Pennsylvania. And let us know if you hear us all clearly, honey. So now that I think that kind of adequately gives an outline of the day to our listeners. So I'm going to go mute so I can blow my nose, and Peter is going to take over. I will try and get off mute when I can so that I can interact. But as a matter of fact, as soon as I finish blowing my nose, I'll go back off mute. But every once in a while, if I don't respond immediately, it's because I'm on mute and blowing my nose. RB says, hi, guys. Sound is good. Okay, well, we're going to check to see if the sound is good. Oh, by the way, our lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs says, yes, crystal clear. Okay, so wonderful. So glad that you're all... She says, and thank you. You don't need to say my full name. Okay, honey. Yes, sorry about that. I'll try and be more security conscious in the future. Such being said, we're going to remind everyone, before I turn it over to Peter, to press the upvotes. We are hit immediately by downvotes, which are automated bots. As soon as we start transmission, to prevent us from appearing on searches, because YouTube is retarded and has this aggregate that basically responds to popularity. The more popular you are, the more they allow you to appear on searches. Everyone loves a winner. Unfortunately, as a small-time YouTube channel, this is guerrilla warfare, and we need you guerrilla warriors to fight this war for yourselves. It's your war. You got to fight it. And the more that you spread the word about me, the more there is a chance that we'll have a better future, where the little guy has a chance, and also basically the nice guy has a chance. We're fighting very evil people, and they fight very dirty, and we have to fight just as dirty as they do, so that someday people don't have to fight so dirty. If you want to win this war, which is a very dirty war, you're going to have to, at this point, get as down and dirty as the enemy is, and or you're going to lose. So just use every IP address you've got, your PC, your tablet, your laptop, your cell phone, and hit that upvote. And this is what will make us appear on searches and help you towards a better future. Tad Ricketts says, love and respect. You are so right about Caucasian Americans being sadly denied vital truth about the cosmic battle known as World War II. Thank you, which is still ongoing. And she says, Victoria is perfect. Thank you, honey. I was wondering what would be perfect. So, Victoria, excellent. Love you dearly. And Vicki Johnson has joined us. Mwah! Love you dearly, Vicki Johnson. So let me throw some kisses at Vicki. In the meantime, we're turning everything over to Peter Moon, and he will take it from here.
Thank you. And I want you to know I heard most, if not all, of your broadcasts from the other night.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly.
Yeah. And one of the things I want to address, I want to start off by addressing what you said about Dr. David Anderson and his boxing match.
Yeah.
You had it misconstrued. Okay. I did not see the boxing match, which I believe occurred in Thailand. Okay.
Okay.
The way, and it's a very strange story for the way all the ifs, ands, and buts about it, because where it first learned of it, or that he had I guess what you'd say an injury to his back, was from one of his Romanian friends. She only speaks Romanian, and we both kind of, when we got on the boat to go to the island on separate years, she was like the person I was on with. So she thought that was a big coincidence. He gets on the boat to go to the island, and And when he met me for the first time, he wanted me to meet this lady. So she told me years later that he had this incident in New York City where he was giving a lecture, ostensibly about time, and a vase blew up in the room, like somebody had planted a bomb in the room. Now, and she thought this explained this red marks he had on his back, that it was an effect of the bomb. This is one of the reasons that's motivated him ostensibly not to talk about certain things and to be rather invisible. You can't blame him. So I don't think I've ever asked him about that. When I spoke about it to Nicole, who you met on the air this summer, this was years ago, she said it was from a kickboxing match. She had seen his back when he was swimming in the river. So she said it was from this kickboxing match. My girlfriend, Marianne, who knew David well, she said that he went to Thailand and got involved in this boxing match to test his limits. And apparently he had his limits tested pretty severely. I always got the impression that he lost the fight because he got the shit kicked out of him. When there is a kickboxer, champion kickboxer, Dan Lucas, who had been to the island several times, and I met him in 2010. And I have to say, this guy was a champion kickboxer. He was the most respectful person I've ever met. He would always go out of his way to make sure that his teaching schedule didn't conflict with mine. He was such a gentleman. And as you said, one of the things he never lost a fight, but he injured his back severely. So he was talking about having an operation so that he could fight again. I don't know if he ever did. But years later, he called me and wanted to go back to Atlanticron. And we had a long talk on the phone. He never did go because I think COVID happened. But what he did, he talked to me about the fight. And he said that David actually won the fight because although he got beaten very badly, he came up with this kick, sort of a roundhouse kick, I guess. I don't know the kick, but he caught the guy at the right moment. The guy had gotten either overconfident or let his guard down. And this will happen. This will happen in the context of somebody who was well trained in fighting. There are several instances in boxing of a fighter letting his guard down and getting clocked with one punch. When you're kicking to the head with a foot in a good kick, as my teacher used to say, he says, if I'm going to kick somebody, I'm going to take him out with one kick. But so like, number one, I didn't see the fight, and apparently he suffered physically a lot, and his training came up big. I did discuss the fight with him one time or mention it. He kind of was shy about it. He wasn't, I don't remember in what context I mentioned it. Maybe I was just discussing my conversation with Dan. And but that's just clarifying the fight. So if there was no indication he had superhuman abilities to withstand the punishment, because he, as I say, he bruised and he suffered. Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that.
I thank you for that. Of course, let's put it this way, when you have like normal kickboxing, normal punches, normal blows. The only thing I could think of that would leave scars on someone's back for the rest of their life.
Not the rest of his life. It was just red marks, like as if somebody slapped you around. You'd have red marks from the bruises. It wasn't like permanent scars.
But you're saying people saw this like...
And he went to Romania. That was the thing.
Oh, you mean like he went to Romania like from Thailand right after the fight or something?
Apparently, yeah.
Oh.
And he did by way of New York.
Okay.
It might have been by way of New York. I really don't know all the ins and outs of what happened. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, no. Well, that explains it. I was going to say, the way I was thinking about it, just absorbing the information while blowing my nose and being somewhat distracted by that activity, was that he had, these red marks were like permanent scars. And,
No. I don't believe that's the case at all.
Okay. That's so thank you for clarifying that. And so what you say about the fight, it's still pretty remarkable. I understand what you're saying about the training, but what you're telling us is that he's had training in kickboxing throughout so a good part of his life. It would have had to have been.
Oh yeah. I mean, he was fighting championship caliber fights if they weren't championships themselves. But they're over in Thailand, you don't hear about these things. They're not. They're not on TV and whatnot, and he prefers obscurity, and according, he was just going to test his limits. I didn't basically agree with the idea of testing one's limits. That's just not me. That's we're each entitled to our own orientation, but apparently he tested his limits, and I don't know that he's ever fought ever since.
Right.
He used to teach kickboxing at Atlanticron, as did Dan Lucas. I don't know that they ever taught it. I really don't know if they ever taught it simultaneously. But it had the potential to conflict with what I was teaching, but it was never an issue. Especially with Dan, because he went out of his way to make sure we didn't conflict. He was so nice. In any case, and that's really what you find with people who are really accomplished in the martial arts. They are remarkably respectful if they're really good.
Yes.
Not like with the attitude of a Conor McGregor.
Understood.
Or whatnot. It was interesting to listen. I was actually enjoying listening to the banter between Sammy and Aristides. It was interesting. I don't remember what I was doing, but I was enjoying listening to their banter, which is, I often don't like to listen to the banter on your show if you're not there, even when you're there sometimes, because it's, the content isn't as good as the other content, the more quality content.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, obviously, many people are here for my monologues and for yourself, of course, and oftentimes the banter is a bridge in between. But certainly, oftentimes subjects arise during the banter which are quite profound. Of course, you realize that I would still argue that it's extraordinarily rare for someone who's a nuclear physicist or to be a kickboxer as well. You have to admit that.
I will say something about that, because that's one of my favorite friends over there, Christina, who's the girlfriend of my other favorite friend, Stefan, who I call Rasputin. Because he looks like Rasputin. A lot shorter though, and not so wicked. But she told me what she remembered of David when he first came, the very first time, because she's been going there for umpteen years, man. I see her every year, and it's such a pleasure to see her and him, and they're just like good old friends, and we talk, and it's just so nice. It's just that we see each other every year. But she said she thought he was very different from other physicists, she said, because usually you expect a physicist to have a pot belt. And they just are old and they're not physically fit. And she said she was amazed because one of the first things he did when he got there is he swam across the river. This is the Danube. Now, there, of course, the Danube is a big river, and there are different parts of it that have different widths, but it was a substantial swim. He just got in and did it. Now, he's also had Navy SEAL training. He wasn't a Navy SEAL per se, but he had Navy SEAL training.
How did that?
To a certain extent, and I think he became very disenchanted with them, but I don't know the details of that.
Right. I mean, I could understand why he would become very disenchanted with them, but well, how did it? You don't know any details about how that came about, that he was granted this training opportunity?
No, okay. No. It just seems sort of a sideshow to what I'm interested in. It's not really worth pursuing for me. It just came up, and it might have been through his old girlfriend or something. I really don't remember. But it's like, he's so connected to the secret world of secret government that, any and all things are possible connections. But then again, and what I find is as far as him being an FNSer, but for you people that don't know what an FNSer is, we had a whole show about that, and I wrote an article about it where an FNSer is somebody who disappears and reappears. He's a different order of being. We're not going to go into that tonight.
Right.
But Douglas had commented that David fits the profile of an FNSer. And, of course, because I have a personal relationship with him, I will never treat him as an FNSer, although he might share some of the characteristics. I might even see them. But I have, just like I can't go around profiling you as a vampire. It's not polite. It doesn't work in a human relationship. I don't. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of keeping my minding my P's and Q's and just respecting him. Yes. And hopefully he'll be with me in Romania next year. It's such a long time away, and things fade away.
Yeah.
Like it takes, months for all these connections to fade away. And I've renewed some of them a little bit, but I wasn't big on renewing them until, because I've got stuff to take care of, one of which is your book. Yes. Now, what I want to, I got a few things to address tonight with the current events. In fact, the event I want to mention while it's fresh on my mind, and I'm going to look it up, this poor woman who was the president of the Jewish organization in Detroit who was stabbed to death.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a chance to look at it. Okay, 12 hours ago, Samantha Wall, her name is, update, suspect still at large after Detroit synagogue leader's stabbing. Okay, this woman, Samantha Wall, was killed last Saturday, and stabbed to death at her home. They believe the attack was inside her home, and then she stumbled out and collapsed on the sidewalk. Now, Police Chief James White said there's no evidence suggesting murder was a hate crime. We are working, this is a quote, we are working through what we have identified as some persons of interest, but we are very early in the investigation. We have a number of people who give us interest. We are just short of calling one of the people a suspect. She was uniting the Jewish community with the Islamic community. Now, right. I don't have the exact,
no wonder they killed her. Come on.
Well, I don't have the exact quotes here, but she just gotten back from a wedding, and there were tires slashed in a car on her street.
Mm-hmm.
The police said there was no reason to indicate a connection between the slashed tires and this stabbed woman. Well, there is a connection called the knife. Called the knife.
Just outrageous. Oh, fucking outrageous.
Yeah. Now, so I, and it took me days for this to sink in. It took me days for this to sink in. Like, when you hear something, you don't get the illogic of it right away. This will also apply to some of the stuff going on in the Mideast, because it takes days for it for the illogic to sink in. Well, basically, what that leads to a conclusion, not necessarily a correct conclusion, that she's coming home from the wedding at some late hour, 12:30, 1 o'clock, and she sees somebody slashing tires. And he says, "Oh, God, you sent me slashing tires, I'm going to slash you. So you don't tell on me." Now, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Why would this guy be out slashing tires? It might be easier to just run.
Yes.
Slashing tires doesn't warrant a murder.
Right.
It seems that because it's a knife, it seemed where the two connected. Maybe you tell me better, or maybe somebody in the chat room can offer it. My only logic for thinking, unless he was just crazy on drugs and just going nuts and slashing whatever, it seems to me that he would slash these tires to prevent somebody from chasing him or coming after him in that car.
There's that.
Whether that's just the only thing I can think of. But apparently, he was waiting in the house, if it was a he, might not have been a he, waiting for her, which means he had access through perhaps a cleaning lady, or perhaps he knew her and was a lover. But the hate crime, the crime of passion, why would he slash the tires? It doesn't, but it would make sense to know if the cleaning lady was Palestinian, if there is a cleaning lady, and they're investigating all this, and they might be wise in saying it's not a hate crime because you don't want to stir people up. It's better for population control if they say it's not anti-Semitic, because it just stirs up stuff. Now, that's as far as crowd control. But basically, it just seems so strange that they would say the slash tires are not connected. Or there's no reason to believe, So it's a sharp object. So now we go to the Mideast reports, and I don't know if you heard this. You probably didn't. But yesterday they said we finally figured out, or we finally have information on why Israeli and U.S. intelligence failed to spot this Hamas attack. It's because they were using landlines. They've been using landline for years to plot this attack, and they don't have access to the landlines. Oh, it's landlines, It's so stupid. In other words, they defeat their credibility. Now, I heard something today. He was I don't know who it was. It was on CNN News. And he said that the problem with Hamas is they have been put billions, he didn't say millions, he said billions of dollars into building these tunnels. This goes back, I think, to 2006 or 2008. They've been building these tunnels for decades, for billions of dollars. Now, they could be digging tunnels to the inner earth. They could be digging tunnels. digging tunnels under the Suez Canal because it basically just takes a certain type of drill bit. Howard Hughes perfected this technology, and I'm sure it's much better now. And there's a lot you can do. So they've got these tunnels, and this smacks of Vietnam, where America could never beat Vietnam because of all the tunnels underground.
Yes.
Now, those tunnels were not, they were either dug by human hands or natural tunnels. So they didn't have all that high tech that the Palestinians have. So
apparently, we're saying.
I don't think that the Vietnamese had high tech.
No, they didn't. No, I'm saying when you said they don't have all the high tech the Palestinians have, I use the term apparently because of my sarcasm about the billions of dollars the Palestinians have spent in these tunnels.
Well, I mean, it's just, I'm saying, God, billions?
Yeah, I mean, just said.
And it seemed the billions seem to be coming from Qatar, not Iran, according to this guy. And he wasn't, he didn't go into great details, but he said that this stuff that was coming from Qatar to was supposed to be humanitarian aid, and it wasn't getting to the people, it was getting to the, to the tunnel builders. So this is fascinating in terms of intrigue, because it's like, wow, I mean, anything could happen with these tunnels. They could be so extensive that, and plus that you could make up anything. You can make up stuff about what's going on. So it creates a endless environment of intrigue and never-ending story.
Yes.
They don't sound, now they've also attacked Tel Aviv. There was bombs going off 10 miles from where they were reporting in Tel Aviv, because that's where the CNN reports from. So Tel Aviv has been hit. Netanyahu is saying, they're shelling the hell out of places. And now I'm going to say why we are actually in World War III. I don't care what anybody says. Because U.S. air bases were attacked in Iraq, and I believe it was Syria. U.S. air bases were attacked, according to report, by Iran. Mm-hmm. So it takes the media a long time to catch up with the logic of it. If you attack a U.S. Army base, you're at war with the U.S. And if U.S. is saying they will respond, this is war. Mm-hmm. Because it's like, God, what happens? It just takes everybody a long time to own up to the fact. It's serious business. And the U.S. does not have any choice but to respond. Furthermore, there were American soldiers killed by this bombing. Now, this is all on the supposition that the reporting is all true. They provided a lot of video of Israel stopping a sea attack by Hamas, but even they said they haven't independently verified the video, because a lot of it's in black and white. I said, why are the video images so crummy when we have such high def stuff going on? It's like, I don't know.
I would presume they have something to hide.
Well, there could be different reasons for it, because it's not top priority to be getting visual quality if you're at war. But there's no doubt about it. And so what's happened is Hamas seemed like it was being Mr. Nice Guy letting the video or the hostages go, and now all of a sudden they've amped up the attacks. And Israel is attacking, and it is war. It is all this humanitarian rhetoric has disappeared for the moment. So this is the environment we're now in. I don't know if you've heard any of this. Or if you're hearing...
Well, I've certainly been keeping track of what I could. I want to say how much I appreciate your bringing your own perspective on these developments, and I think it really rounds out anything I have to say. Obviously, I'll be going into in-depth analysis about the context of all of this in when I go into monologue, but I certainly want to say that everything that you brought up bears at least addressing in a condensed sense. I would say, of course, that yes, America has been in World War III for quite some time. I do want to point out that the war that many people are completely unaware of, they remember that we invaded Afghanistan, they remember that we invaded Iraq. Very few people remember that America invaded Syria, and that the Russians invaded Syria, the Turks invaded Syria. So you already had this skirmishing among the great powers in Syria, and this is an area where, in general, it really looked like the Russians were winning. Putin really retained the totalitarian government of Bashar al-Assad. He succeeded in that. Obama tried to get the Americans to go to war for regime change in that regard, and the Americans didn't want to play. The public wouldn't support him, and he had to withdraw in the sense of an abortive invasion that was all out. However, American troops have been in Syria forever at this point. And at one point, the Russians attacked. Now, this was the mercenary group Wagner. And the mercenary group Wagner was promised basically shares in the oil installations that they were ordered to conquer, to take and hold. But they had to go through an American base to get them. And so Wagner attacked in the hundreds, and the Americans slaughtered them in the hundreds. So this was something anyone can look up. Hundreds of Russians killed by the Americans in Syria. And it was like a few years ago. It was at the time that maybe before Jambo the Reese Monkey, Jameson Reese, started working with production with me. At that time, he was doing heavy drugs, and as always, and he basically claimed credit for it, claiming that his magic is what wiped out the Russians. So it's one of those little sad side notes just to personalize the entire event, because it's one of these things that I register both on a personal level as well as on a political level. But we could always ask, why wasn't America responding then? Well, it could be because no Americans were killed then, and yet the Americans wiped out hundreds of Russians. At the same time, the American out, or the rationalization or excuse, was that, well, it wasn't Russia directly, it was a private mercenary force, even though it comprised Russians and was under indirect Russian command. But that, of course, doesn't take into account, say, for instance, around the time of Trump ordering the assassination strike on the individual in Iraq itself, who was working with the various bridge networks between Iran and Hezbollah, the Army of God in Lebanon. And this was, of course, at a time when some Americans were injured, maybe a few were killed, if I remember correctly, by some missile strikes that took place in Iraq at American bases. So this kind of war has been going on for quite some time, and we've been essentially engaged in a war for all this time. It's simply that the American government is afraid to mobilize. It's kind of like what Peter's saying about the American government doesn't want to go too far with indicating that this could have been a Judeophobic attack on the presidentess of that synagogue, that the Americans want to maintain a lid on any potential eruption of reactionary violence as people get emotionally charged. So when it comes to what's going on right now with everything that the Americans are moving in towards helping Israel, Yes, we are definitely in a multi-front war that's opening up, and all I can say is it's about time, and I really do hope that it continues to escalate, because it's something that needs to escalate. It just basically has been going on for far too long, and Americans have no idea about how the threat is just only going to increase if we wait. If there's any time to take care of it, it's now. But then, of course, I'm thinking of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, and in the case of Israel, the Americans are definitely on the wrong side, but the good news is the Americans have always consistently backed the losers, and basically whoever they're backing is going to fucking lose. So if they're backing Israel, Israel's going to fucking lose. That's basically past being prelude there. The Israelis may go in and if what the Israelis are saying is true about those tunnels, how on earth are they going to handle that? How on earth are they going to go in and root Hamas out? In a series of tunnels,
That's the whole point.
Yeah,
that's the whole point I was making.
Yeah. So then, if this begins to involve the Americans, I mean, basically in the Vietnam War, as Peter was pointing out, the Vietnamese basically were working with organic implements and basically gradually developing a network of tunnels. They did produce those tunnels themselves without any particularly high-tech high-tech gear or modern technology as we would envision it. And just sheer manpower, willpower, the Vietnamese were developing these tunnels. With the Hamas, they don't have that level of, shall we say, discipline and collective willpower, unless, of course, this is what I could imagine. They basically have all the kids, like, instead of going to school, are digging in those tunnels. That doesn't seem to be the impression that I get, though. In other words, if they were just using all the kids in Palestine, because Palestine has a lot of kids, it's like half the population. If instead of going to school, they just had them all digging those tunnels all day, then maybe I could imagine, this entire network of tunnels progressing over the years. Maybe they have gotten kids to work in shifts, something like that. But, your average Palestinian adult male, your average Arab adult male, really hates work. So I can't imagine him doing what the Vietnamese did. Nevertheless, because of sheer sake of survival, maybe the need, the threat is great enough. Maybe a combination of factors. If they really were getting enough money, if they had that many billions of dollars, they could employ people to come in and dig those tunnels for them. Now, how they would hide that is beyond me. I think that would be impossible. But if those tunnels exist, which I know they do, but the question is to what extent. If they exist to the extent that's being suggested, which I know that they're already pretty labyrinthine, but if they exist to the extent that's being suggested, like Peter said, you might as well be digging tunnels to the inner earth. You may as well be digging tunnels underneath the Suez Canal for submarines to enter. I mean, at this point, why stop with billions of dollars? You could conceivably do anything. So it's at which point, well, the Israelis are, there's no way they can win this. When you think of Vietnam, the Americans developed special units called tunnel rats. And these people were extremely rare. These were extremely specialized units. And they obviously didn't help to win the war. They may have been engaged in some pivotal operations that may have rooted out certain areas of the complex tunnel systems in Vietnam. But obviously this did nothing to win the war overall. And this was just incredibly terrifying operations. These are operations that are the stuff of horror films. You see some cinematic portrayals of this. I don't know how realistic they would be, but the one thing I can say is that when you're at the level that the tunnel rats were at, where you're like taking out feathers and holding them in front of you just to make certain that you can feel them bend so that you don't trip a tripwire. Okay, if you're at that point already back then, you can imagine what the Israelis could encounter if they tried to go inside of those tunnels. So they're probably left with trying to take the surface and then trying to sense where the tunnels are using some kind of underground technology imaging. In other words, the kind of scalar scanning that would basically indicate where tunnels were, and then they would try to collapse those tunnels by explosives from the surface. That's all I can think of. But, while they're going through this, they're going to destroy all the infrastructure above, and they're basically going to render the Gaza Strip uninhabitable. And in the end, they'll lose the war because it's an unwinnable situation. But when it comes to this becoming a world war, yeah. And like I said, it couldn't happen soon enough as far as I'm concerned. And it would help bring a solution to a lot of things. Now, of course, the Americans would probably fuck it up, but that would
qualify why you say that.
It's
so people don't become discouraged or think you're a warmonger. What a war might solve in terms of international tensions.
In terms of international tensions, basically what you have is two inimically hostile superpowers, the Russians and the Chinese. Israel is on their side. This is the problem. So with Israel being on their side, for those of you who do not understand this, I'll go into it in monologue, but basically all you need to know is that Israel has never held Russia to any sanctions. They refuse to impose any sanctions on Russia, while all Europe and America and Japan and other people at great sacrifice have imposed sanctions on Russia. Think about the oil caps we're putting on their fuel right now. In other words, the world is very dependent on, especially Europe and Japan to a large extent. As a matter of fact, Japan is so dependent on Russian oil that even though it imposes sanctions on Russia, it has not stopped certain types of Russian fuel, namely gas, from entering Japan through Sakhalin Island. So it's a situation in which Russia has this card of resources that it holds over everyone. And that's how it kept Europe hostage. So when the Europeans went through last winter, making all the sacrifices that they did to put Russia under sanctions, this shows you how seriously everyone is taking this. People understand that Russia is truly a rogue regime that threatens the world. And so they are making great sacrifices and don't think people aren't dying on the home front. People are dying because of the cold in Europe. It's like our man Brendan, when he went to England, he was staying in England with a Swedish guy. And when he was going to turn on the heat, the Swedish guy physically stopped him and said, don't dare turn the heat on. And he said, in Sweden, anybody who turns the heat on, within hours, they're homeless. It's like the cost for heat is so expensive that they'll forfeit your home. The government will come and confiscate your home for all the heat you're using. And so he says he knew families that just are rendered homeless by using heat. And so nobody turns the heat on and everybody just bundles up and freezes. It's like they're camping outdoors inside. It's crazy. But that's what Europe is going through because...
Is this during the winter or the summer?
This is when Brendan was there was just... fuck, that was summer in England. But he was talking...
Summer?
I think?
I can't imagine that they could survive...
Winter. Yeah.
Winter.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. In other words, he says they have to... It's all fireplaces. It's all fireplaces, the Swedish guy was saying. And it's like... everybody just gathers in communal areas where they can sit by the fires and shit. So there's this more... it's becoming increasingly... It's like a war. Because they're living the war now. So people are making these sacrifices in Europe because of sanctions on Russia. But Israel, which has no need to worry about anything, it doesn't need Russian fuel or oil at all, refuses to impose any sanctions on Russia. Because, of course, as I've explained before, they're inextricably linked with Russia. And not only that, they also refuse to send any aid to Ukraine. So all throughout this war... Israel has refused to send weapons, any lethal aid, or any humanitarian aid to the Ukraine. That's what makes it so crazy that Volodymyr Zelensky, just because he's ethnically fucking Jewish, says I stand with Israel when this conflict started with Hamas, and thereby alienated all of the Palestinians and various Arabs who were supportive of him. So the move he made was completely self-destructive, just like Biden was self-destructive. Of course, as I said before, Biden's entire point for his Middle East trip was to actually see the Arab leaders, get them together with the Jewish leaders. By Arab leaders, I don't mean Hamas. I mean like the King of Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, the House of Saud with Prince Mohammed bin Salman. They were all supposed to see Netanyahu with Biden, but the moment Biden went up there and said, "Oh, Israel didn't blow up the hospital," I mean, within minutes after it blew up, he arrived hours after it blew up, and just said exactly what Netanyahu told him to say. Whatever happened, Israel didn't do it, and that's when all the Arab leaders canceled their appointments with him. So his entire diplomatic initiative completely failed. Worse, he made enemies. So at that point, with America taking the side of Israel, they're basically taking the side of the enemy. When I say that I bring the war on, as I said, America, past being prelude, never wins a war. It didn't win World War I. It didn't win World War II. It hasn't won any war since. Well, today is the anniversary, of course, of the invasion of Grenada, and you might consider that a victory, but that's kind of like basically taking a four-wheel pickup truck and rolling over an anthill. I mean, that's not even comparable. Rolling over a cockroach, basically. It's ridiculous. It doesn't even count. Anyone who counts that is, you just, there's no point. You're no longer in a serious discussion. But the point is that if America backs Israel, then they're going to lose. And then everybody back home is going to go into a civil war, and a civil war will at least, hopefully, bring us into a more stable form of government that can ultimately handle the international crises. Certainly, we're going to see this government fail. It's already failing. And as I'll point out, there's several fronts that we're also dealing with. It's not just the... you've got two hot wars. You've got the hot wars going on in Ukraine and in Israel, which could soon evolve into a two-front war all its own, in the north with Lebanon and Hezbollah, supported by Iran, and, of course, in Gaza, along with potentially the West Bank. I mean, Israel obviously couldn't survive that without American aid, and that would bring the Americans into it. And then, of course, you've got the potential war that would start with Taiwan. You've got, of course, the wars that are just simmering in Africa, that where the Russian flag is flying over several countries now. And as I said, the Chinese have to ultimately develop those resources to invade Taiwan. There's recently been a purge in the communist Chinese military. So that might be indication of preparation for a war. Xi Jinping is so insane, he may actually go for the war even without the necessary resources. He may just feel that this is his only window of opportunity because of what's going on in Israel. Certainly, Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of what's going on in Israel, and he's playing both sides. So you have this situation where you've got this multi-front conflict developing globally. As Peter said, a world war. The Americans are, of course, already in the verge of a civil war at home, and another lost war could push them into a civil war back home, in which case then we have the potential, at least the opportunity, to solve a lot of problems by hopefully a more functional form of government ultimately being installed, and then taking on the international problem, which is basically Russia, China, and Israel. Not Russia, China, and Iran, but Russia, China, and Israel. So that's something that that would be my stance.
Well, thank you for that qualification. That's important that you clarify that. And there's so much going on. I mean, from, like, with regards to China, it was just on the news, I saw it, that Gavin Newsom has gone to China and he's making all sorts of deals and contracts and saying this is the future, China's the future.
Who is this again?
Gavin Newsom, the governor of California.
Oh God, Jesus! What was he saying? That communist China was the future? Good
Yeah,
Lord!
look at this. We don't have this here. He's showing these modern trains, and of course, this was on Fox, and they're saying, well, that's because they stole our technology, is what he's saying. And so Gavin Newsom is butting up to China. At the same time, there was a report that has been, it was quite substantially communicated, although in the end, the Kremlin said it was false, that Putin had a heart attack. Did you hear about that?
Vaguely, and it's something that is probably true, and he probably unfortunately recovered. But go on, yeah. And I want you to know the numbers are going up.
It's the funny thing. Yeah. It's like we've talked about these world leaders. They don't die.
Yeah.
They seem to have this incredible medical care that is out of this world in terms of what the average person gets. And so, I mean, this was weird. And it also said it was like Ukraine was about to take over the Crimea, like he was getting his ass kicked once again. And so we're not hearing much about Ukraine anymore because we have other sound bites to listen to. Ukraine's getting short shrift.
Yes.
So this I thought was interesting that now Russia's taking it on the chin. So much going on. And then before they went into Gavin Newsom, they announced that 41 FBI informants have come forth saying that the FBI was surveilling the Biden family for years while he was vice president. In other words, they were tracking everything he did, and they were blackmailing him, blackmailing the Biden family. In other words, they can make the Biden family do anything they want. It's not that the Biden family isn't doing what they want. And this smacks of the old J. Edgar Hoover thing. In other words, the FBI is using the techniques of J. Edgar Hoover in a new way. And this is only the beginning of the unveiling of what they call the Biden crime family. And that they said, well, of course, you can't really investigate a sitting president, just like, and they were talking about how they used all this data against Trump. It was all, it was all used against Trump, is what they were saying. It's really, the politics and what's twisting in the wind is all becoming weird. And Sidney Powell, the attorney who was questioning the election, has recently, taken a plea deal. Yet her Twitter feed, she was pointing to stuff on her Twitter feed, which was basically saying that she suffered extortion, that they got her to do this by extortion. So there's a whole story brewing there that, and I never made any sense to me how she could be that wrong in terms, because she's an attorney. Attorneys usually don't trip themselves up that badly. So it seems to me that there's a lot more to be coming out in the wash around all of this. And it seems like it's going to get weirder and weirder and screwier. So it's like, who's coming out of the woodwork next? Who knows? And in the meanwhile, Trump is burning. He's under full assault, and I guess his only hope would be to get elected and then pardon himself. Mm-hmm. And people have questioned whether that's legal. Well, it's certainly a good question, but I don't know that there's anything that would say, no, you can't do that. It doesn't say the president can't not pardon himself. I think it was assumed that the president wouldn't be a criminal.
Right. I think that's definitely his intent, is to get elected and pardon himself. You've got it down. You understand it.
There's no question that he would have to, under the circumstances, that, just to clear his own name, even though it's an awkward way to clear your name, but nevertheless, this is the crazy crazy times we're living in. It's not that he's not guilty. It's but you have right now, it's not who's guilty. This is like the French Revolution. It's not about who's right and wrong. It's about who can make the bayonet stick. And I will go back to the French Revolution. The primary star, if you were doing the leading role character of the French Revolution, was Maximilien Robespierre. Mm-hmm. And Robespierre was the most brilliant intellect of his day. He didn't believe in capital punishment, and he was such an intellect that the whatever it was, the People's Assembly, they said, this guy should lead us. And he did lead them. But then he became in the power of literally a dictator. Mm-hmm. And he found it, and he changed his position on capital punishment. He found it expedient to employ capital punishment because this is the only way he could get things done. And then you had so many factions. You had the surgeon Marat, who published a paper that would, call for putting heads on a pike, and it was very inflammatory. So you could have swaying from, one thing to another, and it just was very incendiary environment. And for a real good to catch the spirit of the French Revolution, I recommend the book The Eight by my friend Catherine Neville. She's a novelist. The Eight. It's a really good book, and it kind of ends up at Montauk. So it's about this chess set that Charlemagne had, but it goes deeply into the French Revolution and really gives you the spirit of the times. But the thing about Robespierre, well, there was two things that really brought him down. One is he created different names for the months and created a new state religion. I forget what it was called. And it was the Supreme Being, the cult of the Supreme Being, it was called.
Right. They went back to using the Egyptian calendar. They called it the revolutionary calendar. Go on.
Yeah. And what really ticked off a lot of people about him was that they had this big pageant to celebrate it. And at the top was this big paper mache mountain or something, and he was at the top dressed in a toga or something. And people considered that too much. He was like it was just too much, too egocentric. Mm-hmm. And it really turned people off. Like, he was taking too much, thought too much of himself. Now, but what really, that created some strong sentiment against him. But he would go before the People's Assembly, which is what they call, I guess, the ad hoc Congress. And and there's even a movie on it. But basically, he went up before them and he had his little black book, and he says, I have in this black book names of traitors. Now, if you're a traitor, that basically means you were going to the guillotine. And he was guillotining people. Now, the period of the guillotine was called the Terror. And then there was a period called the Great Terror, where there were so many heads being lopped off that it was just astonishing. And it was during this period of the Great Terror that he says, I have the names in here I'm going to execute. And the people in the assembly started talking to each other after he got off the podium. You know, we might be in there. How do we know we're not in there? And it's called, I think the movie's called The Little Black Book. I think Robert Cummings is in it. It's a little corny. But they went after Robespierre, said that this son of a bitch could kill all of us. And they went after him, and I think they shot him in the neck, but he survived. And then they put the guillotine. And he was, I don't think he was the absolutely last one, but as tradition goes, he was the last one to be guillotined. And the Great Terror ended. And that was the age of the French Revolution. And then Napoleon was called in to restore order. And he was the only one capable of doing that. And he did. And then he became the dictator and did implement many of the reforms from the French Revolution of what you call human rights. And then we had, of course, in the process of what he did, and not only the French, because he represented the French Revolution, even though he wasn't instigating it, he was there to pick up the pieces. He was considered a great danger, as was the entire country of France, to the monarchies who were put there by the Catholic Church, and they wiped out the Catholic Church. So Napoleon became fingered, and that begat the Napoleonic wars and stuff like that. So it was a very complicated time in history. And this reminds me, and this is, of course, the anniversary of the French Revolution, the Plutonian return, when Pluto, we've gone through the United States Revolution pretty much. Now it's the French Revolution will start brewing for the return of the French Revolution. And when we say French Revolution, there's already been some big issues in France, but we're talking about revolution in politics. So it looks like a lot of things are going to center around the Mideast. And there's even implications in the news that all of these people sneaking into the country are going to be unleashing violence in America, as if there isn't enough violence being unleashed already. We're already had more violence in the streets. There's also these Palestinian protests at the campuses. It's what's very interesting about this, if it can be called interesting, is how all of the people are being allied who weren't allies, or people are being opposed to each other who weren't opposed. Like the left was backing the riots in Portland and Seattle and saying they were peaceful protests. These are peaceful protests when they clearly weren't peaceful at all. This was the talking points of the Democratic leaders. These are peaceful protests. And then the politicians were defending them. And now you have the Palestinian protests at the campuses, which are huge, which seem to be fed by professors who have intellectually analyzed the situation in Palestine and are teaching people this, and the human rights issues in Palestine, and some of it, they say they're just being stirred up. The media is completely anti-Palestinian riots or Palestinian protests. And they're saying, they shouldn't have the right to protest because it's hate speech. So this has gotten so all of a sudden the left is split now. The left, because the left was all together, more or less, even though they might have privately frowned on it. So it's getting very weird. It's getting very weird, and it just as Trump's former allies are apparently, taking plea deals so that they're going to flip on him. I'm very curious as to what they actually can stick to him, because a lot of the stuff they try to stick to him is not very sticky. It's like, you say, well, he did this and that. What did he actually do? That remains to be seen. And they said that this trial he was having in New York was going to be just over and done with. Well, it seems to be going on forever. It seems like they're trying and hearing all this stuff. And it's a lot of noise, a lot of twists and turns. And as they say, I find the whole thing noisy, distracting. It's better if you can tune it out. The only reason you don't want to tune it out is, what if this stuff actually gets to the point where it meaningfully impacts your life for one reason or another?
Which it will.
Yeah, whether it be through shortage of fuel, shortage, which can be totally created, as they can totally create a fuel supply shortage. I remember Trump, before he was president, saying, he says, I have so many friends, and we're having a huge oil crisis where fuel oil was like $5-6 a gallon. And he's saying, I've got friends that own tankers, and they're just sitting in line, but they can't come in because they won't let them come in and deliver the oil. Yes. In other words, and you could see them stacked up all along the beaches on Long Island. You'd see these tankers just waiting in line forever.
Wow.
Like, what are they waiting in line for? Because they're purposely being restricted from delivering oil, which would solve the oil crisis. This is the manipulation that goes on. Who's doing the manipulation? Well, that's not something that's going to be covered in the 6 o'clock news or whatnot. So this is why the only one becomes concerned about it, because it can affect you personally. And it becomes a tragedy for everybody under such circumstances. And so how's it going to resolve? Good luck. Good luck to everybody. Any comment on that?
Oh, well, obviously I'll go deeper into it during monologue, but I want you to know in general, as I said, really what I think that this will result in is civil war, basically because America is sinking all this money into Israel for no goddamn good reason, for the worst of all possible reasons. It's basically helping the enemy. Their entire policy is antithetical to the United States, has been since Netanyahu has taken charge. Not that it ever was pro-America before then, but it's certainly anti-America since he has taken over, and it's not going to get any better. And you're going to have the Americans who are going to support Israel no matter what, for basically theological reasons based on a spurious cosmology. And you're going to have the rest of the Americans who are finally going to say no, not simply because of the money being spent, but actually probably more than likely because of the humanitarian catastrophe that the Israelis are causing. In terms of today, it was the deadliest day in Gaza since the war began. And this is with the Israeli military, with quote unquote, holding back in order to provide some space for negotiation about the hostages. So you can imagine just how much worse it's going to get. And the fact that they won't allow any aid in, what aid is being allowed in is just, it's certainly not, it's a joke. It's one of these things where, of course, the refugees are not going to be allowed to resettle anywhere in Egypt. So you just have a situation of that is reflective of what is only going to get worse with the refugee problem worldwide with the climate crisis. I'll speak a bit more into that later, but I think that people need to understand that Israel is really digging a hole for itself. They're so spoiled. They're so spoiled rotten that when this attack took place, which I will, of course, myself insist was done by the Israelis in the sense of orchestrated, certainly instigated and orchestrated by Netanyahu. There's no way in hell that this could have happened otherwise. And it was to cement his power permanently as a wartime dictator. He's going to draw this war out as long as possible. He said, prepare yourself for a long war. And the Israeli military under his command said, prepare yourself for a long war. Well, how many long wars can America handle? It's been through Iraq and Afghanistan. It doesn't even know about the one that's been ongoing in Syria. It's with this new one that it's going to be involved with, it's going to lead to a lot of changes at home. So that's the first thing that I'll say. It's going to lead to changes at home, and that's going to, hopefully be for the better, and then we'll be able to meet some of the other challenges. I mean, just to kind of put this into some perspective for people, obviously, because of my son, I keep track of the situation in Armenia. I've been trying to educate people about Nagorno-Karabakh, and that's another war that is set to explode. It's certainly changing the geopolitics of the region permanently, and it's really empowered, of course, the Turks, who are extraordinarily militant, and of course all of this is going to affect the economy, and that's going to change whether or not the Americans want to continue with this. We've already had these, we used to hear the term MAD for mutually assured destruction. Throughout the Cold War, the concept was that MAD, or mutually assured destruction, the idea that both sides could annihilate each other, prevented anyone from going into an all-out war mode. Of course, this was all based on a total fantasy of bluff that the Russians had any capacity for carrying out anything, which they don't. And I'll go into that later tonight, too. The Americans, of course, on the other hand, do have the capacity to throw nukes around, and they tested some nukes in Nevada recently, which, by the way, was against international law. But since the Russians pulled out of the international treaty, the Americans decided to blow a nuke in Nevada. And this was to show that they could do it. And it is what it is. It's just a case where they're doing what they do. I really feel ambivalent about it, neither here nor there, about what the Americans have done. But it obviously shows you how radically things are already changing. The Americans have broken international law. In other words, the international law no longer exists to prevent above-ground nuclear testing. Or underground nuclear testing, such as the case may be. The Americans, of course, did this in such a way that they claimed they weren't creating any atmospheric pollution like the old tests did. But nevertheless, what they did is it would raise alarm bells in the rest of the world. You've got, of course, the policy shifts going on in China, where Xi Jinping has completely undermined the economy just to gather more and more power around himself. And I'll try and explain some of the things that happened with two multi-billionaires. One was Jack Ma, and the other was Terry Gao. I don't need to go into that right now, but both these guys...
Well, can you just give us a brief on what... I mean, yeah. Did something recently happen to Jack Ma? I mean, he was silenced a long time ago, or cut down to size, but...
Yeah. Well, the reason why he comes up again is because he was good friends with a guy named Terry Gao, and now the Chinese are calling them Nanzhong Nandi, which literally means hard brothers, hard brothers. That's from the idiom hard to differentiate between elder and younger brother, or brothers in distress. It is brothers in misfortune, and both of them mouthed off against Beijing. Now with Jack Ma, he was a mainland Chinese guy, so that's it's understandable that he paid a horrific price for what he did, which was simply to stand up against the Communist Party. Terry Gao, on the other hand, is Taiwanese, and he's running for president of Taiwan. And he was so full of himself because he had so many business investments in Communist China, and had so many connections because he had production facilities in Communist China, all ultimately connected to Apple Incorporated, that he mouthed off against the Communist Chinese Party, and then they slammed down on all his holdings. I mean, they really don't care about business. It's why they killed Hong Kong, the goose that laid the golden eggs, which nobody thought they'd be crazy enough to do. In other words, Communist China is destroying its own economy under Xi Jinping. So that's what's going on with all of that. I'll give the details later, but that pretty much sums it up. And then, that led to a lot of stocks dipping. And, when I bring up the MAD strategy, they're using that for another acronym now. They've changed the meaning of the acronym. Now instead of mutually assured destruction, they're using the concept of massive attacks of disruption. In other words, this is the new looming existential danger, and they're not even using it for necessarily conspired attacks, though many of them are. The COVID-19 pandemic, which originally, of course, started because of the Russian release of the African swine fever, which then infected the communist Chinese pig population, their major source of protein, which led them to amassing all the wet markets, mobilizing the wet markets and filling them up with all kinds of cross-pollination of species that led to the COVID-19 pandemic. The January 6th insurrection and takeover of the U.S. Capitol is counted as one of these MADs, or massive attacks of disruption. The solar wind cyber attacks by the Russians, the Texas storms that cut power, the blocking of the Suez Canal by accident. These are all considered the new massive attacks of disruption. So what is the Hamas attack? Whether it's Israeli orchestrated or not, we've got a second war, a third shock. I mean, this is the third shock in 4 years to the world economy. So the world economy is been absorbing the other two shocks, but can it absorb a third? I mean, usually it's 3 strikes and you're out, right? We've got a very serious situation going on. But, my favorite punching bag amidst all this is, of course, Elon Musk. I'll go in depth into him later. He's truly, at this point, a threat to national security. He truly is a traitor. Personally, I would advocate his execution, or at least his deportation to Russia. But in order for people to really understand the evil of this individual, there's been a slew of big earnings reports overnight from the semiconductor, social media, and payments industries. But the outlook, of course, from some of them are bad, like, of course, the Texas Instruments, whom I'm lashing out at because, of course, we had a former engineer from there ambushing us through the mutual UFO network, both Peter Moon and I. But aside from that, at this point, Watchdog organization is calling out for action against all the AI, quote unquote. This is expert system, really. Whenever they use the term AI, artificial intelligence, they're really talking about expert systems. They got all this expert system generated child sexual abuse images flooding the internet now. So this has proliferated so much that the watchdog agencies are calling for action to be taken for controls on artificial intelligence tools, as they call them, expert systems tools, really, that generate deep fake photos. Now, the person who was responsible for a lot of this, Elon Musk, and X, his stupid X, ever since he took it over with the Twitter. They've gotten basically fined by the Australian government. The Australian government's not putting up with all their shit. But basically these abuse images, which are illegal under the existing laws in the United States and the Commonwealth of the United Kingdom, there's no means for law enforcement to combat them. They don't have the tools. And the perpetrators are using, or rather abusing, these images to groom and coerce new victims. And in all too many cases, kids are using these tools on each other. So you've got the worst of it all. Just to put into context how serious this is, basically all of the world's investigators for international organizations are bogged down trying to rescue children who have all turned out to be virtual characters. They don't exist. While the trafficking of children has increased by thousands, literally orders of magnitude, well over 100%. As they said, it's basically incalculable. A lot of this based on climate refugees. So there is something to the reality that millions of kids are being enslaved. This is like being covered by kids that don't exist, that are mere virtual images, that all of these characters are, well, the law enforcement agencies are trying to rescue, and it turns out they're not rescuing anybody. The kids they rescue don't exist. And one of the biggest perpetrators of this is, of course, X, which used to be Twitter. I'll put that into the chat room so people can see that. I'll get back to the subject later in more depth. I'll put that into the text box here first, of course, so that Peter and Aristides can access it. I'll also put it in Peter's private message box here. But
the problem with this stuff is,
yeah,
it is so damn complicated.
Yes.
That it's challenging for myself to follow, just to follow it and keep track of it. Therefore, it's going to be even more challenging for the people who run our governments and listen, the public to follow. And on top of the fact that the people who run our world are too often compromised or connected to it. So
yes,
these things have to work their way out of the woodwork by various and sundry means, of which, just, it's, as they say, it's weird. It's all very weird. But this is the world we're living in. So it's not like there's a lot to say about it, other than this is what's going on. And we can thank Douglas for providing it for us.
Thank you.
We can't, and I think if I can try and transmute all this energy, perhaps I should talk about the book.
Yes.
Book is coming along. I'm very busy with a lot of renovation projects around my house, around my office, but I've also been working on the book.
Excellent.
I found that I can, and we have an appointment on Friday, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
It's 6 p.m. my time, 3 p.m. here?
Let me go check my calendar right now, and we'll confirm that. It's definitely scheduled for 3 p.m. my time, which would be 6 p.m. your time, yes.
Excellent, because I'm doing a show, I think at 2 o'clock with somebody.
Okay, great.
So
you can tell me how that went when we speak. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get too excited about these things.
Understood.
They're interested in a lot of Montauk stuff and a lot of alien stuff, and I don't know, where it'll go, but
right.
I'll try and humor them or offer what I can that's of interest, particularly with reference to what we discuss. Sometimes it's hard to get some of these points across. But with regards to your book, I've been working on the chapter with Eastern Airlines and with Mae Brussel.
Excellent.
And how Artelica, it's a word I had to look up, Artelica.
Yes.
And Artelica is something you used, and it's interesting because the word artilica, if you look it up, comes from a movie called Transformers. But it's very obvious to see how Transformers took it from Aquino.
Thank you.
Artilica, and artilica sounds like artilect.
Yes.
But what it is a class of object that combines technology and magic to create powerful artifacts capable of bending reality.
Yes.
And this is the ultimate artilica, would be the Vox Arca.
Thank you. Yes.
The ultimate.
Yes.
And it also talks about various artilica allow one to teleport across great distance, protect oneself from psychic incursion, and summon great and terrible beings through space and time to devour the planet. That is the Heart Project,
yes,
as described by Douglas. And he goes into talking about the Heart Project on his October 19th, 2021, or is it October 19th, 2021 YouTube transmission. And so this is Heart Project, and it's the Vox Arca Project, and what was being used to torture Mae Brussel is only a small sliver,
yes,
compared to what could potentially be done with all of this negative magic that Aquino was so adept at.
yes.
Now, when we see all of this insanity going on in the world, well, I also want to comment on all of the homework that the anti-Israeli side has done. I think we have all underestimated this digging of tunnels is investing billions of dollars to do this is nothing short of good strategy, and they've been engaging in attacks. They're attacking the United States. They're attacking Israel, and they're probably attacking some other places. But in other words, they're full on, and it was Iran that attacked. In other words, they're not hiding the fact, if we can believe the press reports.
Right.
So they're not. Iran is not just sitting there idly whistling while all this goes on. They're actually engaged in war by firing at U.S. bases. Why? There's a lot of reasons you can imagine, but they're obviously have a lot of aggressive issues to deal with. So we have to ask, what is the role of the art elect in any of this? It can only be helping to set a stage to pick up pieces.
Yes.
If we view it in a positive manner, and hope that it's working in alignment with what would make the world a better place. So the Vox Arca is a device which is apocalyptic.
Yes.
It holds the strings that can, make Humpty Dumpty come falling down. And this is, of course, what the government fears. But right now, they're probably too busy worrying about their mundane matters to be thinking too much about the Vox Arca.
Yes.
It reminds me of that Austin Powers movie when he says, he comes out of time, he's frozen in time, and he says, I'm asking for $1 million. And all the bankers start laughing at him. What's $1 million? That doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yes.
And he goes, no, $1 billion. And they all start, no. Like, I'm going to unleash the Vox Arca. And then they're all going to start getting scared.
Yes.
But then again, there's very few people who even know what the Vox Arca is in terms of, the ones that they don't even know to be scared.
Yes.
So it's all a daisy chain of people who are under the influence of, command and whatnot.
Yes.
So, as I say, this whole book is about, it inevitably leads to an end times paradigm, because the Vox Arca was created based upon the trauma of individuals, because all of the constituents of it were imbibed with trauma, so that when the grimoire or spells would be iterated, it would be writing along a wavelength that's conveying trauma.
Yes.
And it's really going to create that Austin Powers moment of scaring the daylights out of people. Yes. And shaking the world down. It's interesting. And I had spoken about the Ark of the Covenant being a vehicle of conveying trauma.
Yes.
And because that's exactly what it did. It would waylace the whole armies of the opponents of the Jews.
Yes.
And if you take the crucifixion of Christ and the meditations on that, that's all trauma-based.
Yes.
Sadomasochistic trauma-based. It's that alone is enough to make people reject the Christian religion, because so much of it is based upon this idea of pain and suffering, and not releasing the pain and suffering, which is what it ideally is supposed to be about, but reinforcing it and imprinting it. And the symbol of a crucified man was the most powerful weapon of the Roman Empire. This is why when the Spartacus revolt, which almost succeeded, failed, and they crucified all those soldiers along the Appian Way.
Yes.
So when you walked along the Appian Way, all you saw were crucified people, which is the message is, don't question the election. I mean, don't question Rome. Don't question the election. So now the end times also relate to the work I've done concerning David Anderson, because here we're talking about the end of time, the end times. What is time? He has stated that we may discover that time is just history is an experiment. It's easy to imply that. And if you look at the state of the world, you can say, well, this is certainly a big mistake. There's a lot of mistakes going on. Life is like a big mistake. You go out in the world and you make mistakes and you learn how to do something. That's how life works. So, what is all this stuff about a time machine? I had a inspirational thought that I thought was interesting. That it's interesting. It's not really encouraging. What if David, took me on a long drive into northwestern New Mexico, where he's always stated that the time reactor is, where his laboratory is. It could have moved 6 times since he told me that. I don't think it has, but and then just suppose he takes me there and he comes to some empty slab and he says, "This is it." I go, "This is what?" "This is where the time reactor was." "Where is it now?" "Well, it's not here anymore." And then he goes into a detailed, credible explanation of why it's not here. And it has to do with, being sent out of this time and space. Because for whatever reason, I mean, I haven't worked out. If I was writing a novel, perhaps I could write about that and start being creative or something. But I'm saying, what if it's not here? What if it's not here anymore? For whatever reason, it would be. It's a potential that occurred to me. It'd be a great way to get him out of it, to get him out of explaining anything.
Right.
But and then what's the point of all this anyway? Which is a good question. It's a good question as I get a bit older, and I said I've spent my whole career pursuing these things, and well, it's nice to think they will all lead to a meaningful crescendo, and I would like to think they would. It's not necessarily the case either. Any comment? Your work inclusive.
Oh, I think that you've said something that is profound. I'll simply have to sit back and digest it. It's it's definitely always anything having to deal with the time machine. The responsibility that David Anderson has is so profound that he himself has essentially withdrawn from the human race. If he's not an Evanescer, he may as well be. Yeah, but I'm convinced, of course, he's more than human for other reasons we've gone into before and can go into again in the future.
People who know him have said that,
Yeah.
that this guy's like an alien.
Yes.
I don't interact with him from that reference frame because
Understood. Yeah.
I don't have to.
Yeah.
And I don't think I should and act stupid around him. But yeah, it's all of these things have to be considered in the bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll never forget when I went to his house or apartment in Kings Park. This is right before the invasion of Afghanistan, and he called me over there, and he said to me, he said, I'm gonna be having a normal life again. I'm gonna be having a normal life soon. Things are, and I just thought, I said, I didn't say anything, but I just said, and I didn't even know him that well, though I knew him pretty well. I'd known him for a couple of years. Probably we had our most interaction. I said to myself, no, you're never going to have a normal life, not like that.
Right.
And I got a picture in my head of him, out in his backyard flipping burgers for a barbecue. I said, no, this isn't David. That's a normal life,
Yeah.
Flipping
Quote unquote.
burgers with friends. And no, I said, this is not who he is. I just couldn't see that for him. And certainly his life is, and that was before he'd even, the time reactor had progressed to the point, that was, God, 9 years before he announced that the time reactor could actually house people and send them back into time, or send them forward into time. So, yeah, that's just an interesting antidote. Like he's not going to have a normal life. He shouldn't have a normal life. And the profundity of time, of having a time reactor, because I'll say the people who are the most desperate to travel into time and to access his technology are those who want to restore the loss of a loved one. And they are so upset that they've lost a loved one that they want him to facilitate this. One woman even offered him $1 million to his charitable foundation, the World Generous Foundation, the World Genesis Foundation. And of course this is absurd. But people like that, they take it very seriously, and it's desperation. They want to fix their misery. They want to change reality. And the more I've thought about situations in my own life that were disappointing, I wouldn't want to change them when I think about it. I just wouldn't want to change them. Now, even emotionally wrenching situations, because it would be messing with, it's like messing with a recipe. You don't want to mess with a recipe unless you know exactly why the recipe worked and you have a lot of familiarity with it, and then you definitely can improve on it. That would be the exception, if you know the recipe. That would be the alchemy of time, the alchemy of time travel, where you're actually improving situations. Like if I had to live my life over again, I would behave in different ways to create more positive outcomes, not just for myself, but for the people I'm involved with. But I wouldn't want to go back and, say, oh, I'm going to make this situation better. I'm going to do this better. I'm going to do that better. Because what would you be doing? You'd be playing some old game. That's like the stars of a movie. Okay, let's just take Star Wars because it's so popular, not because it's good. And let's just say, let's get George Lucas and all those characters. Let's go back and let's make Star Wars a lot better. Let's make it a better movie. And if you ever go back and watch that movie, the original Star Wars, it could be made a lot better. It's pretty slow. And nevertheless, but what's the point? Now, of course, they do remake movies now. That's another problem. I saw a commercial for Willy Wonka. They're redoing Willy Wonka again.
Oh, Jesus.
And I thought they just redid Willy Wonka.
That's what I thought. I mean, why?
But I think that was about 20 years ago with Johnny Depp.
Jeez, feels like fucking 20 hours ago. But go.
Yeah. But the thing is, and I haven't even seen any of them, so. But the reason they redo those movies is because it's ringing the cash register. because the people who own the rights are recycling the movie. That's why that gets done. It's not like some great creative inspiration. We got to redo this movie. No, we got to make money on it again. This is unfortunately what happens. So to go back in, I think that the best answer to that is when one faces a situation that one has either made a mistake with or knows how to better deal with, then one has the opportunity to apply what one learned. Thereby, you don't necessarily need to repeat the same environment. You can just repeat or learn, take what you learn and apply it to the new situation. And that's just processing life. Like, where does life take you? And this is a Taoist teaching. It's like, where does life take you? Life has taken me to some interesting juxtapositions with time and the inner earth, and you embrace the life that is there. There is life. There is a living person who has cracked the time barrier. But that holds tremendous responsibilities. And by the way, when he wrote me this postcard, and that postcard must have been about 16 years ago or more, it was this cryptic postcard written in code, and it was sent from Tel Aviv. And the reason he later wrote it is that he thought that he might be a goner after some meetings he had in Israel. And he said, "You're the only person I know who might be able to do something with this." And he was directing me to a patent, which I've now released. And I certainly didn't think, I never was able to find the patent. Finally, he released it to me. But the point of interest is that he sent it from Israel. And that's where I think he felt this tremendous threat that I don't know who he was meeting with. I don't know what he was doing there. But it happened in Israel. Now, I'll relay another story from Israel. And this is from a rather unusual man. I won't say his name. But I met him at an event. It was actually the first day I met Stuart Swerdlow. And when I met Stuart Swerdlow, I went out there. A friend of mine, Maya, she's the only person I've seen travel in time. She's a time traveler. She came to my house, then we went to Stuart's house to pick him up on August 12th. It's probably 1997. Might be 96, after he'd gotten out of prison rather, which is discussed in his book. And we got to his door, knocked on the door, and right before he answers it, I went out of my body. It's not something that happens very often. I said, unmistakable. I had an OBE. When I first met Preston, I didn't have an OBE, but I could feel that Preston was out of his body. Very interesting in meeting them. Then we picked up Stuart, and we went out to Montauk on that day. And we were speaking. What was the name of that place? In Amagansett. It was a person who'd been in the fashion industry. She retired, and she had this store. It was a New Age store. I want to call it Potpourri, but I don't know that it was Potpourri, with some name like that. And it was a very nice store. And it had a lot of New Age. It had a small book section. And we went there, Stuart, Maya, and myself, and we were going to meet Preston at Montauk later in the day. And when we went there, the woman says, I'll just tell the whole story. She says, oh, there's this woman, Sue, who would like to come with you. She's a friend of mine. She's met you before or something, and she had met me on another August 12th. And she says she wants to come with you. I didn't remember her. Never forget her now. So she got in the car with us, and we're driving where we're going to meet Preston at Luigi's. Luigi's is his favorite restaurant in Montauk. It was an Italian restaurant. It's no longer there. Building's there, but the place went out of business.
Right.
And
it's mentioned in the Dirty Harry film and the autopsy scene where they said, look, in the brain it says eat at Luigi's. Go on.
Well, it was a different Luigi's.
Oh, okay.
So, anyway, we go to Luigi. We're just meeting Preston there. And Preston, maybe we ate. I don't remember. No, I don't think we ate. Brett probably had dinner there. He sees Stuart, and he hasn't seen Stuart in a while. And when he looks at Stuart, and I just want to say, he looks at Stuart like Dr. Frankenstein would look at his monster with great pride. I thought it was very interesting. I've only seen Preston show that much pride twice. He just had great pride, like, God, like, what a, look at my work. Look at the master work I've done on this guy. The only other time I saw him do that, we were driving somewhere upstate, and I put on the CD of the Moody Blues. And the Moody Blues were, it was playing from the Days of Future Past, and he was just beaming with pride because he basically had always stated that he sound engineered that. He'd said that many times before. Now he didn't say that while I put it in. I just saw him listening to it. And he wasn't listening to it like somebody who said, oh, I really like this music. He was listening to it as if he'd created the music himself.
Right.
Which I thought was very interesting. It kind of told me that maybe he really did. Not that I particularly denied it or disbelieved it, but
whether it was true or not, he believed it. That's what matters in his reality.
He believed it to the point where he was taking great pride in it. Yeah, definitely, he believed in it. So anyway, when we picked up Sue, and then we picked up Stuart, I'm going to take them to Council Rock. And in the meantime, I'm telling Sue, I'm telling everybody this whole story about my trip to Pasadena and meeting with Marjorie Cameron for the second time, and then going to Pasadena and going to visit the location where Jack Parsons had done the Babylon working. And I ran into this really weird guy. He was really weird. And I was right.
And you've seen your share of weird people, so this guy must be something else.
He was out of time. And I was right in front of the place where the Babylon working had been done, at least but with Marjorie and stuff, because the address was no longer there. 1003 South Orange Grove or whatever it was, because the addresses had changed. And this old guy comes walking along, and I said, I'm looking for this address. And there was another address across the street where Parsons, I think I had two addresses. And I was on South Orange Grove Boulevard. And he says, I asked him, I said, do you know? And he says, I'm looking for this address or something where Jack Parsons used to live. He goes, Parsons? Parsons? Oh, Parsons, down there, way down there. And he points, he says, way down there. He says, Ralph Parsons Corporation. I go, Ralph Parsons Corporation? What's that? What do they do? He goes, implants. I go, implants? What type of implants? He says, aviation implants. What's an aviation implant? I don't know. I didn't ask. But he said that he was an old World War II Royal Air Force pilot. He belonged to the Royal Air Force. And he looked like he could have been British. But he looked so, he even looked like he could have had his goggles and a scarf with him. He was very strange. And I said, so when Cameron wanted to know what I turned up on that trip, and I told her, I called her that day, and I told her that I ran into this guy, and he was talking about Ralph Parsons Corporation. She says, yes. She says, I know about that corporation because I was very intrigued by it myself, because they had a place in Pasadena, and I wanted to check it out. And I think her brother, I don't know if her brother worked for it at one time. I think he did. But she went over to check out the headquarters or something, which were in downtown LA. And she said she went over and she went to this building. And on the fourth floor, there was nothing there but this big rock or something. It was very strange, I don't know if it was a rock or a crystal, but there was nothing on there but the fourth floor. She said it was very strange. And then I found out from one of my readers when I wrote about this that he used to work for the Ralph Parsons Corporation, and he sent me a big brochure. He was very interested in Jack Parsons. And he had worked at JPL as well. He's a magician. And he said, he still subscribes to my newsletter to this day. And he said, he sent me a brochure, and basically what do? They build underground cities. They did a lot of work in Iraq, fighting fires. And they eventually did the cleanup at Camp Hero. Ralph Parsons Corporation, of all places. So anyway, I'm not telling about the cleanup at Camp Hero because that hadn't happened yet. But I'm telling this story. And Sue, we're just about to get to Council Rock, and Sue says, I can't believe what you're saying about my Uncle Ralph. Uncle Ralph. Ralph was her uncle. And he started the Parsons Corporation, and I found out that he was from Sag Harbor area, and that the Parsons family go way back into they settled Sag Harbor around the time of the early Boston colonies. So they are one of the oldest families from Montauk and that area out there, the Parsons family. I don't know if there was an exact close relation between Ralph Parsons and Jack Parsons. Apparently not.
What were you saying that she found so hard to believe about? Were you saying that
it was her uncle? It was her uncle I was talking about.
Right.
I can't believe what you're saying about my Uncle Ralph. I mean, I'm with this woman. I'm telling all about the Parsons Corporation. Now we're going to Montauk, and I have his niece with me. That's the coincidence.
Uh-huh.
Well, I didn't say anything bad about it.
I was about to say, I mean, you've never said anything bad about it.
She said, I can't believe what you're saying about my Uncle Ralph. She didn't really know him. the family didn't really get anything.
They didn't know that he was a Satanist and all that.
I never said he was a Satanist.
That's why I'm wondering why she said, "I can't believe what you're." It sounds that would sound like something she would say if I were talking to her, because I would say.
I wasn't talking about Jack Parsons. I was talking about Ralph Parsons.
Right. Okay. I see. Okay.
And so, it was just a very interesting day. But I'm getting back to what I was originally going to talk about. Then, then when we got to Council Rock, Preston made a very disparaging comment about the rock. It's just an old rock. It's just a rock. And at which point he went to step up on there was a little stepway to get there, and he twisted the hell out of his ankles so bad.
I was waiting for something like that. I was going to say the rock fell on him or something, right?
It was. He really hurt himself.
Jeez.
So I mean, he hurt himself badly, and it was somehow when we were driving. Somehow he was driving back. I don't know. He says, well, he said, I made fun of the Indians and they got back back at me. He said that.
At least he knew that.
And I said, yeah. I said, I noticed that, Preston, but I wasn't going to say anything. But he became self-aware of that. But then when we went back, of course, we went to the base and all that. But when we went back to Amagansett to the store to talk, the place was packed. It was a huge audience because she got everybody from the East End, including reporter from Dan's papers, Jerry Samisi, who later became my friend, still is my friend to this day. And then there was this man, and he introduced himself to me as a psychiatrist from Brookhaven. And he said, oh, yeah, he says that, he had a lot of interesting things to say about Montauk and people who'd been programmed and whatnot. And he said, and then later I heard him talking about, he says, they're taking this big proton beam and they're putting it on somebody, and they're putting it on this person. And then Preston took him aside and talked to him privately. And afterwards I said to Preston, I said, what did you say to that guy? He said, I told him that he didn't really know what he was talking about and he really shouldn't be saying these things. Right. I kind of got that Preston was kind of shutting him up.
Interesting.
Instead of because so anyway, as it turned out, this psychiatrist, I didn't know it at the time, but he had been the wife of a woman I would later meet, become business partners with, and become very close friends with. She would stay at my house when we would go into city. It was a T-shirt business, and we were selling T-shirts in the city with another friend of mine. And she was completely embarrassed to admit that this man had been her husband. I knew her for a long time before he was my husband. I didn't have any issue with it. I didn't have any issue with it at all. I didn't think it was a horrible thing. I mean, people get married and things don't work out all the time. But she just felt so shamed about it. I still don't understand why she felt so shamed about it. But in any case, this was one thing. And she said whenever she would talk to him, which was not infrequently, he would always ask about me. And one time I talked to him on the phone, and he told me he just got back from Israel. And he just started talking about how many UFOs there were in Israel. He says, there's so many UFOs over there, you wouldn't believe it. And he's the only one I've ever heard say that.
Actually, it makes sense. The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile would be doing a lot of scouting over Israel for logical reasons. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was, and he lived in the city. I don't know whatever happened. I don't even know what happened to her. I would like to know what happened to her. But I know she was having some physical problems. I encouraged her to come to Qigong, but she wasn't sharp enough to take up the invitation. So she was having some severe problems with her shoulder, and they could have been fixed. But it was unfortunate that I kind of think she might have passed on.
Okay.
But I had many adventures with her, and but yeah, that was an interesting story of what I was basically, the main thing I was talking about was UFOs in Israel. And it would make sense from the perspective of the Third Reich having craft, and would they be interested in monitoring Israel? Most likely.
Yes.
Most likely. I don't know. Obviously they had a big stake in helping create Israel, but where does that whole issue go now? I mean, is the Third Reich in exile still fighting the kings of Edom?
Yes.
Are they? Pardon?
Yes.
What can you say about that?
Not much at the moment. I would say that I'd like to talk to you about that privately while we're reviewing the book first. How about that?
So
we'll talk about
you're
that.
saying it's a bit of a sensitive issue.
Somewhat, yes. It's one of those things where I feel that, yeah, I'd probably feel more comfortable talking to you about that privately while we're reviewing the book on Friday. I'm sure elements of that will come up, and then as time progresses, maybe as the war progresses, I'll have to speak a bit more about that. But it's an ongoing struggle. It's certainly the United States is still legally at war with the Third Reich in exile, and of course Taiwan is considered an Axis power on the surface of the earth, and this brings in both the Ardelect and the kings of Edom. It's all part of this cosmic struggle.
Well, in this respect, I think we're on a very productive, organic conversation here.
Yes.
Because that's something I'm thinking, like, okay, what's the Third Reich in exile is not something that in terms of its activity we talk about very often, nor does it. I mean, it comes up to some degree. I think you discussed something with some of the guys from Europe that you were talking to.
Yes.
I do have something on that general subject. Take over the conversation for a second here. I'm gonna find it.
Sure. I want people to know that I'll be talking about what's developing is effectively already a 9-front war, and I want people to know that one of these fronts would be Kosovo and Serbia, and I want people to understand just which side would be the right side in terms of as I said, Israel is the wrong side. Kosovo is, in a very real sense, the wrong side. We certainly need to be supporting the young democracy in Kosovo, but what we need to understand is that it's also an Albanian insurgency, and that the Albanians are the largest mafia in Europe now, and they effectively run Kosovo. They have taken over the cocaine trade in England. They're now England's cocaine kings, are the Albanians. So I want people to understand that a lot of this has to do with the incredible tolerance that Biden has had towards the Albanian regime, which should be intolerable. He presents himself as someone who, of course, is anti-drug, as all of the politicians do. But the reality is,
just like his son.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. But what people need to understand is that there is an international narco-trafficking alliance between Albania and the Mexico-based Sinaloa cartel. This was formerly led by Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, who's now in federal prison in the United States, mind you. But the Sinaloa cartel is led by an alliance of El Chapo's sons and Ismael El Mayo Zambada Garcia. A report by Mexico's El Universal newspaper earlier last month outlined how the Albanian mafia elements are tied to the Sinaloa cartel. So when you're talking about the America's invasion by underworld elements, understand that the Albanian mobster brothers, Luftar, Arben, Thethos, and Ramiz Haisa, they're all laundering money for El Mayo via resorts in both Mexico and Albania. The El Universal notes that one destination for the laundering effort is the Marina Bay Resort on Albania's Mediterranean coast, which is owned by Besnik Lule, who happens to basically be one of the people running Albania. So we go into this incredible situation now where you have to remember that, like corporations, this is basically all narco-traffickers are, is a form of corporation. Only they're corporations with their own private armies that truly deploy them. This is something that is helping to lead us towards this world war. You've got confrontations between Serbia and the Kosovar Albanians, but these are people who infiltrated Serbia's Jerusalem, essentially, and this is something that most people don't understand.
What does Jerusalem mean?
It's Kosovo was the battlefield where the Serbs fought for their national existence, and they lost and were occupied by the Turks for hundreds of years thereafter. So it's viewed as their holy land, their sacred ground. There's really no comparison in many other cultures. Maybe the closest Americans would have would be something similar to the Alamo. In other words, the battle was lost, but it's a sense of national identity. And when it comes to the situation which is developing now, it's connected directly to the American home front. So people have to understand these aren't just battles in faraway places that have no meaning. All of this is connected to you, ultimately. All of this is at your doorstep. Americans don't understand that being an empire, they're interconnected with the world inextricably. And they've got to learn to make better judgments instead of always choosing the wrong side. If you side with the Kosovar Albanians, you're siding with the Mexican cartels. So this is something that I'll try and explain to the best of my ability. I understand America's need to try and support Albania. Kosovo is this, the latest democracy in Europe, but it's a democracy completely created by drug money for the sake of infiltrating what was once an essential part of Serbia. And so since the Serbians are now buying American weapons, Americans really need to understand that they've truly turned from the Russians. They were one of the few allies the Russians had. And with the sense of, say, for instance, the photographic evidence that was offered in October of 2020, the Albanian news outlet Dozia reported on a meeting between Mark Hauptmann, Dorian Duka, and Rama at the Prime Minister's office. And Hauptmann is a former Bundestag lawmaker for Germany's center-right CDU party. He resigned after being linked to an Azerbaijani lobbying scandal on the side of those people who want to exterminate the Armenians. And Duka is a former Albanian energy minister turned fixer for Rama. The World Policy Council conference they list him as Rama's external advisor on investments. And in 2016, the communist Chinese state media featured Duka's favorable attitudes towards trade with Beijing. Interestingly, El Universal reported that the Haisa brothers, those Albanian mafia incest families' activities include exports to the communist Chinese. This is where things really get interesting, as reported by Albania's MCN News on September 16th. The October 2020 meeting at the Prime Minister's office included El Mayo Moneyman, Luftar Heiza, and Besnik Lulai. There you have it. You've got these people who are all interconnected. The top line being that the Albanian Prime Minister is involved in a narco-trafficking conspiracy involving the Sinaloa cartel. Now that Peter's returned with us, I'll just wrap that up for the moment by saying that the cartel responsible for the largest share of narcotic smuggling into the United States is directly connected to the Albanians who are now the kings of cocaine in the United Kingdom. And yet, for whatever reason, the Biden administration doesn't appear to be terribly bothered by any of this. Back to Peter.
Oh, why should they be? You know? Now, we're talking about the Third Reich in exile, and the closest I can have on anything to this is not really about the Third Reich in exile per se, but my friend Jan van Helsing, who I haven't seen in 15 years or 16 years, 16 years ago this month, when I was in Bavaria, he had published the Montauk Project in English. I mean, in German. And of course, he created a big fuss when he published the book Secret Societies in the 20th Century. And he called himself Jan van Helsing because he was viewing the Jews as vampires and he was getting rid of the Jews.
I remember that vaguely. Yes, go on. Yes.
His book was banned,
of course.
And he was sued, and he was going to go to jail. But he came from a wealthy family, and he had good legal help, and the prosecution screwed up. It was a technical screw up, so he evaded.
He got lucky.
Yeah, he evaded it. And when I saw him in 2007, he kind of laughed and kind of indicated that he was a little naive when he wrote that book, young. And there was a lot of sentiment in Germany then for, Germany had just become full Germany, and they resented what they call the occupation of Germany, which it is occupied to this day. But that book was very volatile, and I was willing to distribute the book for him in the United States, but I wasn't going to do it under my company because it was too controversial.
Right.
And what happened is he selected some woman who was Jewish to do it. She believed in the book. So he sent her a bunch of the copies to get it distributed. And her father, I think, was a rabbi, and he burned all the books or got rid of them.
Oh my God.
He should have gone to me. Yeah. But I would have been very careful to divorce myself from liability with this thing, because it really, the book wasn't just about the Jewish issue. It was about many other things. It was about conspiracies in the 20th century. And it was very cutting edge for its time. This was pre-David Icke. Well, it wasn't pre-David Icke, but in a way it was. Now, I got his email, and he always says the reason he doesn't write to me is because emails always get subverted. I don't know if that's true. So I don't even try to communicate to him anymore. And this is what he sent an email. This is translated from German. Okay. The emails I get in German. He says, Amazon blocked my Hitler book. Is World War III approaching? Dear readers, it was the beginning of August when I was informed by an Amazon direct seller that our book Hitler Survived in Argentina had been removed from Amazon's program with the note, "Hello, we would like to inform you that we have blocked the following offers." They named the ISBN number. Title, Hitler Survived in Argentina. A review identified this product as violating our book content guidelines. As a result, we had to remove this book from our stores. Further details about Amazon's book content policies can be found here. And why has this happened? We have taken this action because this product is not allowed to be sold on Amazon.de. DE is Europe. You must ensure that the products you offer comply with all applicable laws and Amazon policies. Now, it might be illegal to sell this book in Germany. Therefore, it might be illegal to sell it, but this is what he says. He says, "What shit? Hard choice of words? Do you already know my latest marketing campaign? The book about Hitler has been on the market since 2011 and is still being sold elsewhere." There was no further explanation. I had also written to Amazon separately. Well, in this case, it's not quite tragic because this book has been sold out since this week anyway and is no longer being reprinted. Why not? Because paper prices have risen so much that I could no longer offer the book, which has over 500 pages, a color section, and a hardcover with a ribbon bookmark for 26 euros. That would be a loss. That's why we decided to offer the book as a PDF version, as an ebook, but only directly from us. I can only hope that the buyers are honest enough to keep the PDF file for themselves. In retrospect, the thing with the Hitler book was one of the most exciting stories of my life. Back in 2010-2012, Stefan Erdmann and I took adventurous routes to reach the ex-president of Paraguay, who confirmed to us that Hitler had been in Paraguay after 1945, as had Hans Ulrich Rudel and Martin Bormann. Yes. On 2 trips, we visited and interviewed eyewitnesses or their descendants in South America. In particular, after the book was published, people who were involved in Hitler's or Bormann's escapes contacted us. For example, Franz, Rufinengo's son. Rufinengo was the man who, according to his son Martin, gave Bormann a passport from the Vatican and put him on a ship to Genoa in 1946, with which Bormann then fled to Argentina. On Miss Gabrielle S., a nurse from Kulmbach, who cared for the gentleman who accompanied Hitler on the submarine to Argentina until his death. Or Miss Gabrielle, a nurse from Kulmbach who cared for the gentleman who accompanied Hitler on the submarine to Argentina until his death. So she cared for the person who accompanied Hitler.
Right.
So she knew the story. Stefan and I had visited these people, and last year we also met a former Czech Secret Service agent who worked in South America for 30 years and who also met and photographed Martin Bormann. There is so much material out there, but people out there don't seem to care. This is a sober and at the same time disappointing realization, the end of a deception. It is a mystery to me that the historical story touches so few people. We are currently experiencing the same thing with the Palestine conflict. Who else knows the background behind the origins of the State of Israel and also the financiers? I described them in my first books. Yes, but that's how it is. The masses are mentally degenerate, only believe the crap they see on television, and the New World Order is rapidly approaching. The masses have given up logical thinking. In fact, they haven't given it up, they never had it. The masses have given up logical thinking because of all the fear and all the new sources of conflict and have not even noticed the laws that have been passed this year alone, laws that will extremely restrict freedom as we have known it so far. Is the Third World War coming? Fortunately, things are developing as the seers Muliasi and Jeremiah predicted. See the book, The Third World War, and things are obviously following their dramatic course. And do you remember Albert Pike? As I have already described, I got to say that this Google Translate is doing a very good job.
Okay.
This is not awkwardly worded at all. As I have already described in my books, the leader of the Bavarian Illuminati order, Mazzini, and the sovereign Grand Master of the old and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasons, Albert Pike, had drawn up a plan in 1871 to take the world under their control over 3 world wars that would bring. On the way to the New World Order, the First World War was to be staged in order to bring Tsarist Russia into the hands of the Bavarian Illuminati order. Russia would then be used as a boogeyman to promote the goals of the Bavarian Illuminati worldwide. The Second World War was to be fabricated by manipulating the differences of opinion between the German nationalists and the political Zionists. This was supposed to result in an expansion of Russia's sphere of influence and the establishment of the State of Israel. According to this plan, World War III would result from the disagreements that would arise between the Zionists and the Arabs. The global expansion of the conflict was planned, provoke a social upheaval that would be achieved through unprecedented brutality and bestiality. After the destruction of Christianity and atheism, the true Luciferian doctrine would now be presented, thereby killing two birds with one stone. So is everything going according to their plan? It almost seems so. But we still have some room for maneuver. We can still change something even if the noose continues to tighten. And while we won't wake up the masses, we can change our own lives, our behavior, our perspective on things or events, and thus create a new sounding board to attract other topics and people into our lives. Above all, it is important to look at the prophecies in the book, The Third World War, because it clearly describes that after the Civil War, conditions in Europe, which we will probably experience next, and the Third War, a golden age comes. The Illuminati will not achieve their goal in the end, but everything will be fine, although the world population will then be halved. So what can I do as an individual? And he goes on to talk about some other books that I guess he's selling. He says, what does this have to do? Oh, boy. Oh, this gets a little more interesting. I don't know. He says, I can only advise you to pick up Jason Mason's latest book, UFOs and the Secrets of the Inner Earth, because it contains the most important things, or in my novel, The Inner World. But above all, Austria's most famous cave explorer, Dr. Heinrich Kusch, whom I have had the pleasure of meeting several times, explains in his books and lectures what he has discovered, namely descriptions of the Catholic Church, the Vatican, but also private reportings that report the various peoples live in Styria and Burgenland in Austria, live in the Earth's crust, with whom there have been trade relations for centuries. See his latest book, in which such documents also depicts secret underworld, the legacy of the thousands of years of old underground peoples. In Jason's sixth book, I myself report on a good friend whose spiritual teacher spent over half a year below Peru with a people of 3-meter-tall Aryans. That was in the 1950s. So that means these beings are still there today, also here in Europe. However, everyone has to take the path to get in touch with the beings in the Earth's crust themselves. Not everyone is allowed in, but only those who have the necessary inner maturity. One finds access via the Kailash, the other via Sacsayhuaman, or one of the entrances in Ecuador. Others about Styria or the Bucegi Mountains in Romania, which Jason writes about again and again in his books. And don't forget the rock monastery in Kiev. I don't know whether Vitaly Klitschko, who owns my whistleblower book, knows the entrance, but the previous mayor of Kiev knew it, as I learned years ago. So what does this have to do with the topic of Hitler? A lot, because the Anunnaki was about nothing else. They wanted to find out where the Aryan race really came from, wanted to find out who built the pyramids, and also the ancient huge complexes in the Andes and the Himalayas. Research teams were sent all over the world to gain access to the inner world, and that worked. First via Tibet, then via South America, which is why many leading National Socialists went there. The Chilean diplomat Miguel Serrano, whom I once had the pleasure of meeting in Santiago de Chile, describes in his book, The Golden Ribbon, that the Germans have found access to the inner world in the south of Chile. And actually, I would be in Argentina at this moment, which unfortunately now takes place next February. Postponed because there is a newly surfaced document that shows the route of a German submarine that made the last stop on the Falkland Islands in 1945 and then penetrated the subterranean world under the ice of Antarctica and built the New Berlin there. You see, the world outside may be collapsing, and with it a degenerate and decadent society, but each and every one of us has the opportunity to determine our own future. So don't rot on the sofa, but go out in the world and you can travel. Well, conditions are still somewhat tolerable. Okay, so that's just some of his adventures, which are kind of interesting. He's contacting people from the Third Reich. When he had stayed at my house in the 1990s, we were out, and I asked him if he'd ever had any connection with Unterland.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that he once met somebody who had been there, and he asked if he could go. And the guy said, yes, but if you come, you can't return.
Right.
And that's just a little bit from my bullpen on Antarctica, or on the inner Earth, and his references, because, he's been in touch with old Germans for a long time. The Knights Templar in what was then East Germany, when Germany became unified, he met somebody. He met some skinhead in Sweden, in a rock band, and the skinhead said, you've got something going on with your crown chakra. What? Jan is psychic, and somehow through that, these Templars came out of the woodwork and produced, or gave him some old photos of the craft, the honeyboo, and some of the other craft, the brill craft, and he put those in his book. That was one of the big things in his book that he let me use for my book, The Black Sun, which my book was the first American book to have those UFOs. They had appeared or similar ones that appeared in a video that David Childress published. A video, not in a book. His books came later on that.
Okay.
So that's, I don't know if you have anything to say about any of that. It's just
I think it's remarkably informative. I think that's wonderful. It adds a lot of context that needs to be added into whatever, basically our book our friend George Knight is writing. It certainly needs to be cross-referenced. And I certainly have heard much of this information before, but it's always good to hear it again. And I appreciate your relating it. And yes, I think that any Germans who are cognizant of their national situation feel that they're still occupied, only this time they feel that they're occupied more by a Jewish occupation government, a Zionist occupation government, just as the Americans are. In other words, we both have the same occupiers. And this is because, of course, Germans, they can't talk about the Holocaust. They can't talk about Nazism or anything, basically. They are left with no political conversational topics. By the way, Aristides has a question about the Albert Pike quote. Please, Aristides, speak up, because Albert Pike is funny to me because that idiot Salman Sheikh was so proud that he got some Freemason promotion, literally a promotion within the Freemasonic cult during the birthday of Albert Pike, who would have thought of him as nothing but a stupid nigger, and so this idiot is celebrating his stupidity. But anyhow, Aristides, please go on.
Sure, okay. So there's this supposedly famous quote where he talks about the 3 world wars, and I've seen these versions of it passed around lately, and in the Second World War part, it basically refers to Nazism by name. But would that have been a thing in like 1871? Would that have even been a term? Because I think there's like a fake version of it floating around.
Peter.
Well, there's certainly. I mean, somebody talking about Nazism in 1880s is ridiculous unless they're peering into the future.
Right. Exactly.
I would be highly suspect of.
It mentions Zionists or Zionism, which I suppose could have been a word then.
Zionists formed around 1889.
Okay.
But unless they were saying Zion, I mean,
I don't know. I can put it in the chat, but I'm just suspicious of this because everybody's passing it around like ooh thinking and I'm like 1871. I don't think that was a term that was used like that.
Well, what is the term? Say it again.
That in the Second World War part, it refers to Nazism, by name. but I didn't think that would be a term in
You know,
1871.
one of the biggest problems in communication is people aren't careful. And see, somebody communicating something like that is not assessed. He's insulting the intelligence of his audience, and he's not being careful to differentiate and delineate. And this is a big problem. Like, people think it's okay to be sloppy in your spelling and to be sloppy. It doesn't really matter. You know, it's like there's no teacher looking over your shoulder. Well, what that does is it devalues the communication. And I encounter this all the time with information. They devalue the information by the way they contextualize it. And they just, you know, or Nazi excited about it. And you shouldn't be excited about information when you're relaying it. You get excited when you read it or you get intrigued. But this is like, it all comes down to a maturity level. I like this quote from Abraham Lincoln. Don't believe everything you read on the internet just because there's a picture with a quote next to it. That's good. Okay, here's Albert Pike's 1871 plan for the three world wars. Albert Pike's letters to Mazzini. Now, my friend Truott has actually seen these letters because Truott's great-great-great-great-grandfather or whatever was the postmaster for Utah, Salt Lake City. Now it says, the Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the agentur of the Illuminati, between the political Zionists and the leaders of Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way. Yeah, I am very suspicious of that. 1871, I'm very suspicious. But you see, when you get into conspiracy people, they love to sling conspiracy as if it was like, you know, hot dogs or something, or hamburgers on a grill. It's like, I'm looking, I mean, the Zionist movement, now they might have called Zion, I mean, Zion was a name before that, you see. Movement that emerged in the 19th century to enable the establishment of a homeland for the Jewish people. And here it is, Theodor Herzl, in his 1896 pamphlet, Der Judenstaat, he envisioned the founding of a future independent Jewish state during the 20th century. Now, and this followed the 1889 discovery about or misinformation about the Helazon and the Radner brothers, or whatever they're called, the cult.
Yes,
civic cult.
Thank you.
So the term really gets going in pre-World War I, but Zionism.
Yeah, it's in the Second World War part, in the second sentence, and it says that mentions Nazism by name, and I thought it was really suspicious.
It says in the second, where does it say Nazism?
Second World War part.
Must be fomented. Where does it say? I mean, that's a long paragraph. Can you take me down?
The second sentence in the Second World War.
Fascists.
Yeah.
It doesn't say Nazis.
It doesn't. Like the third line.
Oh, it does say, this war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed. This is insane.
Right.
Nazism isn't even a term. That
Exactly.
becomes a colloquialism used by where'd the colloquialism come from, Douglas?
Well, yeah, Nazism was just basically a kind of like the word Jap, except it's a political term like commie. It started as soon as the Nazi Party was formed. Though the Nazis really didn't take it, shall we say, as too much of an insult. They just rolled with it, really, because of the ease of communication. It's a quick term to use. It became, of course, just an unspeakable profanity as time progressed, and it's been used ever since, just for name calling. But originally, of course, the National Socialists referred to themselves by the full term. It's not something they would use, say, for instance, in official documents. You're not going to see Nazi used by the Third Reich on their documents or something like that. It was, however, an acronym, and as an acronym, you would see it kind of used in informal communications. So in informal communications, it would say, for instance, Nazi Party, something like that. It would make it easier than, say, if you're using telegraphy or Morse code. It just makes it easier. So it was used, but it's not something that existed, of course, before the party itself. So there you have it. It's so Pike saying that means he was either incredibly psychic. What they're trying to say is that this was all somehow conspired. But we have to remember Pike was a Mason, and they use the term Illuminati a lot. Say, for instance, the individual that you were citing uses that term, and it really shows his ignorance. I know. Yeah, and just to clarify that very quickly, just so people understand, the Bavarian Illuminati formed in 1776, the exact same year that the United States was founded as a republic constitutionally to counter the threat of America, because America was formed by Freemasons who had boasted of sinking the first Atlantis, and now were determined to use the new Atlantis to destroy Europe. So the Bavarian Illuminati are like Nazism and fascism, which were a counter-reaction to communism. Then the Illuminati were a counter-reaction to Masonry. And so you have to remember the Illuminati are trying to preserve Europe, whereas the Masons are trying to destroy it. This is why America has, through 2 world wars, first through Woodrow Wilson, destroyed the map of Europe, created artificial nations that never existed for hundreds of years. Central Europe for many generations, hundreds of years, was Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. That was Central Europe. Woodrow Wilson turned it into a calico of nations, a pastiche that guaranteed a Second World War. And then after the Second World War, America effectively occupied Europe again, and effectively still does. So we are, or shall we say, it still does in a number of ways that are impacting. This is all the Masonic plan that the Bavarian Illuminati are the resistance against. And they are, of course, the real source of Nazism. If anyone were to be using that term before the foundation of the Nazi Party, it would be the Illuminati, not the Masons. But this is Masonic propaganda.
This is irresponsible bullshit.
Thank you.
And there's even one thing I'm looking at Albert Pike's letters to Mazzini, and it's like there's, somebody even says fraud. It doesn't explain it, but it's just this is why conspiracy has a bad name. It's just irresponsible, stupid. It's like anything goes. And what are you talking about?
Thank you.
Go on. Well, this is not from. On August 15th, 1871, Pike told Mazzini that after World War III is ended, those who aspire to undisputed world domination will provoke the greatest social cataclysm the world has ever known. We quote his own written words, taken from the letter catalogued in the British Museum, London, England. And he says, "We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm, which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and of the most bloody turmoil Then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate the destroyers of civilization, and the multitude, disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will be from that moment without compass, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out into the public view, a manifestation which will result from the general reactionary movement which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. You know, he's gets himself involved in a lot of stuff, but he doesn't mention Nazism or Zionism there. Yeah, well, thank you for bringing that up, because it's as I
Sure.
say,
I mean, that's why before I pass anything like that around, I try to check on it, because people could make something, altered version of something like that for an agenda and just pass it around, and then everybody just sucks it up.
Illuminati is a go word. Zionism and Nazis are go words. They trigger. They trigger people.
Yeah.
And the word Jew triggers people in different ways. In 1896, Theodor Herzl expressed in Der Judenstaat his views on the restoration of the Jewish state. Herzl considered anti-Semitism to be an eternal feature of all societies in which Jews lived as minorities, and that only a sovereignty could allow Jews to escape eternal persecution. Let them give us sovereignty over a piece of the earth's surface, just sufficient for the needs of our people, then we will do the rest, he proclaimed, exposing his plan. So it's like they need a piece of real estate, when frankly they own so much already. In 1975, the United Nations General Assembly passed Resolution 3379, which designated Zionism as a form of racism and racial discrimination. The resolution was repealed in 1991 by replacing Resolution 3379 with Resolution 46/86. I got to look at that, what that was. It says, United Nations adopted 4686 on 16 December 1991, revoked the determination of Resolution 3379, which had called Zionism a form of racism. Israel had made revocation of Resolution 3379 a condition of its participation in the Madrid Peace Conference in progress to the last quarter of 1991. The resolution was raised under pressure from the administration of U.S. President George H.W. Bush. The text of the revocation was simply, the General Assembly decides to revoke the determination contained in its resolution. The motion was supported by 111, opposed by 25 nations, and abstained by 13. So, and the ones that voted against this basically were voting against Israel were Afghanistan, Algeria, Brunei, Bangladesh, Cuba, North Korea, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, Libya, Malaysia, Mali, Mauritania, Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Syria, Syrian Arab Republic, United Arab Emirates, Vietnam, and Yemen. That's interesting, but it was basically Israel got them to do it by, it was over a peace treaty. We won't sign the peace treaty unless you let us have Zionism. So they negotiated for that. Then, what did I see today or hear today about God, what was it about Israel? It was something on the news about what just the United States and Israel are so, what would it called? Piggybacked on each other. It's not funny.
Siamized.
Yeah, siamized. And yeah, it's such a divisive subject. The only thing that makes any sense is the book we're working on.
Thank you.
That explains the Teklet Blue and the false Helizon.
Thank you.
And how this led to the destruction of so many Jews during the Third Reich.
Yes.
And it doesn't make it just shows that it doesn't make the Jews bad. It makes the Edomites bad.
Thank you.
But it will be so often misidentified as Jews, and the Jews do not help because they're ignorant of their own history.
Yes.
It's the problem. They're ignorant of their own history, and to that degree, they're Edomized.
Yes.
And this is a problem. In other words, and this all comes down to, we're just following orders. I'll never forget, I don't know, it was the very first time, but one of the first times I was exposed to Orthodox Jews, because when I would travel to New York on Scientology business,
Mm-hmm.
and then I would see them there on the streets, the Hasidic Jews. But I remember being on the shuttle going from New York to Boston, and I was sitting near these Orthodox Jews. And they were all excited about Star Wars. And they were just talking to each other, and they weren't harming anybody. They were very happy. But it's just sort of like I'm exposed to them for the first time, being this close to them. And I of course, but the one thing that kept running through my mind from a street sense is that these people were wearing yarmulkes because their mother made them do it. Like I'm thinking, if I'm on the street with kids and they say, you wearing those stupid shoes because your mom made you do it. No, she didn't make me do it. It's kind of like, in other words, they were not self-determined. They were coerced into being the way they were, or fed it. But I can't speak for that. That was just my street impression. I've spoken to Eastern Indians about them being force-fed marriages. Their marriages are arranged. Yes, it is fine. I have no problem with it. Okay. But they have no problem with it. It's the way they are. So if there's no resistance, there's no fight. There's no cause for rebellion. I once saw a movie at the Cinema Arts in Long Island, and it was a very unpopular movie because it exposed a Hasidic woman waking up to her sexuality, and they had people playing the role of Jewish people. They looked just like Jewish people. They acted like them. Maybe they were. But this upset the Jewish community because this woman was breaking out of her stulted sexuality in the Hasidic environment. Because although people may not know this, in fact, I learned this from a Jewish coworker who was not religious at all. And he'd make fun of the Hasidics. And he said, and this is true, not true because he said it, but they would, when they have sex, they wear what he called a gunny sack. It's a garment. He referred to it as a gunny sack. They wear a garment underneath the clothes. It's not a gunny sack. This is a Jewish person disparaging his own kind. And he said that they wore these things, during sex, and the only time they would have sex is for procreation. So they would have an aperture in the quote-unquote gunny sack to have the sexual experience and have a baby. And you weren't supposed to have pleasure about it. Now, I don't know if this applies to all sects of Hasidism. I really can't say. But certainly they do wear these garments. And I think the washing of them is very limited, if at all. I don't know what the rules are on that. And there's different sects of Hasidism, so I can't say. But there's a lot about Jewish culture that's diverse and different, and people don't necessarily understand. And I remember sitting next to this Orthodox, well, not Hasidic, sitting next along, and I generally get along very well with them because I have some appreciation of their religion. I will often get in discussions with them. I remember sitting one to this next guy, he was Orthodox, and he was so uptight because he just assumed I hated him because he was Jewish. He was just sitting there so uptight. And I looked at him and I asked him what the time was, and he just relaxed. Because I didn't hate him at all. But he was anticipating just because the only reason he must anticipate that because he must experience it. And I thought, wow, God, he's really ready to receive a lot of prejudice. He's anticipating it. And I had no problem with him being who he was. So it's all these things.
I'm sorry. Go on.
No, I think they all these things are what they are. They're a lot of diversity out there in the world.
Yes. Such being said, we have a question from the chat room or at least a statement that I think might bear some reflection. Basically, Trillion Phoenix said Preston Nichols not only loved the Moody Blues, but also the Stargate movie soundtrack. Did he ever say anything about that to you?
No, I don't remember him ever talking about that. He could have, but I don't recall it.
Okay.
The Stargate movie starts out real good, but then it just degenerates.
What didn't you like about it? What didn't you like about the movie? The first one.
It's a monster movie with all those Egyptian gods. It's stupid. No, it starts off with a good premise with the pyramid and all that. And then it becomes like a cartoon. With these Egyptian gods, they're all mechanical men, mechanical creatures. I couldn't relate to that. You remember, right?
Yeah. The public loved it. It became a series that never died.
No, the Stargate series is different.
Okay.
I never really watched that much. David Anderson I was talking to him about it once, and he says, you really have to get into it. You know, he had some appreciation for it. And when he told me that, I wanted to watch it, but I could never, I only found knockoffs, or I never found the original series of it. Because it must have gone in pretty much in depth. The Stargate, the TV show, sounded, and I mean, I saw one episode or two. I don't remember. It was pretty comical, but I mean, it was intentionally funny in a lot of ways. The particular one I watched,
right?
But I'm not into mechanical. What do you call it? Gods.
I think that what David Lewis Anderson, what appealed to him was simply certain elements of the series that might have been technical in nature, as opposed to so-called plot and the other.
No, I think it was the story. I think it was the story, and I think why it would have been interesting to him is because it reflects situations he might have to deal with, or would have to deal with, in working with time. That's what I thought. I don't think he was into the technicalese of it at all. We're talking about the plot, but I never watched enough of it to understand it.
You weren't missing shit.
Well, I can't comment on it. And, he might have a different perspective from having to deal with stuff. I really don't know. But I'm saying is there was that one movie, Clash of the Titans, which had a mechanical owl in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that was cute.
Yeah.
But the mechanical, it didn't pervade the whole movie.
No.
In these things, it's, all these gods, mechanical gods fighting. I'd rather watch the Biofax Simulagra dancing. I never, I mean, I thought the premise of the whole thing was excellent, the way it started, and then it degenerated into a monster movie. That's what I thought. Degenerated into a monster movie, which is very common. I once had somebody write to me, made a serious offer for the Montauk Project, and he was a monster director. He wanted to turn it in. He would have taken that movie. He didn't say this, but he would have taken this movie and turned it into, Godzilla tearing apart Tokyo, except it would have been Junior tearing apart the Montauk Tower. This is what he did. This is what his genre was. He made monster movies. I said, God, no. The money was not, I guess what you call, it was a joke. But I will say, it's more money than most people offer. Most of them offer absolutely nothing.
Yes.
Like, why are you even writing this? I remember the first offer we got. This guy, the book was very new, and he says he offered like $100 for an option. And, I don't know if I wrote back to him. He says, no, you get your money on the back end. You get your money
on the back end, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, the back end and the rear end.
Yeah.
I remember talking to Preston about it, and he says, he told him, Peter Moon's not. He said, wait, well, yeah, but you throw money in front of Peter Moon's face, he'll be interested. And when he, it took him like 2 months to write up the letter, and he writes it, and it's, it's like $100. He was a screenwriter. He thought, yeah. I said, well, you get your money on the back end. Yeah. This is like, and Preston says, well, you have a reputation in Hollywood of being hard to deal with. Impossible to deal with.
Oh, good for you. Yes.
Well, what I found is yeah, it's absurd. It's just absurd. There's and anything that is, and then there is this incredible covert manipulation that goes on. I mean, they can manipulate words so astutely, and it makes it very dangerous to sign anything.
Yes, indeed.
What I would also tell people, and I don't think there's too many aspiring movie writers out there, is, well, and they're famous for doing accounting, where they can reaccount stuff. You know, they can manipulate the accounting. So, well, we didn't really make any money off this, because, you know, it all went to Kevin Costner's trust fund. So it comes off the profit, so there's no profit because it all went to Kevin Costner's trust fund, or whatever it is. And that's why you have to take gross, but they could probably redefine gross.
Yeah, they sure can.
Yeah, and then what was the other one? Oh, yes, you can have the right to audit the accounting, but even then, you have to make sure the rules of engagement are set beforehand, how they can account it. And it's just so messed up that so even if you have those safeguards put in, it can still be tricky. So that's why there's a saying in Hollywood: ask for a whole lot of money. Ask for a lot of money, ask for a whole lot of money, ask for a whole lot of money now. If you get it up front, then they can't argue. Then there's nothing to argue about. So be it. Sometimes it's better not to be engaged at all. But in any case, it's past my time. Today is Wednesday.
Yes.
We'll see you on Friday.
That's correct.
And you can tell me about the Third Reich in Israel, and
yes,
and we can get some work done on the book.
Absolutely.
So I'll look forward to seeing you on Friday, and I'll be back with everybody on Sunday. Remember, it's still Douglas's birthday month. You can still contribute to his birthday. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button.
Thank you.
And with that, I will say good night. Good night, Ari.
Bless you. I want to thank Holly Koditis Kiefer for sending $200 via money order, and
Wow.
That's also welcome. And people can find my mailing address on site DouglasDietrich.com as well. So thank you, Peter, for always being so thoughtful about that. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams.
Okay. Good night.
Good night,
everybody.
Right. Night, Peter.
Yes. Okay. And so Peter Moon has left for now, skybooksusa.com. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically probe. We're going to bring people on, and we hope to get a number of people who might interact with us, and Aristides in particular, so that I can refresh myself. Just let me remember who it is that I usually neglect to call, because they don't tend to show up on my list of available calls. So hopefully this person gets at it, and we're going to try a few others that I can think of. I'm going blank now, but I'm going to go down my list of other people, and in the interim we're going to have our dear man Mr. Aristides speak about what I might be missing out on now that I'm banned from Facebook. He was kind enough to send me a few pictures of Marina Sarin. Deeply appreciate it. To catch me up on that. And anything else you feel I might be missing out on, don't be afraid to share it either. And let's see who we can bring on with us. Of course, whoever I call will be able to jump on later on at their leisure, whenever they wish. And let's see, I'm going to press all those normal buttons. In the meantime, Aristides, anything going on? I was surprised that Peter Moon jumped so immediately onto current events. How about yourself? Any current events that stand out to you that you feel might be relevant?
Well, not really seeing anything on Facebook because I'm not really doing anything on there. So
probably for the best. Yeah, if you did anything, you'd get banned. That's or anything of substance, we can say. And okay, Brandon Young. I'll click his button. And let's see now. Aside from everyone else, that is there anyone else I'm forgetting here? With our dear lovely Diane Hillis Buchberger. I actually have her on the Skype connection. She really should join us sometimes. I mean, she does join us in the chat room sometimes. And she lives in Canada. Wonderful human being. So again, shout out to Holly Canitis Kiefer. Let me press the add button, and then I might remember a few other people that I've forgotten. Let me see. Already, of course, what we have is 15 people.
In the previous chapter, you're also in a good place.
Oh, okay. Thought I heard some feedback there.
Oh, I'm here.
Bren.
Oh, Brendan Zogit. Yes. Yeah. So
You don't want to know
you
what
sound
that
awake.
video
You
was
sound
unless
sound
you want-
alert. Yeah, sound awake and alert. What were you gonna say?
Yeah. I said you don't want to know what that video is unless you want to lose viewers. Yeah. No one wants to deal with probability and statistics at this hour. Fucked up.
What did you do? Go back to school? What the fuck? What are you? Why?
Yeah,
Are you...
I'm finishing this class of just pure shenanigans.
Yes.
But luckily, the teacher's just as incompetent as I am. She's a psychology professor, so like she teaches autistic kids, so I'm in the right spot.
Oh, cool. Oh, by the way, Troy Bellamy has just joined us, and he can tell us a bit about teaching kids in this day and age. So that gives us a roundtable of 3 beside myself. Good man, Troy. How are you doing tonight? How long are we blessed with your presence before you have to retire into the gentle night?
Oh, I can't stay on long tonight. I've had a long day today. I need the community's prayers for my mom. She's not doing well, but
Oh,
if you go, but
all our prayers. Tell us
Thank
what
you.
you're
I
willing to
appreciate
share. What are you willing to share about her situation?
Oh, she's just getting older. She had her birthday last week. She's 83, and just getting older. That's all.
Okay.
You know. So she's doing well. She's still in great spirits, but it's just different watching your parents get older. So.
Yes. Oh well.
But I didn't want to bring anything down. But I'm just saying I'm not gonna stay on long tonight. I'm a little tired out, but I always listen. I always have you guys playing in my ears. So
Thank you.
I love you guys. Appreciate it.
We love you too, and we deeply appreciate your sharing that about your mother, and she is most definitely in our thoughts and prayers. And I do want everyone to maintain Brooke Gibson in their thoughts and prayers.
Yes.
I have received a communication from her. I don't know whether or not I'm allowed to share it, so I will not. But I have received a communication from her, and if it is not if it's not someone pretending to be her, she seems to be alive. So that's the important point to make. She's welcome to jump on the call because otherwise I might start talking about her. We see that.
Oh, I'll start talking.
Well, we shouldn't stress her out. She needs a rest. Just like just
that bad? Oh, boy.
Yeah. Don't make me start talking. Oh my God.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
The less I know, the better.
Yeah. I have my suspicions. But we'll find out as time goes on. I
don't want to be this guy, but I told you so about the millets. It's like, Anyways.
Oh, that might taunt her on. Yes,
Hopefully.
yes. Well, again, we don't want to overstress anyone. We don't want them to go beyond their limits. Certain people just need rest at certain
You've gotten
times.
soft in your old age, Douglas.
Yeah. Kind of. I'm actually surprised.
I'm just
I had basically, always hope for the best but assume the worst. I swear to God, I had basically at this point written her off because it was over a work week's worth of time that she had not communicated, which was very unusual. And so I just, assumed the worst and, and just was trying to figure out a way to contact her son, Noah, and who lives with her. So I figured he would know, as I was going to call the police to do a welfare check on her home, and then eventually after that follow up with the son. So it's just one of these things where, I thought she had bought it. That's pretty much it. And I would have adapted, of course, like I've said before. She couldn't understand how I had quote unquote written you off. But I respected, you're a big boy. I expected that as a adult male.
Well, I did tell you before I left. I said if I go MIA for a while, I gave you a heads up. So.
Yeah, there's that.
If you remembered that or not is a different matter.
Well, I did in a sense.
Yeah.
But I definitely respected that you felt a need for your space, and
Yes.
in her case, I didn't think this was the same. I didn't get the intuition this was the same, and so but she was definitely incommunicado. So
We all know what happened. We don't need to go there.
Okay. Well, I mean, you did say you would attempt to contact her in the moment I called you before the show, and did some? Maybe you're trying to do so, or maybe Aristides trying to do so, kind of triggered her response. Maybe.
I attempted, but I don't think anything happened. So.
It could be just the attempt itself. And maybe it was the fact that I did leave the message with her that I was going to call the police tomorrow if she did not respond to do a welfare check on her home.
Anyways, I hope for the best. Let's not talk too much shit.
Yeah, good point.
Because I'm about to go off.
Go off? Oh, you go. What you mean? Go off the line?
No. I was about to just talk too much shit.
Yeah. Understood.
No time for jokes right now.
Yeah.
Let's hope
good
they're
point.
doing all right.
No, good point. You don't want to be like our dear friend Brandon Young, whom Richard K. Cole Jr. always confuses you with.
Apparently we're both trust fund babies. If only I was in that position, I'd be.
No shit. Oh my.
I'd take a brain injury. Shit.
Yeah.
At least that way I couldn't process all the madness going on around me.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, one of the things Brendan brought up was that Stargate fucked up this is why I couldn't believe.
Yeah, I was being facetious, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah.
If anybody, I can't understand.
About the brain injury.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I thought you meant...
I don't want that to happen.
I thought you meant about Stargate. No.
Stargate is... I can't say anything. I can't say anything good about it.
Thank you. I mean, this is what I
That's one of the reasons why my dad went insane, pretty much. He would spend 12 hours a day in his room watching it.
Thank you. Now, in all fairness, okay, this is where Peter Moon and I differ. In all fairness, what I want to say is that the original Stargate, the movie, which Peter Moon could never appreciate, but should, was the fact that they had an eminently gender-neutral individual playing the Pharaoh. So the Pharaoh was this completely non-binary individual who was male but presented himself as female in every way, which would have been very Tutankhamun-like. And that is actually historically very savvy. That is impressive.
Yeah.
And so
in the sense of later pharaohs we're talking
about. Yes, thank you. The later Ifit thank you.
The 18th dynasty.
Thank you.
Post.
Thank
and
you.
Beyond.
A lot of inbreeding going on at that point. But by the way, our man Troy Bellamy brings up the fact that Stargate guy was in the crying game. How did you even pay attention to that? What on earth drove you to pay attention to that? Troy, tell us.
Which one? From the
He's
film,
talking about the effeminate guy. He's got to be talking about the effeminate. Yeah.
The effeminate guy. He was
Yeah.
because it was like a strange time because that was like the beginning of this androgynous movement, and that guy was like really hot in Hollywood. He was getting like video calls and movie roles, and it was like, what's going on here, And he's actually a pretty good actor. I thought he, it was weird, but I thought both roles he played very well in Stargate and in The Crying Game.
I never saw The
Forrest
Crying.
Whitaker was in The Crying Game.
Yeah, I never saw The Crying Game, but he certainly was excellent in Stargate. He later on basically gave it all up. He married some quote unquote man who became the husband, and he tattooed himself all over to make himself as repulsive as possible. It was really fucking sad. Yeah, really fucking sad. So I
Google that.
Yeah, I know that, of course, because of the crowd that I hang with. But it's
I just watched one of the clips of the film. And it's like the Kurt Russell character like tries to kill the pharaoh, and then the kids jump in front of him.
Yeah,
like that's not accurate. The American would just blast right through the kids, like Darth Vader style.
Thank you. By the way, for those who don't know, however, the conceit of the film was that Kurt Russell's all guilt-ridden because his son died and he wasn't there to save his son in some, like, he wasn't the good father. So that's supposed to be what's tripping him up. But that actually is how
it carries forward into the TV series, because then they just change him for MacGyver.
Right. They change it for MacGyver, but it's the same story.
So through the whole story, he's like upset about his son dying, and they
Oh my god! And they keep milking that. They keep milking.
Yeah, they keep milking it. Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! But in what they're suggesting through that is that they're saying if that's tripping Kurt Russell up, then what they're implying is exactly what you said. That had it been anyone else, they would have plowed right through the kids with machine gun fire, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're showing. Yeah. Like,
yes.
Dude started blasting people, and then the kids jump in front of him.
Yeah.
Stops him.
Yeah.
On a real ethereal level, the premise of that movie was like, the civilization from Egypt just got transported, to another dimension, and there are a lot of people, especially African Americans, who are, Egyptology buffs, and people who have followed, some of the discussions around Egyptology, who believe that the original Egyptian civilization had to have been transported to another, planet, or they'd done their work here, and we were transported off to another planet, and it's kind of weird, but it's true.
It's compelling. It's a compelling vision. I like the vision, and there's the guy I keep forgetting to call, Stephen Myers, because he's new. And so let me see if I can bring him on. Though he says, talk to you Sunday at work. So let me give him a thumbs up with that. And in the interim, I'll call him anyways, just in case he wants to come on. Because he's new, I keep forgetting to call him. He's new, but so to speak. I mean, he's been around forever. He's not new, but he's new to being on call. So let me see what else I can throw out there. Who else do I always forget? But aside from Stephen Myers, I think I called the lady Hawkins, and she should be, hopefully she'll join us at her convenience if she joins us at all. And there he is. I always forget to call you because you're new to being on call. So welcome aboard, and let me introduce you to Troy Bellamy. I believe you've already met Aristides and Brendan Zoget, or maybe Aristides. Yeah, okay. So Troy Bellamy, this is Stephen Myers, our brother from another mother.
Steven.
In Manhattan, yes.
All right.
Or was in Manhattan.
Call me Steve. Okay, Doug. Steve.
Yes. You're now in
Steve.
Queens, right?
Yeah, I'm out here in Queens now, Doug.
Yes. Thank you. And so Troy says hi from Florida. So yes.
Hey, Troy, how you doing?
I'm good, my man.
Okay.
I have a cousin that lives in Queens, out of Jamaica.
Oh yeah, I know that. It's close by me too, Jamaica, Queens. It's very close by. I know that area good.
Wonderful.
Jamaica, Queens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
you go on. Go on, Troy.
What
You
you
were going
gonna
to
say,
say
Doug?
something else. I'm sorry, Steve. Both of you, please go on.
Yeah, I'll just be on short, Doug, because I'm like under the weather. I'm at work. I'm just getting off. Sundays are best days, but I'll
Okay.
stay on as long as I could.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But no problem.
Just as long as you feel comfortable. As long as you feel comfortable.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah, and but it's always good to have you because, of course, you bring so much a good energy, of
Oh, yeah.
course. And,
Yeah.
Troy's kind of worn down today. It was a hell of a day, and his mother's birthday was recently. And how old is your mother, Steve?
Oh, 94.
Yeah, well, you hear that, Troy? Steve's mom's 94. Your mom's still a baby.
That's amazing. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
My mom's still a youngin'.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she gets around. She has a lot of energy. So,
Amazing.
she gets around, still socializes, go to the center, hang out with the girls, play cards, and,
Wow, that's
Yeah.
amazing. And you
Yeah, it is.
help her in some way, don't you?
Yeah, of course, financially. I'm just here to help her financially. I would have been out of New York,
Uh-huh.
I
Wow.
would have left this city. There's really nothing here left, Like you said, this warring tribe. All it is. It's a,
Where would you go? What are you thinking
probably-
of?
Texas because of the industry I'm in. I don't want to mention what
Understood.
airline, but the industry I can get a transfer, just get out of here,
Yeah.
Yeah, but here all these nuts getting off their workplace. Yeah, it's not a house in New York. You could hear him in the background, huh?
Oh my God! Well, you should hear what it's like when Troy Bellamy's students are getting out of school. It's not too
Boy,
different.
I can imagine. Yeah, I'm glad.
No doubt.
I'm glad you mentioned Albert Pike, man.
Yes. Yes.
Have you ever heard of this admiral who wrote Satan, Prince of this World? Admiral, his name was Carr. He wrote None Dare Call a Conspiracy.
Yes.
He wrote that book too. Oh,
Yes.
okay, yeah. I read his book on, Satan, Prince of this World. It's interesting. I read it a long time ago.
Yeah.
Very interesting book. He talked about the, WRM, World Revolutionary Movement.
Yeah.
And I learned a lot from him, especially that MI6 Dr. Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised the British chat might know him.
Yeah. It's there's a lot of people like that who have informed us over the years of things that otherwise the public would not be aware of.
Oh yeah. So, it all leads up to the, way of just knowing. So it won't be difficult because I see you have a lot of people who are unbelieving. They question you, and I'm like, why? They just don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They just have no clue of of what's really going on out here.
And by the way, our man Troy asks, what is Madame Blavatsky's influence in the occult and the Third Reich in exile? Well, of course she had her influence. She definitely was part of that original movement of Arianism that became popularized. She's one of these people, however, who's probably overcredited in terms of her influence. Yeah, because just a lot of people knew about her in the West, and so she was easy to turn towards as like a potential source for ideas. But go on, Steve. What do you know about her? Yeah. Steve?
She didn't interest me that much, but she was interesting. Another character in the game.
Yeah. Well, of course, you've run across all these people because you've read so deeply into the occult subjects. So.
Yeah.
You're
like I used to go to Samuel Weiser and the Magical Child, and I picked up his book one day about Haiti, and that actually had black and white pictures. This guy he did research. He went to Haiti, but you can actually see the fire emanating from the drums when they're playing the drums and doing rituals, like fire. Yeah. So I thought back, that's a jinn, that's a fire jinn,
Yes.
It's interesting, black and white, thin book, man. It was wow. So when you discuss all these things, I pick up right away.
Yes.
Oh.
And occult books are expensive. You must have spent all everything you had on.
Yeah. That's all I used to do. Study. after I read that book, Diary of a Satanist by Anton LaVey, I really delved into it, the occult, because I said to myself, something's, we're not pulling the strings here. There's sinister forces that's in control of humans. And when you talked about the, soul fragmentation, how Michael Aquino, I learned about that from this other cat, Ty Bro, but, he's like a guru, this black man, but, he taught us about soul fragmentation. When you die, your soul fragment. It breaks up into pieces.
Yeah.
Or death.
Yeah. Yes.
So I can pick up a lot of spiritual things that you're talking about. The walk-ins and these diabolical forces.
It's incredible. I'm impressed. You know quite a bit, and far more so than most. And this individual sounds like he knew quite a bit as well. And it's definitely it's what's going on with Aquino. He's definitely loose upon the world and still influencing many people. So what prevented you from being corrupted? How did you not turn into someone like Jameson Race?
Well, I always had a soul. I always had a spiritual side and believe in God, and I believe in a lot of things like even though it's not the religion like I since my parents from Jamaica, I had some kind of grounding, to Rastafarian, and they used to sing about Babylon and evil and the evil empire, and I always knew how America's Rome. This is the Roman Empire.
Yes.
I know we're in Rome. The Roman Babylonian Empire.
Yes.
So a lot of that led me on to not corrupting my soul because I'm just like that.
Yes.
And I just want to correct that. My father never tried to pimp me. He kept that away from me, that homosexual nonsense.
Okay.
He had, he never did that. He had some kind of morals, because back in the day, it was like undercover.
Thank you for qualifying that. Thank you for qualifying that. I appreciate that. So, in a sense, he was just trying to show you another aspect of society in order to make you aware of this other world that you otherwise wouldn't have access to.
I don't think he had that in mind. I was just hanging out with him. He took us here. When I used to go to school up in Canada, he used to come visit us. But he never was around. He left us when we were kids, man. He just left and flipped out, I guess. And he lived in England for a while, during World War II. So, he met a lot of those aristocrats in England, because Jamaica, they had like a Jamaican army over there, in England.
Yeah.
Back in World War II,
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah. So,
I'm sorry, what year was your father born in?
I forgot. He was born, I forgot it, but he's in World War II.
Right.
Wow. I forgot, I really tried, I didn't have a good relationship with him since he left us.
Understood. Yeah.
He left us, left us to the streets, basically, to wolves.
That's so awful. I just feel for you. That's so terrible. I mean, especially in the post-apocalyptic fucking world, the Bronx. I mean, for God's sakes.
And it's Brooklyn. It's Brooklyn.
Yeah,
Bronx,
Brooklyn, Bronx. Yes. It's those two boroughs, I mean, to me, they're almost indistinguishable. Tell us what the difference is between them. Tell us what the difference is.
Oh, God. It's the people. Brooklyn is more or less like a lot of thugs, Thug City.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people there, a lot of black folks do jail time. And, same thing with the Bronx. It's, the criminal justice system, the racket, they have to have a criminal underclass.
Yes.
It's a must. It's a money maker, just like the medical industry, same thing. You have to have crime and sick people. That's how they get wealthy. It's a feudal system.
Yeah.
Things haven't changed, so you got to have an underclass. So black people, the underclass, minorities.
Yeah. Yes.
So but it's interesting when you're talking about that flight, that Eastern Airlines flight. It wasn't the accident.
Yes.
And you're right. You're so correct. Trained pilots are not going to look for a burnt out bulb crashing the plane.
Thank you. It
doesn't make any sense. It's just like this. I think this Air France crashed over the Atlantic or something.
Yeah.
I was watching this propaganda, and they said these two pilots were fighting for control of the plane. They weren't even there, but this is what they said in this propaganda video.
Weird. Yeah, weird. What makes them surmise?
And I'm
such
thinking
a-
to myself,
Yeah.
what
What makes them
I don't know if you
surmise?
remember that one, Doug.
Yeah.
What makes them, what not?
What makes them surmise such a thing?
I don't know. They had like, you remember that Air France that crashed over, I think it's over the Atlantic somewhere.
Yeah,
There's
vaguely.
an Airbus.
Vaguely. There's so many
Yeah.
of these things.
Yeah.
I can understand
saw
why
that-
people are afraid to fly, but go.
Yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah, but, you know, it's all propaganda. Like that flight I told you about that Dr. Coleman talked about, this MI6 agent, was the Newfoundland. All these Marines were killed.
Uh-huh.
And I think it was up in Canada. I forgot the flight number.
Mhm.
But they were killed. If you look it up, it's Newfoundland. It's an Arrow Air jet. They were carrying all these U.S. troops. I think over 250 of them died. And it's a mystery to this day to these aviation, people. They don't know how that plane crashed. But Dr. Coleman talked about this EMP weapon that the Russians have.
Right.
You know, that they got from Tesla. They actually, they use that technology that they got from Tesla
Mhm.
to have this weapon, EMP weapon. You know, and all they saw was a ball of orange light lighted up. Same thing with the space shuttle. But I know Dr. Coleman for a fact. He has credentials. He was an MI6 agent. He served over in Africa. You know, Africa Corps. He wrote books. You know, the Committee of 300. He broke everything down. But he definitely had credentials. He used to have a WIR, World in Review, whereas I paid for it every month. But you know,
Right.
he knew what we was talking. He was what he was talking about. He had tapes. You know, this is back in the 80s. But you know, he knows. He knew he's legit. Well, that's all I could say. He wasn't. You know, he doesn't make his stuff up. He's not a fake. He definitely is MI6. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Well,
Have you ever heard of
uh-huh.
Chris Everett? Because he keeps sending me things. His name is Chris Everett.
Vaguely. I don't know
He's a
him. But
British. Yeah,
He's a-
if you look him up, he's like a British
Okay.
guy. He sends all this.
okay.
He sends a lot of information. Interesting though, you know.
Okay. Well,
But,
I'll check him out. Yeah.
Yeah. You want me to send you those books, Doug? Those 2 books?
Sure. If you wish.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll put it in the mail because that covers everything you're talking about.
Great.
When Michael Aquino tricked you to eat human flesh,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
put in your food.
Yes.
This guy went through the same thing because they are grooming him to be a Satanist since he was a child. You know.
Yes.
He has this story.
They'll
but,
do that. It's disgusting.
Yeah. And they laugh. They giggle.
Yes.
You know, what is it? They're
They
like
do.
laughing at you. You know?
It's true. It's true. Disgusting.
Yeah.
They think it's the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they think that they're introducing you into a whole new world that somehow you're going to love. You know, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this
And
program. Yeah. Huh?
yeah, I was just it's programming, and of course, what our man Steve is referring to is, of course, the bok ban jiao, the human ganglia paste, the so-called white pork sauce that was put over my salad by Michael Aquino. Jesus Christ. Of course, every time we talk about this, Brendan gets nauseous, and I don't blame him. Do me a favor. Troy, do join us in conversation and hold the stage with Steve and Brendan and Aristides while I refresh myself, okay? And then you can. Then I'll give you full permission to retreat into slumber after I return. All right?
Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be right back. Thank you. I'm gonna go mute for now.
Yeah, Troy, how's Florida, Troy? I heard that when I read this book, Program to Kill the Politics of Serial Murder, it's a hotbed of Satanism also, Florida.
Man,
you know,
to be honest with you, I have not experienced Satanism like that. I'm sure there are pockets of it, but
it's down there.
Yeah. It's definitely down here.
It's heavy down.
But like I said, I haven't really seen a lot of it.
No, you won't see it. Of course not. It's a hidden. Mm-hmm. You know, that's why they call it the occult. It's all hidden, man. You know.
So, yeah, there's a lot of a lot of people who
study the occult, but not the like the evil or the darker side of the occult.
Right.
A lot of people who hunt ghosts and
Oh
a
yeah.
lot of spiritual stuff that goes on here,
Yeah.
but not a lot of Satanism, But I mean, like I said, I'm sure with all the various religions and the type of wild animals you have for sacrifices and
Yeah.
stuff like that, I'm sure it goes on some
Oh
some
yeah.
corridors.
Yeah. All across this country, man. It's from this research in his book, Program to Kill the Politics of Serial Murder. He breaks all of that down. Of course they killed him. He was poisoned, cancer. And Jim Keith, I used to read books on Jim Keith. He was a pretty good author too.
Okay.
He
What's the name of that book again? That's a long title.
Which one? Program to Kill?
Yeah, the Program to Kill.
It's on Amazon. Program to Kill the Politics of Serial Murder by McGowan.
Okay.
David McGowan.
Okay. I'll take a look at it.
Oh man, that book is deep, man. That book, man, the research he did on serial killers and how it's all tied in with the government and the military and the police and the judges and the lawyers. I can see why they did him in.
Yeah.
You mentioned Michael Aquino, that guy, man. You can probably read experts from on if you go to Amazon, you can look it up and I'm pretty sure they have introduction to the book.
Being here in Florida, of course, I think I was just about getting ready to go to college when Ted Bundy was around.
Oh,
and,
okay.
That was a crazy time.
Yeah.
Down here in Florida, because Florida is a real hotbed for, like back in those days, there used to be hitchhikers, and of course,
oh yeah,
this area is known for a lot of, for lack of a better term, vagrants.
Oh
People
yeah,
who just
yeah,
go from city to city. They just get on the Greyhound and
yeah.
they stay in one city for a few weeks and go to another city, back and forth. So there's a lot of people who got taken advantage of and
Right.
killed.
Speaking of Greyhound, reminds me of a story. This guy on a Greyhound bus killed this guy and he started eating him.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Remember that story? If you remember.
Yeah.
He was sitting next to him. All of a sudden, he bludgeoned him.
Start eating. Yeah.
Yeah. Start eating the guy. I think he started ripping his face off, or Oh shoot.
Werewolf.
Yeah. all this wild crap is still happening, but I don't think they expose it too much anymore. They just keep it under the lid. Well, everybody's occupied with all this garbage on TV and sports and crisis after crisis. They said, hell, we don't have to expose anything to them anyway. The masses, masses are dumb anyway. They're all dumbed down, so they're helpless. So that's how it is, man. Yeah. So you grew up in Florida?
Yeah.
You grew up there?
Yeah, I grew up here in Florida.
How many years is that?
My God, I've been here since I was 8.
Oh man, yeah.
I was born. My parents are both from Florida.
Oh, okay.
I was born in Delaware.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Delaware. Yeah, I've been through there, Delaware. Not much, but my grandmother lived down in Florida. I've been through Florida, a couple times, but I'm up northerner, so I just came back from Tampa. That place was boring as hell. Everybody drives, man.
Oh yeah, this is snowbird season. We call them snowbirds, and in Tampa, it's busy. It's connected by a bunch of highways and spaghetti junctions. But yeah, man, Tampa. How you get bored in Tampa? You must not have gone down Dale Mabry where all the strip clubs are.
Nah. I was down there on something else. I had to have just a little surgery done, and I got it done down there at this hospital. So I had to have that taken care of. So I was down there.
Tampa General or Moffitt?
I'm sorry.
Was it Tampa General or Moffitt?
No. It's like this adrenal center.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like private.
Okay, I
So
got you. I got you.
you had to have that done. So I was down there for
I
like
feel
2
you.
days. You know,
I feel you. Mm-hmm.
I had it done, but I wasn't impressed by Tampa too tough. Not where I was at least.
Well, Tampa, in Florida, either people now they don't live in the cities anymore. They either live by the
Right.
water or they
Yeah.
move out east toward the middle of the state.
Wow.
So all the areas around Tampa, the suburbs are growing up big. They have an area called New Tampa,
Mm-hmm.
Riverview, other places like that. That's where you're going to find the nice houses and golf courses and
Wow.
shopping malls and all that kind of stuff.
Should be pretty expensive down there, though. Tampa, part lot.
It has become more expensive, but Tampa's actually a little less expensive than the area I'm in, which is Braden and Sarasota, Manatee and Sarasota County. Sarasota is like every house. I mean, housing the neighborhoods start at 650,000. So,
Wow.
and we're talking about starter homes, 3-4 bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
That's
what
still
they've done. Let me show you what they've done.
Mm-hmm.
Effectively, what they've done is there are a lot of areas. I grew up in an area in Sarasota where some of the poor areas where the projects were.
Right.
They started gentrifying those areas, but what they did was the project areas were so close to downtown.
Right.
What they did, they put them all in the opportunity zone. So now all of a sudden, where projects used to be, there are a bunch of condos that go up here. I see there's a lot of stars and movie stars and athletes who live here. Robin Givens, I see Robin Givens in the store almost every other week.
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone's mom lived down here for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Urban Meyer, the football coach, he lives here. He just moved here. So there's a lot of people who live here. I was at the movies. I was at the movies one night and ran into Steven Tyler. I was like, no way. I was like, Steven Tyler. He's like, yeah, dude, I live here. I've been living here for years. I was like,
Who's that?
Steven Tyler from Aerosmith.
Yeah.
He lives here.
Right. Wow.
So there are quite a few people, but they can afford to live here,
Oh yeah. It's pretty clean down there. No dirt like filth like New York and garbage and.
Oh no, they don't play that. Yeah. They don't play that. The local governments will invest your tax dollars in keeping those areas clean because they want to make sure that the property values stay high.
Yeah.
And you get a lot of people who, you get somebody who may move from a place where the cost of living is different, like Chicago or New York. They may sell a brownstone for, $750,000, $800,000, and they come down here and they can buy a nice house in a gated community for $300,000 or $400,000 and pocket the rest of the money.
Yeah.
So the cost of living is a lot different.
Yeah, they gentrified a lot of parts of New York, like Harlem. And Queens. After the crack area, after all those dummies fell for the crack, forget it. It's like cheese. And
we could have a whole discussion about that. Obviously that was orchestrated. There are a lot of things that are orchestrated to be either experimental or detrimental to our neighborhoods, unfortunately. And because money is involved or some sort of connection to people who are higher up, that they'll never get caught. Growing up here in Florida, especially during the crack epidemic, I would hear stories about law enforcement that was getting enriched by helping the drugs who might wait, all kinds of things. So it just is it's a system.
Yeah, they all work hand in hand, man. Police and the drugs and like the Golden Triangle in the '60s where they had the heroin with the with the dope dealers and the mafia. It's all satanic, man. It's just something else, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's evil, man. It's golly. something else, man. Sure. So just me and you on the phone now, huh?
Oh no.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Maybe so.
I'm here.
I'm
I'm
still
here,
here.
Tor.
I was just listening to your thing.
Who's that, Brendan?
Yeah, I'm still
Oh,
here. I was
Brendan.
just listening to you guys talk.
Okay, Brendan. Yeah,
Appreciate
yeah.
it.
I'm here too. I just
Yeah.
joined in.
Oh,
What's
okay,
up, guys?
great. Yeah, okay, man.
Brandon.
Brandon, yeah, not to be confused with Brendan.
Okay. Yeah, we're just over there shooting the breeze, you know?
One of the
Yeah.
outlaws.
Yeah. Yeah, so
That's cool. I heard you
Yeah.
guys talk about Program to Kill and what was it, Chris Everhard, whatever his name is, and who I know from England, and Dave McGowan.
Yeah.
Douglas definitely is aware. I just don't think he just knows off the top of his head who this person is, but
okay.
I'm pretty sure he knows who it is. But yeah, cool
definitely,
stuff,
man. Yeah,
man. I wanted to bring up real quick some breaking news out of New England. I'm from New England.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And there was an active shooter, a mass shooter.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Over some people saying 80 people dead or injured.
What?
50 people injured.
80?
Yeah.
Holy shit! Where at?
Some people are saying 80. Yeah.
What?
Lewiston,
Wow.
Maine. Yeah. Some people saying 22, but it could be more. That this is just.
So what was the place that he attacked? Was that like some sort of like kid, like a playground or something?
It's a bowling alley, apparently.
A bowling
from what I'm
alley.
reading. Yeah.
Okay.
Which
it's only
with a former military, 20-year military service. This guy.
Oh.
So
Yeah. So it's the main shooting. It says.
Yes.
You know what reminds me of that movie Telephone. Did you see that movie back in the day, Telephone?
Telephone?
It's called Telephone.
Oh,
with
yeah,
Charles
Telephone.
Bronson.
I remember that. Yeah.
Telephone. Yeah, that was a deep movie.
Dude, that's right. I forgot about that movie.
Yeah, they programmed,
Well,
programmed by the Soviet programming to kill sleeper cells.
Right. It's right. I forgot about that one.
Yeah. And that movie. And then don't forget that Texas mass shooter too. He's in military too. Remember that guy in Texas killed all those students?
Yeah.
I forgot his name.
It's so sad. There's so many mass shooters these days. It's like, which one?
Yeah,
like,
the
I
sleeper
don't know.
cells. Yeah.
I mean,
It's voice to skull, like in my opinion, like programming.
Yeah, the sleeper cells.
Yeah.
They're definitely sleeper cells.
Of course, they always blame "quote unquote" mental illness.
Sure.
That's or they'll blame psychiatric drugs for this.
Yeah.
It's anything but the AR-15 in the person's hand or the military training they've had over the years.
Right.
Yeah, 20 years military experience.
Wow.
Yeah, which is usually those are programming centers, obviously. Even just casual military.
Yeah.
They break down your personality. That's all well known. Like.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, break it down into compartments.
Yep.
Man, that's horrible.
It's like the Marines say, break you down to build you back up again, or the Navy, but there's a very insidious part of that, obviously. You see it a lot in Full Metal Jacket, the Full Metal Jacket, Goober.
Yeah, that's another good movie. Tell all,
There's a person that snapped, agent, whatever, forget his name. Not agent, but Private Pile.
Oh, yeah. Pile.
No, well, that's what he's named after, but I think this character was like, he was kind of like overweight. He was teased.
Right. Yeah.
He just snaps one day.
Wow, man.
Vincent D'Onofrio.
Do you remember the movie Conspiracy with Mel Gibson in it?
Yeah, it's a good movie. Great movie.
Yeah.
That was interesting because that kind of the mind control, I really highlighted that for me, and I just don't even see how that could happen, but it does.
I think
for sure.
Yeah, there's more to come, man. It's only the beginning of this.
It's crazy.
Of this madness, man. This is nothing yet, man. I don't.
Man, you know, you hear about it happening everywhere else, you know, and then it happens somewhere close to you, and it's like,
Yeah.
damn, you know, this is, you got to be careful. Like, this is why, you know, people are having agoraphobia, like the fear of going out of their house.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you got these loose.
Well,
Really, yeah.
That's the whole objective, you know, of what they're doing. You know,
Mm-hmm.
terrorize. I call it terrorize the weak and challenge the strong.
Well, listen, it's like, yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, where we're gonna go have fun. All right, let's go to the movies. Oh no, because you had that Joker killer come out in the middle of the movie theater.
Yeah,
everyone
let's
thought
go to
they were
Vegas.
safe.
Yeah, let's go to Vegas.
Well, no, let's go. Yeah, exactly. Let's go to a show. Let's go to. No, where else we go? Let's go to a bowling alley. Nope, can't. No, there's no way. Say where we're gonna go.
I know.
What are we gonna do about this? You know.
I know. It's horrible, man. It's
80 people, even if they're just injured by bullets, you know. And they took these people. They finally apparently have them in custody. Thank God. But you know.
Oh shoot.
Can 80? I mean, at least 25 people dead. You know, this is the reports. 25 to 80. Some people are saying 80. His Facebook profile is already. Whoa, easy.
Now, what did it say? What did it say? Was it a mall?
No, it was a.
So much nicer quarterback. You know, you can hand the ball for running back. That's gonna put you in.
Someone's getting some interference.
Yeah.
And they go to the ones.
Watching sports.
So what's mall, huh?
I don't know if I think it's a bowling alley. What I'm seeing. Yeah, I don't know, but you know, I don't know like what the reason is. You know, but not that it matters, but it does. You know, but you know, but it's like, what drives people to do something like that? You know, and then you had the Rochester one, which was completely racial motivated. You know, so everybody's muted right now. Hello.
I'm still here. I was just trying to see who had the interference.
Yeah. Okay.
One of us.
Yeah. So what else is up, guys? Sorry to bring the bad news here, but
yeah, that was just.
Well, that's national news, man. I thought that's what you guys were talking about in reference to the book.
It's not surprising, and actually, right now, today there was the star sign is a very negative sign that's actually ruled by Baphomet, so it's not surprising they would do a ritual killing.
Oh, you're talking
it's
about
a ritual?
The mass shooting. The mass shooting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Douglas.
Yeah. So Brandon came on to bring up the mass shooting. It was you, wasn't it, Brandon?
Yes.
I knew it.
Oh, you mean to bring it up, or I did it? Yeah. No, I got a very low bowling score.
He got it.
I got a low bowling score, so I got really upset.
Actually,
the problem when you're holding a gun with bowling shoes, they tend to slide all over the place.
Yes,
so,
that's funny.
The recoil is not great.
That's right. By the way, of course, everybody, this is Douglas Dietrich's fault. It is very poor humor for me to do that, but yeah, I couldn't resist.
Listen, the gallows humor, the Vikings. It's either you laugh or you cry. The Vikings had the same sort of idea where it's like, you know, laughing shall I die type of humor. So it's you're the laugh at it or you cry.
Yes. Yes.
Or you're angry. You know, people express things in different ways.
Look out of here.
What was that?
Oh, I'm just getting. Speaking of attacks, there's some rando coming up on me.
Oh, okay. Are you in a car? He must be driving home from work.
Yeah, just let him drive by.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the security guard. He was just telling me have a good night or something.
But,
like, dude, you don't roll up on someone in a parking lot at night like that, you know?
Right.
In an unmarked car. Like, I almost blasted this guy.
Jesus Christ! Oh my God, he's lucky you didn't. Oh my God.
Right.
Are these
He's
guys
like
armed?
fresh off the boat or something.
Oh shit! Is he armed? Are these guys armed?
No, he's unarmed, but it's like, I don't think he knows the standard of America. You don't just roll up on someone's car like that.
Thank you. You got to educate him. I mean,
I'll tell him next time I see him.
Yeah. Just to preserve his life. Tell him you're just trying to keep him alive. Yeah.
Right.
Holy shit.
Anyways.
Yeah, there you go.
So Douglas, we're hearing about upwards of 80 people dead in Lewiston, Maine. New
80
England.
now. 80. Okay.
I heard anywhere from, I mean, different various reports, anywhere from 22
Uh-huh.
to 80.
Uh-huh.
Custody. This is a man, and it was come no surprise to you, 20 years of Army experience.
Of course. Of course.
Right? Career Army person, very much. So maybe you can get into psychology of somebody who, what causes these people? Is it the car? Is it this sort of, we were just talking about Full Metal Jacket and the sort of the triggers that can
Don't try and dignify these people by adding some sense of melodramatic tragedy to their bullshit. They're just toxic, hostile pieces of shit who join the military because they're completely unable to socialize. They're unemployable in any honest work. So they join the fucking military to do jack shit and be called heroes. And then, of course, go out and fucking kill a bunch of civilians because they're too chicken shit to kill anybody who's equally armed and meets them on the field of honor.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just...
But there's got to be
or
an aspect
themselves.
of, like, mind control or like compartment, like triggers. Right, Douglas? Like, there has to be something.
Again,
that's
imbuing them with a sense of dignity. Nobody needs to mind control these fuckers. They do it on their own because that's just what they are.
Yeah,
They're
unstable and that thing.
Yeah.
But it is weird. It's uncanny that it was done on it's a nakshatra called Puru Bhadrapada, which is the ruling deity of that nakshatra is actually Baphomet. So it's the sign of the dark forces. It's like, or it's not necessarily a negative sign, but that's their, they use this sign the most often. That's their, like, it's a sign of extremes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course it's also Taiwan, retrocession day, as I said. So it could be, if it were a cult, it could be linked to that as well. Though that might be putting reading far too much into.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy just probably went nuts. It says 22 dead, 50 to 60 injured, so that brings it up to around 80.
Injured. Okay, casualties, but not fatalities.
At least.
Yeah.
This is like like early info, so.
Yeah.
One of the hospitals said it was overwhelmed, so that's not a good sign.
No, that's awful. So glad to be back for that. Let me check if just checking the call to see who's staying with us.
It's like I always have questions like, should I even get a firearm? Is it even worth it to own one? It's like, at this point, it's like bare minimum.
Yes.
You have to have something.
Yes. I mean, it is self-defense at this point. Now you have no choice. I mean,
America's like just a hellscape, like an utter hellscape.
Well, it's a war zone. And of course, it's going to become more and more of a war zone. Was there any? Does anyone know if there was any manifesto?
No, they just caught him literally within the last hour.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and
or he may still be at large. I'm getting conflicting reports.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
so
could
30
be.
minutes ago it says he's at large, and then others say he's been identified. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I did see a video of him taken down.
Yeah, what probably happened was they let him go again.
Right.
It's about their speed. It's how can I say it? It's just it's tragically repetitive. It's almost boring. It's just this horrible.
Yeah, it says he studied engineering at the University of something. University of Maine.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Statistics can make you go crazy, but I don't know about. Maybe he was trying to test his probability scores with a random sample. Okay, it's not good to make fun of this, but.
I'm sorry, that's awful. I thought you said engineering. Did you say statistics?
Well, engineering.
Oh, okay.
But I have statistics on the brain because it's making me want to kill people. Not that I would. It's too soon to make jokes, even though Douglas thinks it's funny.
Oh, yes. Well, then again, I come from a background of extreme violence, so
Right.
it's one of those things where Somebody like this. See, if you'd been in the area, this is what the average person would argue who is a gun aficionado, is they would argue, see, if someone had been there with a gun, they could have taken this man down. Now, it's hard for me to believe that this man could have been out there firing at so many people and not one of them would not have had a gun. And they still didn't take him down. You see what I'm saying? I'm sure.
Yeah, that seems odd. That definitely seems odd.
Yeah. I'm sure plenty of people had guns and probably couldn't take him down because they got, shock and awe. Just shocked at the guy coming in and not prepared and all the rest of that good shit. But it is extraordinarily unlikely, since so many Americans are armed, that someone in that crowd would not be armed. And he probably got them first or something like that. I don't know if he sensed it or...
It seems like he went to he went to many different places, it sounds like. So I don't know. I think he probably targeted places where guns were not allowed. Like, it looks like schools and warehouses, but I don't know the details.
Most of the time, wherever guns aren't allowed, you still find people with guns.
Well, yeah, of course.
I mean, if he were going to schools, that would be one of the most dangerous places to hit because of all the students packing heat, because half of them are planning a school shooting. Half of those fuckers are planning a school shooting.
I mean, it's
like, they can't really argue that. It's like, argue with that.
Yeah. So that would be one of the most dangerous places to go. It's like, all I can say is that, especially...
This guy apparently recently threatened to shoot up the National Guard base in Maine as well.
Uh-huh.
But NBC is trying to give me a paywall because they want to make money off this, these bastards.
Talk about poor taste.
Yeah. No kidding.
You have to pay us to find out more. Yeah. Anyhow, especially if this guy is going from place to place, how is it that someone with a gun doesn't catch up to him? I mean, your average person with a firearm is thirsting to kill someone. They are thirsting.
Right.
Yeah,
I can actually contextualize this because all the gun videos I've been watching on YouTube, it's like they're all like practically salivating at, like, people are asking questions like, when is it legal for me to use it, and how can I get away with, like, if I ever have to use it? It's like these people are ready, they have these, like, sport shooting weapons that are fully maxed out, fully capable. So yeah, that is odd that no one was able to fight back in that sense.
Thank you. Especially if you're going from place to place. You see, your average person, possession of a weapon precludes use. So your average person who has a firearm, if they saw a situation like that, they're going to say, this is my chance to legally kill someone. They would get into their car and follow him if he got into a car to go to different places so they could get out of their car and shoot him as soon as he got out of his car.
Okay, this is interesting. Maine is a permitless carry state.
Well, there you go. Everyone's armed.
Like Florida, like a George Zimmerman.
Yeah.
So what happened exactly? That's interesting.
If they're a permitless carry, that means
that almost tells me, Douglas, that it could be occult in nature. Like
it has to be.
Yeah,
it has to be. Because, he should have been, all kinds of people should have been armed. If it's permitless carry, that means the whole population.
That means every blade of grass, there's a fucking gun behind it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And yet this guy's going around just randomly shooting people like it's Happy Days and shit.
And Maine is a big hunting state. They have a lot of nature.
Yeah.
So he was assisted by an entity for sure, 100%.
Had to be.
Had to be.
Or deep state somehow.
That's like something out of. I mean, it's like something out of like that film or that what was that show, like Supernatural?
Yeah.
Where the dude's just able to like be impervious, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. For a time or something.
Yeah. No, definitely. There's something outrageously unbelievable about this. Even though I know it's true.
He used demons. You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah. Thank you. Say it again.
He must have used demons or other entities to assist,
Thank you.
Because he was probably catching stray bullets the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, if it's a permitless carry, like we're saying, every gun nut in the world, or not even fanatic, just the sportsman,
Yeah.
they would be ready for this guy. You know, they're waiting to do this.
Yeah. They just. This is what people have wet dreams about. Who own
Right.
guns? It is waiting for
So
someone.
this dude's literally like the Matrix dodging bullets and shit.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost, yeah, you're right. It's unbelievable.
Thank you.
Incredulous.
It'd be one thing if it were California, but it's Maine.
Yeah, because in California, you literally have to be like, am I on the street or am I in my house? Or you have to like calculate every time you fire.
Yeah. Yes.
But that kind of place, permitless carry, I mean, how are they going to find the shooter? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. They go around.
The whole,
everybody has a firearm. Yes. Go on.
Yeah, like the whole town should open up on him. Like,
yes. Absolutely.
So it has to be assisted. Like, yeah, it has to be assisted by the occult forces. I mean, the fact that it was done on Puru Bhadrapada means it was a ritual sacrifice. There's no other.
Thank you.
Explanation. I mean, the Jyotish always works. Like, the astrology always makes sense. You know?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. So I thank you for.
In layman's terms, it's the most occult sign they could have used.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. And I thank you for bringing this up, Brandon, or, forcing us to confront it. Otherwise, I'll tell you the truth. I ran across it before tonight's transmission. I'm so used to mass shootings, I didn't even think to bring it up. That's the truth. That's how, that's how it is. Oh, by the way, the Arcane Observer is around. Let's see if we can... honey, you're on the call. Just jump on. And I don't understand why she just doesn't jump on. I had called her, so I'll do it again just to give her the message. So let's try this and see if I can remember. How the fuck do I do this? Okay. I'm out of it myself, just like Steve is. Yeah. Steve and I caught the same shit.
Just to wrap up that thought
on
the situation is like, that explains why they're being hush-hush about all the reports, because it's like literally supernatural.
There you go.
That's why it's taking them their sweet time,
Yes.
To say anything.
Yeah. They are probably astonished with what they ran into. Says Jennifer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Says Jennifer's unavailable, but she's in the chat. So Jennifer, just jump on the call anytime you wish. It's your call. That hopefully will bring her on. Jump on bandwidth.
What do you guys think about?
Yeah. Go on, Troy.
I'm sorry. What do you guys think about the timing of this also coinciding with the election of a new Speaker of the House? So now they're going to have to go to the Congress and discuss weapons of mass destruction or assault rifles again. And so this new speaker, he'll either be just like the old speakers and do the NRA's bidding and ignore it, or they'll have to actually come up with some sort of common sense legislation that will prevent people from having AR-15s on the street.
Yeah, good fucking luck. Yeah, Troy is he's already asleep and he's dreaming, okay? This is what goes on when Troy is asleep. Then he dreams of a world
where... only dream about Brooke.
Yeah. Hopefully she hears that. But yeah, he dreams about a world where sensible legislation is passed. See, this is what happens when you engage. Troy, wake up. You're not in Stargate anymore.
I know. I guess I'm just trying to see how this does not make sense.
He lives in Florida. Believe this shit. Then no wonder he's dreaming, trying to escape this reality. He's in a place where people are waving guns in his face at school and shit.
Yeah.
Basically, when he comes on to, hey, did you do your homework?
Aren't you teachers allowed to carry at this point? Just take one to school. I would.
They actually floated that idea across several school districts to have the teachers train in handling a firearm and having a firearm locked in the classroom in case something happened that only the teacher could access. Yeah. But I'm more scared of some of my teacher colleagues than I'm just kidding.
Well, I heard one of these guys floating the idea that they wanted like certain teachers, they were saying it was a volunteer basis only. This was their idea, and then to have it basically covert, so like no one knew who was armed.
Well, every school in Florida now has what they call it's basically security, but
a monkey in a suit.
Guardian.
A monkey in a suit.
No, these guys are armed to the teeth.
Yeah.
These guys are armed to the teeth. Bear spray, pepper spray, 9mm.
You heard what I said about bear spray and pepper spray, right? You heard what I said about 9mm, right? But I get what you're saying. They what they need are tower
they
guards.
have it so they can justify, we tried everything,
Yes.
You just spray it once, and then when the forensics comes up, they don't charge you.
No. You shoot first, and then when the guy's dead, you spray it on his face. That's when you say,
exactly.
I tried it. I tried spraying him with it.
You already know, Douglas.
Yeah, but it didn't work. Yeah, you're talking to a guy who was in the profession.
Sounds like you've done it before,
yes,
so let's not go there.
I have. Yes.
Anyways,
just so you know, Troy,
that's great information for me to know as a brother.
Yes, it is. Just so you know,
it'll definitely help your case in court, because they'd be like, "Well, you tried, non-lethal first."
Yes. I was explaining to Brendan, Troy, that he was asking about these sprays, and I said,
"So it's good that I got it then."
Yeah,
so I could do that.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, it's good to have that just so you can do that. But basically, as they say in the security profession, these sprays, they don't work on ABCs. Addicts, boozers, or crazies. Addicts, boozers, or crazies are just about everybody. So that's anybody you're going to be encountering. And so they just don't work, period. And the only reason they're there is for cops to say that they had, a graduated escalation of force, that they tried that, then they tried the baton, and then finally they had to use the firearm. But as we all know, through experience, the cops just go for the firearm first, and so it's there's a reason for that. The reason is, of course, if you tried the other things first, you wouldn't live to get the firearm. So they figure, shoot first, ask questions later. And usually for cops, that's worked to this point in history. Then Black Lives Matter came along. And I don't know if you've ever seen these pictures of these kneeling cops. It just fucking blows my mind, where the cops were kneeling in forgiveness, in front of the protesting crowds to show that they were, simpatico and shit. And all I could think of is it looks like they were practicing to kneel on some black guy's neck. It's all that it looks like.
It's a little bit of a kind of a what's the word? Unfortunate comparison there. They should have chose something else.
Yes.
Like the Asian bow or something.
Yes. I mean, here, I could do a screen share. Here's a screen share. I'm sharing screen right now. I don't know if
they just do the Bellamy salute.
Yeah. Yes. What's the Bellamy salute?
The Heil Hitler.
Yeah. There we are. Oh yes, you're talking about. I thought. Of course, our man Troy. I thought you meant you had your own particular salute.
No, that's the irony of that. That's actually called the Bellamy salute.
That's right. Well, you're thinking of what he's referring to. For those who don't know, is Troy.
That was the
Bellamy.
Boy Scout one, right?
What's that?
That was the Boy Scout one, right?
Well, yeah, it was. Yeah, Troy Bellamy wrote the book Looking Forward. And a lot of people consider that to be some kind of prototypical fascism. I'll explain the politics behind that some other day. But of course, the
Edward Bellamy.
Edward Bellamy. Thank you, Bren.
School. He's from Chicopee, Massachusetts.
Right. So here we are. This is that horrible. Here's this horrible man kneeling on George Floyd's head, and you see him kneeling, and then for some reason, when all the Black Lives Matter started protesting, and, here he is kneeling and just looking like psychotic, and, what are you looking at? Doesn't everybody do this? And then, of course, all these cops decide they were going to go simpatico with the crowds by kneeling. So, and all it looks like to me is, see, we're practicing to do that too. Yes. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, right? I mean, doesn't it look like
yeah,
that?
that's what I was saying. It's like an unfortunate. I don't know why they would use that.
Because they're stupid. Yeah, because they're fucking stupid. And like, Troy says they should have done the Bellamy salute, but actually it's the ad locutio because the Romans were doing it back in the days of the Empire. So, it's not something that originated with Bellamy. That's like a liberal retard kind of, canard. It's a canard. At any rate, so there you go. That's amusing, and it's so stupid. And I can't believe the crowds went for that. I can't believe the crowds went for that and just said, yeah, they're on our side.
Well, anytime you get crowds together, like the psychology of a crowd, it's like it instantly ruins any intelligent ability.
Yes.
Or quotient.
Yeah.
Crowds are dangerous.
Oh, look at this. This is a good one. Look at this one. Officer who pressed a knee into bystander's neck leaves New York Police Department. I mean, I thought this was a joke. This is for real. Oh my fucking God. How do you get someone into that position? I mean, that's almost sexual. I mean, did you ask the guy to give you a blowjob? How do you get somebody into that position where you sit on top of them like that? That doesn't even make sense. The guy would have to be knocked out and drunk. I would imagine the guy was knocked out and drunk on the floor, and he just kneeled on him like that.
There's no other way, really.
Yeah, thank you.
Because I know those fat cops don't know BJJ at all.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
There's no way.
Yeah, bizarre.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, thank you. And which would mean they were doing the mean ass flips and shit. But did you hear what Peter Moon said about Dr. Alexander saying, "Oh no, Douglas, I want you to know that he did a roundhouse kick and knocked the guy out with a single kick, and he was down for a while, but then that's how he knocked the other kick fighter out." And here's Peter Moon still saying, "Yeah, but he's a normal nuclear physicist." You heard that shit? Did you hear that shit?
I heard that story before too. He repeats sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah, no, a lot of times.
But I get your point.
Yeah, thank you. Aristides, help me out here. I mean, does this sound, does that
That's
sound...
not just a casual human activity.
Thank you.
Some old physicist guy just doing that?
Yeah, thank you.
That is Stargate SG-1 level shit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like I said before, if you're doing this real martial arts fight, nobody's got to kick above the knee because, you're losing all your balance. You're like, that's cinematic bullshit. So if the guy's like on the floor and then, then the guy, got overconfident, got too close. And that's when, Dr. Lewis, David Lewis Alexander, our nuclear physicist.
Anderson.
Yeah, Anderson. Thank you. Yeah, did his roundhouse kick. Yeah, and, knocked him flat. Yeah, it's just, his years of training went in. And that alone, what kind of physicist does years of fucking kickbox training? It's like,
Yeah, kickboxers never use a roundhouse. I mean, typically, that's like...
Cinema. It's cinema.
That's cinema. Yeah, that's like... You really have to have the upper hand in the fight for that one.
Thank you. And then he says, he was training a lot in Thailand. That's why nobody knew about it. I mean, first off, anyone goes to Thailand.
Even what's their sport called? Muay Thai. Like, they don't do above the head kicks like that. No.
Thank you. Steve is on camera now. Yes, cool. Steve, you're looking good. That's
oh shoot! I didn't know you could see me.
Yes. I can't see you until you smile. Then I see your teeth. That's all.
Yeah, I'm in bed.
That's the thing. Is that supposed to excite me? Is that? Is that seductive? Is that?
No. I got to crash out. I just got off work and it's pretty late, but it's nice talking to you guys.
We love you.
I'll call you Sunday. I love all you guys too.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Take care.
Yes. Okay. We look forward to Sunday. Bye for now.
Okay. Bye.
Good night.
Blessed dreams.
Good night. All right, guys. See you.
Okay. That was great. Thank you. That was okay, Steve. That's now he's trying to figure out how to turn it off, right? That's
yeah.
Thank you.
The red button.
Oh my god. No, he's still on!
Okay, here.
He's still with us. That's okay. Brendan Soke kicked him from the car.
Well, it's just easier. It's not. Skype makes it sound like I physically assaulted them.
Oh my god!
I roundhouse kicked him out of the round table or something.
But by the way, because blacks are famous for big, beautiful smiles, if you go to Japan, they have what they call I think it's called Blackie's toothpaste, and that's what they have on the toothpaste tube is this smiling black face, like a caricature from out of Sambo's and shit. That's all. And I don't know if they still sell that in Japan. But that's Jennifer Hawkins has joined us. Oh my fucking god! How long have you been sitting there, honey?
Like 4 minutes or something. I don't know.
Oh my
Wait
god!
a minute. 5 minutes and 38.
I'm sorry. I was just so sexually excited by Steve Myers. On his bed.
I was just watching and everything.
In the dark.
You're right, though. When it says kicked out, it does come across a little aggressive. It does. Even though it is helpful if they can't find their way out. But I understand.
Oh, Brendan, I'm glad Brendan takes the initiative. I am. I'm glad Brendan takes the initiative because a lot of times if he didn't, we would be like, we would have had several extra minutes of Brooke Gibson belching, for instance, at one point.
You never know.
Yeah, that was in the past.
That was just unacceptable.
Yes, thank you. There was context to it, but unfortunately, it's context that was never explained, so it didn't come out well. It didn't come across well. It's like in fact, yeah. But such being said, I believe you've met everyone on this panel so far. Troy Bellamy, you have met Jennifer in the past, right?
Ooh, I don't think so. I don't think I've met Mr. Troy.
Okay, so certainly Aristides and Brandon. Troy Bellamy, this is Jennifer Hawkins, the Arcane Observer. And Jennifer, this is Troy Bellamy.
Nice to meet you. I think we've
nice
crossed paths, but yes, good to see you.
Yeah.
Hope you're having a good
I
night
think I
or
heard
morning.
you last week or earlier this week when you were talking.
Did you?
I enjoyed you. Yeah, enjoyed you.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Well, we all appreciate you. Well, we really do, and we've been trying to catch up on your channel. And
how have you been doing? What do you think?
We think it's great. I mean, can't get enough of it. Brendan was he adores you. It's one of these things. I do too. I mean, I'm sure Brandon would too.
Well, it can come across as boring if you're not into it. I think it could be boring.
I like the way you.
But I have to work on it. I've got to work on delivery and.
I like the way you qualify it. That you're organizing your thoughts. Your thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically the truth of it, and trying to eventually, I will actually do something with that channel.
Sure. Well, I think what you're doing right now is great. Well, obviously, if you're going to interview me, then that's a start in a new direction.
That interview is already on the radio. The first bit where we talked.
Great.
Like where we were just visiting. So that's already on the radio right now on KUAP.
Wonderful.
People can listen to the first introduction where we were chatting. So they can already hear that. And I've talked to Michael Strange about it. He's actually really excited.
Good.
All the people on TroubledMinds.org are very excited to hear this. Good. So people are going to be listening in. It's going to be exciting.
Wonderful. They truly do have troubled minds.
They surely do. That's for sure. So they're going to enjoy it, I think.
Oh, wonderful. And
refreshing.
Yeah.
I think it'll be refreshing.
Thank you. It will be. I mean, this is one reason why, I'm so frightening to so many of these.
So do you guys play the interviews like in between the jazz or like how does this work?
Yeah, how's that work? Yeah.
I don't know. They have you been onto it should play shows for the most part, most of the time.
Oh, okay.
Are you going to the TroubledMinds.org website that Mike has? It's Troubled Minds.
No, I haven't checked it out actually. I assumed it was like on an FM bandwidth or something. I didn't realize it was online.
It should run all the shows that are on the TroubledMinds.org. So you're going to have and it's kind of just circling through and all of the Troubled Minds episodes. I'm on there a lot. I have a lot of that are on my channel. Mm-hmm. Talking on there with Mike or doing shows with them. Like we've covered so many things. So I've been there for about, I don't know, like a little over 4 years now.
Wow.
With them before I started doing my own stuff 2 years ago thereabouts. And I wasn't doing much with my own stuff. I was mostly just, helping out with show ideas and concepts and things like that.
Well, they're very blessed to have you, and we noticed, or rather Brendan noticed, you have a very professional microphone in your videos. We can see that. What's it?
It was $20 on Amazon.
It's like a musician's mic. Yeah, something.
Wow.
But it's actually a very good microphone, ironically.
Wow.
But that's what it is.
Jesus, you're making me feel bad about the $200 I spent on my Yeti. But yeah.
Well, I was really on the fence about what kind of microphone to get. And I was looking around, and I did a lot of research about it. Finally, you get so tired of looking and comparing them all.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's what I did. And actually, I got lucky, and it worked out.
Wow.
Yeah, those ones aren't bad. They're like they're used for like sound boosts. So what it does is it picks up one channel. We used it in the recording studio when I was in southern England.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's why they're cheap. So you can
for...
put one on each instrument.
Nice. Yeah, I was trying to find a directional mic because I have dogs, and so my dogs will sometimes carry on, and so I wanted to not pick that up. The Yeti, I was kind of like,
I noticed the plural there. How many do you have? Like a kennel full of killers, or what are we talking?
I have 4 dogs.
Jesus Christ! Yeah. Oh my God! You and Brooke Gibson have a lot in common. She has 4 dogs.
Because I used to live out on a farm.
Okay.
I lived out in the country.
Okay.
And so they were farm dogs that now I've had to move into town. So it's been kind of.
Have they adapted?
This is not ideal. Like, that was not the plan.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
But I have them, and so I had because they had 364 acres that they were just
Wow, that's
they'd come sleep on the porch and they'd run around the yard. And
that's like a bit more than a farm. That's like a whole.
Yeah.
It was hay.
Ranch, like a ranch.
But they weren't using it for a lot. But
Oh, it was like an alfalfa field. Yeah. Those are huge.
They were just leasing it out the field. But I have a wolf Malamute mix. She's a wolf hybrid, and she's doing. But they're not like what you think. Like, she's very laid back, and she's an older dog now. I think she's like probably 5. Like not a puppy. So she's really laid back.
That's
and then I have a Pyrenees mix. He's pretty big too. And then
those are like huge dogs.
Yes. Yeah, he's pretty big. And then I have this Australian Shepherd Malinois, which is like a land shark, shepherd dog.
Yeah.
And then a pug.
Definitely no one's going into your house without you knowing, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely not.
Whoa, I'm impressed.
Yeah, that's what I got over here. I got a German Shepherd and different things.
And then I have a puggle, which is like a pug beagle.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, we have one too. It's like I think she's a terrier pug, but they're usually good dogs.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, the situation's not ideal. I mean, that it's like because you're in an apartment now, or what?
No, I'm in a trailer house. I got a little trailer house, like a camper trailer house.
Okay.
I've moved into. It's like a small.
Do you have
trailer.
land, or is it just?
No, I'm in a little bitty town.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Other than the dogs.
Yeah, you're definitely safe though, despite
right.
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah.
But so you take them out.
Where you're at, I'm hoping you have like a revolver or something with you.
Yeah.
I do.
Good.
Great. I do. Just in case.
Oh yes, you brought that up in the chat. Yeah, you brought that up.
Well, only because it was coming up in the conversation. I was like, well, I carry every day. Like I'm armed.
Yeah,
why not? If you're in a place that like a state that allows it, just do it.
Yes.
In Missouri, you have open and concealed carry.
Yes.
You don't even have to have a permit. So,
Missouri?
Yeah.
Missouri?
Yeah.
Missouri?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
but I'm born in Texas.
Yes.
And I've lived in I've lived in Montana, went to school in Montana.
Yes, these are all heavy gun states. These are states where, guns are like, a part of a person's body, essentially. They're born with them. But go on, honey.
That's actually that's not far from the truth, not at all.
Yes.
But yeah.
Like, that's what they meant from the Second Amendment, is like you have your personal arms. You're not like going out with like artillery, like military weapons. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I don't think they ever meant it, because it was written in the days of the musket. I don't think they ever meant it to be like you have to have like a minigun in your basement or something.
No, the NRA.
The way people interpret it.
When other people have, when they're armed and then you're armed and then, I don't know, it just kind of feels feels right. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think is the way to put it.
Well,
especially in the West. I mean, the American West is like, you know, that's why we had those. Like, it was a lawless land, so I mean, it still is, but that's why we have that more than other countries. You know.
Yeah. Well,
like when I was in England, it was like I just felt this relief. Like no one had guns.
Yeah.
You know? Like you could still get stabbed, like if you're in like center of London, but
well, I have swords too. I actually have several swords. I have custom-made katanas that I had made.
Super cool.
Wow.
So I'm
You
really
say you had some of these customized for you. That's incredible. What drove you to this, or what attracted you to having this done?
Oh my gosh, no! I've just always, well, with swords, I've always been really interested in that. Done a lot of research about it, and I just think it's a fantastic discipline.
Yes.
Those are very serious. These are not for display.
Understood.
So they are like razor sharp.
Yeah.
And you have to know how to handle them right, or you'll hurt yourself.
Absolutely.
For one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they are really cool and just nice to have. So I've gone through phases.
Yeah.
You know, of having the swords, and then I've always had guns, but like it's just nice to have not a ton of. It's not out of hand. I have probably, you know, like I have 6, you know, firearms, and then probably maybe 8 different swords and things like tantos and musashis.
Very nice.
No, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. And
do you have any European pieces, or are they all,
some
like Japanese style? Because I have 2 Viking blades. One of them is I have some runes. It's my lineage sword. I have a
long swords,
sword, and then I do have, like, by the door. Actually, I have like a small katana, or it's not small, but it's like a standard katana, just for in case something happens. And then I also have like something that's based off of like a 15th century Viking blade. It's like a wooden handle, and it's like super sharp. It's almost like a gladius. Like it'll just like go right through someone's ribs or something.
Yeah, they're meant for 2 different, like the fighting styles for both for katana versus like the broadswords. They're different fighting. You know, they're used completely differently. So, like the longsword, same thing. More people on horseback and you know, clanging against armor and things like that. Whereas the katana is more for like, well, you know, all this stuff, but you know, it's more for slicing and things like that.
It's cool to hear though. It's good to recap it.
The fact that you know all about this, I'm so impressed. Now, were your parents? Did they have any hand in this, kind of introducing you to all this?
Yeah, I would say, you know, it does carry over, but a lot of it, I mean, with the swords, not so much. They weren't really. That was something that I just
you didn't do
a little
fencing
bit
or something.
Yeah, I just got really into it, but no, with fire, I've been raised. My family is, you know.
Were your parents again professionally? No. They were both government workers or something.
No, I've had family in like well, in the military, of course. So you have that, but then also too, my aunt, she was in the FBI, and then my grandmother was a secretary for CIA, so for a little while, but a secretary, and then let's see, my grandfather though was a farmer in Texas, and also he dealt case farm machinery, so it was like combines and stuff like that. So on that side, so it just kind of varied, you know, out of Texas there, but this, you know, just stuff like that. So firearms weren't it wasn't like a huge thing, not like, you know, militia or anything like that.
Understood.
But you know, they were.
No, definitely a part of life, and I'm proud of you for carrying that on. It's definitely, as you said, something that feels right, and certainly in the world, in this, you know, the world that we're heading into, it's going to be not just something that feels right, but something that feels necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never wanted to own them myself, but it's just the times are different than even when I grew up. So.
Yeah, well, we'll tell our lady Jennifer a little bit about this being the Iron Age, and that you feel that we're entering a golden yuga soon. Tell her a little bit about your concept of that.
Yeah, well, it's the previous age we're exiting is the Kali Yuga. The Kali Yuga being the age of iron and tears, and it represents darkness. So it's like for the last 5,000 years, it's like we've been in a dark room. This is like a good analogy. It's like a dark room where you're just like bumping into stuff. Like people don't know the right direction to go. They don't know the right actions. So that's what was meant by the Kali Yuga. It's like the age of ignorance. And then there's like forces that rule over this plane during that time. And people, nowadays there's names for it, but the negative force. And so we're actually exiting that age currently, where now people, through the internet and through technology, we're all able to be on a level playing field where this knowledge is available. So like how we're talking, how everyone else is getting information, it's like we have a choice now. So now that the light's been shown, that means the Dwarpara Yuga has started, which is the Copper Age. So it's like we're in an ascending age, or it's like it would be like I don't know how to explain it, like the first like degree, because these are large time scales, like cosmic time scales. So this is like even before the first degree, this is like the sun, like the twilight, like you're seeing a little bit of the sun rising of this knowledge, this pure multiversal knowledge that can allow beings, to see the truth. And then once more and more people are going to start seeing like this becomes more clear, that becomes more clear, then the choice we make is going to be judged. So that's why it's also called the time of judgment, and it all started in 2020. So, and it was, it was known by the forces, the world forces. That's why they chose that year, because 20 in the tarot would be the card of judgment. So it was judgment twice, double judgment. So they know that these cycles are happening, and that's when the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction happened. And like, there's so many signs, even the Bible has like, let their signs in the heavens, yes, be your guide. So, yeah. But the beings that are in control, they use it more. They know more about the Shakti force, which is the magic of the universe, or like the fabric of the universe, than just 99% of beings. So that's why they have so much power, quote unquote. But in the face of divine itself, they have like absolutely no power, and that's why they have to use all these. That's why I call them desperati. Like they're just desperate, like to control and dominate. So they use all these desperate ploys, which is why we're seeing things get more depraved and ridiculous and comical as time goes on, because they know they're running out of time. So
right.
That's what I have to say about that.
So, Jennifer, do you feel that there's a cabal of elitists who might want to eliminate a good deal of the world's population for environmental balance? Or a lot of people have this shall we say, have bought into this. This isn't what Brendan is saying. Brendan's going along a Vedic tradition that has these cyclic kalpas that are much older than these modern conspiracy theories. But these postmodern conspiracy theories have kind of taken some of what Brendan said into a more, the QAnon trip, all the rest of that. Does any of this resonate with you, or what's your opinion on this?
Yeah, I mean, back to what you're saying about, is there a cabal of some kind? I think I've done, the research into all the different religious cults, even like large and small, and how they've been culminating for a while now. You have, like, you've all heard of the process church, in the case with like Charles Manson and everything and the family. And then you have the Plymouth Brethren with Aleister Crowley. You have the Church of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons, and they have so many different angles that I'm not going to go into right now. I don't know if it's the right time, but all of these ideas that there is a destiny for them to have a type of paradise, to have the earth to themselves, and they all talk about this. And there's this idea that there's going to be a return and a cumulative event designed to wipe out, because, and in some aspects it's not, there's the climate change aspect, there's that cult that's on the surface, but I think that it's actually a true death cult that intends to annihilate like all life, like, because they believe that Alban Jens is they don't. The Waldenses and the Albigenses, which are these old, early sects from the Cathars period.
Heretical
Heretical at the
movements.
times, where the witch hat comes from and all of that.
Yes.
But like, but what they believed was that this was a mistake.
Yes.
And that that living and being in the body was a mistake. And so if they can end the ability to habitate matter, to take up a body, then they can return back to the source
yes.
Of God. And so I think that there's definitely possibly that they are actually not just trying to, the agenda is actually to wipe out, literally mass murder in a way. And if not that, and for the good. So they see it as a good thing.
Yes.
It's a very good thing. And then you have that on one hand, but you have another that believes it's just meant, they are trying to found this new paradise that basically it's just a paradise would be without everybody else in it that's not them. So basically you have that too. So you have several factions that are at odds and also
it's
in
like
agreement.
Eschatological solipsism or something.
Yes. Very good. You've just entered, just by using that term, you've just entered an intellectual realm that's lost the majority of our listeners. But I appreciate
the philosophy is important.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I certainly.
I think it really matters a lot. I know people get bored with that, but it's like, it's the source of the motivation for the reasoning.
Thank you.
Of why they would be doing it. I understand. I know it is. It can be boring.
No.
To me, it's the meat and potatoes.
When I say you've lost the majority of our listeners, I don't mean their interest. I mean their ability to comprehend. But everybody does want to comprehend these things. And so I do want to say that I had an engineer friend once. His name was Richard McGuire. I like to, name people when I can, simply because I want to keep my memory fresh. It helps me, basically recognize that my memory's still retaining things. But anyhow, Richard McGuire was this guy who was an atheist, and he was someone who resented the fact that I would often go back to theological discussion. And he said, God, every time I talk to you, it's like we're discussing theology. He said I could go to town on, his own engineering specialty, which was, by the way, he was like one of the last people educated in engineering in the state of Ohio. The person who taught him engineering was the last engineer in Ohio who was accredited to teach. And after he taught Richard McGuire, he moved out of the United States to Korea, where he could teach people who actually wanted to learn engineering. There was nobody left who wanted to learn engineering, certainly not in the state of Ohio at that time, which wasn't too long ago. Richard McGuire is much younger than I am. But Richard McGuire, he majored in a double major, artificial intelligence and automated systems manufacturing. So it was like he was working on a way to create artificially intelligent, self-replicating manufacturing systems. And you would think that he would be the go-to person that everybody in the government would want to hire to build the fucking Terminator and, what was it, Skynet and shit. But he couldn't get employed for the life of him. Everywhere he went, the government wasn't... basically, all they had was a welfare state for engineers at NASA that were just maintaining them until retirement. And everybody else they just hired from overseas, he couldn't get a job to save his soul, and he was penniless. It was, that's the state that America's in. But anyhow, so he said I could go to town on automated, self-aware manufacturing systems. And I said, well, here's the difference, Richard. See, everybody kills based on their belief in God. They will live and die and kill on the basis of their theology. But nobody kills over an automated manufacturing system.
Well, see, I have said that this is a new priesthood coming in, is what I've been trying to, that I think that there is because when I've done research about like the cosmos, cosmism that comes out of Russia and out of, because the people who were behind the creation of the science of the rocket science that came to help them to even go to the moon, it was coming out of the cosmos, and they were these people who were they were a branch off of the Eastern Orthodox Russian church, like out of the Church of the Eastern Orthodox Church. And they basically felt like this. They did do a video about it because it was so important. I feel like the people understand what is the basis of our space science is that underneath it all, at least for some people that were there at the beginning of it when they were trying to create this, and NASA was called something else before. It's called NASA. I don't have any notes in front of me like that, but it was this foundation that NASA comes from. It comes out of or religion and the belief system that we have they believed that they had a prerogative to bring back the dead ancestors, to bring back all of the dead who have come before and place them into AI, but not AI, but into basically like a type of like robots, basically. And then they had to learn space exploration so that they'd have enough room for all these incarnated souls that they were going to bring back from the dead. So, and then all future souls as well. But they were going to inhabit the whole universe and expand out into the stars by use of these AI and these robots. And it was going to be because it was the human obligation fulfillment was to do that. And that is literally the religion. I would have to look it up, but it's the cosmos, the cosmon.
It's Russian cosmism. Yeah.
Thank you.
And
cosmism.
thank you.
I was making sure.
The cosmist philosophy.
It's
the cosmist
exactly.
philosophy. I'm astonished. I have never met anyone in my life other than myself who knew about this. This is incredible. How the fuck did you even find out about this?
I was doing research about the way that they even got to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was looking at how, like, what was the science? Where did they come up with these angles, trajectory, the mathematics?
Right.
Who were the mathematicians that came
well,
up?
Just so everybody knows, in order to get to the moon, Einsteinian physics was too cosmic to apply. They had to rely on very almost medieval Newtonian physics. By the way, Troy says, gone to sleep, listening, don't want to disturb. Good night, peace and love to everyone. We love you too, Troy.
Good night.
Yes. And that's Bellamy. And of course, he, we'll go back to him later in terms of so with what I brought up, do me a favor, darling, and talk to Brendan and Aristides and Brandon and hold the stage. I'm going to I finished this Coke, and what happens, as I always tell everyone, it leaves this aftertaste in my mouth, and I feel all that sugar and syrup just eating away at the porcelain of my teeth. So I got to go rinse my mouth of the taste of that now that I've finished it and sugarized and caffeinated myself. So when I get back, I will speak some more with you, but I'll leave you with another parting thought. Brendan Zogit and yourself, along with myself, were speaking of The Exorcist the other day, before I went to refresh myself. So it's only apropos that before I do so again, that I bring that up again. I had brought up the fact that an element of it, without at all dismissing the diabolic elements of it, was about child abuse. And one of the things that I didn't have a chance to bring up was the details of that. One thing I do want people to understand that I feel very offended by in terms of The Exorcist was that the director's cut is not the director's cut. So I do want everyone to know that the one thing that everyone keys in on with the director's cut is the spider walk scene. And in that spider walk scene, they actually add in using modern CGI. It was not part of the original film. Not the spider walk, but the blood coming out of her mouth. And it's just total bullshit, and it's tacky, and it's cheesy. It was not in the original film at all. The spider walk was. But what
I don't
happens,
remember blood. Yeah, that's weird. I don't remember seeing blood coming out of her mouth when she was crawling.
Thank you.
Like
Thank you. They've added that into the so-called director's cut that people buy and get on the Blu-ray and the DVDs and shit. And it's all bullshit. It's just like kind of like when you get the full complete series of the Planet of the Apes, there's missing scenes from that too. That it's very disturbing to me. There's some kind of censorship going on with many of these classic films that I don't understand what the reasoning behind it is, but I'm sure it's all quite sinister. There's nothing casual about it. It's not something happening with just some, explicable, shall we say, casual story.
They do it quite a lot. That's what people confuse that with the so-called Mandela effect.
Mandela effect.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
But it's actually just like tampering later on.
Yeah, it's right. It's yeah. So when it comes to when anybody sees that spider walk and then you see that blood scene, just dismiss it, and it's not what it was. What happens in the original director's cut is that she does the spider walk, and then she flips. She flips onto all fours like a dog, and sticks her tongue out where she's tonguing, like she's performing cunnilingus, and
she's like, yes, I remember.
You
exactly.
remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't even know how you saw that scene, but it's one of those things that.
The flipping up, and like I remember she and then she's standing there, you know.
Well, not standing, but she's on all fours like a dog, but she begins to stick her tongue out.
Oh, I'm thinking of the scene where she talks to the astronaut.
No. Yeah, you're thinking of when she talks to the astronaut, right? And in Mad Magazine did a really funny take on that. That was hysterical. That was where the priest, of course, is like, playing the piano, and he was supposed to be a priest who was actually playing the piano in Vegas all the time. So he was there for the party, and then that's when she comes down and says to the astronaut, "You're gonna die up there." And
so
then
weird.
in Mad Magazine, the Mad Magazine caricature of this, the priest comes up to her, not the one of the Exorcist priests, but the kind of non-serious priest who I can't remember whether he was the one who later on kind of like gives
he got
the final
thrown
rites.
out the window or something, or downstairs.
One of the exorcist priests kills himself. The young exorcist priest Damien kills himself by throwing himself out the window, and then he's given final rites by the other priest. And I think it might be him that was playing the piano, or it might have been another one. But
she kills one of them. I can't remember right. I haven't watched it forever.
No, actually, she doesn't. She doesn't. The old priest dies. The older priest, Father Marin, dies. He just dies. It's stress. It's stress. You can say she killed him.
Remember that part where
I found the original. Here, I'll forward it.
The part where they think that he was watching her, like babysitting her.
Yeah, that was the gay guy. That was the gay guy. But you don't see it. You don't see it. But she's
No, we don't see anything.
Yeah.
It's kind of left up to speculation that maybe she pushed him down the stairs because he broke his neck or something like that.
Well,
or he thought the window was open. I can't remember.
Yeah, the window was open.
Oh,
and it's
that's
obvious.
right.
Yeah, it's obvious that he was thrown out. Yeah. But anyhow, when in the Mad Magazine scene, the priest comes up to her after she tells the astronaut, "You're going to die up there." And the priest says, "Honey, that's a terrible thing to say to an astronaut." And she says, "Who are you?" He says, "I'm a priest who plays the strip in Vegas." And she says, "You're going to die up there too." Yeah, that was really funny. But anyhow, so here we are, Exorcist original spider walk scene. What's important about that is when she starts sticking her tongue out like she's tonguing somebody and then chases after the woman in the room who's not the mother, almost like she's going for the crotch, like a dog who's just been taken advantage of, the way some dogs always go for the crotch, then depending on their owners. That is part of the whole child abuse syndrome that manifests. And the real important thing about this, just to show people it's not fan theory, several factors here to bring up. One is right at the beginning of the film, they show the magazine cover of the mother, who's a celebrity, with her husband,
and then
who she's divorcing.
right after this is when she like rips the guy's dick off too.
Okay, yeah.
Or, like smashes his balls.
Yeah,
it's like the same scene.
Yeah. So
there must be some kind of connection. What you're talking about?
Yeah. So basically, if you see in the beginning of the film, the celebrity female, the mother, is divorcing her husband, and that's on the cover of a magazine. And the husband's name is Howard. And the girl, of course...
Captain Howdy, that's weird.
Captain Howdy. See, so she's calling for Captain Howdy because she's so... How would I say it? It's something about... Her violation is so extreme that, like a Stockholm Syndrome hostage, she's calling back the dad. That's why Pazuzu comes in. It's not simply because she's an innocent child. It's not just because she's invited in.
I can kind of see the psychology of it, like the spirit is getting revenge through her for her. Yeah, which is why it's like he's actually a more sympathetic demon. That's why he smashes that dude's junk.
Yes, and kills the other gay guy out the window. And,
right.
Yes, and
interesting.
Yes,
very interesting.
Yes,
okay.
But you'll also notice that when Father Marin dies, he has a smile on his face, and the whole point is when he died, it's not like he was damned. It's so the idea is that he died and he just ascends. So he's smiling when he dies. And Marin, or Damien, on the other hand, who like tries to give him the CPR or basically starts pounding his chest.
Yeah, he lives.
What's that?
He lives, actually. Yeah.
You're talking about the stupid sequel. Ignore the sequel. I mean, fuck the sequel. You know, Brandon's bringing up the sequel. Nobody likes the sequel. You know, people have said.
Well, the third one's great, I thought.
Part 3 is not too bad.
Exorcist. Wait a second. No, you're talking about the one with you know, everybody shits all over Exorcist 2, the Heretic, but then they'll bring up part 3, which is the one with what's his name? Who played Patton? The guy who played General Patton.
Guy. I forget his name.
George C. Scott. George C. Scott plays it. I hate that. That is so fucking boring. Everybody says that that's actually an excellent film if you just take it.
I'm gonna have to watch them all again.
Yeah,
it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's not that the Exorcist 2, the Heretic, is any good, but it's
they're like retcons, anyways. Sounds like
they were like what?
Retcon.
Yeah, it's basically something like it's like the Halloween series. It's only good when you see the first one and then the one that they came out with, which was supposed to be 60 years later, and they skipped all the others. You know, they just said ignore all the others. The others didn't happen, and then they went to it's kind of like that. It's
Have you seen the Ninth Configuration, which is another?
It's okay. Yes, it's a William Peter Blatty film, and of course it's a I saw it, and it's like, of course I was young, and I didn't appreciate it. No, I could appreciate some aspects of it, but it's too. I'm sorry, it's just
a German castle in the middle of Washington, where they reenact Nazi salutes and things. Or
it's too, but everything else they throw in, it's too. Sorry, it's just too.
Just why did he write it? You know, why did he?
He was in psychological operations. Peter Blatty. We can talk
Mr. Dietrich had mentioned that, and I wasn't aware of that, and I was like, oh my gosh. And then I started looking into it, and I was like, oh wow.
But still, like Jennifer says, with the Ninth Configuration, what Jennifer is asking is legitimate. It doesn't matter that he was in psychological operations. Why did he write that? It's like, you know, what is that, you know? I mean, did you get something out of that, Brandon? I didn't get anything out of it when I saw it. Did you get something?
I mean, it's kind of interesting. I think
he was Lebanese.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's exactly what I was fixing to say. It's interesting that he was Lebanese and he was working in the CIA in Lebanon.
He was a Lebanese Christian, like my family.
Yeah.
Well, his mother said that she raised him that way, you know, once they came to the States, and so as a Catholic.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only other good exorcists were the prequels, where they were trying to show Father Marin, confronting the demon first, and there were 2 movies, and you kind of just have to take them and compare them, but they're both equal in stature, and that that and The Exorcist itself. But anything else in the series, it's including the new stupid one, which was the what do they call it, Betrayed or something, Exorcist bullshit, you know, and they even brought back the mother from the original film for that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
She complains that she really actually hurt her back.
She did.
In that one scene. Yeah, that's what she complains about.
Yeah. Well, everything they did, they couldn't get away with today. I mean, they were doing things that were completely illegal with that little girl, and anything like that today would be considered honest to God child abuse. What they did to
better than the complaints of the Twilight Zone movie, right?
Oh well, that's just. Don't even get me started. That's Steven Spielberg, and he got away
to a Jesuit school. This guy,
John Landis,
graduated at the top of his class.
You're talking about, of course, William Peter Blatty is what Brandon's talking about. But Brandon,
then he went to the University of Los Angeles, and then he somehow made it to SoCal, and then he worked at the United States Information Agency in Lebanon. So he's up there with basically what's the word for it? He's in the in crowd.
Let's just put it this way: he saw all the shit he wrote about in The Exorcist.
Yeah.
But the original case is weird too. The boy that it's based off of, what was it? Ronald.
Right. He didn't remember any of the shit either.
The boy, and he goes on to work for NASA.
That's right. That's right.
And when he was kept at all the rectories, because he went, and when they came to St. Louis, and he was staying the priests brought him into the rectories, and some of those rectory halls are still standing, but they're abandoned.
Yeah.
But a lot of them have been demolished, and the hospital, as we know, has been it had a fire, then it was demolished. But the locations where that boy was kept, and he was 14, I think is what it was. But it's crazy that he went on then to he created the insulation for Apollo.
Yes.
That allowed them to go through extreme heat like that. Supposedly.
Yeah, but that's why they brought the astronaut into the film. Get it?
Oh yeah.
So the astronaut was an allusion to that, and that was the whole point, because
there it is.
That's why she says you're gonna die up there, and it's kind of like this was William Peter Blatty saying that you have to understand that NASA is infected with demons. That NASA is all about these astronauts who are basically pawns in this satanic cosmism of
right. Did the boy get possessed to get that knowledge or something?
Yes.
I don't know. Or was he ever not?
Thank you. As I've explained before, that overwhelming majority of exorcisms do not work.
They enter a perfect possession where it looks like the possession is like the infection stage where they're resisting. And then when it actually completely takes hold, it doesn't look like that. They're possessed, but it doesn't look so violent. The violence is when the body's rejecting.
Yes.
Almost like venom,
Yes.
rejecting it. And that's what you're seeing until they are perfectly possessed in a way. And then they're one, with the host.
Yes.
In a way or something.
Yes. But by the way, it is in the film that does not happen, because in the film the demon enters Father Marin. Excuse me, I mean Father Damien. And because I'm sorry, honey.
Was it Karras? I don't remember the other priest.
Damien. It could be Karras. Damien Karras, I believe, is his full name, right? Damien Karras, I think. I'd have to look it up. But Damien, I remember that because Father Marin, who was the old priest, kept. He's the one who had to get him out of the room when he started tripping and seeing his mother in the bed.
His mother. That was eerie.
But by the way, that was also the funniest scene in the Exorcist satire in the film, where they were making fun of the Exorcist, and it's just so typical of your Italian mother with the son who goes into the church, and basically in that satire.
Her apartment was fantastic, like with the little radio and everything.
Right.
Because I'm really big on sets, and like her apartment was like, oh, spot on.
Right. Right. Well, in the satire, you might remember where, just like in the original Exorcist film, the girl says, "Your mother's in here with us," and then the priest says, "Get out of there, Ma!" And then his mother comes out from under the sheets. "You never let me have any fun." Yeah, that is.
Oh my gosh.
That would be like one of these neurotic mothers that just goes everywhere with their son and tries to fuck everything up. That was actually hideously funny. But okay, so let me refresh myself. I'll be back in a few minutes. Everybody hold this. Brandon, do come back in to join the conversation. Aristides always kind of holds his own console, and every once in a while joins, but I think he's probably asleep at this point. I'd bet the farm. And all right, I'll go mute. I'll be back in a matter of minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that
I'm still here.
I was about to say, don't everybody talk at once. I need to hold the stage.
That for me, when he mentioned that the fact that Blatty was, what he was involved with, I felt like, maybe I'd heard something like that, but I don't think I had. I think I was just thinking about, he can't. How did he rise to such prominence? Why did he take interest in that? And we were talking about that, but then you mix in the cosmism too. This idea of conjuring up the souls of the dead. So you have this importance about necromancy, how that ties into this Eastern Orthodox Church, and how people don't see that actually in the Orthodox Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church and then the Ethiopian Church, the connections that they have to the dead, and the lack of understanding in a way about purgatory and where these souls are and what they believe in is so fascinating. And that they're intending to conjure them, at least the cosmism out of Russia, that they are intending to find a way to make contact with these souls, to be in communion with them, to resurrect them and place them into these machines, or at least into a biological life form that's, well, a biological robot. So it's a robot, but it's a biological life form with you know, the globules and everything, all the science that they're doing with CRISPR and all of that to make a decent, not even a decent, an ideal vessel, you know, so they can live again, live forever that way. And then it's just a crazy idea, but it makes sense because, you know, the human body can't really probably travel physically through space or into any other dimension like that physically in the body. But if you were to create a type of machine, biological machine that could, and then they are inhabited with a soul, but then it's just crazy because they are already somewhere else. So why would they want to come here? Do you see what I'm saying? It's very confusing.
Yeah.
Because they're apparently. Go ahead.
It's like these things have already been talked about in the alchemical tradition, and even you can see it in Frankenstein.
Yeah.
You know, the idea that electricity and reanimation or soul can be put into what they called automata before they were like really robots, artificial automata,
homunculi, etc.
Or homunculi, yeah, that's what Frankenstein basically is, or what Frankenstein's monster, rather.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like these alchemical dreams have been going on way before, you know, the 20th century. This goes back, you know, centuries and centuries. It's only now that the techne, or the material world, has developed to a substantial extent where it actually, well, they think it might be possible. I think it's a curse. I don't think it's actually real. I think, you know, the quest for immortality, living on in some sort of robot that flies around using solar power in the universe. I mean, you know, you're not going to avoid death forever, you know, and from my own point of view, like, things are going to get pretty boring pretty quickly. And, you know, and then, you know, death is like a release at that point. But anyway.
Yes.
Do they really believe that, you know? I mean, do they see, they say that. That's what the cosmos say. And then you look at NASA and, you know, Jack Parsons and everything else, which everybody's heard everything about that. But it's like, it's an L. Ron Hubbard. Now, the thing about L. Ron Hubbard that's really odd is the aspect of the Dianetics. And something that's not talked about a lot is Black Dianetics. And Black Dianetics has to do with, basically, it's like it's using Dianetics in a, you know, what you'd call a negative way to achieve the same goals, but it's like a reversal of it.
Yeah.
And he only mentions that like a couple of times in his writings that are available to the general public, because you have to be a part of Scientology to really hear a lot of that. And even if you were a part of it, they do a lot of their work over the ocean. So a lot of Scientology, a lot of the things that they're doing, because when you're out over the ocean on these ships that they have, you're not at the bequest of the same laws of the land. So there's like a maritime law thing going on, and they can do rituals out over the water. But I think there might be a lot more to it than that even. I'm not sure what, but they are certainly aware of a lot of things. It's steeped in this idea that I can't tell if it's from space or if it's from the earth itself. You know, if it has to do with the oceans or the life that, because I kind of have become extremely convinced that there is, that the earth is occupied with other species of hominid, not even hominid necessarily, but like physical, real beings that are like people, that are like our ancestors or something. You know, but I wonder how much of this, like they were possibly the originators of the Sabian star cults that gave us all the information about the constellations and everything. You know, you know what I mean?
Yes. Yes.
So I mean, it might be drifting a little bit, but it's strange because have you heard of the Frankist cults? Jacob Frank, the Sabbatians?
Yes, of course. Right.
Well,
Yep.
it was news to me, just like that basically this year.
Those are
And I
the
came
same
across
people
it.
that, I mean, that ideology, that Sabbatean vibe, I mean, continues till now to like all these, you know, the islands where they take people and all this stuff. It's all that same cult. It's a very ancient order.
I'd like to hear more of what you heard about it. With the Sabbatians, what you've heard about them.
The Sabbateans, they're like, they've gone through many changes over the years, but they've infiltrated like every group, like whether it was Jews, whether it was Muslims, they've literally infiltrated in all these different groups. And that's why when you see these like Epstein's Island or something, you know, the imagery is like, it's like a temple looking thing with like Jewish colors and then like Islamic imagery. So they tend to show them, you know, like the Shriners and stuff. They have this like blend of like, you know, it's like a Muslim, Christian, you know, they syncretize all these things in order to hide this like Sabbatean Gnostic kind of background, what they really believe in, you know.
Yeah. When I was looking into it, I was always trying to find like the source of this malevolence. Because there was like what kind of group, when I was trying to figure out, would do these ritual massacres or ritual murders or mass killings or ritual abuse, like people report that they've experienced with SRA and everything. And I was like, well, maybe it's this group, maybe it's this group. But what it eventually came down to is whatever the group is, they are some type of extreme fundamentalist. So I believe that, you know, the same way that they would have to be very fundamentalist in mind. And I was trying to, but nothing fits the group, because all of the different cults have fundamentalist views at some, you know, in some regard, but that doesn't make any of them mass murderers or SRA, you know, abusers. They don't systematically abuse or manipulate or try to create drones or anything of the kind of human beings. But when I was trying to find it, and I can't remember what trail of thought I was following when I came across through, and I was, you know, you're going on Wikipedia, you're going through all these different articles, you're going through all these different websites, and I came across Jacob Frank and the Sabbatians. And that was a connection with, you know, Judaism, yes, but at the same time, in the aspect of the gates, that they have the 49 gates, and you have the 49 gates going up to supposedly up to heaven, you know, in this aspect, and 49 gates going down to hell, but they're messianic. And so there's this concept of, you know, you can't bring the Messiah in if we can't make the whole world be good and follow the law that they are cursed by. If they can't follow this law, then we'll make the world full of a type of misery in a way, like a type of extreme cruelty in a way, and we'll go down the 49 gates into hell, complete descent, almost like the Milton, like the 9 circles of hell. And that, you know, by doing that, they would usher in the Messiah that they're looking for that way. And
or the Antichrist.
The Antichrist is the same. Because the idea is that it's weird, because like with Iblis,
the herald of the old god, that will bring hell upon earth. That's a very that goes across all the Abrahamic religions, and fundamentalists. I mean, you're exactly right.
So I just got back in time for her to hear Jennifer say Frank and the Sabbatians. I mean, please continue. I just want you to know I'm here so that the moment I do speak, I don't want people to think that I'm lurking like some creep. Continue, Brandon. Continue, Brandon, with what you were saying.
No,
you were on a train of
no.
thought. No, please. I want you to finish that thought. It's important.
No. I do believe that Lovecraft was influenced by this this train of thought, this thread.
Okay, such as
he was Islamic,
such as Nyarlathotep, who is sort of the herald of Azathoth.
Yeah.
I see.
Who the story goes is like, you know, you may be a Christian, you may be Jewish, you may be Muslim, and want to bring back Christ. You may want to bring back this person, that person, this person, the avatar of the Hindu tradition or whatever. You might want to bring all these people, Kalki or whatever it is, right? You want to bring these people back, but really what you're bringing back is Nyarlathotep, who's going to be the herald, because we're all living within, it's almost like Vishnu's dream. We're living in the dream of Azathoth, and if he awakens and everything in creation is destroyed, however he wants to become, this is the thought of he wants to become corporeal, to reign a hell upon this earth and in this dimension. And so opening up a gateway and tricking all the religions of the world into thinking they're going to bring up about their Messiah. Instead, it's really Nyarlathotep who is the herald for Azathoth. That's all.
No, but beyond that, respond to what our man Brendan Zogit also said about the fact that Lovecraft had converted to Islam at a very young age and therefore was aware of Iblis.
Well,
Bring up
why
Iblis.
That's important is because the beings that founded this Sabbatean Frankism, they were forced to convert to Islam in 1666 by the Ottomans, which is why they became a secret society or a secret sect, because he was, under pain of death, he was forced into Islam. That's why they shroud this philosophy or whatever you want to call it, this religion, inside of all these other faiths, because they were forced into that. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yes.
So that's how Lovecraft perhaps figured that out or came across it.
Mm-hmm.
It was Islam on the surface, but it was like an occult introduction to it or something.
Okay. And so, go on. Yes, your response.
No, you're quite right. I think, instead of like a lot of people think that Lovecraft had the misconception that he was a Christian or was anathema, but he really, like you say, like with Abu al-Harazard, in the mythos of these are all Islamic, Arabic languages and traditions. So.
Thank you. Yes, as I've always pointed out. So Jennifer, how long are we blessed with your company tonight? Obviously, unlike so many of us, you actually work for a living. I'm sorry, all these young men work. Brandon and Brendan, poor bastards. Even Aristides.
Well, I am off tomorrow.
Oh,
but I'm gonna stay for this. But I have a little bit of time. I would love to talk about this a little bit longer.
Please,
I have some thoughts on some commentary on what's been said.
I'd like you to stay with us as long as you possibly can stand it.
When they talking about Muhammad, but talking about Muhammad and Iblis or however the angel, the handler of all of the jinn and of the Azazel, the angel Azazel, this connection there with Azazel as a scapegoat and how it plays over. But the most important thing, I feel like, is when you're talking about the Baphomet, for example, which is the Muhammad, I think, which would be the combination of Iblis below, and then Muhammad, who came up to the surface. Because in the Sufis, the Sufi religion, they believe that Muhammad and Iblis were the two perfect examples of true devotion to God. Because in the case of Iblis, of course, he wouldn't bow to Adam. He would only bow to God. So it's a completely different perspective than the way people are perceiving the concept of the devil, that the devil was actually loyal and devoted to God and wouldn't bow when asked in the Muslim belief to Adam, the creation. So he actually was showing true devotion, and that's kind of repeated again in the case of the Yazidi, where they talk about their angel who's coming back one day. Well, the concept of that, from what I gather, is that though Iblis, that he's serving the purpose he was intended to serve as the devil, and is basically, yes, in a place, in a certain state, but will be released from that. That's all a fulfillment of a plan. So the Sufis do believe that there will be a culmination as well. Well, there'll be release. But I have wondered too if we are not upside down. It's hard to say because when we're trying to think about the cosmology of the Earth itself, is where it gets confusing about the above and below. Because some people have said I have theorized and thought I can't really support this theory with any type of somebody said this, but in the case of looking at the abyss, it's either talking about the ocean or it's talking about space, I think. And if you have this concept of that they were cast out, and then you have the Sabians, the Sabians, who are the star cults out of Persia. They worship the stars, not the planets, but the stars as gods. And because each of their cults, when they are born, and each cult they control like that their leaders, or at least their influential people, they are born under certain stars, specifically when they're in their place. And in the case of Jesus, even when they say, "We saw your star," and that's why those wise men were the Magi, which is where the whole magical customs come from, is out of Persia, at least from what it seems that way, or maybe Tamil, maybe out of India. I'm not, who knows?
Or the further east.
China. Yeah.
It's hard to say, or China, or somewhere east.
Douglas will go off on.
But it could have been anywhere.
At least definitely east of, the Middle East.
But if it's the case that space is actually
the abyss.
Yeah, and that it's so as above, so below is reversed in a way, then they are actually journeying. They're journeying and trying to conjure out of hell from space. There's like an opposite type of thing going on.
Interesting. Yeah.
Inversion. Yeah.
It's like that's been the basis of a lot of really interesting science fiction, like Event Horizon, and
there is that, and Event Horizon scared the hell out of me.
Me too. When I was a kid. It still does.
When you were a kid, when did it come out? It wasn't that long ago.
Oh,
I saw it like a couple of years ago, and it was crazy.
It came out. It came out about 20 years ago, maybe.
97, 30 years ago.
Jesus, you're kidding! Holy fucking shit! Feels like yesterday.
Yeah. Jeez. So, but I think The Abyss was actually a movie. Like, was it Cameron or somebody?
In that case, they go in the water. Yeah.
That's in the ocean, and that's deep down in the ocean.
But then they present the non-terrestrial intelligences or the NTIs as quite friendly, and it's humanity that is presented as the twisted, or at least one twisted Navy SEAL is presented as humanity's the greatest danger to itself.
Well, that's what the Process Church thinks too. They think that humans are the devil.
Right.
Well, Process Church is very complicated, but I wanted to say really quickly before I forget, I have to leave, but I wanted to say I remember an interview that Aquino did with somebody, and he said that he was and you can tell me if I'm wrong or right, or he was rather, that he was and there was another lieutenant colonel who he was communicating with, who was sort of the two different characters in the Stargate. Somebody was brought up way earlier in the show tonight, Stargate, and Colonel Camino said that story was like he was the Russell Crowe character.
Oh, of course. Of course.
The military brass. And there was sort of the intellectual who was played by, forget the character's name, but in fact that was based on him, of course.
Yes.
And he's when he was working at Cheyenne Mountain or something like that, I just thought that was interesting. I don't think it's true. I think like Anton LaVey, he's kind of enlarged himself.
You think? Oh my God! To imagine he would ever do such a thing.
No, he was a very humble man, actually.
Yes, so full of humility.
Very humble.
Yes,
so full of humility.
Yes,
so full of humility. He decided to take his own life. No, just kidding. Sorry, but not really. But yeah. So anyway, I thought that food for thought there. It's on the record. So all you Aquino
What he was
files out
saying,
there.
he was saying that he was the smart character, the intelligent character in SG-1.
Yeah, he was the Russell, not Kurt Russell. You know, it's
Kurt
like the guy's like, no, I don't give a you know, he's like, I don't know what you're on to.
You mean the guy whose son died? And he
That's
feels
right.
all guilty
Is that
about it.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, and Aquino later on, just so and everybody knows, the Aquino, of course, had this kind of father.
Jack O'Neill was an Air Force general,
yeah,
etc.
He had this kind of father-son fantasy going on with myself for a bit, and then later on, for those of you who might remember, he had this false Facebook timeline of a Damien Aquino, who was this all-American, white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed looking football type. Not Nordic Aryan looking, but more like a crew cut so short that he's basically bald. You know, it's kind of like a bald head that has kind of like it's not flat top. It was more like it was close to his bald head, so it was just like fuzz, you know, but you could see it was blonde. And so it wasn't that he was balding, just that he shaved his head so that, you know, he had the mown grass effect that was going on. And this kid was claiming, he said, Michael Aquino is my dad and he's the best dad. And I just want everyone to know how wholesome he is, how wholesome I grew up to be. And he was there with his golden Labrador retriever and playing baseball and all this all-American shit. And it was just this sick, psychotic, middle-class, a bland fantasy that was kind of like a male version of, if you remember Suicide Squad with Harley Quinn, the original Suicide Squad, the first one, where she had the fantasy that her and, of course, Jared Leto, Jared Leto, thank you, who she hates in real life.
We all do.
That he
He's like
he was still perfect.
He has like a
lives on Lookout
Mountain or something.
He was still perfect as the Joker. I'll argue he was the best of the Jokers because he's truly psychotic. He's perfect for the role.
I'm with the Nicholson Joker.
It's just Nicholson. I used to when I was young. I fell for that shit, but you know, as I got older and got to know Jack Nicholson, it's just like the problem with Jack Nicholson is he's never acting. It's just Jack Nicholson.
Right.
There's nothing there.
Like The Shining.
It's all Jack. But at any rate, when it came to Aquino, he had this fantasy Facebook page of this son who was just saying, you know, look how I turned out. I was raised by Aquino. Look how I turned out. And I, showed that to a number of people. I said, what's his trick? Why would he do this? Everyone who knew him knows he doesn't have a son. In fact, most people thought I was his son. And it was kind of his way of compensating for I betrayed him, and he kind of took someone who was the opposite of me, a blonde jock, and said, he created this fantasy image of, well, this is my son. And it's kind of like, so when he's saying he's the Russell Crowe character, which the whole point of the film, as we pointed out earlier with Brendan, maybe before you came on the call, the whole point of the film is that the Russell Crowe character, he basically had lost his son and was guilty about that, and that's why in that pivotal scene where the person who I actually was impressed by in the film, the androgynous character who plays the Pharaoh, all the kids jump in front of him to protect him, and he doesn't gun them down, which, as Brendan said, your average special forces guy wouldn't give a shit. He just would have mowed them all down. But because he's tripped up by this guilt over he lost his son, he doesn't do that. And so in terms of Michael Aquino, he's trying to say that he lost his son. That's basically what he's saying in that interview. And so that's what's coming through. That's what is bleeding through there. Jennifer, I don't know if you find any of this. I noticed that there's kind of a pattern going on with your voice box there. The box is indicating some kind of sounds going on in the background. Just curious what that might be.
I have my animals and I have my TV and I'm getting up and moving around. I'm trying not to interrupt
it's wonderful.
The conversation.
You're not interrupting.
No, you're not interrupting. Yeah. Anytime you feel that you have something to interject, just do it. I want you to be assertive. I want you to be assertive about this. Just like I've encouraged Brandon and Brendan to be assertive, or even Aristides.
Oh, I do. I come from a culture of like you don't speak when somebody's speaking, and you try to, you know.
Well, here's the way to do it. You say that. Oh, I just have to say this before I forget. People will understand.
Yeah, I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
that's what
take it.
Brandon said. You know, Brandon just
The
said
other
that.
thing is too, you see, like that feels like when I just did that, it's like that was interrupting. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, you got to get over
I
that.
I take it very seriously.
No, I understand, but you got to get over that. Believe me, compared to others we've had on, who we like, but you know, they just, it would be like, I couldn't get a thought out and complete
It was
it.
like painful.
Yeah, it was, they would just, just slam me, with, oh God, I had this one chick, Judith Ager, she on air, told me how her son was going to chop me up with a machete and bury me.
That's crazy.
Bury me in the garden to fertilize the taro plants in Hawaii.
Yeah, at least you died in Hawaii.
What brought that on? That's crazy.
Just oh God, it's a long story, but you know, it's you would not believe what people do. When I've had people try to ambush me on my own show. Daryl Hamamoto on my own show. Back in the Revolution Radio days, that creep, he was like ambushing me on my own show. It just it goes on and on. It's like
and he was trying to defend Michio Kaku. I can't believe that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Jennifer. What was that?
No, I'm sorry. No, I feel kind of like.
Don't be. Oh no, don't be. Just
like
learn.
I don't know enough about Michael Aquino. I've just heard. My main thing was the Presidio case, and how I thought that was linked to so much, and then the Satanism in the military was such a very important aspect.
So
of that.
You watched that video. You did see that whole video.
The ones that you've done, yes.
Yeah. And
then, but. You know, I'd heard about it, you know, in the past that there was, it seems as if there is some type of prevalence, that there is some type of, in a lot of cases where out of the military, you have so many different, like you were talking about Program to Kill earlier.
Yeah.
And it is ironic with David McGowan when he was talking about that in his book, that, you know, so many serial killers and so many different murderers have come out of, that they're affiliated, like Dahmer, for example, you know, these affiliations with the military, that might have been, he might have been an intentional project.
They're overwhelming majority, like the shooter that just happened tonight. Like he was 20 years in the service. Yeah. It's like, sorry to interrupt.
That's still pretty fresh, but yeah, I mean, like things like that.
But it's like every
again,
single one that
don't say
comes up-
sorry to interrupt. Don't say sorry to interrupt. Just say it. Go on. Get in there, Brendan.
Well, in her case, but yeah.
Oh, in her case, I get it.
Because I want her to talk. You know, I appreciate.
No,
what
I will
you're saying.
talk off and on.
And
I'll try to just. Every now
But
and then.
every time something like that happens, nowadays I just assume they're military, or
Thank
they have
you.
some military aspect to them.
Well, the way he's holding,
Me too. Yeah.
the way he's holding his rifle, it does look pretty proficient, you know. Anyhow, but
Actually, to tell you the truth, just to, in terms of training, say for instance, my dad actually, who was a career military man, and I just want people to understand, of course, I love my dad, my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, but he understands how fucked up the military is. I mean, he's dead now, but you know, he at one point, you know, having been in a career in the military, I remember when we first saw the film Die Hard. When we saw the film Die Hard, my dad couldn't help but laugh, and it wasn't anything derogatory about the film, but he just laughed at the way that Bruce Willis held his gun. Now, Bruce Willis held his gun the way a cop would hold his gun. And that's what my... What's that? What's that, Jeff?
You notice things like that.
Yeah.
Like you'll notice the way that they are doing. You know?
Right. Yeah. And so what my father said was he holds his gun the way a cop would hold his gun. So he's in other words, my dad was pointing out that Bruce Willis actually had somebody taught him how to hold that gun like a cop before the film. And so he said he must have had somebody go over it with him to get him to do that. Because what Bruce Willis is doing is he's holding both his hands in front of his chest and he's holding the pistol in front of his chest, which basically I find I would never hold a gun like that. But what that comes from is cops spend most of their time shooting at a firing range. So they're just basically shooting with both their hands in front of their chest like they're at a firing range, so they're fighting in real life as if they were on a firing range, which my father found to be completely stupid. I mean, not that what Bruce Willis was doing was accurate, but what my father was saying is cops are so fucking stupid when it comes to combat situations.
He's right.
Yeah, and absolutely.
Right, it was like the cops only get squads, or I mean, what is it? Like in the range. They only go to the range, whereas I think in the military, it's like you do the range to start, and then they send you to combat training. So there's like another level of it.
Well, yeah. There's two. In the military, the range is really completely separate from combat, or should be. Right, and with the Marines, of course, they never got over that, and they don't care about combat. All they care about is the range and earning these high points so they can win against other branches of service when they enter these stupid inter-service rivalry contests. And so what happens is, just to give you an example of this, the stupid Marine Corps will put a eye patch on their Marines, and they have you fire with an eye patch to make sure your left eye is closed, and that you're firing with this left eye closed, and basically, this is supposed to enhance your precision. It's all bullshit. And so the Vietnamese in the Vietnam War knew this, that the Marines trained like that, and so the Vietnamese would wipe the Marines out, entire units at a time, by just attacking from the left, because they knew all the Marines had their left eye closed. This is all true. And they'd wipe out entire units because the Marines never saw them coming because their left eye is closed while they're firing, because you fight the way you train. And they still train like that. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit how many Marines die. They're just all fucked up. But what I'm pointing out about this guy, the way he's shooting, I think the way he's shooting, even though Jennifer says it looks proficient, it looks so in a sense, but it looks to me like this guy's an idiot. If I were shooting, I would have it at my hip, where I would be shooting from the hip, because you're doing a massacre. You're not aiming. You don't need to aim. You're
this
killing
is sort of
people.
movie theater stuff. This is video game.
Thank you. That's first person shooter bullshit. He's like he's in a video game with a first person shooter. Yeah,
it makes me wonder about that stuff, though. Like in the cases of the like with all of the first shooter game training and how they do like the training for hold on.
No, you're right. Doom was developed by military. I think it was a military training exercise.
Yeah. All that shit. All that shit was like usually had roots like that. By the way, Brendan, I want to thank you so much for finding that Exorcist clip. Thank you so much for finding that. That is.
That was the original. That didn't make it to the film. Somehow someone got it.
No, but what I really wish is that the director's cut puts that in there instead of the stupid blood coming out of her mouth, because
I compared it with the one that made it to the film, like the director's cut, and it's like so cheesy. The director's cut one is so dumb.
Thank you. It's bullshit. I feel
like
offended.
Right. They did it deliberately. Like it was.
Anyway, though.
Yeah, go on, Jennifer. Yeah.
No, just that I think when talking about the military, it's very difficult because, like, I know so many people who were in the military and have and so I think.
So tell us about all the people that you know in the military. Do they all strike you as well-adjusted, normal?
Well, I know a lot of people that went to school too.
Yeah, and the majority of them turned out to be assholes.
Yeah. Well, it's like my family had been in the military.
No, I didn't really notice. I mean, with my family that was in the military and people that I've known growing up that were in the military, it wasn't incredibly, I mean, yes, it definitely affected them.
Okay.
There's no doubt about that. But I have a very good friend, and he was going to actually go in to become a priest, but had crazy stories and also very good ones. And how it seemed it shaped him he was going to go into the Jesuit order, and he wound up not completing seminary and went on and joined the Marine Corps. So he was a Jesuit like trained seminary that went into the Marine Corps and wound up in fast company with the Marines. And he had experiences there and went on to be one of the best men that I've ever met as far as like human beings go, and seems, perfectly fine. But I think that there's a lot of people who have all these different types of experiences. So I don't know. As far as how the military...
There's always an outlier in in to bring in statistics. Right. There always is going to be that if you're using like a
if you didn't have the military for a lot of these people to go, I mean, I think that you have to put it in perspective of what you're dealing with. If there are other countries, if you do not have a trained force, because the world has always been at war and these people are at war and there are these warrior type people fighting. And if you do not have your own warrior class,
Jennifer,
you will be defeated.
See, this is where I'll interject here. Believe me.
The military is one thing, and then there's the occult or the evil.
Well, let's put it this way. This is the disambiguation I've always made, Jennifer, is I've always disambiguated the American military from other militaries. And beyond disambiguating it, I've disambiguated the post-Vietnam American military. Well, you saw what I said in Satan's Crusaders, that, and just to go over that so I can reaffirm my stance so all our listeners understand, one of the important things that I have always advocated is a draft. Once they got rid of the draft, then any semblance of a functional military disappeared. All this bullshit propaganda. Yeah, thank you, Brandon. All this bullshit propaganda that they've promoted ever since about a quote-unquote professional military is absolute bullshit. And it's a complete and total lie, because what they developed into was a cult of unemployable welfare recipients who are completely just unemployable for any normal life. They're just not people you would want to employ. They're antisocial, and this is why they joined the military. Again, I'm speaking in generalities. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions to the rule. Obviously, I consider my father an exception to the rule. He's like one of those innocent men who wound up in prison. But when it comes to the fact of it, he was part of a very different military. And I'm not trying to say that the World War II...
That's a good point. Yeah. That's actually a very good distinction.
He was pre-war Vietnam, though, correct?
Yeah, God, he ran away to join the Navy. You're talking about the Korean 19... Yeah, he was... You're talking about he was in there before World War II. So...
But he was he was not post-Vietnam.
No, he was not post-Vietnam.
Right.
He was still in the service at Vietnam's beginning. And then he mustered out of the service during the Vietnam War. He was still in the service when I was born in 1966. So, but when it comes to all the different changes he saw in the military, I could go into them for the sake of morbid entertainment. One of the funniest was Korean War. My father was talking about during the Korean War, they recalled all these guys into service, and he couldn't believe it. I mean, my father had joined the military at the age of 16 and served in the China gunboat patrols before World War II, as portrayed in the movie The Sand Pebbles. That was his experience, was portrayed in that film. Not his personal experience, but the general experience of that kind of service. But by the way, that reminds me of something that I got to get out of my mind before it dribbles out of my ear, and that is what Brandon Young had brought up about Kino, saying that he was the inspiration essentially for the character in the Stargate film. When it came to the film Rambo, every motherfucker on Earth was coming out and saying they were the inspiration for the film Rambo. And Aquino's too intellectual for that. He couldn't do Rambo, so that's why he took the Stargate. Brendan, does this make sense? You get what I'm saying, right? It's like he knows.
I was on mute. You didn't hear me laughing. I was laughing about that.
Yeah.
Rambo. That's fantastic, because we lost in Afghanistan, we lost in Vietnam. But here's a character that the U.S. military entertainment complex.
Yeah, like it became Hollywood after.
Well, they create to this single-handedly go into Vietnam, go into Afghanistan.
Yeah. Oh, it's Bob Hope in a muscle suit. Bob Hope in a muscle suit.
It. Yeah, exactly. He wins the whole thing.
Yeah,
with his knife and his bandana.
Yeah, this is what they were claiming was, if they had only just let us win, if they had only just let us win,
Yeah.
you know, they were all
Well,
being
the first
held
one is good because he's in America and he fights like these jerk off.
National Guardsmen. It was National Guardsmen ultimately.
Was it?
But
Or
first
was
it
it
was sheriffs.
sheriff's
First it was
department?
sheriffs, local county sheriffs.
Yeah.
That's
But-
great. I actually like that. And his friends die of Agent Orange and all that. You know, the first one's decent, but it goes.
It is what it is. I have to admit, for just all out entertainment, the second Rambo actually was good. It just entertained.
The last one's all right too. You know?
I never saw the last one where he's in Burma. I never even saw that. By that time, I think he's 100 years old or something. But Jennifer, okay, so we do love to hear your voice, so do unmute. We don't mind the noises at all. We adore your voices. Yes, see, Brandon is saying how much he loves you. And so
No, I was just thinking, you know, like as far as like handling of a rifle.
Yes.
In a combat situation,
Yes.
you know, in a combat, and people who are trained in combat shooting,
Yes.
it's not the eyes that direct; it's the hands.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
for example, I point with the
Good point.
forehand at my target in combat, and it's the same. It's hand directed at target, and then the eye catches up. It
Yes.
seems to be the case, and the photo released is all. That's what I had noticed.
Yes. So just to reinforce what you're saying, as I've explained to everybody in the past, unless you're a sniper, you're really generally not going to aim in combat. You're basically just going to point and shoot. And that's something that, especially in a massacre situation where everyone's a sitting duck, of course, when you're in an open carry state where everybody's given limitless permit to just, you know, as they were in the state.
No
using-
permit, even.
Yeah, then it's impossible, statistically impossible, that this guy did what he did. You know, honestly, with the first place he walked into, there should have been somebody there opening fire in return. The fact that he went to multiple places and nobody's returning fire is unbelievable, literally unbelievable.
I mentioned in the chat that they have there's something interesting about the population. There's something interesting about Lewistown, Maine anyway. They have a very large Somalian population, 13,000 out of 36,000. I would be interested to see what comes out of this if it's not shown to be a targeted scenario in some case against the Somalis, the Somalian population in that location, because there's 13,000 Somalians in Lewistown as of 2014 out of a population of 36,000.
You would have thought they would have brought that up first thing, that they couldn't hide that.
I would think so.
Yeah, that they couldn't hide that.
Right.
Yeah, it's
The places it sounded like he was at didn't sound very
ethnic. They didn't.
Yeah, ethnic.
No, so
Thank
it's
you.
very strange, I think. I think that might come out as some type of. It might come out as some point about the motivation or something like that eventually once this all rolls out.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
we'll
and,
see.
Yeah. Thank you. And to continue along with my earlier thought in terms of militaries, one of the things that I point out about there's a difference between warriors and soldiers. A soldier, of course, is part of a organized unit. Soldier
And it's
is,
from a distance, I agree.
Yeah, well, not necessarily, but soldiers are like, say, for instance, the Romans. The Roman legions were soldiers. These were soldiers. But if they were not warriors, they would confront warrior cultures like the Celts. And most of the time they would consider themselves superior because of massive discipline. And therefore they were they were this very brutal, ruthless, relentless steamroller based on mobilized discipline that it generally conquered what they encountered. So the soldier, in one sense, would be superior to the warrior in combat effectiveness, so long as they've got the logistics and they've got the state behind them that is able to support their efforts. But obviously the warrior, on the other hand, is someone who's capable of encountering many soldiers and potentially wiping them out, given the right circumstances or given the opportunity. Definitely a warrior is someone whose entire life revolves around warfare, hence the term warrior, whereas a soldier is someone who ultimately has an aspiration, one would presume, to retire or to ultimately levy out, muster out of service once service is done, unless they go career and, of course, ultimately their life is consumed by that discipline. But in some ways they bleed together and overlap, but there's usually generally a very real difference between a warrior and a soldier. So when it comes to these military cultures, such as the Germans or the Japanese, which are archetypal, these are warrior cultures. And you have other cultures which, as Jennifer is pointing out, are, of course, can be potentially aggressive. So what Jennifer has pointed out is that there has to be some kind of military in order to defend the civilization that one is a part of. And of course, this is what I've always stated. This is one of the things I was telling Brooke Gibson, who has been on the show in the past and has never had any fear whatsoever about interjecting. She's very, in fact, she compulsively will interrupt to the point where it seems her very intent is to make everyone lose their train of thought until there's no thoughts left, other than the fantasy of killing her. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. At any rate, she would understand that. If she heard that, she would be the first to understand that.
That's her goal, pretty much.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it seems to be her objective is to get someone to that point. So when it comes to what I'm saying about the military and the need for defense, one of the things I pointed out to her, because she would say I'm a warmonger. She would say that I'm a warmonger and that I love war, and she'll reinterpret what I said until it sounds like
I thought that was funny when Peter said that earlier. He's like, so no one thinks you're warmongering, and I'm like, at this point, it's like, why not?
Yeah,
like,
thank
I agreed
you.
with you on that.
Thank you. Yeah, but
like we can't possibly carry on like this. I mean,
yeah, thank you. And but one of the things that I was pointing out to Brooke was that when she's saying, why can't we have a future of, I guess what she imagines is some kind of total peace, celebration, human coexistence. And I said, look, it doesn't matter. You can attain a sense of peace and balance and really just look at the Amish. Look at these people who are living in this kind of rural existence. The Amish.
Oh, there are secrets there amongst those people for sure. They just cover
the Mennonites.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The Mennonites and the Amish. I mean, honestly, they may not participate in war and say war is not our way or something, but honestly, if they are truly living like that, all it takes is a very large motorcycle gang to roll through and they're finished. I mean, if they truly live with that level of peaceful coexistence attitude where they have no weapons and they're just doing what they're doing, living their life and sustaining themselves, come a collapse of society, they're finished, because
it's almost like the industrialization keeps the hordes at bay for them.
Yes.
So even if they reject it, it's like they still need it,
which renders them parasitic. Renders them parasitic, ultimately, not independent. They're not independent.
Yeah. Even if they're off the grid and don't interact, that's very odd.
They're ultimately parasitic.
I don't think
you
guys have seen Ezekiel and Jebediah with the pitchfork.
I keep getting up and moving around.
True.
So don't mind me when I'm just like, when I do mute, it's because I'm messing around or going over there.
Understood. No worries. No worries. It's fine. And not nearly.
I'm probably making noise too.
Yeah. Brendan's making a lot more noise than Jennifer, believe me. Yes, he rattles his pots and pans, and but at any
I have
rate,
to make my nighttime roti, because it's cold in here.
Yes, I don't blame you. Yeah, it's and so when it comes to what I was telling her was that you have to have, of course, a military. Ultimately, a military is an essential part of existence. But such being said, one of the things that I pointed out is what kind of military. Now, one of the things that I pointed out as well when it comes to a result of what happened when I was at the Presidio, my exposure of all that human child trafficking, and as a direct result, I've pointed out that anybody can look up the month of the military child. And what happened was that the American government declared April to be the month of the military child shortly after I exposed all the human child trafficking that was going on in the military. At the time that I was working with the U.S. Department of Defense, the Army alone was taking care of 100,000 children a day. 100,000 children a day in all of their care facilities for children, their daycare centers all over the world. In
That's
all their
crazy.
Yes, of course it's crazy. And then, so the month of the military child was brought up as and institutionalized so they could say the month of April is all about showing the rest of the world that our military daycare centers are the role model for all daycare centers all over the world. That there's no daycare centers anywhere in the world that could go even remotely compare to the quality, the safety of our military daycare centers. Now think of the insanity of what I've just said. The entire purpose of a war machine is to kill things and kill people and break things. Basically, you're there to break things and kill people. That's what a war machine's all about. I think we could all agree that whatever else a war machine may be, the last thing a military should be is a family environment. The very idea that a military is a role model to the rest of the world with hundreds of daycare centers taking care of thousands of children on any given day is insane on the face of it. So this is where I disambiguate the American military from any other military on Earth. There's no other military on Earth like it, because the American military is not a military. It's a welfare state and a jail dodge. It's basically where all these families are exported as ghettos to other countries. This is what I pointed out about the Balkans. At the time that I was a mercenary in the Balkans, there was a man who died in the Balkans who was on a plane. His name was Ron Brown. He was the head of housing and urban development. And he died in Bosnia. And you have to ask yourself...
This is the Acorn guy?
Yeah, you have to ask yourself, why the hell is the head of housing and urban development, what is he doing in Bosnia? It's there because he's overseeing the building of ghetto housing for military families that are being brought to Bosnia. They're bringing over entire fat families of these fat wives and their fat kids who are coming to live while their parents fight a war. Okay, this is America exporting its ghettos. See, the Germans and the Japanese export cars. America exports ethnic ghettos, where they take its primarily minority military services and imports their fat families all the way over to other countries so that we don't have them here. This is one way they keep crime rates down. This is what they'll tell you. Or what they won't tell you, but they tell each other. This is the insanity of the American military. This is why we can't say America even has a military. We need to dismantle this so-called military and institute a draft. This is what I've always argued. So that's my stance in general at the basic level. I hope that's coherent.
No, it's a good stance, I think.
Thank you.
It's interesting.
Thank
and
you.
especially that you can
I think that's the
explain
truth.
why, you know, why you feel that way. I think that the daycare
Because
center... Go ahead, Brendan.
Because I've been around these military families, and they all would say, they've told me that to my face. In fact, the way I got into conspiracy was through a military father of one of my girlfriends at the time, and he handed me the book Behold a Pale Horse, and he used to reference, like, you know, Satanism and Aquino and all these people, and he knew about it, in other words. So, like, they would admit it, and the whole family was in the military. The son was in the Air Force and all this, and they would totally agree with that stance. Yeah.
Thank you.
Like, they lived in Okinawa, they lived in all these places,
One thing I want to add to it, and then I will get on my way, I guess. But one thing I want to bring up that I think is very interesting about what you were saying is that I think that you know, the program of the daycares being a type of prototype, a template for the nation, is very fascinating when you're thinking about that. In the case of the, you know, everybody's heard of the finders and everything, that it appeared that there was an underground where they were taking children.
Right. Explain that for our listeners who may not have heard of the finders. Give them a little summary.
Okay. So, like, in the case and this kind of popped up in the 70s. It was like the late 70s into the 80s. People may have heard, you can look up Ted Gunderson. He talks a lot about this. Most of the information I have is coming from listening to Ted Gunderson and then looking around at all the articles and the links from him, basically, and then going a little trying to find as much as I possibly could about it. And what was discovered, and Ted Gunderson, for anybody who doesn't know, he was the FBI chief in, I think it was in Kentucky and in Chicago and then in California. And anyway, but he worked for the FBI for a long time, and then he has done a lot. When he was kind of retiring, he began doing a lot of research into what spurred him was the finders, basically, that Johnny Gosh was a big case that came up, and that possibly these children were that there were children being stolen from suburban neighborhoods, and they were being taken and then reprogrammed in a way to be useful to some entities within our own, I suppose, the propaganda machine of the United States. Would you consider it journalism, or in the government itself, or in the military, or in the pimping industry? There was a great deal of this. So it's all tied together and connected in a way of like blackmail and to hold people accountable, like a type of oath system that they have within their own ranks. So you'd have these children and you would raise them up into a type of sex trafficking ring in some cases, which was pretty dominant. And that would also work double time, not just being for blackmail, people who would engage in activities with these, but it would also work as a way of programming those individuals to later work as finders. So some of these children that were taken into these programs that were abused this way would then go on to be a type of, where they begin to work for their handlers and
absolutely
getting more children for them.
Yes.
And in some cases, it's because they become, endeared to them in a way, and it becomes like a family, Stockholm syndrome sort of situation.
Absolutely. Go on.
And then they take these children.
It's like an extended abusive family where the cycle of violence continues. Go on.
Yeah. Something like that. And then it looked as if they were taking, it found in the case of the finders of one of the stories that came up, there was a group of children that were discovered. I think it was in New York, and it was northeast, and so somewhere. I think it was New York, but there were children who were seeming to be unkempt, very little children, 7, 8 years old, 6, 7, 8 years old, and some of them, very unkempt, and they were in a park, and they were being attended by a couple of men that were in a van. And somebody called the official, called the police, and the children were interviewed, and the police kind of investigated it, but it ended up coming to nothing. And the children were being kept in a type of warehouse, and the stories that they told were that they were with other children, a vast number of other children, that were all kind of listening to a sort of like a game caller, like a man who was sort of overseeing all of them. And what they were trying to, it appears to be that there was a type of experiment going on where they were trying to raise a vast amount of children in a way without parents of any kind, in a system that is raised by the state. And the state would be, how could they actually raise human beings that would be effective in the machine of the United States, for example, or maybe worldwide, as agents in a way? Could they be functional and operative without being raised in the traditional human mammalian sense of being raised by a mother and a father and so on, in a family sense? Could they be raised in an institution?
Right. By the way,
this
is very similar to what happened in Romania, where they basically Nicolae Ceausescu had wanted as many children as possible, and that they be raised by the state because it was a communist system. And in his case, they just wound up basically just unsocialized, almost feral, and almost saturated with AIDS. Now, just to put this into perspective, what you've just articulated, looking at the month of the military child with the Department of Defense's own website, the www.defense.gov, which is definitely a government website, they point out that there are well over 1.6 million military children. 1.6 million children in military daycare centers. That's incredible. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. It's basically an extension of what you're describing. This is the parents are simply not there, and you wonder why these people. There are people who are born on a base and will die on a base. I'm not exaggerating. And their entire life is involved with the welfare state that is the military. This is your so-called professional, quote-unquote, military. There's nothing professional about it. This is an extended cult. Now, about Ted Gunderson. Now, I notice the individual who refers to himself as the troll in the chat room brings up that Gunderson was legit. Most people think so. Now, this is what I understand. Now, I personally have not taken the stance as shall I say, emphatically as some other people. There are people out there who truly hate Ted Gunderson and truly say that he was. Oh, and by the way, welcome to Victoria. So Victoria, welcome aboard. I want to introduce you to Jennifer. Jennifer, this is Victoria, who's joining us before you leave for the night. Okay. And Victoria manages a CBD dispensary in Pennsylvania. And so Victoria, say hi if you feel like it.
Nice to meet you, Victoria.
Good evening, y'all. How are you doing?
Yeah. Wonderful.
Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah. So glad for you ladies to meet. And so at any rate, you're both very much alike, very independent, and both come from fairly worldly backgrounds, traveled a lot. I mean, you're both impressive.
I better not stay too much longer.
Understood. Understood.
Yes, I want to say everyone is very excited about the interview, me most of all. And I think it's going to be amazing because this is information that I think is important, and I think it's something missing. This is the word for me. I mean, it's so important because I think that a lot of people, like everything I wanted to address and to have the chance to get to discuss it with you. And you are probably as the most all of my years of research, but what you actually have to offer, it's just a dream, really, because I think that it's something a lot of people have missed by design or by apprehension, and it's tragic because the breadth of knowledge you have needs to be spread, and I know it has been. You've been speaking out for a long time, but to be a part of getting that out even more so, I'm absolutely enthralled, and I'm determined to help, even in the small way that I can.
I want everyone to know that the interview will be on November 10th, Friday, November 10th. It will be at, correct me if I'm wrong on this, 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Central Standard. Yep. And so they don't follow daylight saving in your...
Oh, no, they do. I'm sorry. No, I was just saying Central. I only know to say Central Standard Time.
Oh, okay. So it'll be 8 p.m. Pacific excuse me, you got me doing it. Pacific Daylight Time and 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There we are. And so this will be something that now Jennifer and I will go over this privately and we'll decide. I think I might be able to handle the technology she uses. What's it called again? What you use?
It's just going to be through. I was planning on doing it through StreamYard.
StreamYard.
If that works for you.
But do me a favor and we'll experiment a little with Skype. Just download Skype, make certain you have Skype, and because I'm so comfortable with Skype, and
yes, and I want you to be as comfortable as you can be.
Yeah. Then we'll see if I'm going to try and experiment with StreamYard a little bit, and if I find I can't adapt, then I'll beg you on hand and knee.
If not, we'll figure it out. It's fine.
Okay, and we'll get back to talking about Gunderson later. Do remind me about that. I do want you to know that according to Ed Opperman, who was a private detective who got to know Gunderson pretty well, he was, I don't know if you were aware of this, you were aware that Oates, the guy's name was, I think his name was David John Oates or something like that. He was the guy who did reverse speech. And,
yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I thought that's who you're talking about. Go ahead. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
So David John Oates, who was doing the reverse speech, basically he ultimately said that his reverse speech convinced him that Art Bell was a pedophile, and that's why Art Bell's son was ultimately set up to be raped and infected with AIDS by his teacher, which is what happened. His son was taken onto a field trip, raped and infected by AIDS by his own school teacher. And so when Oates did this, the man who backed him up was Ted Gunderson. And then Art Bell sued them both. And the go-between in terms of the communicator, the person who ran communications between these two parties, Art Bell and the Gunderson-Oates team, was Ed Opperman, the private detective. So he got to know Ted Gunderson pretty well. And what he shared with me publicly, was that at one point in his investigating Johnny Gosch, that Ted Gunderson essentially wound up insinuating himself into the life of Johnny Gosch's mother and wound up sleeping with her. And that the mother, and that while they were basically shacking up together, the woman was constantly irritated by the fact that every morning they would both be woken up by a telephone call, which Ted Gunderson would answer. And when she finally asked him because it was always at the same time every morning, like an alarm clock, she has to, and it was inordinately early, she asked him, who the hell is calling you every morning? And Ted Gunderson told her flat out, Michael Aquino, because that's who gives me my orders. Now, Michael Aquino,
well, I have to definitely look into that.
Michael Aquino was the man who abducted Johnny Gosch, for those who don't know. And so he's talking to the very man who abducted her son. So she relayed that to Ed Opperman. Ed Opperman swears up and down by this. And so I do not find that unbelievable at all. Our man Peter Moon lived for years with Stuart Sverdlow, who wound up being one of the last people who lured Max Spears to Poland, where Max Spears was ultimately murdered. And so Peter Moon lived with Sverdlow for a number of years, and he said every night Sverdlow would get a phone call, and he was convinced
it's
it was
like
from
Pavlov's bell and shit.
Yeah, like Pavlov's bell, yeah. And he was convinced, Peter Moon was convinced that Sverdlow was getting calls from Michael Aquino. My joke was like it was American Dad. If you've ever seen the cartoon American Dad, he gets what's called the chicken call. And my joke was Stuart Sverdlow was getting the chicken call. Yeah, at the other end, Michael Aquino was going, and then Sverdlow would go out and kill somebody. At any rate,
that's incredible because this is why. This is why. And so I'm going to have to look into this. I don't know if there's anything to find. I'll just have to talk with you more about it.
Oh yeah, I'll be happy to give you more.
Yeah, everything you brought up, pretty much Doug has referenced before, but I was just waiting for him to cover it.
Yeah.
So it's important.
Yeah, I do want people to know, however, that I personally, when I was involved at the Presidio military base and exposing everything I did about the human child trafficking scandal, Gunderson was nowhere to be fucking found. That's what I can tell you. Yeah, but Gunderson, the way he'll present it, everything Jennifer says about Gunderson is true, about his background, his professional background. But Gunderson would promote himself as like being on the front lines, on the scene, wherever these kids are in danger, cape fluttering, he's out there. He was nowhere near the Presidio, I can tell you that. And
there's something interesting about him too. I found, and I only briefly found it, and I could never find it again. And I can't remember what the source was or anything, so take this with a grain of salt. But it always bothered me a little bit that I heard that Ted Gunderson, he was married, at least his first marriage. I don't know if he was ever married again or anything of the case, but
yes, to Anton Zandor LaVey's ex-wife.
Something like that. I
Yeah.
had heard something to the effect.
No, it's quite true. It's quite true. That's true. Yeah, it's not rumor. It's not rumor. But of course, the way I always pictured that when I was younger, I always thought it was like the cop who married the kidnapped heiress, Patty Hearst.
Right, something like that.
Yeah, something like that, where she when she was arrested by that cop, she had been so indoctrinated by the communist cell group, the Symbionese Liberation Army, that the cops were gonna rape her, torture her, and kill her, that when she got arrested by that cop, she pissed her pants. And he felt so bad for her that he like covered her up and all this other shit, and they basically got to know each other, and he wound up marrying her. So I thought maybe something like that was going on with Gunderson and LaVey's ex-wife, but yeah, over the years I've come to think completely different thoughts about that. And so I do suspect Gunderson was he was certainly legitimate in the sense that he had these careers, but I think that he definitely was someone who was on the other side. He definitely lost the case against Art Bell, and the FBI paid out millions of dollars for that because they have a special slush fund which is just set aside for just such lawsuits. But if it weren't for that, he'd be busted broke. And as for David John Oates, he ran away back to Australia, so he couldn't be extradited.
David Oates, that's incredible you brought him up. When you said David Oates, I was like, you mean the reverse speech guy? And then you said that, and I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, because David Oates, when I came across David Oates, I didn't think anybody in the world had ever heard of him at all. Yeah. Reverse speech, people did know about reverse speech, but it just didn't seem like it reached very many people, but then for you to bring it up and everything, it's like, it just keeps happening over and over again where it's all tied together.
That was like Coast to Coast back in the day. Those were like the regulars.
Yeah, those are the regulars.
Kind of people.
Yeah, David Oates, by the way, he's like one of these people who's also just he's completely absorbed in himself. He would say on Coast to Coast AM, when people would ask, how'd you get into this reverse speech? Well, I found out when I played my recordings backward, when I recorded parties and people didn't know I was recording them. When I played it backwards, I realized every girl in the room wanted to fuck me. He didn't say that, but he said they wanted to sleep with me or something like that. Something stupid like, I realized every girl in the room was hot for me. And I was like thinking, you fucking deluded son of a bitch. That's what I was thinking. But anyhow, somebody, he's obviously got a screw loose. And then later on, when he was in Australia and people were interviewing him, he was saying, oh, they're after me. They like leave smelly like stink bombs that smell just like dead animals all over my house. And, they're terrorizing me. And it's like, dude, why would they, if they really wanted you dead, they just fucking kill you. They wouldn't bother doing all this shit to terrorize you because it's not like your secret is something they need you alive for. It's just you push the reverse button. It's out by now. Everyone knows how to do that. Okay?
Yeah.
It's like that's what stoners in the 60s were doing, with Led Zeppelin albums.
Thank you. Fuck, The Exorcist was doing it. I mean, that's what the priest was doing.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, play it backwards, and what she says suddenly makes sense. Yeah.
Right. That's where he got it from.
Or something. That first thing are you talking about the first thing that she says or something? I am no one, or I am whatever that weird statement. Then before she says the sow is mine.
That's
how they discover it's a demon or something. Right?
Yeah, I can't remember the specifics, but we all remember him doing that back in the days when you could mechanically do that. That's what he was doing.
I don't know. I'm gonna go to sleep and everything.
Yes.
I've enjoyed so much.
Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay, we all love
Thank
you dearly. So much. Okay.
Good night, darling.
I emailed David Oates a long time ago, and I asked to interview him.
And he said, "There's another chick who's hot for my bod," right?
I didn't realize he would take that from it. But actually, I never. It's strange. It turned out that I never heard back from him or anything of the kind.
He has an incredibly pale body.
But okay, well, you guys have a good night.
You probably weren't missing anything. You probably weren't missing anything, Jen.
No, I doubt it. I guess now. What could he have said? I don't know. It's just trying to find so many different, so much. You're just trying to, people are trying to find. But okay, you guys have a great night. Thank you so much.
Gute Nacht.
Yes.
Really enjoyed it.
Sleep well, Jennifer.
Yes.
Thank you, Victoria. You guys have a great night. Thank you, Mr. Dietrich, and have a good night.
Yeah, take care for now. And stay safe and be well. Okay, so Victoria, tell us a little bit about how you've been, whatever you're willing to share. How was the Z quill? Any of the Z caps?
It's like 3:30 a.m. right now. I'm half awake, but
that's fine.
This is always what happens, I need some sleep, and then I tune in, and I have no idea what people have been talking about for the last 2 hours. So I'm like quickly trying to catch up.
No worries.
I don't know much about military history nor Michael Aquino, so I always just wish I had a notebook.
No worries. All you need to do is watch some of my videos on the homepage of the channel. You can look up Satan's Crusaders. Pretty easy to find. It'll be on the homepage of my channel, and you can review that, and you'd pretty much get a good introduction. Brandon,
okay, you might have to send me which videos, and I will do that.
Oh, you want links? You mean like send you some links?
Yeah, if you could send me specific links to certain stuff, I would absolutely take a notebook out and take notes.
Do you check your messages on Skype very often? I'll send it to you in the Skype, your private Skype.
I can.
Okay,
I can.
yeah, just be on the lookout for it. Yeah, just be on the lookout for it.
Thank you.
And I don't know how Brandon's awake. Brandon, isn't it very late for you? Are you working tomorrow? Not that I'm suggesting you leave, mind you. I enjoy your being here. But...
Oh, no. I'm fine, but it's I am technically off tomorrow. I'm just
oh, good. I suspected something like that.
Yeah, so it is again. Like I think we're Victoria and we might be on the same coast.
Yeah,
because it's about 3:30 here.
Yeah.
As well,
yeah.
So.
You're
East
in the
Coast,
same time
East
zone.
Coast, as I call it.
East
East
Coast.
Yes.
East Coast.
That's right. And the Beast Coast is a nice way of putting it. Is that a reference to the biblical beast?
Well, funny enough, I did it just because, you hear people repping like, oh, best West Coast, best coast. And so I said, well, we're way harder out here. We're cooler. We're more popular.
Left coast,
East Coast, Beast Coast,
Yes. Like it. I like it. And very creative. So, darling, I like you kind of half asleep. I like you awake, too. But
I'm more docile, aren't I?
yeah, and that's fine. Either way, I like you docile or aggressive. You're always nice. So, what was I going to say? There was some other things I wanted to bring up concerning all of that.
You got blood loss.
It's funny you mentioned that. That's what Brooke had, apparently, anemia she had. Yeah.
Right. I was just making a Randy joke, but are you gonna do any like holiday special like for Halloween or?
Let's take a look at what day Halloween falls on. And
Tuesday.
A Tuesday. Okay, so
yes.
Probably not then. Well, maybe kind of, sort of. I mean, we'll have something around that time. Let me see. Halloween's the 31st. It is a Tuesday, so I'll be on November 1st. So yeah, I'll be on the day after.
You can do a Dia de los Muertos special.
Yes, that's right. Day of the Dead special. Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Or All Saints Day. You pick one, I guess.
Yes, that's right.
It would be interesting. You'd certainly be a good one to cover anything with that.
Well, I was being kind of facetious because that's like.
That's like every episode is Halloween on Dietrich time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know about Day of the Dead, but just all the stuff surrounding Halloween, All Hallows Eve. It would be very interesting to hear you guys talk about that. I only just recently learned. I thought I knew, like, oh, Halloween is so messed up for all these reasons. I learned recently in a video from one of Call for an Uprising's many sub-channels that are still remaining, that bobbing for apples had a much more sinister history than I ever thought. I didn't know.
Yeah, tell us about it. Tell us what it was.
Far as I understand, from what I heard, I guess if you could either have a choice to be burnt alive or sacrificed, and if you didn't want to, you'd have to try to bob for the apples that were in boiling water.
Yeah.
And if you tried to do it and then failed, you'd die. And if you did it and burnt your face off, I think you still were sacrificed or something like that, or you'd be boiled alive in the water.
It was like, if you got injured, it would prove that you weren't a witch, but if you survived, you'd be a witch and get killed anyway.
Right.
but
something like that.
It's like she was a witch.
That's so horrible.
Disfigured for the rest of your life as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my
Yep.
God. Just.
Doc Marquis, this guy Doc Marquis used to say that in his lectures as well.
Oh God. Yes.
Which brings to
Doc
mind how incredible the Apostle Paul is, because it said that he was also boiled in oil and then didn't die and then continued preaching the gospel. So, wow, full circle. But
holy
yes,
shit.
sorry, Halloween vibes, sorry.
No, that's incredible.
I'm always thinking about Bible stuff.
That was kind of the point.
I'm sorry. What was that, Brandon?
Fried chicken is really good on Halloween night.
Oh, God.
What?
You boil it? No, I mean you fry it in oil.
Brandon, your sense of humor is appalling.
Oh my word!
It's not. It's a. I mean, I'm not coming down on you. Don't worry about it.
No, I know.
It was funny. It was funny.
You don't like fried chicken, you guys?
I love fried chicken. I love fried chicken, but yeah, thanks. It's one of those things. Fried people, on the other hand, they're like, yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. But who did like them fried was Lorian Ann Fenton. Yes. She liked them fried. Yeah, that's the.
Let's not go there again.
Yeah,
save it for Halloween.
Yeah, save it for Halloween. So, yeah, I forgot what
thing.
Yeah, what was that?
I can't look at people the same after that.
Thank you.
Just so you know.
Thank you. Yeah, it's once you see it, it cannot be unseen. It's with some people. It's like Stuart Sverdlow and the chicken call. It's yeah. But
what I meant by the Halloween thing, I actually meant like the cryptids and all that shit. Like you were talking about Ghoul and Dwaygod and Vamps and Lycans, and that's all I meant. Fae.
Understood.
But maybe we can repost the Halloween special just for shits.
Yeah, that's a thought. Yeah, that's a good idea. You do that. I mean, because you got the key. You got the keys to the kingdom. I mean,
I have it.
Yeah, it's amazing how much I trust Brendan Zoget. So, Victoria, when it comes to, say, for instance, what are your Halloween themes or decorations for the dispensary? Have you put up spiderweb, skeletons, pumpkins?
I have not put up any decorations yet. Okay. I figure I'll try to dress up for a bit over the weekend. I personally, I've had a few people ask me, like, oh, what are you doing? I'm like, I usually just stay home and, like, pray against all the witches.
Yeah.
Doing sacrifices that night around the surrounding times. But I do love to dress up. It's just my soul gets quite burdened around that time because I feel the weight of all that.
Right.
Are you like a Christian or something?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was like such an awesomely awkward question, Brendan. Incredible. That's you like a Christian or something? Yeah, it's like
I do. I am a follower of Yeshua and
Did somebody just belch?
Satan, fan of Yeshua, etc., etc.
That was supposed to be me making fun of goth people asking that, by the way. Just so you know.
So he was making fun of the
I get it. That's fine. I still think you're absolutely freaking brilliant, Brendan.
You give me too much credit, far too much credit, but I appreciate it.
Yeah. There we are. Yeah, and so Victoria, of course, I'm enamored of you enough where I'm left rather speechless. I always, other people I can come up with many questions for, but in your case, I mean, I could just easily just chill with you, really, and talk casually. And your cats none of them are black, are they? They would be.
Yeah, actually, my Enki, Enki as in Enkin and Lil, yes, he is a precious black cat, and he is.
Your cats are pagan. That's funny.
Yeah, he's a furry. He's my furry familiar. He's my little. He's my.
Wait, I thought you were
well, that's
book.
Satan. I'm like, well, then Satan's my bitch. That's fine.
Yes.
Yeshua, no, you are.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Israel is not.
Yeah, is not real.
Is not real.
Yeah. No, I love it, and I think it's great that you have this incredible adaptability. And by the way, Real Tech was bringing us something about the Middle East.
Let me guess, they bombed another church.
No, Israel will flood Hamas tunnels with nerve gas under United States Navy supervision.
Wow.
Gotta support them. Gotta support them.
There's your where your money's going, guys.
Yep.
Awful.
Holy fucking shit. Let me see if I can bring
This
him
is
on.
every time something like this comes up, it's like at this point they have no defense against like hating on the Nazis, you know. It's like
thank you.
At this point it's kind of like it should just be like, you know, it happened and then look what we're doing, it's happening, you know.
The biggest irony in human history.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I mean, it's beyond irony. It's some kind of bizarre fucking wish fulfillment where they want to be Nazis so bad they can taste it, and so they just. I think Realtek has joined us. I mean, Realtek, this is astonishing. If you've read the article, please summarize it for us. Tell us and our listeners what you know of the situation. I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
Well,
by the way, let me introduce you to Victoria. Victoria, this is Realtek Geek. Realtek, this is Victoria. She's the manageress of a CBD dispensary in Pennsylvania, and she has cats that are black, which she needs to protect at Halloween so people don't kill them or something.
I'm very lucky. I do live in the middle of nowhere on a mountain, so I have no neighbors, basically.
I mean, that's both good and bad. It's frightening, and on nights when aren't you frightened sometimes of being alone, of like creatures coming out of the woods or something? Or
I'm quite protected, honestly.
Okay, good. I mean, I know you have faith, and that's important. And,
well, I have a gun and I have faith.
Oh, good.
and I have guardian angels, but yes.
And I feel much better.
Smith, guardian angel Smith and Wesson.
Yes, that's right.
Well, Karma is my favorite guardian angel. She's always on my side.
Right. I'm being facetious.
No.
Yes, as am I.
And,
well, not really.
I'm going to introduce you to Realtek Geek here. Realtek is tell me if I'm wrong, Realtek, and tell me what I get wrong, but I'm going to go off my memory, and my memory is kind of faulty because half the time I'm preoccupied by something else. But I think that Realtek and his wife from communist China recently went to the Caucasus nations of Georgia and other areas on the borderlands of Turkey to try and find a surrogate mother for their child? Something like this? Am I wrong?
Not wrong.
What the fuck? I still don't get what.
Please elaborate.
Yeah, why? What's
like.
behind this? It's like
what do you want to know about it?
This dude was in the middle of the Caucasus Mountains right after 100,000 people were ethnically cleansed by the Azeris.
I saw that.
East Armenia fell. Artsakh fell. 100,000 people fled into Armenia, and this guy's in a war zone. And he and his communist Chinese wife, I mean, that's unfair. She's a Chinese wife who happened to source from a communist mainland. They're going around looking for some surrogate for a child in a war zone. And all he could think of was, I want to go back to Comic-Con. And I'm like, okay, I thought I was high. I said, no, that was a dream. I was high. That he couldn't have said that. That's none of this could have been. What the fuck?
Let me see you some pictures.
What? Why go to a war zone? Wait, it's like
the price must have been right.
That was her idea, not mine. I didn't want to.
Okay. No. By the way,
that's my first time.
Just out of curiosity, I know. You squirt sperm, right? Is she like sterile or something? What? I don't get.
Of course I do. Yes.
Right. So.
That's it, not me.
So, is she sterile?
Yeah.
She's sterile. Okay.
Not entirely, but it's just...
Wait a second. How is someone not entirely sterile? What does that mean?
I don't know, man. She's doing egg extraction right now, so... But
Okay, it makes sense now. It's like the treatment was less expensive and you could do it that way.
Yes, prior to the war in Ukraine with fucking shit-faced Putin, Ukraine was the place in the world to go to do surrogacy.
Oh.
Now, of course, there are always issues with that in general, because I read some articles about that. They take your sperm, take your eggs, and then they sell it to another couple, this and that. But anyway, what I'm saying is that was a place to go. Now, they are still doing it there. I mean, I saw some articles that they're doing it still there, but it's just, wifey was talking about going there first.
Okay.
And I was like, you're insane. Uh-huh. You want to go to there? And even after
the invasion.
Yes, exactly. You can't. Yeah, I don't know.
But you wound up in a war zone anyway.
I did, but nothing was happening in Tbilisi. So.
How? Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia.
Tbilisi.
Yeah, where Stalin was born. Where Stalin, this guy's in the city where Stalin was born.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's where he went to seminary. That's where he
yeah.
went to seminary. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was from the mountains.
He was from the mountains.
Yeah,
he was a hill
that
cracker.
piece of garbage.
So what?
Yeah, that fucking piece of shit.
How did you avoid like a bunch of these mean ass white guys not giving you a hard time? They must have all looked at you like, who's this guy? I mean, like, how was it? What did it feel like? Were they staring at you a lot? Was it? Did anybody try to put the make on your wife? That must have happened. No.
I mean, I'm always photographing people on the street anyway, but okay. I was very careful with it. I mean, I saw some fucking Russian mafia dudes, fucking huge fucking muscles and shit. I didn't fucking bother with them, but everybody was very nice.
Okay.
Everybody was very friendly.
Okay.
I didn't have an issue with anybody, but I didn't really explore the city like that anyway. I was warned about the gypsies. The children may try to rob you.
Yeah.
But I really didn't go around too much. But it's just my first time overseas, so But like my friend said, places in the world. Yeah, of all places in the world to go to, you think about going there?
Yeah.
That's why I tell her too.
That's a crazy first time.
And you were there in Turkey too, right? You stopped off at Turkey for a bit, right?
Just for like 40 minutes to change.
Right. By the way, he's not telling us about the part where he relived the entire experience of Midnight Express.
Yes, of course I'm not.
What? So like in Georgia, you wound up not finding what you were seeking. Is that the case?
I told her it's just a waste of time going there. It's just not going to work out.
Uh-huh.
Ultimately, the problem is, which I don't understand why they would do this anyway, because they're making tons of money with the war in Ukraine. Because they're doing the surrogacy there, but they want to pass a bill to stop foreign couples from doing that. But it's just asinine. It really is.
So it must be like the famous
it's their
place
government.
to do it.
It is now because of the war in Ukraine.
Oh my God!
How so?
He said because of the war in Ukraine, somehow it's become the new surrogacy capital, so to speak, or destination.
Yes. Exactly.
For surrogacy
tourism. It used to be Ukraine until they blew up all the biolabs.
Yeah.
Biolabs? That's just fucking bullshit, man. I know fucking biolabs.
Brendan knows that. He's being facetious. Brendan.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. By the way, I want to draw everyone's attention to what Victoria entered in the chat. It's very funny. The missiles coming into Israel, my tax dollars, and the Iron Dome response, also my tax
Raytheon. Fucking Raytheon.
Somehow also my tax. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yes.
And now it's like Zyklon B, also my tax.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
For the tunnels.
Raytheon's doing a fucking share buyback now.
Yeah, things.
So, Realtech, tell us what your understanding is about what's going on with this thing, about this gassing the tunnels. This makes sense that they would do that because there's no, like I said, there's no way these guys are going to go into the tunnels. So
they got their ass handed to them in 2014.
Yes, thank you.
They were sending people and they they go back.
Yeah.
Another aspect, but anyway, let me. I do want to say that this article I did see originally posted on Twitter by Syrian Girl Partisan.
Okay.
So, just to have an understanding of that, but.
She's great.
Yeah,
she's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Victoria. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
U.S. Delta Force will oversee large quantities of nerve gas being pumped into Hamas tunnels, capable of paralyzing the modern-lead movement for a period between 6 to 12 hours. During this
nerve
time,
gas is that?
I mean,
Douglas's father, he was fucked up by nerve gas. He was blind for weeks.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But 12 hours of like miasma? That sounds pretty intense.
Yeah.
No, he was blind for months, actually.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you.
What was it, about 2 or 3 months, right?
Something of that, yeah. Something of that length. Yes, thank you. You're very astute. And of course many people take that and they run with it, and they'll say that this is why he never used gas in World War II. I mean, this always astonishes me when people say that, like, okay, so what was going on in the camps? But then we'll bring back to what Victoria says about the gas not being used in the camps, and that the camps were really not killing people. But we'll get into that some other time.
From what I understand, it was just only certain surrounding camps that were charged with that.
Okay. Surrounding camps. I mean, we'll get into it at some point.
Specifically, the ones outside Germany. I mean, Douglas has explained.
Yeah,
exactly.
These were outside Germany. Yes, that's quite correct.
Yep.
Yeah, and so Realtek, he's giving us an image now, and let's see what this image is.
I'm sending you. I don't know, man. I'm very.
Okay.
I'll put in the chat, but I'm really.
Oh, these are photographs you took at the Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Which is all you could think of when you were in the war zone. Yes, I don't. Yes, incredible.
Yes.
Okay, this is nice.
I'll put in the chat.
Yeah.
But just don't take my images, all right? I hate that shit.
I understand what you're saying. Yes, yes. No.
Not you.
Yeah, understood. Understood. Yeah, I don't think anyone here will take your images.
No.
Yeah. But your photography. So Realtek is a photographer, and he does specialize, so to speak, in people at these various comic conventions in various costumery. Oftentimes they use the term cosplay these days, which I can't stand that term. The reason I can't stand that term is because we've got these gang stalkers who say Douglas Dietrich's not Douglas Dietrich, and then they'll give all these links, and like Brendan Zoget says, he'll go over there and to these weird cosplay pages and shit, and it's like well, if I'm cosplay, which cartoon character am I fucking cosplaying? They never say that. Like, what am I cosplaying, you idiot?
Yeah, they never give an actual character, of course not.
Thank you.
It is true, yes.
And it's maddening, but that of course is their intent.
You're just cosplaying as an Asian or something.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
what they're
it.
saying. Like,
thank you. I mean, also they say what that Douglas Dietrich is. Oh, actually, Sammy heard this, so it's like weird. But Sammy heard when Jambo the Reese Monkey and Richard K. Cole Jr. were talking to each other, and Jambo said, he's not born in Taiwan, right? And that's when Richard K. Cole Jr. said, no, he's born in Taiwan. But then later on, Richard K. Cole Jr. said that actually I'm from the Philippines via Thailand, right? Or some stupid shit like that. Yeah. So it's like, well, what the fuck? Anyhow, there you go. It's just part of their crazy. It's just, they're totally crazy. They're all over the place. So, Realtek, when you were in Georgia and you were thinking of Comic-Con, how did you make it back in time?
Well, I didn't want to stay there for too long.
Okay.
But you're talking about staying.
But your wife wanted to, right? Your wife wanted to, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But I said to do everything in this country. Anything could happen. Like what happened was, that war could spill over, and I could have been stuck there too. Mm-hmm. And react. I'm sorry. I'm looking with Brennan. I was actually going to Israel to see my family. It's a good thing I didn't do that.
Right. And so, which part of your family lives in Israel?
There's several different ones. Extended cousins, but the one I'm familiar with is my cousin from South Africa.
Okay. And for people who don't know, South Africa and Israel had a military alliance going forever, and so is your cousin? However, Jewish, right? I presume.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And was living in South Africa, but then
Yes.
and then relocated to Israel after the fall of apartheid, basically, right?
Not, I never asked him because of that. All I know is that he left because of health problems and he wanted to get treatment there.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and well, yeah, definitely. South Africa would have once been capable of providing that, but after the fall of apartheid and the communists took over under Nelson Mandela, he had to go to Israel for that treatment because, well, basically under black rule, they probably would have killed him. And he got into the hospital.
It's ridiculous what's happening there, and that's supposed to be like the best nation in South Africa. I mean, in Africa, in terms of like infrastructure and internet.
Well, it was. It was. Yeah. Then apartheid fell and the communists took over. Yeah, and then everything went to shit. But yes, there we have that. Mark has joined us. So, Mark, forgive me. Again, my brain. I do this production. Have I introduced you to Vic already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yes,
yeah. So we all know each other, and so Mark, catch us a little bit up on what's been going on with you that you're willing to share, and then we'll go back to Real Tech's his experience. I mean, this is so fascinating. I mean, I'm still wondering if he ever had a chance to jerk off into a Dixie cup yet with that while he was in Georgia.
I didn't like that fucking shit.
Oh, you did? How did you? So did you have to have a porno mag in front of you, or did you just imagine something?
I just had her come in and do something with me.
Okay, your wife.
Yeah. I mean, I was telling her, they should have some prostitutes helping this shit out because this is just ridiculous. I thought for a minute, this is fucking and I have a fucking TV set in the room and there's no fucking porn on that shit. I'm like, this is just stupid. So,
did they
do that again?
Did they have like porn back in the 1980s with the big bushes and everything?
Yeah.
No, they didn't have shit, man. No, they haven't shit in nothing. I remember fucking one of these bitches with the fucking big bushes, man. It was just ridiculous, one of these cold girls. Man.
Well, I don't mind the bush myself. I prefer a little hair.
I don't like it. I don't like it, man. Fucking sucking pussy doing that is just like being a cat and shit,
Oh, okay, bring the bush back, man. Bring the bush back.
Bring the bush back.
To a degree, yes. It's a healthy biome. It helps protect from yeast infections, which I wound up catching from a shaved vagina the other day, earlier in the month, and wound up, anyhow. So there you go.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, you didn't hear it earlier on the show. It was actually a running joke.
I heard you say something about talking to Brooke about it. But.
Yes. I blamed her for it. I said, that's because she was claiming my shaved pussy is the healthiest part of my body. Yes, that's right. Yeah. So there you go. And at any rate, dear Victoria, what's your opinion on this?
Wait, on what?
On whether you prefer the bush or not. I mean.
I'll say this: for any human, like too much shaved is painful to make out with.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Thank you. I appreciate that
any kind of friction or making out with shaved, sometimes even freshly shaved, as soon as. I don't know how long you'll go, but it definitely can grow.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm celibate these days, so I don't know. But that's I don't.
What?
I do.
No, she's celibate transitionally. She's saving herself for her husband.
Yeah, these days I'm trying to be, away from all that jazz.
What's that like?
You kind of you survive on water and sunlight.
Celery. Like a breath. Is it like a breatharian type of thing?
No, it's like celery. It's like I'm a celery. I'm celery.
Brandon's saying it's celery instead of celibate. It's his idea of humor. His humor falls flat. It's like.
But I mean, I agree that I'm in the same situation, which by choice, it's actually healthier.
Yeah.
I thought I thought
it increases your chi, your inherent chi.
Yeah, retention definitely is good for you.
Yeah.
I
tried to explain that to Doug, and then he was like, "Fuck that."
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, wait a second.
No, it's actually scientific, but it's very spiritual as well.
But honey, Brendan's
Fuck
dude.
that shit. I never seen that.
Yeah,
never
thank
again.
you, thank you.
Fuck that. Never.
I mean,
Hell, I was forced to with grandma. I'm never coming back to that shit again. No.
Well, and I think it makes you more attractive because you get more pheromones, and it like makes you more attractive to people as well. Which I don't need. I already have enough. Like,
I don't know about that.
Right. I was about to say, Vic, you're attractive enough. Brendan, on the other hand, he like is retaining sperm, but then he feels somehow that's adding to his power or something. But
it does.
Yeah, he's just swelling up inside like a balloon.
Going
that's
right
all.
to his
Yeah.
crown chakra.
Yeah, that's right. He has
That stuff. I was gonna say that stuff backs up in your brain after a while.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I've heard though every once in a while, eventually it'll just kind of like you'll accidentally like let some out because your body will naturally do it in sleep or something. But sitting there jacking off the floor being a coomer in Coomerville isn't healthy for anyone.
Right.
Yeah, that happened to me an hour ago for some reason.
Now that's funny. That's funny. But by the way, Real Tech put a picture of Victoria Hobbs into the chat here. Vic, can you see that? That's you. It's adorable. It's adorable.
Oh, yo, that girl freaks me out, man.
Wow, pretty.
And it's at any rate, so Vic, but what are you retaining? Vaginal fluids? I mean, you're kind of like your female ejaculate. I mean, it's like.
Oh no, I'm speaking more for men. There's like a whole thing as far as like, because men, that's usually more of a thing, an issue with men sitting. At least that's what what people say.
It works for both. It's called like in Vedic, it's called brahmacharya. So it's like you.
Okay, you go on.
You have to like. You save up your energy.
What did he say?
It's good.
That's all.
Whoa!
It's much better.
I'm sorry. What? That's Brandon was saying something about this is like Vedic philosophical thing, and it's good for women too, and it's like Victoria said something about like it's all good or something like this. I still don't think I'm getting this. How you okay? So you're still
depends.
It's just go on. But you're also refraining from having orgasms at all? Are you refraining?
Everyone has their reasons, right? I'm doing it for religious reasons and spiritual reasons.
No, I understand that, and I respect that. But what I'm trying to are you refraining from having orgasms at all?
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yes, actually, I feel like I can't connect with God as well and pray and be as like, it's almost like fasting, right? You're like, ooh, no one wants to fast, right? But you can go into autophagy, you can cure cancer, you can really reset yourself, both spiritually, physically, immunity wise, etc. So I feel like maybe and you're resetting yourself, just your sensitivity as well. So it's good. It's good. It's not good to like fry your brain on it's like doing a drug too much. You're just sitting there clenching doing a drug. What's the point of your life after you're just doing nothing else? So obviously it's different if you have a partner, but
this lady manages a CBD dispensary, for God's sakes. I mean, she's passing out THC gummies, for Christ's sakes.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. And she's
what's wrong?
Go on.
Well,
honey.
I do a lot more than that. I pass out the facts and
yes. By the way, I'm not coming down on you. I'm just saying that it's an interesting analogy to use, considering the realm.
Are you using your own supply? That's the question. If you're just selling it.
Fuck yeah, she's using it. Oh Jesus Christ, she's got more THC in her blood than she's got plasma, dude. Yeah. Right there.
Yeah, I do a lot of THC. I'm not like your normal Christianese churchgoer or anything. I don't even go to church. I listen to my sermons. I do my own Bible studies. But
the devil's lettuce.
It's God's medicine, and it actually helps me open that door at my shop quite a bit to share the gospel with people and share that there is a God, etc., or a creator, you could say. So I quite enjoy it, you know, but I'm not, you know, I'm not your typical Christian. So.
Right. Good. I mean, that's good.
Yeah.
And so you and I need to get together and we need to talk about this and we need to see if you know anyhow we'll talk. This is yeah.
He's gonna fuck all that shit up for you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
At any rate, so Mark, what's been going on with yourself lately? Give us a hint as to what you're willing to share.
I mean, just pretty much the same as a few days ago. It's amazing how quickly these days go, Douglas.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of riding high, kind of just like celebrating a little bit. Took my my mom and dad out for dinner, and honestly, just trying to manifest the things on a daily basis, the things that I feel like should happen and is happening. And by the way, I was going to say, how did it go with the hearing?
I want to know about that. What was that about?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Victoria doesn't even know anything about what this was about, so I'll explain it now for our listeners. So if anyone's hearing anything repetitive, I apologize. But basically, what had happened was that when I was care provider for both of my parents, I got them on various programs. One of them was San Francisco Paratransit, which for pennies on the dollar, you used to get actual taxi vouchers. And these were like booklets that you would have like, hundreds of dollars worth of paper to expend on cabs. And this was so to make our lives easier. And of course, it was better than money because it was like insured in its own way, kind of like money orders. And but stupid cab drivers were so fucking stupid. I mean, the one thing I found out about San Francisco cabs, whatever they really want to do, the last thing they really want to do is pick up customers. I don't know what the fuck they're doing or what the fuck they've ever been doing, but the one thing they never want to do is pick up clients. That doesn't seem to be their primary purpose. But whenever, they picked us up, we could pay them with much heavier tips with these cab vouchers. So they had no reason to complain. But the funny thing is, whenever I tried to use them myself and I didn't have the IDs, like my parents had like a taxi voucher ID to prove they could use it. And, they could get the same vouchers from me with no ID and also just turn it in for money. But they're so fucking stupid they would refuse it. Like, no, I want to take it. It wasn't anything moral. They're just, the truth is they don't want money. The truth is these cabbies, whatever the fuck they want, they don't want business. They don't want money. They really don't want clients or people riding their cabs. It's whatever they want in San Francisco. They're doing something else. The cab itself is a cover for something else. It's the only conclusion that can be drawn. But at any rate,
like a money laundering, like
something's
tax
going
haven.
Yes, something.
Well, I'm surprised. Yeah. I mean, when I was in San Fran, when I was like 12 years ago, when Sidecar first came out, and they were like the beginning of Uber. Yeah. I mean, like that started diminishing taxes altogether. So I can only imagine what the hell they've been doing for this long anyway.
Yeah. Thank you. And they still don't want clients or customers, really. I mean, like, the other day when I came out of the Chinatown Bank, and thank God, across the street, a tourist was exiting a cab. So then I ran across the street and I said, "Are you in service?" And the answer should have been, "Get in the goddamn cab." Why even ask, right? Just get in. And instead it was, "Where are you going?" I mean, really? Really? Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, if I'm going...
Speaking of that, I'll say really quickly, I remember a time when I spent like $3,000 on comic books, and it started raining like crazy. This was like November, late October, and I was trying to get a cab. I finally got a cab. I was living in Jersey City, and I said, "I'll give you $100 to get back to Jersey City." He told me I was crazy.
Yeah, just like that, instead of taking the money.
Yeah, exactly. And I said, "You're fucking crazy." Yeah, because you don't want money. So
yeah,
fuck
thank you. No, this is. Yeah, no, they are crazy. There's something wrong with them. I guess that's a prerequisite.
There really is. Yeah, there really is something wrong with them.
Thank you.
And then they want to bitch and whine about Uber drivers and honk at them, and this and that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Picking up and shit. And,
thank you.
And now I see them actually working for fucking Uber sometimes.
Thank you.
And Lyft.
Thank you.
When I was in Tuskegee,
Yeah.
What was really interesting was that it was like 20 lorry to drive 15 minutes with that's about like $10-$12.
Right.
And then I got Bolt. The version is called Bolt of Uber. And we got a car for like 5 lorry.
Oh, okay. So this is when the capital of Georgia. He was in the capital of the nation of Georgia, not the state. And so thank you for sharing that experience. I mean, that's, it's always interesting. Brendan just left, but he might come back, or he might have checked out for the night. But just to explain to Vic and Mark how the hearing went. So what had happened was, at this point in my life, I'd been putting it off for a long time. To tell you the truth, one of the reasons why was I was busy with a lot of other things, but another reason was literally that it wasn't necessarily physical fear, but I knew that if I applied for the paratransit, that they would likely reject it, and then I would have to go through an appeals hearing. And the only reason I was concerned about an appeals hearing was because you have to, theoretically, it's supposed to be 3 people. It's supposed to be a member of the staff over at paratransit itself, a paratransit user, which would mean a disabled client, and then a social worker. And what I was concerned with was that for several years, there was a girlfriend I had many years ago named Bethany Buckner, and she was actually related to the Marine Corps General Buckner, who got killed by a Japanese sniper in Okinawa. And so the Marines called this Japanese bay after him, Buckner Bay. So she actually was the granddaughter of someone fairly famous. But when it came to her ex-boyfriend, he was like this Jewish ex-boyfriend. His name was Richard Lesser. And this fucker had 2 parents. One, I think it was his mother, in fact, it was his mother. She was the head of the, what was it? It was the famous art museum in New York. I think it was the Guggenheim. So she basically was like the manageress, or had a very high supervisorial position in the Guggenheim, because she's Jewish. And his Jewish father was the man who owned Adam and Eve pornography industry, which at that time was one of the first and largest, indeed it was the largest, because it was the first internet pornography distributor in America. So, of course, that's so fucking Jewish, and you got the Jewish husband running the pornography while his wife is running the high culture vulture bullshit, over at the Guggenheim. So, they straddled the bridge between both Jewish worlds of sleaze and lowbrow and highbrow. But their son was, of course, completely spoiled. And like all Jews, I don't know why all Jewish guys are into this. Of course, it's a stereotype, but based on my experience, this is what I run across. Every other Jewish guy I meet goes to India so they can pretend they've been enlightened and shit. And they all name themselves like after Buddha and shit. So there was this, one Jewish son of a bitch I knew with another girlfriend, or rather some girl I was trying to put the make on, named Bodhisattva Freedom. This was the fuckers that, renamed himself that. What a piece of bullshit. These guys are so full of themselves. But this other guy named Richard Lesser, he had gone to India and thought he was all enlightened and shit. And his big thing was all Germans should be dead. So that's, of course, why his girlfriend was German. This is like some racist white guy who decides, I'll tell you what it's like. It reminds me of the Jewish guy who did that politically incorrect thing for years, Bill Maher. Bill Maher was famous for having black girlfriends, and all he would do is insult them and tell them how stupid they are. And so this is what this Richard Lesser guy was doing with this German girl, Bethany Buckner. She was ethnically German. So he would just constantly tell her all Germans should have been exterminated and shit. And yet he was always listening to this like fascist music from these like skinhead bands, like heavy metal rock bands that were like Screwdriver. These are like basically skinhead bands and shit. He was always going for this like, he loved that music, but German rock and shit, but he was always calling it fascist and said all Germans should be dead and is fucking an ethnic German chick. Of course, these guys are all sick. And, they really groove off of... The biggest thing that turns a Jewish guy on is fucking a German girl. And this is what gets him off. And so he had this thing going with Bethany Buckner, and then she couldn't take it anymore and then broke up with him. and then winds up with myself. So she winds up with myself, and this guy is the ex-boyfriend from hell. At that time, I hadn't even told anybody about the Hitler connection, but he didn't need it. To him, Douglas Dietrich, that's enough. German guy, as far as he's concerned, I'm Nazi, he didn't even know me. But this guy started stalking me, and he worked at Paratransit. So it's not that I was physically afraid of this individual, but rather I was afraid that if I got into the hearing and this guy's working with Paratransit, he would be on the board. And of course, I'd never get past that appeal. So it's basically, for a long while, I just avoided it. But, I'm at the stage now where my gang brother broke his fucking foot, poor son of a bitch. And because of that, he can't drive because they put a pin in his foot. So it'll be maybe a month or two before he can drive. And, basically it wouldn't hurt. So I applied for Paratransit. They rejected it. Then I got to the appeals board. And the first thing I asked was I called and I said, is this guy named Richard Lesser still working there? And by the way, just so people understand, the reason I was concerned is this guy turned out to be a serious stalker. I mean, somebody who actually threw pig's blood on my door and shit. So this guy was one of these serious stalkers from the early days. Crazy son of a bitch. And like all of them, he was dealing drugs. They all deal drugs because that's how they get chicks. So they get the chicks addicted to these drugs. And that way, and the funny thing was, while she was with him, Bethany Buckner was never addicted to any of this shit. It was later on, after she broke up with me, she got into black tar heroin. And, I'm sure she's dead at this point. My gang brother Beaver thinks he saw her, but I think he's hallucinating or something, or is mistaking somebody else. But anyhow, so you had the serious stalker, and for that reason, I was avoiding it for a while. But then, now he broke his foot, and so then I applied, then got into the appeals hearing, and so there were 4 of them. So it was the social worker who was Russian or Ukrainian, Slavic, definitely, probably Russian. Definitely spoke the Slavic language. Then there was the 2 Chinese guys, one who I presume was a client kind of figure and a big guy, and then the other guy was your normal kind of Chinese, bureaucrat. And then there was some woman who was definitely like keeping accounts or something. And your average person would probably have been very intimidated. So I went to see V first, and we went through the usual massage and kind of hair washing, just kind of like making certain that she made me look as young as possible. The irrational thing about anyone is they are much more helpful to people who are attractive and present themselves well than they are to people who come in looking like a train wreck. So I certainly presented myself as well as possible, and I certainly explained all of my mechanical injuries and, of course, my complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And I told them about my most traumatic experiences on municipal and BART systems. If you don't know what this is, Victoria, Muni is the name for the transport system in San Francisco, the San Francisco Municipal Transport System. And it's, believe it or not, ironically considered one of the best transport systems in the world. I mean, compared to other cities in the United States, it might be.
I've been on it quite a few times, actually.
San Francisco Muni?
Yeah.
Why? What not that I doubt you at all, but I mean, how did you?
I think. Well, wait. Am I thinking of the right thing? I think so, because I've been around the
buses,
Bay
San
Area.
Francisco buses and shit. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to stay around Oakland a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, the Oakland.
And we do work in there.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we'll talk about that sometime. And I mean, that's fascinating. I mean, like, are you willing to talk about what kind of work, or is that something you'd like?
I do like construction stuff or trimming, growing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, if I was out in like the mountains, obviously I'd be doing like trimming stuff. But if I was staying in Oakland, I'd be doing like
landscaping,
cool construction gigs.
Landscaping,
like actual. Like I did something called Venetian plaster. I learned how to do Venetian plaster, which is where you make plaster look like marble. It's really beautiful art.
Wow.
And then like one of the coolest places I worked on was the man who invented the thumbprint identification system. He was asexual, aromantic, and obsessed with copper. Copper was all over his house. It was crazy. So I saw some like cool stuff around there. Do a lot of fancy houses.
Wow. I mean, you've seen a lot. That's incredible. How did you find out he was asexual and aromantic?
I heard from my boss who I was working with, my friend.
Okay. And they found out because they tried to seduce him? Or
Oh no, I think he was talking to him and stuff. And he realized he just preferred to be alone. He did a lot of traveling. And
okay.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Yeah. So what is your impression of the BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit, which is these underground trains,
yes, the BART.
and the Muni, which is above ground, the buses and the streetcars and shit. What's your impression of all of that?
Well, I never did the buses much, but the BART I was on a bit. I mean, it seemed fun. This was a while ago. This is all maybe maybe 10 years ago. So I don't know what it's like these days.
Well, bear in mind, when I was using it, would be about we're talking about I grew up using it. So when we came to San Francisco, we're talking about, 1969, 70. So around, we're talking about from the 70s all the way up through to the 80s. I had to use this every day. I was on these buses, and so they might have changed by the time you were using them, which was what, the 90s, 2020s, or what?
No. I was saying I never really did much of the buses around.
Right, but the
city.
BART.
Maybe 10 years ago.
10 years
over,
ago, okay.
I was using that kind of.
2010.
So like 2010.
The 2010s. Okay. Yeah, so it might have changed a bit, but did you feel BART was safe, or just kind of what it was, or?
I mean, for what it was, yeah. I for what it was.
Yeah.
It's always a little sketchy just riding on public transportation as a female, but
yeah.
I felt okay. Then again, that's 10 years ago. I was looking and living quite differently. I was traveling punk, lifestyle. So
I'm sure you still looked attractive. I'm sure you still looked doable. I mean, it's.
Oh yes,
yeah.
I kind of prided myself on looking like pretty much like a silly little steampunk bum. A little.
It's adorable.
Bum. But I didn't wear makeup, and I still looked better than most people in the room. So. Hey.
Yes. By the way, Brendan
with my lip
says,
rings and nose rings and mohawk and oh my goodness, I can't believe what I used to look like.
Oh my God, that must have been fascinating.
You should look great.
Yeah. By the way, Brendan says good night. Good night, Brendan. Stay safe and be well. Yes. Guten Nacht. Yes. Oh, that's lovely, honey, to hear you say that. At any rate, so fascinating. Thank you for sharing that with us. Just a little bit of trivia here about BART. It was, at the time that it opened, it was considered the most advanced transportation system on Earth, which is a joke when you think about it. Obviously, it's nothing compared to the bullet train in Japan or something like that. But at the time, before it opened up, for some reason, they gave George Lucas complete access to the underground BART system, and that's where he filmed THX 1138. And by the way, our dear friend, either Brendan or someone else entered foundontenor.com. Was that you, Realtek, who entered this GIF, the graphic interchange format of the koi fish? At any rate.
No.
Okay, so that was Brendan then. And I don't know if you ever saw THX 1138, but it is fascinating. It's the only serious, socially relevant work George Lucas ever produced. So you can take that into account sometime. But aside from that, BART...
I've seen the movie. I got to watch it again.
Yeah. All of BART... Yeah. What's that, Brendan?
Oh, just before I go, I have to get going soon.
Oh,
but
okay.
Thanks for having me on. I just want to say George Takei took very seriously the San Francisco public transit system and the BART system. I think he was on the board of the transit system there because there was a Simpsons episode called The Monorail and it kind of made fun of like public transportation systems and so on and so forth. But George Takei wrote a letter in protest to that episode because it made fun of public transport. And he's like, no, this is a very serious thing. You know,
fuck him. Fuck him.
Important.
I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. He's out of his mind.
I don't like that fucking guy, man.
Yeah. There's a lot about him that just irritates the hell out of me. And the idea that
especially fucking playing that fucking episode with the racism of the Twilight Zone.
Yeah,
it's been 50 years or so. Something like that, or 60 years.
You're talking about the one where he's like, pretending his father was a traitor and shit, all that crap, or something.
No. There's an episode in the Twilight Zone. I gotta find it again. It's in season 4, where they're basically reenacting like the invasion of fucking Okinawa or some shit. In his room.
In his room.
In his attic. Attic.
Yeah, that's the one where the samurai sword is supposed to make everyone tell the truth. And that's where he says, my father was a traitor. Yeah, that's, I know what
that's the one.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, in other words, he's just a house nigger.
I gotta watch it again.
Yeah, that's right.
He is.
He just sold.
He is. He really is.
I mean, this is a guy who spent time as a kid in the American camps, in the concentration camps, and then does that. Yes, that's outrageous.
It really is.
But Brandon Young, thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Douglas, everybody. Good night.
Yes, good night, dear Brandon. Stay safe and be well. And yes, as always, Kelsey is in our prayers. So with that, Vic, what I was talking about with the BART, in case you didn't know it, on 1 mile on either side of BART is considered BART police jurisdiction. So BART has its own police force, and their police force requires like a college degree. So they were actually one of the highest educated, if not the highest educated police force in the world. And their jurisdiction was 1 mile on either side of the BART tracks. It's just a very weird environment. And yet, out of all of it, they did absolutely nothing about the homeless or protecting the BART riders that I could see. And they shut down the BART at midnight anyway. So the BART is fucking useless because people coming in to see concerts or any theater or performances in San Francisco, which is obviously going to go past midnight, they couldn't leave.
Or going to conventions.
Thank you. It's basically if you got into San Francisco via the BART, you were stuck in San Francisco overnight because BART wasn't going to run again until 6 a.m. in the morning. So the fact that it's not running from 12 a.m. till 6 a.m. Is insane. It renders it, it renders it useless. So what are the police even for? I mean, the police, if you have their own police force, they should be 24 hours just for that, since they've got supposedly security. And but beyond that, because the police didn't do shit after midnight and they just vacated the premises, the homeless people would come in, and because the homeless people were just going into all the bathrooms to take drugs, they boarded up all the bathrooms. Oh God, is that?
It is systematic, I think.
Yeah. What was that? What was that noise? That was cute. That was your dog or your cat?
What was that?
Yeah, that was weird. At any rate, so yeah, systematic. You mean all over America? This kind of phenomena?
I mean, people in control of this country are definitely doing this on purpose to destroy the country. Is all.
Okay.
And in Jersey City, that's what they're doing. You can't use the bathroom too long anymore. Making everything computer automated, and you're a customer by Subway. It's open 24 hours, and you're a customer.
No cash
you can
bail.
use the bathroom there.
Yeah. So what happened
Not
was
about that, but I'm just saying in general about the situation about that, the bathroom. But.
Right. So what the homeless people would do, because the bathrooms are all plugged up, they would go into this storage closet that was underneath the escalators. So they have these real big escalators because BART's underground, and the storage space under the escalators, the homeless people would go in there and shit. And so every morning, what the BART riders were complaining about was they couldn't understand why it smelled so bad that people were vomiting or fainting with the stench was just collecting after years. And finally, they checked inside the storage underneath the escalators, and there was something like 20 years worth of a mountain of human shit that was underneath the escalators, crawling with vermin. If you can imagine, like in the caves where you see all that bat shit on the floor and it's just seething with all of these centipedes and shit. That was all these silverfish and shit were all over this human shit and seething with mutant worms and shit. So tapeworms and shit coming out of people's asses. So that's what they discovered underneath that. And that's what Bart Riders found out was underneath them every morning, you know, while they were trying to sip their coffee through all that haze of stench. You know, this is what Bart was like. And now that's just kind of like a little hint of that. As for the surface buses, when I grew up using them, the story behind them it's a history Mark H. heard already, so I beg his forgiveness. But what happened was during World War II, what had happened was in the Deep South before World War II, they quote unquote freed the slaves. And then what happened was the South responded by setting up anti-vagrancy laws. Since most black men would not be hired, certainly not conventionally, then what would happen would be that they would be questioned as to why they were hanging around. And if they had no employment card or proof that they were presently employed, they would legally be vagrants. And for that, they could be arrested. And so these anti-vagrancy laws in the Deep South led to the arrest of your average black man several times in his lifetime. And what would happen is they would just basically put them on the auctioning block and sell them off for labor with the corporations up north. And the corporations up north would usually have them work down south in the coal mines, various other mines that would be transporting, particularly coal, up to the steel mills up north. So it was effectively a reinstitutionalization of slavery. So these men, because they all had criminal records through what I've just articulated, they were considered unfit for military service. So they became what's called 4F, meaning that you flunked out on four ways. Health, flunked out on health, flunked out on literacy or education, flunked out on criminal record, and flunked out on something else. I forgot what it was, but the term is 4F that they used to use. And so all these 4F blacks and their families suddenly became useful, quote unquote, during World War II, because all the guys who were basically the bus drivers, for whatever reason, I have no idea why, as opposed to policemen and firemen, which are blue-collar mafias and generally in those days overwhelmingly Irish. So the joke was that's why the crime rates would go up and the cities would burn down. That was a horrible racist joke against Irish people that would be used. But at any rate, bus drivers were generally white too, and generally, I would presume, Irish. But what had happened was that during World War II, for some reason, all of the bus drivers volunteered for the war, and they left the services completely bereft. And so what had happened was during World War II, when they needed a lot of labor because most of the blue collar had vacated the United States to go to war, Kaiser, of Kaiser Hospital fame, who was one of these Hawaiian moguls, similar to Dole family of Dole Pineapple fame that produced Bob Dole, who was running for president at one point, the senator, Kaiser shipped all the 4F blacks, or entire populations of them, families altogether, to the Pacific. That's how Oakland became black. Oakland used to be a white city until World War II, and then all these blacks were shipped there to work the shipyards and load the ships with ammunition and shit. And so when he did that, and they were also let loose in San Francisco, given all the property that was stolen from the Japanese, which is why Japantown is completely surrounded by an all-black neighborhood. And if you go there and you're too white, you're in danger of your life. Basically, all of this property was given to the blacks, and also they needed jobs aside from the overflow that couldn't all work in the shipyards, and they dominated the bus driving. They took over the bus driving in San Francisco, and just as there's a Chinese mafia, Japanese mafia, Irish mafia, Jewish mafia, the San Francisco Muni became the Black Mafia. And they all covered for each other and basically committed crimes at will on the bus system. So when I was growing up using the San Francisco municipal transport system, the buses and the streetcars, but specifically the buses, this was overwhelmingly black bus drivers, and they were infamous for attacking their passengers, mugging them, assaulting them, raping them. It just went on to the point where when we got a black mayor, Willie Brown, his brilliant idea was having the gangs patrol the buses. So he says, well, these black guys have their own mafia, he himself being black. He says, we're going to try and clear up the bus system by getting the gangs to patrol the buses for us and maybe put these bus drivers in line. So you had this double whammy. It was just a catastrophe all the way around. So I grew up in this just horrible environment. So it's just horrible traumatic experiences were suffered regularly on those buses. They were a nightmare. So I related some of these stories to the people at the hearing, and so I was awarded. They said you'll receive a response within 30 days. They normally take 30 days. In fact, most of the time they don't even make a decision in 30 days. And what they do is they give you your paratransit services. They award you services until they render a decision. In my case, they unanimously decided immediately, apparently as soon as I left the room, because I got the letter earlier yesterday that I had been awarded paratransit services. So the hearing went splendidly. So I represented my case well. I'm losing my voice now. Oh my God. So I noticed Victoria.
Drink some water, take a break, do some lines.
Yes, I'll do that. So Victoria, was that suitably entertaining or informative? I noticed she went mute.
Yes, sorry.
Oh my God, you were listening. Holy shit!
Yeah, hi.
When you went mute, I said, oh shit, she went to sleep.
No, you're fine. Thank you for answering.
Well, that, being a historian, I go into everything in great depth. I hope you don't mind that. Let me know if you find
Not
it insufferable.
Suck the air out of the room.
Thank you. See, if Brooke Gibson were here and I tried to tell that story, Brooke Gibson, I would never have finished it. I would never have been allowed to have finished it. She would have she just would have erupted. Yeah.
If you say her name 3 times, she's going to show up.
She was incommunicado for over a week. And so I seriously became concerned. I honestly thought she was dead. So what I did was I tried to call her a few times. There was no response. Then what happened was yesterday I used the new cell phone that I got, which, remember, that guy was trying to rip me off and put me into a different program other than the Affordable Connectivity program, which gives me this $30 discount on my internet so I can produce shows like this. Then, as soon as I got on that program, some asshole shows up at my home saying, and I was supposed to get a free tablet that's supposed to give you $100 credit towards a tablet. He says, I got your tablet and a backup phone. So there were reasons why I was fooled by this guy. He misrepresented himself, and he wound up transferring me to a private some private company and got a commission for himself. I didn't even sign anything. But anyhow, I wound up with a backup cell phone. So that's being maintained by the state of California, just like my other cell phone provided through Medicare and Medi-Cal, thank God. So I used the new cell phone because I figured she had blocked my old cell phone. And so I used the new cell phone. She still didn't respond, but I let her know. I left the message, if you don't contact me during this program or appear on the program, I'm going to call the police to conduct a welfare check on your home. And then she probably thought about the nightmare of the police coming into her home and finding all that fucking vaping shit and finding the ingredients of all that vaping shit. And then she sent me a message. So she sent me a message, and so she is alive. So I do want people to understand that. And there we have that. And so that's good, I suppose. But other than that... Okay, so Realtek is right. I'll take a short break. So Victoria, how are you holding up? Do you want to go back to sleep, or I don't blame you if you do, or do you want to stay on help hold the stage?
I should probably go back to sleep.
Yeah, let's let you do that. Why don't you go back to sleep?
Yeah,
and
but I appreciate you having me on for a minute, and I hope everyone has a lovely night.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll jump back on in the morning sometime.
Sure, feel free to do so. Otherwise, blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Of course, Realtek, Mark, make certain to wish you well.
Victoria, have a great night. Sweet dreams.
Yeah, really great to meet you.
Have a great night.
Have a lovely
Sweet
night.
dreams.
Thank you, dears. Thank you. Thank you.
Adore you.
Bye, Douglas.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll see you in the dreamlands. All right. Okay. Bye for now. Okay, so she left. Gentlemen, if you could hold the stage for a few minutes, I might grab something to refresh myself and try to regain my voice. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll go mute, and you two guys have got this, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, great.
Yeah, I got you, man. Don't worry.
Excellent, thank you. Bless you both. Okay, I'll be back soon enough.
All right.
What's up, Real Tech?
Nothing really much. I got out trying to get me some more comic books, but I really got to calm down with that. Really do. Got to start selling stuff. I did send. I really do need to put that in the chat on YouTube. Actually, it's about the fourth psychological operations group.
What's
and
that?
It's propaganda to make people join the military, basically. And right now they're using this is a girl. I gotta find her Instagram again, but they use a lot of these e-girls and to try to recruit men into the military, and it's a propaganda thing going on. Gotta find her.
Yeah,
I just sent a video about that. What you said?
I was just gonna say, I heard the incentives are, I don't know. I've heard a lot of people complaining about the joining incentives. That's just, I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, but they said, like, to be able to join, what they would give you to join is just really not worth it. And I don't know if they're just they're having a hard time getting people to join or what. So that makes sense if they're trying to some of those tactics to get people to join.
From historical perspective, it all these illegal immigrants coming to this country, especially like New York City, where they're like 600 a day. Most of them are men. There's not much families, so they just recruit them. The military would just recruit them, and this is just another tactic out of the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire relied on which was 375 AD. They started relying on the Foederati, which were really mercenaries or people descendants of which I don't like to use that word either. I'm not using the word illegal immigrants either, but barbarians, people that are mixed like barbarians, like of course like Silico. I was mixed woman and barbarian in general. But they just use them because 80% of 90% of the population of America is asthmatic and overweight.
Is what?
Asthmatic and overweight. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they just use them to fight a world war, and they'd be happy for that anyway.
Yeah.
New York City, or any type of a regional proxy conflict. New York City last year passed a law anyway to allow people that don't even have citizenship to vote. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do that.
I heard the hotels are really getting overrun over there like crazy. I mean, I don't know what to believe,
it's
but
bad.
I see all these videos and it's hard to know what to believe,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you gotta be like Socrates and be skeptical of everything. It's the same thing with what's going on right now, and I've had some dudes. I'm sorry, I had my wife tell me one time from one of her customers who was working in the restaurant that this guy was going on about the biolabs in Ukraine. That's why Russia invaded Ukraine. And I'm like, that's just bullshit. That's Russian propaganda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, if they get that food supply, we're all going to be screwed. Be in trouble.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
Yeah, because the thing about that country in general, Ukraine, is the land is so fertile that it can grow anything there. So Lebanon and all these other countries in the world, they all rely on huge exports of grain from Ukraine. So,
Real tech, what do you think about what's going on right now with like Israel? I know you said you have partial Jewish lineage.
yeah.
In my area where I'm at, I've told Douglas, I've grew up with a lot of hardcore Jewish kids, and from my experiences, I've seen a lot of, a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot
I'm
of
listening to
pro-Israel
you.
support in this area.
I don't want to pick a side, man. I just want to fucking stop human suffering. That's all I care about.
It's tough because I think that's really what it sort of forces people to pick a side. It's sort of this situation is sort of dragging. It's purposely trying to drag everyone into it. I literally saw a guy the other day. He was driving down the street in the morning, and he had the Israeli flag out his window, and he's grilling people as he's driving down the street.
Yeah, I've been meaning to
standing.
go to a. Yeah, I've been meaning to go to a protest, but to take pictures and video and do some interviews. But I'm not going to pick a side or say who I am, this and that either. So
yeah,
that I'm Jewish. So I've been to pro-Palestinian protests, and I've been to both in the past. I just don't want to say who I am. So I don't want to pick a side either. I just want to document these things because it's always important to document. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But it just they were forced. When everybody's forced to a corner, people become desperate. So.
Yeah.
And the way they wanted, the United States wanted them to have free elections, and they voted for Hamas. So, in Palestine, I mean, but in the Bible, it does say about Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, where Jesus Christ is talking and saying about revealing the synagogue of Satan, and who are the real Jews and who's not the real Jews. And that, of course, that Jesus always loves these people no matter what. But I'm just paraphrasing. it. But it's interesting.
Yeah, it is, and it's interesting. The way that Douglas speaks about it, and the way that Peter speaks about it as sort of, this some type of Adamic consciousness hijacked the religion. Hijacked the people. And
yes,
sort of
they really have.
And really just embedded themselves in them and made it so that you have to make it. You have to choose that side, and if you don't choose that side, you really, honestly, you're making that's a really tough decision to not choose your side of your people, so that's kind of like it's for something that's embedded in your people like that. That's a hard thing to deal with.
Well, it just is foolishness with all this fucking religious shit anyway. So the Muslims don't believe that Muslims believe that Jesus Christ is a prophet, but he's not God, and they want to say that stuff blatantly. Jews don't want to believe in this and that, and that and then of course the great Jews killed Jesus and all this fucking foolishness, and then Christians are about, well, I don't want to get with that. They're all just stupidity. It's just monotonous, and then most of the people, of course, I understand, but it's just the point of being, an idol, idling, the whole emphasis is always on Muhammad, instead of being on God, just a prophet, it's just what I'm saying, but I don't get too into this type of things, in general. But that's why I just try to. I don't want to be too religious because it's just I see how my mother is, she's here in my home and talking about that just because my wife doesn't believe in Jesus Christ and God, she's gonna go to hell. I mean, it's just fucking stupid, man.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not
people
up
are
to
getting
you.
it. Yeah, I think
Sorry.
people are no, you're good, man. You made a great point.
I'm sorry.
I think people are they're really sick of it. I think they're kind of sick of that type of mentality where it's so limited, and it's just so limited to be like such a dichotomy like that, such a false dilemma. If you don't believe this and this, then this happens. People I think are really just kind of are starting to overcome it. Hopefully,
Yes, they are. I hope that they do.
yeah, just be more spiritual about things and not necessarily religious minded. I mean, there's nothing wrong with religion in per se if everything is done in good faith. But if you have a strong spiritual belief, I think that's just as good. If you really truly believe something and you think it's going to help the best of humanity, why not? Why not all of us sort of pray for peace? And then
Yes, we need peace, and they need to learn how to get along with each other. They just really need to.
We have to.
And it also gets monotonous also too, which I'm not going to be against this either. The Holocaust, just always using the victim card about that, and it's Yiddish. Holocaust is Yiddish. And the translation of the Holocaust is burnt sacrifice offering. So, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. But how long keep playing this card that more Jews, and it probably is that more Jews died October 7th than the Holocaust. But how do you really truly statistically know that? Because Douglas said that it was like 12 million Jews or 30 million Jews died from the Holocaust, not 6 million. Because how about the people that that were not completely fully Jewish like me?
Yeah, that's actually that's a decent point to bring that fact up. I mean, how do you really? It's kind of a similar point with the people that bring up the fact with reparations as well. How do you really? Are you going to test every single person to see a certain percentage of certain type of blood? Or
California wants to do that now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I'm against.
I'm not against that
listen,
either. I'm not against that either, but it needs to be done. Everybody else got reparations. So African Americans got reparations too. There was fucking slaves back in 400 years. But the thing is, is that
exactly,
there needs to be proper financial literacy. That's what needs to be done. But of course, BlackRock and Blackstone, Larry Fink, who's really the president of the United States, and the corporations, they don't want that. They don't want that at all.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying in general, though, of course. But I mean.
Yeah, no, it would be tough to. I mean, I don't know. It'd be kind of tough to try to diagnose and how much, But yeah, it's very interesting the way that Douglas. I've never heard the Holocaust described the way that it has with Douglas's narrative. And I feel like I still.
Well, actually, there is a New York Times article from 2013. Only problem with that, which I can find it and send it. But the only problem, it has a fucking paywall. So, but there are evidence they found when they posted the article that they're in the Jewish ghettos that actually there are about additional 25 to 20-ish to 30 million people that were killed in the ghettos. So there you go. I mean, Douglas always he's early, but he is. But it just takes time for the information to come out. Which also, folks, of course, like exactly what I just said. Now, please support Douglas Diedrich. Now we are almost at the end of the month. We are about 7 days in the month, and Douglas Diedrich needs to pay his rent. And like I always say, with garbage psyop Alex Jones, InfoWars, like he says, tomorrow's news today. No, you are getting yesterday's news into future news tonight, today, tomorrow, the next year, right now, and always are. So please support Douglas Diedrich. Thank you so much. Okay, awesome. So I do a lot better than Peter Moon. But speaking of Peter Moon too, he was talking once about. I have to find it, the episode, but he was talking about that it was
He's talking about what?
Polish. It was a Polish that in the 1920s that created the concentration camps and the ghettos, and the Germans only used that.
Yeah, I remember Douglas speaking about sort of the Polish take on. It's funny. I was thinking about that tonight for some reason. That the Polish's take on in the Holocaust, which was it seemed to be pretty malicious.
Yes. Did Douglas mention about the letter that Albert Pike wrote?
Oh, the Mason. He did. I think. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it consisted of, but
yeah.
But,
let me find. I'm looking for it again. Well, all these things are always, like I said about the First World War, really has the roots in the Crimean War of 1854 in Russia, and of course the poem about the charge of the Light Brigade. But this letter is from 1871, and he had to be talking to fucking demons and shit because it's just insane.
Yeah.
It's so I do need to use the bathroom for 1 second before I start the letter.
Oh, I just got back. Just got back. I'm impressed. Not only have you guys held the numbers have actually increased. What the hell were you two talking about that was so interesting? I mean, I come back and all I heard was, yeah. So I mean, if this is the shit that brings our numbers up, I've got to get you guys on here more often just to exchange moans with each other.
I'm not doing no fucking moans, man. And I also did your. I also support Douglas Dietrich.
Yes,
I had to.
That's what did it.
Because remember,
we both
Douglas,
got the.
Yeah, Douglas is back on now.
I was just saying,
now, folks.
We both got the Gigolo energy.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, well, folks, now Douglas is back on now, and we're about 7 to 8 days towards the end of the month, and the first is coming up. He needs your help. He needs to make rent. We don't want to see our national treasure Douglas Dietrich on the street because Infowars is fucking bullshit. You are getting last year's news. You're getting into the future news, right?
That's such crap.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I mean, you get Joe Rogan talking about Alex Jones, and he's like, do you know Alex Jones broke into the Bohemian? I'm like, dude, come on. It's so bad, and they get like 1 million views off that one clip. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Thank you.
No,
come on,
you gotta watch. You gotta watch that fucking interview he did with this fucking Russian guy, the Russian version of Alex Jones. That shit was fucking hilarious, man.
What was it like?
You gotta watch that one.
What was it like?
Alex Jones actually was fucking crying and shit, man. It was just fucking hilarious.
He felt that somehow the Russians would, like what? He felt that the Russians would have sympathy for him or something, that they were going to adopt.
He's just crying about the death of America, and all these people being prosecuted like Owen Schroyer's got to go to jail for 50 days, or of course or this fucking guy that fucking punched a photographer.
Oh,
he goes
right.
to jail for 2 fucking years.
Yeah.
Or there's all this fucking piece of shit too. Who I mean, I still enjoy the music, but this guy went off the fucking rails. John Schaefer for Iced Earth. He was fucking using bear spray on people.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's right. That's right.
He's gonna get sentenced next year in February, March. So we'll see what happens with that. But
okay. And so if you do you need to go to the bathroom right now, or do you
just really quickly.
Okay, take your time. Take your time.
I just want to say about Albert Pike, but
Okay, so I will. I'll hold the stage with our man Mark. When you get back, then what I'll do is I'll Probably go into monologue, but I'll rinse the taste of the Coke out of my mouth, when you come back. Then, take your time, relieve yourself. Mark and I have got this for now, and then I'll go straight into monologue and do that for the rest of the night. So Mark, just out of curiosity, so what was discussed? The numbers did go up while I was gone. I am impressed. That's it sounded like it was kind of fading out, or how would I say it, burning out by the time I got back. But
it definitely was. It was fading, but I think it's the gigolo energy we had. Real Pack and myself. And then we got Notice around there. We got Victoria Lauren Hobbs, she's chilling in chat. I don't know. We're just bringing that juju, good energy to your channel here.
Oh yeah, she was saying some chick is crazy. So she was. You were talking about. She says yes, she's crazy. Lu Yan is her name. Who's this individual? That you were both talking about. She said the army conspiracy girl or something. She called her, I think, or something like that. Or
Luan. I don't know who she was talking about. I wish she would come back and explain it.
Well, let's take a look at the chat. Both these ladies have left a trail in the chat where they were basically. Let's see now. Of course, we had the troll with us throughout this time as well. He was talking about. Let's see now. Arcane Observer, who is of course our lady Jennifer Hawkins, was in the chat with the troll. And so the troll was originally talking about the bastards disappearing kids and bragging about it on milk jugs. Arcane Observer, who's our lady Jennifer Hawkins, who will be interviewing myself on November 10th, Friday, November 10th, 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and 8 p.m., I believe, Pacific Daylight Time. She said, such a wonderful time talking to you all. Thank you again, Mr. Dietrich, Brendan. I really appreciate it, and such an honor as always. Then the troll said, freaky chicken. I think that was what was said by Amor Fadi about my laugh, which is fine. He was talking about best laugh ever, strong laughs. In Spanish, we call that carcajadas, or carcajedas, or something like that. And which I think the troll translated as freaky chicken from the Espanol. He said, love it. Then what happened was, let me see, when our lady Jen came in, then he went back. Holy shit! that
really
was almost scary. Yeah, come on.
Really quick, Lujan, they were mentioning this girl who's been used to recruit the PSYOP army girl.
Okay.
And she is annoyingly beautiful.
Okay.
She's on TikTok, she's on Instagram, and that's who they were talking about earlier. So I just wanted to jump back on and.
Well, I was actually talking about the Israeli that does that.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
okay. But
I'm sure
I'll
that
follow
all
her.
over it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I'll follow
all
her too.
right, love y'all.
Yeah, we love you too, and thank you for putting that thing up on your channel, honey. Vic. Don't want to say the other lady's name by mistake with either one of them.
Don't jinx it.
Yeah. So Vic had put up something that it was a link that was I had about Israel. She put it up on her channel. So you want to thank her for that. Thank you. You're back. Real Tech is back, right? So I can rinse my mouth out.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, great. I'll be back in just a minute. You guys have got this again, and that was a nice little shot in the arm from Vic. What was that?
John.
Yeah.
Lujan and his Israeli girl. It's all part of the 4th Psychological Operations Group, which is part of the U.S. Airborne.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
I sent you the video about that.
Yes. Now, this is the TikTok e-girl warfare conspiracy.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So I'm going to rinse the taste of Coke out of my mouth. I'll be right back. Both of you guys have got this for another few seconds, and you seem to be holding it great. So be right back.
I'll check the numbers myself. Let me see.
Well, hey, listen, you got to give me some credit there too, pal.
Of course.
Yeah. I might be mumbling, but at least I'm going to contribute a little bit, all right?
Of course, man. You always contribute great.
Appreciate that, my dude.
Yeah. Which got something unique to say. A very unique perspective.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, you do. So how's the which casino you work at? Where is that you work at?
So yeah, I just switched over. I changed back to my old business, and I'm going to be basically running security for a hotel in the city.
Okay.
So
Which city is
that's
this again?
Boston.
Okay, Boston.
Yep.
Oh, it's getting cold there now.
Yeah. I mean, I like it that way personally, but some people don't. But no, I'm excited, man. It's been something that I've been going for. It's going to be definitely a beneficial thing for me right now, so I'm pretty happy about it. And got out of the casino industry, which is poisonous and venomous. But
Yeah, have you seen Snake Eyes?
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't seen that movie in years, but I gotta watch it. But
yeah, Snake Eyes, absolutely. You don't want those snake eyes; they'll get you. But yeah, no, it's good to be in a different spot and to be doing something I want to do rather than just to do something just to do it. No one really likes to do that. If no one really likes to go to something if you're not really like what you're doing. So I'm just grateful to be in that spot. So. And that's where I'm at, buddy. You got any more? You got any new investments going on or anything like that? I'm sure some of the listeners want to know if you got some good investments.
Yeah, I do. But let me just. Yeah, I do. It's Raytheon, of course.
Nice.
But I don't really think I'm going to be in it for too long because it is some of a conscious issue about what's happening, and I don't want to be responsible for it. I really won't be responsible for shame for people's steps, but
for what?
Oh, being part of War Machine, I wasn't expecting a war, I just wanted to invest in it because it's called portfolio rotation because you want to always rotate your portfolio according to how the economy is. So if you low interest rates and everything was fine before years ago with Tesla, if you invested in Tesla years ago when it'd be $3.40 a share. Yeah, I mean, but.
By the way, here's a drink to all the banks who invested in Tesla, or no, Twitter, the X, who invested in X. God.
Yeah. Oh yeah, fucking ridiculous. But it's fucking, it is fucking appropriate because there's so much fucking porn in there. I love it. So it's very important. He's doing a service for humanity. There's fucking Chinese porn there. It's great. Fucking lady boys and shit. Oh yeah, the lady boys, all that fucking shit is just ridiculous. God. It's just ridiculous.
By the way, tomorrow is Intersex Awareness Day. So should have said that while Peter was here, so I could hear him mumble or hear him repress himself.
Yeah, you should have. You should have. Yeah.
Restrain himself from saying something like when I brought the other day. It was last Wednesday. It was International Pronouns Day. He was like, I hate these, politically correct holidays, because he watches Fox News all the time.
I was going to say, I don't think they teach pronouns on Fox News.
No. Oh yeah, you should have seen this fucking white guy, this fucking guy. He go on a fucking rant just because about Starfield when it came out in September by Bethesda, ZeniMax. And it's only the beginning of the game when you make your character, you choose who your pronoun is, and they don't mention it after that. And everybody goes on a big fucking rant about that, and especially this guy, it's just fucking ridiculous.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it. It can be. Oh, by the way, we have a wonderful image put into our chat by Victoria. You've just been fucked by psyops. Because physical wounds heal. Yes, the original patch actually had a human skull that was being shattered. But I like this one just as well, for obvious reasons.
I like that one.
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Yes. And
yeah, man. I fucking love that.
Yes, it is.
You can suck some good dick, man.
Yes, that was, you know, what I remember when Lena Crane / Lena Shea was on the show, and she was talking about how stupid the movie, what was the movie with the, Lucy. It was the movie with, who's the girl who plays...
Scarlett Johansson.
Thank you! I was going to say Black Widow. Black Widow.
Yes, Black Widow.
And Scarlett Johansson was bitching all the time about the Black Widow outfit. Like, all anyone, you know, it kept falling apart, you know, because it's basically a sex outfit. It's basically leather lingerie. It's not meant for combat.
Yeah.
And she kept saying, it kept falling apart, and everybody kept looking at me like it was, the guy was a piece of meat. And it's like, honey, what do you think the role is? I mean, that's the whole idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus.
She's fucking hot anyway.
Yes, that's right. But anyhow, when she was in the movie Lucy, she's of course, as Lena Crane said, as she's supposedly getting increasingly higher IQ as the drug is making her inordinately smarter and just incredibly increasing in intelligence with no limit to the potential. And the funny thing is, who's the black guy who plays God and shit that was articulating this in that film?
Morgan Freeman.
Thank you. I couldn't get that out without you. I tried to bleach his name from my existence. I have nothing personally against the guy, but he's just so ubiquitous, you get tired of seeing him. But anyhow, so when Morgan Freeman is saying this, and everybody is just oohing and awing about this, and I mean, basically, the entire plot of the film that nobody seems to remember is that she was unwittingly made into a mule carrying this drug inside of her belly that burst open, and so she's overdosing on this drug. How come no one else thinks of taking this drug? It's like, you know, everyone, all the gangsters chasing her, all the scientists observing her, and everybody saying, oh, she's so smart and increasing power, and we can't catch her, can't kill her, and there's no limit with the power she'll have over humanity. And well, why don't you all just take some of this fucking drug yourself, and maybe you'll catch up? It's like nobody gets this, but that's not what Lena Shea / Crane was bitching about. She kept saying as Scarlett Johansson was supposedly getting increasingly inhumanly smarter, her mouth just kept hanging open more wider, and her jaw kept hanging lower to the point where she just looked, she said how stupid she looked. She looked stupider and stupider with her mouth hanging more and more open. And I said, you know what that was all about? It's just because at that point, the only way to keep the male audience's attention was to make it look like her mouth is wide open, and so all the men stay staring at the screen thinking, I'd love to stick my dick in that. It's just, that was the whole purpose of that. That's why the director kept saying, open your mouth more, open your mouth more. So what's the Real Tech Geek giving us? What are these images? Let's see now. Oh, this is the
that's the Israeli version of their propaganda.
Okay. This is the same girl?
No, it's somebody else.
Oh, okay, so it's somebody else.
She says she's in the IDF.
Right, Israeli Defense Force.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I like this one. We disabled your account on Instagram.
yeah, they did, yes.
So this is her in all this cosplay, and is this all part of her recruiting for the IDF? I mean...
Yeah.
But I don't get it. The IDF is they're a draft army. Everyone's drafted anyway.
Of course it is, but you know they gotta keep morale up, man. Having a sexy, nice, sexy girl, man. Like they should have some. They should have some fucking pictures of fucking chicks on the beach having guns and shit.
No, it's true.
And have that as their fucking campaign, you know.
By the way, they do. There was.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, there was a scandal where the Israeli female troops were all showing themselves naked and shit. So there actually has been a scandal about that, where they.
Good.
Yeah.
I wish I was there, man.
I swear they got a bunch of Israeli guys and girls that they all look like they're special ops. They're all in the malls, and they all have, like those skin, like those skin creams and stuff that they sell from the Dead Sea.
Yeah.
And they have all these,
that bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, they
$100
do well.
for a little small bottle.
They do well because they don't just have pop-up stands. They actually have some decent real estate in the malls at this point, so they're doing very well.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And so, like, you're saying that they're dressing like Israeli commandos or something?
No. So remember when, like during the 9/11 time, or after around the 9/11 times, there were supposed Mossad guys that were working as in the malls, pop-up shops, as like they would sell those little toy helicopters.
Uh-huh.
Remember that? I don't know if any of you guys remember that.
Vaguely. I remember there was all
that.
kinds of shit that weird shit Jewish people or Israelis were doing all around 9/11. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it was just similar to that, and it was kind of locked. They have a locked-in spot in a lot of malls and things like that, where I mean, it's a great gig. It's a great. I don't know if it's a cover. I don't know if it's legit, but I mean, it's a great gig, and I know they have like great real estate spots, and I know that back in the past, that's what was going on, is that supposedly that some of these Mossad guys are working and selling these things on the side at these little pop-up stands. So I don't know.
Yeah, got it. It's just, there's always something weird going on in terms of, the Israelis, that's for sure. And so let me just respond here to what Jennifer is saying. And this should be, let me see if this guy has how do I use this? Oh, here we are. Okay, just responding to her. She says, just letting you know I'm not affiliated with the troll, and I'm just letting her know, oh, I know that. That's, she was interacting with him, and that was great, and I understand why she says that. Nothing against the troll. I mean, so far as I can see, he hasn't said anything particularly outrageous. Okay, with that, I am going to go into monologue. I do want both these gentlemen to do whatever they wish. If you wish to kind of hang out, and usually it'd be around this time, I think, or shortly after Mark would check out, usually because of the schedule. I don't know what your schedule is like these days. But both of you gentlemen are willing to hang out for as long as you want, and also to interject when you feel you have something to offer. Feel free to interject. Say, oh yeah, I'd like to add something to this. I'll be going to the economy a little bit, and Real Tech might have some observations that would be appreciated. And certainly, if anything comes up, then Mark your input's always appreciated as well. So what's your choice? You gentlemen going to hang out for a while, or you going to check out at this point?
Yeah, I'll be hanging out with you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. How about you, Mark?
Douglas, I'd love to hang out, but I think I'm going to check out just because I'll have to get up a little early. I do have some errands to come to do, but thank you so much for letting me come on, and I'll talk to you both very soon. God bless you both.
Yes, we love you dearly. Take care and stay safe and be well.
Likewise, sir. Take care.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye for now. Yeah, we'll speak soon. And thank you, Real Tech, for hanging with me. We love you dearly, and I'm so glad that you reminded me you're out there. You were gone for a while, so I forget to call you regularly. A lot of the guys I forget to call because they're not showing up on the regular list. Some people show up regularly, even though they're all in my favorites list, yourself and Mark and everybody else. Then as well, I am glad.
Well,
yeah, go on.
Well, I don't always want to be on when who was on, because they want to insult me and say when I say things are irrelevant because they think they don't want to hear about when I'm talking. The numbers are always going up. So, and it's nothing against them either. I do love them very much, but we all have our good days and bad days. But it's kind of, it's frustrating to be on. So.
Understood. Yeah, it can be stressful.
Yeah, it can be. So. Yeah, and I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody, so I better not be on it at all. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I got it, and it worked out well tonight, and hopefully that will be, the pattern for the future. Whether the certain individual you're referring to reappears or not. Hopefully it works out both ways. To tell you the truth, she speaks well of you. I presume, by the way, I think I could say this. I presume we're talking about Brooke Gibson. So she speaks well. Yeah, she speaks well of you off air. So I've never heard her insult you off air. I think she just,
No.
she'll. I mean, look at the shit she says to me. I mean, like if she heard me going into the shit I went into tonight at length with Vic, she would just, this is so boring. Oh my god, and she would just, you know, she'd jump on this say it's racist, you know, all this other stuff like, it's just she can't help herself.
Ultimate troll.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, it gets to the point where, you know, I think her objective is to get you to just have your hands around her throat and throttling her, and then I think at that point she feels she's won the game or something.
Yeah, death wish. Yeah.
Yes. Oh God, that's funny. It's not funny, but it's funny. Yes, it's also, I think, true. It's true. It just is what it is. Okay. So I want people to understand there was, as I said earlier, I'm going to go through a few of the items that I said with Peter Moon, but I want people to understand this. There was a slew of big earnings reports overnight, the other night by now, from the semiconductor, the social media, and payments industries. The outlook from the chip maker Texas Instruments disappointed and pointed to continued sluggish demand. I bring that up because we were ambushed by a former Texas Instruments employee working with MUFON, so I wanted to get that dig out there. Now there's a watchdog calling for action as AI-generated child sexual abuse images are flooding the internet. This watchdog agency has warned that the already alarming proliferation of child sexual abuse images on the internet is becoming much worse if something isn't done to put controls on artificial intelligence tools that generate deepfake photos. And of course, by artificial intelligence, they really mean expert system. I hate them using this term artificial intelligence. So I do want people to understand the difference. Artificial intelligence is truly a thinking, conscious intelligence.
Yes, this is all machine learning.
Thank you.
It's all a fucking person.
Thank you.
It's all a fucking person putting fucking commands and telling the thing what to fucking do.
Thank you.
You know, and they all want to make these. I mean, some of the projects people have made are interesting, but it's just people telling it what to do. It's not AI.
Thank you.
I'm finished.
Thank you. Bless you. Now, the reason what I'm bringing up matters is because the United Kingdom-based Internet Watch Foundation is urging governments and technology providers to act quickly before this flood of deepfake child sexual abuse images bogs investigators down, because they're already trying to rescue children who are all turning out to be virtual characters. And the perpetrators are
also speaking of that, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No,
please. I want to say, Ben Shapiro made a fake AI image and said that Hamas was killing more Israeli children.
There.
You heard about that? Right?
No, I didn't. So, any other details, please.
Yeah, it reminds me of the dead babies that Iraqis were killing in Kuwait, which was a fucking lie.
Thank you. In other words, the lie during the Iraq War, what prompted an American...
Desert Shield.
Thank you. What prompted Desert Shield and Desert Storm. The first Gulf War, as Americans call it, the second Gulf War really, because Gulf War I was really Iran versus Iraq, was the lie from the Kuwaiti ambassador's daughter that the Kuwaitis had all these incubator babies and the Iraqis were taking them out of the incubators and stepping on them. It's so fucking stupid. I mean, the very image is so stupid.
You can find the video.
Yes.
You can find the video of it.
Thank you.
Of the chick crying. Testifying or Congress committee.
Thank you. Go on.
Yeah. She it was about a burnt baby that Ben Shapiro used an AI generated image to try and whip people into a pro-war frenzy. That's a person said on Twitter.
Is there any way that he can be punished for this? Now that it's been exposed?
Yeah, he posted on Twitter, so... I don't know.
Yeah, I hope there is. I mean, this is outrageous. I mean, somebody like that...
Yeah, I'll send you the article and I'll post it on the...
Thank you.
Chat.
And perpetrators are also abusing these images to groom and coerce new victims. And in all too many cases, kids are abusing these tools on each other. As well, most AI-generated child sexual abuse images would be considered illegal under existing laws in the United States and the United Kingdom and its Commonwealth and elsewhere, but it remains to be seen whether law enforcement even has the tools to combat them. What I'm going to do for a second time is, for the sake of both Real Tech, I'll send this to him personally, and of course for the sake of our listeners, I will enter the link to the fact that Australia is suing our favorite punching bag, or rather fining him, for allowing all of these child sexual abuse images on X. In other words, fucking Twitter. So it's just, and by the way, our dear Vic says, screw Shapiro, he's so annoying. And yes, that's putting it mildly. Somebody who does something like that, they need to be taken out and shot as an example. Something like that is so dangerous. It drives people to mass murder. People kill other people on the basis of these lies. Now, there's been a policy shift. The Chinese Communist Party dictator Xi Jinping made his first known visit to Red China's central bank in his presidency. This unprecedented trip came as the country, rather the Communist Chinese Empire, continues to face economic headwinds and a weak consumer market. While Xi Jinping made his unprecedented visit to the central bank, CHICOM, or Chinese Communist authorities, made a series of policy maneuvers to boost sentiment in the economy, with their party dictator Xi signaling that a slowdown in growth and lingering deflationary risks will not be tolerated. Now, he's creating an impossible situation. I'll go on to describe how he's crushing the economy, but he wants it to keep growing. The government increased its headline deficit and unveiled a sovereign debt package, which marks a shift from its traditional growth model. The challenges Red China faces were on full display as the developer Country Garden was deemed to be in default on a dollar bond for the first time ever. And Beijing dropped a bombshell when it unveiled a tax and land use probe into the world's largest assembler of iPhones. So this brings us to Terry Gou and Jack Ma, brothers in misfortune, mouthing off against Beijing. There's a Chinese expression that describes a pair of close male friends who endure trials and tribulations. And it's probably an apt one right now to describe Foxconn founder Terry Gou and fellow tycoon Jack Ma. Back in 2015, few would have thought of the pair as Nangzhong Nandi, literally hard brothers, from the idiom hard to differentiate between elder and younger brother, or brothers in distress, i.e. misfortune. At the zenith of their respective careers, they joined SoftBank Group Corp founder Masayoshi Son on stage to help promote his robotics business in Tokyo. Alibaba Group Holding Limited was the undisputed leader in Chinese e-commerce, and Foxconn Technology Group was an increasingly indispensable partner to Apple Incorporated. Half a decade later, Ma has become almost a cautionary tale. His now infamous 2020 critique of Chinese regulation and banking ignited a chain of events that, they wiped out 850 billion United States dollars of value from Alibaba and his fintech pioneer Ant Group company. Beijing, unamused, began a years-long crackdown on the private sector that virtually flattened the world's largest tech landscape. The lesson then was no company or personage was too important for Beijing to humble. For many, it showed Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping clearly was less concerned with economic growth, much of which stemmed from the tech industry, than with ensuring the Communist Party's hold on power. But Gou, who's vying for Taiwan's presidency next year, may have failed to absorb the lesson. I myself was flabbergasted when the iPhone billionaire proclaimed in August the party wouldn't dare touch Foxconn. His reasoning went that it had too many foreign investors and global customers, including Apple and Tesla, for Red China to mess with. It was an emotional moment, to say the least. Gao, known for making off-the-cuff remarks, was at the time announcing his candidacy and responding to a question about whether Beijing could exert undue influence over him through a business empire that revolves almost entirely around mainland China. Invoking Foxconn's flagship unit, Gao said, "If the Chinese Communist Party decides to seize Hon Hai's assets because I will not abide by its instructions, I would say, yes, please do it. I shall not take orders from the Chinese Communist Party." I had an ominous feeling then. Beijing sees self-governing democratic Taiwan as part of its territory to be reclaimed at some point in the future. With a series of tax audits and land use reviews reported in state-run media this week, well, the Communist Chinese Empire's mandarins may have chosen to send a message to the Taiwanese entrepreneur. Beijing did not explain its actions, as is always the case. The probes have cost Hon Hai and its affiliates some 9 billion United States dollars of market value this week alone. Gao canceled his only campaign event on Monday and did not schedule a public appearance for Tuesday. His campaign office...
Who is Gao?
Terry Gao. He's this guy who's running for president of Taiwan, and he's just this billionaire whose main iPhone production facilities, well, they're mainly based in mainland China. So this is because, it's cheaper to manufacture there, just like American companies. Yeah.
Was he the one? I understand.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
The sweatshop of the world.
Thank you. Yeah.
But wasn't he the one that said that Taiwan should? There was a Chinese politician that is being thrown in jail now or disappeared because he said that for China to have better relations with Taiwan, they really need to allow them to have their freedom.
You mean thrown in jail in the mainland or in Taiwan?
No, in the mainland.
Okay. I don't know who that would be. Whoever.
I'm looking for the name. I heard it somewhere in the YouTube video. I don't know where it was.
Well, whoever it was, they've got fucking balls. They've got fucking guts to say that in the mainland.
Yeah.
And no, it wasn't Terry. It couldn't have been Terry Gao though. Whoever it was, they deserve our sympathy.
Yeah, he deserves a fucking medal.
Yes.
But
even though he's completely stupid and completely self-destructive and ultimately crazy, but yeah, he deserves our sympathy and a medal. Yes.
Okay, but did you see what happened in Country Garden?
Tell us.
They defaulted on their bond.
Okay, so
can't pay them.
Yeah,
$14.5 million yesterday.
Okay.
So this is why Xi Jinping is visiting the bank for the first time ever.
Yes. Thank you. And what else can you do to put this in context? Any other observations? Please share them.
Well, Country Garden is the second largest real estate developer in China.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, the first one that have all these issues is Evergrande.
Thank you.
Which is the first one.
Yes.
And they also were going to make electronic vehicles. They're going to make a whole bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the stock was paused for like 17 months.
Holy shit. Yes. Go on.
Yeah, and it just opened up recently. I think it stopped it again because it just was insane.
Yeah.
One day up 50%, one day down 70%. So, but yeah, I noticed it. Sorry, stupid paywall.
No worries. But
Country Garden's failure to pay interest on a note within a grace period that ended last week constitutes an event of default. This is Bloomberg. This is from Reuters, but that's a very short article. Sorry, let me just go Yahoo. That's easier. So, $15.4 million bond payment. That was September. They had a 30-day grace period. Earlier this month, the company warned in a filing in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange that it did not pay a 470 million Hong Kong dollar principal payment. I'll look up the exchange of that in a moment.
Thank you for your details on this.
$16 million, basically.
Wow.
Now, in all likelihood, Country Garden, one of the most largest indebted property developers, will face China's largest corporate restructurings. At the end of 2022, the developer had nearly $200 billion in liabilities, and Evergrande has like 10 times that. The default, something like that. It's a lot. The default comes as China's economy continues a prolonged stumble out of the pandemic with their insane bullshit zero COVID. Fucking dumb motherfuckers.
Oh my God! It's yes. This is the problem with it.
This is what you,
yeah. Go on.
Yeah, this is the problem with this fucking terrorism bullshit, and people have more guts than they have in America to stand up to that shit, but they need to stand the fuck up and stop this bullshit.
Thank you.
What happened with the fucking Tiananmen Square? That's just fucking tragedy. It's a fucking travesty, and all these years, a lot of shit to go on. And this all goes back to people in China really cannot invest in a lot of things. There's just too much. It's not like the rest of the world, and America and Europe and Japan, and there's just too much control. So what they could do is just to invest into property, but the thing about that is that you only allowed to keep property for 70 years. And that could be a fucking, it's just like a Lando Calrissian with the scene with Darth Vader, and he said, I thought we had a deal, and he said, I've altered the deal. Yes. And pray and hope I don't change it more. So that's basically how it is there. You buy your property, and you can get it for 70 years, but they can take it back anytime they want.
Yes.
So and they always they built shit like garbage anyway, and there's 40 ghost cities that barely anybody fucking have populated in general because they just haven't, because again this one child policy shit, which Dao Xiangping is the fucking greatest savior of the fucking world, and he's God, and this and that. And this is the cocksucker that fucking did the Tiananmen Square massacre. Yes. He's the one instituting the one-child policy, and the shitload of other fucking things, like the other fucking shit also, which he said the UN, if China ever becomes a military power and it becomes imperialistic, then it should be fucking dismantled. But look what you're doing now anyway.
Yes.
I sent you the article. They're trying to fight some fucking fake islands from fucking Philippines with this fucking shit about that the South China Sea expanded all over to all the way to fucking Japan, which is fucking bullshit.
Yes. Thank you. No, it's
they've always been more. It's always been more of a landlocked country. They never had no control of fucking seas, man. Get the fuck out of here. This fucking shit. I'm not saying Shanghai went to America. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but it's more like the fucking PT boats and shit in a scenario like what happened in Vietnam. That's basically what it was. Mm-hmm. So, it's not good.
Yeah, I can go into what was going on in the Ming Dynasty with Zheng He another time. I've done so in the past, and it's very relevant. Yeah. But of course, the problem with communist China is they're taking past accomplishments of dynastic civilizations, and as a
the biggest bullshit about that and hypocrisy. Yes, they are a dynasty. They definitely are. But the bigger hypocrisy about that is 5,000 years civilization on this fucking shit, but they really consider the beginning of China is only supposed to be 70 years when they establish themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely appalling, the level of their stupidity, the hypocrisy of their claims. Yes, they're saying that real China, the people's China, only started, in 1949, effectively, 1950, and basically what they're saying is, nevertheless, they're making all the claims to accomplishments of all these past dynastic civilizations. But what our man Realtek is pointing out is that communist China has effectively turned into a dynasty. At this point with Xi Jinping, he's certainly rendered himself the equivalent of an emperor. In terms of his power, he's eliminated.
Wangdi.
Yes, thank you. Go on. Say that again.
Oh, that's Chinese for emperor. Wangdi.
Thank you. The Wangdi. Yes, Wangdi, and he's basically rendered himself the leader for life. And
if he has, then he needs to bring those fucking concubines, man. We're some pleasure squad.
Yes, thank you.
Because that's exactly what I would fucking do.
Yeah, instead, they've gotten rid of all of the females in communist Chinese government. It's an all-male government. It's disgusting.
It's a fucking sausage fest. Yeah, man.
Thank you. It's disgusting. And,
it is disgusting.
And they're telling women to have 3 children now. They're trying to make up for the damage the one-child policy has done. It's too little, too late.
No, they're paying them.
Yes.
And all they're going to do, like I said, these women are not going to do that shit. I mean, some will, but most of them are going to go fucking buy luxury goods. That's what they're going to do. Or get a fucking facelift, or get some new tits and shit, a new nose.
I don't blame them.
Or a new ass, a new fucking ass. I mean, that's what they, that's what they're going to do. They're going to go to Korea and do that.
Yeah, and I don't blame them. I hope they
either.
Yeah, I hope they do that rather than
and then get the ultimate fucking money by posting on Instagram and shit and Twitter and have OnlyFans and then get all these simps to pay them thousands of dollars. And I'm not mad at them. Good for them.
Thank you. And so thank you. It's very important points. And So
I hope I'm not interrupting you too much.
No. It's fine. I think this is all important. It's an important train of thought. So this Terry Gao guy, his campaign office has remained silent ever since, choosing to refer reporters to Foxconn. That market wipeout that he suffered at $9 billion isn't anywhere close to the vengeance wrought on Alibaba. But as with Jack Ma, the episode represents a major test for Terry Gao, who generated most of his $6.5 billion United States dollar fortune from making devices for Western brands, the likes of Apple and Dell, in communist China on the mainland. People close to the company are blaming his current troubles on the provocative comments. There's no evidence for now to believe that Foxconn's trajectory will be similar to Alibaba's, but Beijing has in the past years not hesitated to exert its influence, including over overseas institutions. That could impact Apple as well. It's just too early to say how. In the end, Jack Ma had to relinquish control over Ant and Alibaba and give up the limelight. For Terry Gao, he's likely considering the right balance between political ambition and business interests as he weighs his options to woo Taiwanese voters without provoking Beijing. So this is all what it is, and it's caused the stocks to dip, or certainly has been a factor. NASDAQ 100 futures were falling last time I checked, as declines for Alphabet and Texas Instruments looked set to outweigh the gain for Microsoft, while the Standard & Poor's 500 futures were also lower. The dollar is stronger. Treasury yields are rising slightly. Oil is little changed, and there was a bounce for iron ore following the communist Chinese stimulus measures. In Europe, stocks have dipped, with a 55% drop for French payments firm Worldline, offsetting a gain for Deutsche Bank. And this brings us to the manufacturing numbers, suggesting a recession is on in United Germany. Business activity in Europe's biggest economy contracted for the fourth month in a row in October. The destabilization of the Middle East could send prices soaring once more and trigger a new shock for the world economy, which has so far been resilient despite the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in the Ukraine. Now, this would be our third shock in 4 years. And we need to figure out how the world economy could absorb the Gaza war. Now, I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
Go on.
It could be $300 a barrel.
And tell us a little bit about the potentials of, anything that comes to mind. What else comes to mind with that?
Well, Putin is trying his best to do to cause that to happen by limiting the sales of barrels every day.
Thank you.
And so it's, of course, UAE or something like OPEC.
Yeah.
They're doing the same thing too.
Thank you. Well, he's part of what they call the OPEC Plus. He's part of OPEC. So go on.
Yeah, yes. And of course, Biden is, which I think it's not a good idea to continue to tap into the country's oil reserves. It's really not a good idea.
I agree.
This country, he needs to turn it back on. He needs to turn it all back on. Mm-hmm. That was the worst thing he ever did was cut down the pipeline between America and Canada. Mm-hmm. It has to be completely back on. Mm-hmm. This is bad. But also, SK Hynix had earnings, and they fall 3.92% at the third quarter results. Mm-hmm. 2.18 trillion won loss, which is $1.61 billion.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Contrast to a 1.11 trillion won net profit in the same period a year ago. Revenue fell 17% year on year to come into a 9.0 trillion won, which is, whatever. The company also recorded an operating loss of 1.78 trillion won, compared to an operating profit of 1.66 trillion won. They highlighted on a quarter-to-quarter basis that losses narrowed as its net loss and operating loss shrank 27% and 38% respectively compared to the second quarter. Mm-hmm. With the effort of the production reduction by global memory providers starting to be seen, and customers following efforts to reduce inventories, placing new orders now, semiconductor pricing are slated to stabilize, the company said.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. It's good to know these details out there for potential investors. And with that, I want people to understand what I brought up earlier in the opening hours with Peter Moon.
You're welcome.
About the new MAD. I explained before about the old concept of MAD, mutually assured destruction, about the concept that two sides, of course, have a parity in terms of the capacity for nuclear destruction, and in the event of a thermonuclear war, they would annihilate each other, and therefore this prevents them from going to war. A doctrine of military strategy and national security policy which posits that full-scale use of nuclear weapons by an attacker on a nuclear-armed defender with second strike capabilities would cause the complete annihilation of both the attacker and the defender, thereby guaranteeing peace via a balance of terror. So this was the old MAD. Nowadays they use that acronym for massive attacks of disruption. So these have become the looming existential danger to our divided nation and the world at large. The COVID-19 pandemic, the January 6th insurrection and takeover of the United States Capitol, the SolarWinds cyber attacks, the Texas storms that cut the power, and the blocking of the Suez Canal, these are all considered arbingers of the new MAD. This brings us to what is now a second war and a third shock. What is happening in Israel looks like the worst-case scenario feared by those who worry about the fate of the global economy. Will it be possible, once again, for the global economy to avert these potential new disruptions? Over the past 4 years, trois shocks have already shaken the globe. A pandemic has disrupted production, consumption, trade, and supply chains. The offensive launched by the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire in the Ukraine The first invasion in Europe since the Second World War has disturbed the markets of trois vital products, wheat and oil. While completely different in nature, the trois shocks had the same effect on inflation. They have caused prices to soar in developed countries like never before in 40 years. Central banks responded by raising interest rates with impressive speed. In recent months, inflation seemed to slowly start on a downward trend, but we come to a likely crisis. Because this decline could be stopped, an essential marker of the economy is now threatened. Prices, which have until now remained anchored by monetary policy despite the turmoil of recent years, risk being swept away in the storm. Of course, this is not the only threat for the global economy. On an over-indebted planet, a financial crisis seems even more likely now that the sudden rise in interest rates has weakened the entire structure. Over the past year,
the whole world.
Yes.
Yeah, the whole world has done.
Yes. Thank you.
Interest rates. It's not just America.
Thank you.
So, and especially like countries that have never done it before.
That's right.
So a DBA, Investico DP Agricultural Fund, this is up 9.65% on the year. So it's an index fund, which is basically about agricultural. So, of course, they have 18.21% treasury bills. It's sugar, cocoa, live cattle, coffee, soybean, corn, lean hot dogs. They're all different futures. But yeah, that is definitely an aspect of that. And I especially remember wheat futures. That when they invaded Taiwan, when Russia invaded Ukraine, that went up like crazy. So it's down 20% on the year, but this was, I think, about $10. Let's see, this was almost $9.18. So from where it was, which was $12.75.
Wow.
It was $7, $7 for that. So yeah, these things are very definitely very important. But China was going to invade Taiwan soon. And especially this guy trying to do his balancing act. It's going to piss him off.
I agree that this is indicative of his being insane enough where he might try something effectively suicidal. Honestly.
Yes. Yes. No, it is. And it's just going to crash everything.
Thank you. And
that's a good thing, though. It's a good thing. You get all these computer parts really cheap because, speaking of computer parts, with SK Hynix, which is the largest random access memory, RAM. And also they also make the NAND flash, which is also part of memory for solid-state hard drives. Solid-state hard drives have crashed like crazy. A 4 terabyte hard drive was about $600 during the pandemic, but now you can get a 4 terabyte hard drive for $200. The 2 terabyte hard drive I bought last year for $200. Now it's on sale times $80. Usually about $100. But what you said?
Oh no! I mean, this is impressive, but how will this continue if Taiwan? Of course, now there's all kinds of scenarios here. If he invades Taiwan, I personally due to factors I've articulated before, feel that his chances for success are minimal, that he probably will not be able to invade. In other words, they'll probably, their invasion will be abortive, many losses.
Well,
but if they do invade, how do succeed in taking parts of the island or holding it, how would this make computer parts cheaper? Well, certainly the chips would become impossibly hard to get or much rarer, and the prices would go up for many things, but computer parts would be cheaper because the what would you say in that regard?
They will be cheaper it will be just what I'm saying is that it's going to be a quick reaction of a crash.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And especially the stock market and crypto, whatever it is, and futures. But once people are calmed down from overreacting, of course, the chips and everything else, they don't matter if it's something from 20 years ago. You know, it's going to just short squeeze.
Yes.
So,
thank you.
I mean, it really is, and I keep talking to my friend about several different friends, but this thing with the programs that won't work with AVX1, they only work with AVX2. They're going to have to, you know, you won't be able to get anything for years. Cell phones, nothing. Freaking lenses I had from the 80s, 90s. I'm sorry, from the 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
They consider to be crap. They have computer chips in them too, even though they're very basic. But they're going to be expensive too. But what I'm saying is that, you know, like I'm going to cancel that garbage until I get it. I mean, I can use my laptop, but I need to make a better computer anyway. But fucking Adobe Premiere Pro on the newest update won't install it because I don't have AVX2. It's just ridiculous, you know.
Yeah.
And this scheme that Intel's doing with this, which they're being sued about with Downfall. I think AMD also had an issue with that too. It's just another monetization scheme, conspiracy they're doing to make you have a new computer. Spectre and Meltdown. There's never been any type of cases outside of the scientific experiment that it affects computers. I always disable that crap because I need to go into the registry. But anyway, nobody get nothing for years.
Thank you.
So what you got now? What have you got now? You got to keep it.
Thank you.
And what you can get, you got to do. And the EU is going to pass all these laws to bring back the headphone jack, bring back the SD card, and they're going to pass a law working on to bring back removable batteries, which should have been taken out first place, because they always want to, because all these fucking companies like Samsung, which I've been speaking of too, they're down 90. This is the second quarter, I'm not the third quarter, but 2 quarters in a row. Their smartphone sales are down 96%.
Oh. So,
and the only thing to keep
it
up is the phones that fold. I have one myself, but they're all stupid expensive to begin with anyway, and they're fragile. So they're getting better.
Okay. No, I mean,
yeah. Don't sound ambitious. Took out the headphone jack, took out the SD card, external memory, and took out the battery.
Mm-hmm.
So the EU, I'm happy for the EU forcing Apple to have the USB-C, because it should be universal. But of course, those fucking bullshit assholes are like, you know, you can't fucking use a generic USB-C because it's gonna have issues and that. No, that's just you fucking throttling shit and trying to make you, instead of buying something on Amazon for like $5, a pack of them 754 whatever it is, you want to make you spend $50 on a fucking cable by them. Incredible. You know, that's why I can't stand that company. Right. I appreciate all these things that Steve Jobs did, but it's just fucking garbage now. The company's garbage with that idiot.
It's true. But everything that our man Real Tech is saying needs to be taken into account as what we're going to be dealing with if an invasion does take place. Civilization as we know it effectively crashes.
Over.
Yeah.
It's over.
So yeah, thank you. And it's an important.
Potentially can be over. Yeah. I mean, they're not going to do anything now. Right now, the Strait of Taiwan is going into the tide is too high.
Yeah.
So it cannot be any type of amphibious assault.
Thank you. And
or any type of military drills. It's not war games.
That's right.
It's not feasible right now.
Thank you.
It would be I think March, right?
Yeah, something around that time. But at the same time, we have to remember that if they try something like that and the economy crashes, which it would, then what's going to happen is that it crashes China's economy and it fucks up their war efforts. So it's
the theory about that was with all these insane zero-COVID lockdowns was that they wanted to get the economy and the people ready psychologically for that.
There we are. Thank you. Excellent point. Your point's well taken. But I think the actual event would be a lot harder even than the lockdowns. This is going to be something that makes everybody realize, this is not transitional. The thing about the lockdowns was that they were tolerated because everybody thought of them as, okay, it's just transitional. It's just transitional, as bad as it is. Yeah, but still, if people realize this isn't transitional, after a while, they're just going to say, fuck this. Because they did ultimately protest the lockdowns. They did ultimately force, the cessation of the insaner aspects of the lockdowns. So, over the past year, exactly as our man Realtek has emphasized, cracks have been heard everywhere, from California to Red China to Switzerland and to the United Kingdom. It would be surprising if this was the end of it. Individual savers could weaken banks by massively emptying their current accounts to look for slightly more profitable investments. Large hedge funds could be caught off guard. The turnaround of the real estate market will also cause damage. Some emerging countries are struggling to meet their financial commitments, while developed nations' public finances are on the edge of a cliff. And all of this brings us to the depressive effects on prices, because in almost all cases, financial crises have a depressive effect on prices. American economist Irving Fisher explained this in an article 90 years ago via his writ so titled The Debt Deflation Theory of Great Depressions. By triggering the most devastating terrorist attack since 9/11, Hamas could, on the contrary, revive inflation. The current events in the Middle East strangely echo those of 1973. It all began with an offensive on Israel during a religious holiday, unbeknownst to the country's powerful secret services. Then the Israeli army retaliated violently. The rest of the story will inevitably be different. Half a hundred years ago, on the weekend of October 16th and 17th, Arab oil-producing countries meeting in Kuwait, declared they would impose a 70% increase in oil prices and a reduction in deliveries as long as the rights of Palestinians would not be recognized by Western countries. They agreed on a new increase 12 months later. Today, oil prices are largely determined by market forces. Egypt had attacked Israel in 1973, but the 12 countries have since normalized their relations, and Israel has initiated a similar process with the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula. But the outcome of disasters is often difficult to predict. In February of 2020, when Red China was facing a mysterious coronavirus, France's Minister of the Economy, Bruno Le Maire, announced that the epidemic would slash the Communist Chinese Empire's growth by 0.1%. A month later, the day France went into lockdown, he predicted a decline in production of a full 1 percentile point. A week later, he spraketh of the most severe recession since World War II. So this brings us to the oil reservoir we were speaking of earlier. There are many tensions surrounding Israel. In the north of the country, exchanges of strikes are increasing with Hezbollah, the Army of God, which is based in Lebanon, but supported by Iran. Saudi Arabia has suspended its negotiations with Israel, and voices there are calling for greater support of Palestinians. Qatar intends to play the mediator, but could also be subject to pressure. Iraq and Libya remain fragile. Yet the region is also an oil reservoir. Yesteryear, it accounted for 32% of global production and 41% of exports. The market was already tense before the attack carried out by Hamas. Even a limited fall in supply would cause the prices of black gold to soar in the long term. Consumer price indexes would immediately start to rise again. inevitably triggering a new tightening of monetary policies. It would be
Yeah,
challenging.
speaking of
Yes,
that,
go on.
Yeah, Nvidia with their fucking bullshit, AI stuff.
Yeah,
The
tell us
H100
about
graphics
that.
cards.
Yes.
So I remember trading a Chinese AI company developing their own version of Chat GPT, and I started trading about. It was just a couple times, but I did trade about $6 and it pumped us up $10, and I got the fuck out of that. And this is after Nvidia reported their third quarterly earnings, and well, last time I looked, it was maybe like 150 a share. It crashed like crazy. So there is definitely a lot of fatigue from this AI hype, and it's all lies about this AI things with these cards.
you.
I mean, you have fucking H100 graphics cards selling in scalp in China for 7,000 RMB earlier this year.
Outrageous. What suckers?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And did you talk about Nvidia being blocked by the U.S. government selling cards to China?
No, by all means. Tell us.
Okay.
Or rather, yeah, I know of it, but I'm sure you could provide better details than I could.
Yeah, I will in a second.
In the meantime, I do want people to understand that it would be challenging for developed economies to return to some precarious balance at all. The menacing shadow of this disastrous chain of events looms over the trading floor and was hanging over the recent meetings of the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank in Marrakesh. After the pandemic and the war launched by the Russian Empire, this third shock could have disastrous effects on weakened productive systems. But it's still too early to lose all hope. Indeed, what is striking in the incredible series of recent tragedies is the resistance, or the resilience, to use a fashionable word, of the economy, as if it was passing on all its woes on society itself. Now, obviously, Israel will prevail in the end in this case. It will, of course, as we've suggested earlier, it really can't defeat Hamas. But saying that it claims victory, it could still lose the war. John
Bolton, John Bolton, that piece of garbage, he wants to, he says Iran is the greatest threat, so, probably wants to see Israel nuke or bomb the ally of Iran, so.
Yeah, that's ultimately what these guys would try and back, they would try and back that up. They would try and make that happen. By the way, do me a favor.
Friend,
yeah.
Yes.
Take the stage.
Right.
Take the stage and tell us about NVIDIA, our listeners about NVIDIA and these geopolitics. I'll come back and also address the history that led us to this crisis.
Yeah.
But I'll take a short break, refresh myself. I'll be right back. And right now the stage is our man, Realtex. He's going to go into some of this.
All right. Enjoy your Coke.
Thank you. You know me too well.
Yeah, I do. So, folks, I do want to say that, I was having a conversation with my friend about John Bolton and Iran. Before I go into the video really quickly, basically they're all embarrassed. All these people were all embarrassed for being exposed with what happened in the 1980s with Oliver North and Iran and Contra. So, and they can't get over that, so that's why they want to fucking decimate that place. And of course, all the fact that they lost the country to begin with the Ayatollah took out the Shah of Iran. So basically, the U.S. government is banning the AI graphics cards that NVIDIA is manufacturing, which is the A100, A800, H100, H800, and L40S products. So they're not banning the RTX 4090, which is basically the be all and end all of graphics cards for gaming. it's strictly primarily made for gaming and also for content creation. Their CUDA cores and this and that are best for that, and there are different types of graphics card drivers which you can use either for gaming or for content creation. So, and that card is I've seen some third party, which is of course these are all Taiwanese companies, Asus, MSI, all these ASRock. I've seen custom cards go up to $2,000. So if that's what you want for the NLB, all yeah, that's the one to get. But basically, we comply with all applicable regulations while working to provide products that support thousands of applications across many different industries. And NVIDIA spokesman told CNBC, given the demand worldwide for our products, we don't expect a near-term meaningful impact on our financial results. So October 23rd, 2023, United States government informed NVIDIA the licensing requirements of the interim final rule concerning the AI HPC processors dated October 18, 2023, applicated to products of having total processing performance of 4800 or more, designed or marketed for data centers. It is effectively immediately impacting the shipments of, which I said, those cards. So, yeah, United States wants to ban that. They want to stop, basically, because it's AI computer components, graphics cards are giving the United States military, which it goes back to that, an advantage compared to China. Now, like I said, let me see some other things about here. So it was in August from Financial Times, Chinese web giants Alibaba, Baidu, ByteDance, which is also TikTok, Tencent, had ordered 1 billion worth of A800S and had committed to buy another 4 billion worth of GPUs from NVIDIA in 2024. It now appears most of these orders could be left unfilled. Despite this change, NVIDIA doesn't expect the accelerated timeline to cause many problems for its own bottom line. And yeah, I mean, Intel and AMD also is going through these issues too, I believe. I think it's AMD. It's also being blocked about that, I think. No, sorry, I'm thinking about something else. Well, there's an article here. Yeah, well, long-term suffering of effects from U.S.-China regulations, which is NVIDIA.
Okay, I'm back.
AMD,
go
ASML.
on. Yeah. What have you found for
AMD
us?
China. Well, I was just reading about that. Alibaba bought 4 billion. Alibaba, Baidu, ByteDance, which is TikTok, and it was. I forgot the other one. Maybe 1 second.
Sure.
I was looking up an article, but
want everyone to know that the good news is
Tencent.
that
the numbers.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
And are you refreshed?
Oh no! I was just letting everyone know the good news is that the Coke this time was the kind that goes up my nose, so I don't need to rinse any taste out of my mouth. So go on with whatever you were going to recite before I jump back in. Yes, by all means, conclude. Kind of round up, conclude your observations here.
Yeah. Oh, well, too bad you don't got a girl, so you can do some coke up her ass. Gotta have her on speed dial, man.
I wouldn't want anyone to suffer this environment. Honestly, ladies have insisted on coming here, hearing how bad the place is. They want to see it for themselves. It's incredible. Definitely. It's one of these things, and yet women want to see it. It's incredible.
And they want to talk shit about that later too. Don't let them in, man. And of course, when you walk away, I want to take some pictures and shit. Don't let anybody in.
It's amazing actually. It's amazing actually that the women who have been here haven't really bitched about that. It's pretty incredible. It's pretty fucking funny. It's like that's at least. Instead, they bitch about me in different ways. It's incredible to me. It's really bizarre.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Well, I was just talking to this guy. I just talking about Pokemon cards, but he was telling me that his girlfriend of years called him up, and she was drunk and saying she wanted to break up with him. We've been together for like 7, 8 years. That makes no sense.
Yeah. Sad.
Yeah. But anyway,
Mm-hmm.
so AMD is reducing their workforce, and in China.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, Radiant Technology Group the most, which is that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all, because like I was just talking about the 4090 and the Nvidia, like they really are the especially with the mind share. That's one aspect that people don't necessarily talk about, but it definitely has a big aspect with Nvidia. But and people just will always buy that company. But it's 10 to 50% year-over-year decline in, for the Chinese economy. So now I can understand why they are kind of releasing these older. So they released a GRE, which is supposed to be a 7050 GRE. Sorry, 607050 GRE. In China, especially for custom built computers. We order something online. So so anyway, say in Shanghai, 3,000 employees, and they're gonna cut 450 of them. So this is why I've been kind of waiting to buy AMD again. But anyway, speaking of the graphics cards, the H100 and A100, the 800. Yeah, CSM says that it's going to take like 2 years to meet all the orders for the demand.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So, and China Chinese companies wanted to buy like $4 billion worth of them. So, yeah.
Thank you.
But like I was saying,
yeah, go on.
The whole thing is a fucking scam. It's a collusion with the stock market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nvidia just paid their fine from the SEC from an earnings call in 2018 that they made like $5 million extra, whatever it was, from crypto, from the fucking bullshit crypto mining garbage.
Mm-hmm.
So they paid a $5.5 million fine for that.
Jesus.
So, yeah, it's a whole conspiracy. Yeah. So, and this isn't the first time. There was no time in 2004 when they also pay as the CFO, Chief Financial Officer, said that they had like 700,000 revenue, whatever it was, when it was a lie. And what I'm saying is that their biggest, really truly, their biggest buyer is CoreWeave. And CoreWeave is just a shell company that they created themselves. Jensen, that guy, the arrogant guy, who's the CEO and founder of NVIDIA. And it's a shell company. All your shell companies. And the investor for them also is a company that got slapped on the wrist, Ventara or something like that. I need to find the video again. I just put the video in the chat. It really is a 3-part series. Well, it's really 2-part. He had some fucking interview with some fucking chick. Which was a waste of time. But the other two, really was, man. They're fucking the fucking airhead. It's just fucking, I don't know, man. You could summarize that in 1 fucking minute. It's just. But the guy went really good in depth on the last 2 videos. But the company, ODE. It was ODE. It's a scene from it's derivatives. It's Big Short. When Steve Carroll was talking about these type of retail housing derivatives that are sitting on people in the market and scamming people. So basically, the company got a slap on the wrist, and then they're doing a bigger scam, which they were doing ODE, which is ordinary differential equations. But yeah, it's just a house of cards with that shit. Nvidia reported the biggest fucking earnings they ever had. Fucking made like $10 trillion, for the fucking stock just didn't do nothing. Did nothing at all. So did shit. So it was great for trading. It was great to make some quick buck from them. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
I hope I'm not losing you, your audience. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think you're doing fine, but just round up the thoughts. It's certainly something that I believe many people are interested in. You speak of things that people find relevant. It's nothing to be too concerned about. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I tried to. Yeah. So it's just the stock was up. It's up like 300% on the year.
Mm-hmm.
It hit $1 trillion market cap, but it's all based on a lie.
Thank you.
And it's all going to come out.
Yes.
So the people that are who've been trying to, which is FOMO, fear of missing out, and the other one, it's MOMO, mad and missing out. They're just going to get messed up with that. Now, what I've been doing, the same with Tesla, I've been doing with them. I think we're going to go on to Coinbase, but it's been this yield max curve, which is a lot of it is treasuries. But I mean, you really truly are paying people to gamble for you, but they do pay you nice dividends. They're really nice dividends, though. But it's a good short-term risk if you can swallow the risk. Like I remember what happened with with fucking baby Elon Musk being a little bitch with his earnings call and complaining about the Cybertruck is a great thing, but it just came out the wrong time. It probably take like 2 years to make money, this and that. And Kevin, called him out for being a little bitch, and he blocked him on Twitter, which is just, X, which is just ridiculous. It's fucking hypocrite that guy. And the NAV, so you see, it's called NAV. I bought the yield max curve, net asset value. That's what NAV means. But I bought the yield max curve for Tesla, and it crashed on me anyway. I've been dealing with it. I'm not upset with it, but some people just could not handle being down like 20%, within a month or so, but still getting dividends. But it's Tesla. I don't know. It's all crashing on him, man. He's.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You there? Jesus, did they drop him? Holy shit. Real Tech. We can't hear you. He went mute. You stepped on the mute for some reason. Go on. Yeah, you can. Oh shit, went back on
mute. The Wi-Fi dropped.
Oh my god.
The Wi-Fi dropped.
Oh, weird shit.
My Wi-Fi dropped on me. I don't know why. I guess Elon Musk wants to fucking hack me.
Well, I want you to know that all the while that you were talking, the numbers actually went way up.
Holy shit!
Yeah, so that's there you go. You're doing okay. We're back down to normal now, or they're still higher than they were before. But it's dropped down a little bit when the Wi-Fi dropped. Anyhow, it's just what it is. But wrap up your thoughts, and I'll get back into the history of how we got to this crisis point. Yeah.
So Musk needs to talk to the SEC, and he doesn't want to do it. He hates them, but he's done everything he can to manipulate Tesla stock and Dogecoin and all these things. So he's digging his own grave right now. So
yeah. Thank you. No, he's definitely. I don't see how anyone can look at this guy as being worth anything. So by all means, go on. However, with any other thoughts you might have before I jump back in.
Well, I did want to say about. I did want to read about Albert Pike's letter. I know Mark said that you mentioned about that briefly.
Yeah.
So I'll, before you go into this again, I will read about what he says about the Third World War.
Okay.
I will condense this because it is a little long.
Okay. Yeah.
But,
You want to be careful about reading things because you want to summarize them when you read them. Okay.
Yeah. So the Third World War will be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the Illuminati and the political scientists and the leaders of the Islamic world. War must be conducted in such a way that Islam and the political Zionism mutually destroy each other, while other nations, once more divided on the issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, and spiritual economic exhaustion. And the nihilists and the atheists will be provoked to a formidable social catalysm, which is clearly destroy the nation's absolute atheism. Yeah, sorry. That's just so citizens will be obligated to defend themselves, this and that, and destroy the civilization, revolutionaries, and this part about Christianity and deistic spirits before him. And he's basically going on about to bring out at the end of it, to bring out out in the public eye Satanism and have people worship Satanism. So.
Oh, shit. There's some weird shit that just came up on my screen. Clean YouTube. I'm just going to shut that about cleaning all your contents on YouTube. I don't want to do that. Jesus fucking Christ.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Why would that show up?
Russian hacker?
Probably. Holy shit.
Fucking Russian hackers, take over people's YouTube channels and shit.
Oh, fuck. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen to mine. So just keep an eye on my YouTube channel, make sure everything stays there. Take a look and make certain everything is up. I better get back into monologue.
You should now.
Yeah, your key. And I definitely...
Thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you. And I'm definitely concerned. So I do want everyone to know that, let me know that my channel is still up. That is really fucking scary that something like that even came up. That's a form of terrorism if ever there was one. It's but do stay with me, dear Real Tech, because God knows I need all the support I can get morally and otherwise. Do keep an eye on my channel. As far as you can see, everything is still up. Yes, reset the page, please. And that will help immensely. We'll do that on my end as well. Just reset the page, make certain everything is up. So far it looks like such is the case.
I see everything is up still.
Yeah, and just frightening shit that this stuff is
crazy. Yeah.
And always, there's always attempts to try and do something to wipe me off. There are people who are, when asshole Jambo the Reese Monkey was calling our girl Brooke Gibson, Our Lady, and trying to seduce her, literally trying to seduce her, waving his dick and all this other shit. She's convinced it was an app because she said his prick was enormous and it was erect, and yet in the past he's been quite open about the fact that he has erectile dysfunction because of all of the cough syrup that he's imbibed over the years. He cannot get it up. As a matter of fact, that's why Lena Shea was going to rendezvous with him for some extramarital sex. And they never made it happen because of the fact that he copped to her that he was just bringing up a bunch of sex toys because his dick couldn't get up. The idea that suddenly it's like a horse dick that's erect, she became convinced it was an app, but Brendan Zogit was saying that there's no app any app that advanced is something he couldn't manipulate. He couldn't use it because he's not tech savvy enough. It's definitely Brendan Zogit feels is a glamour, something occult. But while he was trying to seduce her, literally, he was telling her his ultimate objective in life and the only reason he lives for, the only thing he has to live for is knocking Douglas Dietrich off YouTube. So, no doubt he and his cohorts are cooperating with various attempts to try and wipe my channel. This is why it's so important that we have people like Nemo Albano downloading and uploading my contents. And I encourage everyone else to do that as well. On whatever channels you have, download and upload all my contents.
Yeah, I need to do that to myself.
Yeah.
And especially the older stuff I have. I gotta do that to send to your friend Maggot, that guy, right?
I don't believe he's uploading anymore, but what he has uploaded is fortunately still up there. Yeah. But
I'm sorry if I did interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Oh no worries.
Somebody was complaining about that, but
yeah. Oh no. It's a Starless Aeon says it's almost 6:30 a.m. here in the Bronx, New York, Douglas. But it's a pleasure to hear as always, and it's a pleasure to have you with us, Starless Aeon. My only curiosity. You don't need to answer this. You're not obligated, but I'd like to know whether you're male or female. I intuit that you're female. Let me know if that's correct, because I have different ways of responding to different genders, of course. And of course, there's some people out there who are gender neutral, and that's fine. They're rare, though. If someone says they are, then I'll respond to them probably the same way I would to a female. And for right now, what I want everyone to know is that 100 years after the Yom Kippur War, the American Empire must end its blank check, its carte blanche, its blank check aid to Israel. 50 years after the Yom Kippur War, its legacy still defines American policy in the Middle East. October 2023 marks the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, a conflict that shaped the modern Middle East. The war was a trauma for Israel, a dangerous superpower showdown, and following the oil embargo, a pivotal reordering, if you would, of the global economic order. The Jewish state came shockingly close to defeat. A panicky cabinet meeting debated the use of nuclear weapons. After that war, Prime Ministress Golda Meir resigned in disgrace, and a 9/11-style commission investigated that debacle. But from the perspective of half a century, the war can be seen as a pivotal victory for Israel. After nearly being routed, the Israeli Defense Force clawed its way back to threaten Cairo, the capital of Egypt, and the very name of which means place of battle, the former battleground of Horus and Seth, and Damascus being Damascus, the capital of Syria. In the war's aftermath, both sides had to accept unwelcome truths, both Syria and Egypt, that Israel could no longer take military superiority for granted, but the Arabs could no longer hope to wipe Israel off the map. A straight line leads from the battlefields of 1973 to the Camp David Accords of 1978 and all the treaties ever since. The aftermath of this conflict saw Washington massively expand aid to Israel while buying off Arab governments in order to isolate the beleaguered Palestinians, forcing them, like an animal in a cage with nowhere to turn, to attack the way they did. Now, an Israeli writer once told me how she'd been asked to look at a script for a TV show that hypothesized an alternate history in which the Israeli army lost the Yom Kippur War. Feigning ignorance, I asked what made such an idea compelling. She explained that the nearness of the military defeat in that war that began on October 6th of 1973 and what might have happened to the Israeli project in such an event still haunts Israeli society. 100 years from Israel's at least qualified victory, the history of the conflict remains essential to any regional understanding of Palestine, particularly from a Western policy perspective. This brings us to the element of surprise. The Israeli army has fought 3 major wars with its Arab neighbors. The first came in 1948 when Arab armies attacked in support of Palestinians driven out of their homes and cities by Zionist militias prosecuting al-Nakba, the Great Catastrophe, the killing of 1 million Palestinians and the ethnic cleansing of 1 million more. The 1948 war ended in Arab and Palestinian defeat, and with it the initial consolidation of the Israeli state project. Perhaps best known of the wars is 1967, when, true to its alternative name as the Six-Day War, the Israelis defeated a half-dozen Arab armies in under 1 week. In so doing, they claimed much of the land where the occupation regime still pursues its project of land grabs and settlement building. Its enduring significance derives from its revision of the pre-war boundaries, which international law demands Israel withdraw back behind to create a viable Palestinian state with East Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem, as its capital. With Israel growing complacent after its 1967 victory, the 1973 conflict, also called the Ramadan War, very nearly dealt it a restitution of the status quo ante. Just as the Viet Cong's breakthrough Tet Offensive against these United States and South Vietnamese in 1968 was called for the Vietnamese New Year, wrongly imagined to be an unthinkable moment for an attack, 1973 saw Arab military seize the element of surprise by assembling during Ramadan, which overlapped that year with the Jewish festival of Yom Kippur. After 12.5 weeks of fighting, the Israeli state survived that conflict, but a new set of facts on the ground had presented itself. It is this set of parameters that, half a century later, still defines American, Egyptian, and Israeli relations in particular. While Syrian forces tried and failed to retake the occupied Golan Heights, perhaps the most significant fighting in 1973 took place on the southern flank of the Israeli state, which at the time occupied not only Palestine, but also 23,000 square miles of Egyptian territory in the Sinai Peninsula. The brutality of Israelis' settlement building in Egypt and its destruction of pre-existing communities, followed by the razing of their own settlements upon an aggrieved withdrawal completed in 1982, would leave a lasting negative legacy. These are key structural factors behind the underdevelopment, weakened social cohesion, and eventually the extremist activity that means that the Egyptian state is now left to manage northern Sinai as a quasi-militarized zone with repeated state violence against the wider population. In the aftermath of 1973, however, the Egyptian position was considerably more robust than the one recently created by Abdul el-Sisi and his sickly, if ever American-funded, government. Half a hundred years ago, Egypt was able to play a deft diplomatic hand between the Greater Soviet Union and the American Empire, making particularly good use of Soviet's tanks for the Sinai offensive. In that offensive, the potential strength of the Egyptian military became apparent. It was understood that Sinai would probably have to be returned by the Israelis, and Egyptians would buy into the Western fold or else drift closer toward the greater union of Soviet's socialistic republics. 5 years after that fighting finished, in a historic 1978 peace agreement, Israel and Egypt normalized relations, unlocking the first American military aid to Anwar Sadat's administration in Cairo. This payment, to the annual tune of 1.2 billion United States dollars, still flows from American taxpayers to ancient Egyptus, or Egypt. Sadat was understandably hated by Egyptians for making an unwanted peace with the Israeli project, and though Sinai was formally restored to Egypt in 1980, Sadat himself was assassinated for his betrayal of the Palestinian cause and Egyptian pride. Improving relations on Israel's southern flank, gave the Israelis the opportunity to turn their attention northward, first through interference with Lebanon's civil war, following up with a full Israeli invasion in 1982, less than 12 months after the Sinai withdrawal was completed. From one war to another, the Israelis are truly the rogue aggressor state. Though Jordan, the kingdom thereof, has a far less authoritarian political system than Egypt's, it was the Egyptian model of an American cash for peace that in 1994 secured the Hashemite kingdom. That's the dynasty over Jordan, albeit at a price of a further 1.4 billion United States dollars a year from American taxpayers. Occasional Jordanian marches towards the Palestinian border fence, and a Jordanian minister of parliament recently detained as he tried to smuggle cash and weapons into the West Bank, show that whatever the agreement at state level, serious commitment to Palestinians persists among both the Jordanian population and sections of its political class. The parlous state of the Jordanian economy and the usefulness of $1 billion annual from these United States is arguably the only thing that keeps the deal in place. And this is where we talk about BDS going large. That's boycott, divestment, and sanctions against the rogue regime, the apartheid white settler state of Greater Israel. As for the wider region, while not all Arab states sent significant troop deployments in 1973, a broad solidarity with the Palestinian cause prevailed, particularly among the oil-producing Gulf states and members of the OPEC, Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, that was not yet OPEC Plus, or the organization containing Russia. Starless Aeon says, fuck yes. I guess that means, I'll assume that means she is a female. So for her, here's a kiss. Numbers up again, as they were, while our man Realtek was speaking, so he has every right to be confident of himself. The OPEC oil embargo against the Israeli allies, including these United States, represented a decisive nonviolent intervention by the wealthiest quarters of the Arab world in support of Palestine, transforming global energy markets and emphasizing the vulnerability of Western oil dependency. Today, as Gulf monarchies gather around to see what favors they can extract from the American empire in return for recognition of the greater Israelis, the sheer scope of such economic solidarity with Palestine is almost hard to comprehend. It bears considering as well that while the BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, now thinks often in modest terms of Israeli agricultural products or brands such as Marks & Spencer or Puma, the 1973 boycott went straight to the energy jugular, cutting Israeli allies from their oil and gas. From an American perspective, it is no surprise that 1973 clarified that Gulf partnerships needed to be managed carefully, but that the Israelis should be backed fully as a bulwark against Arab relations with the greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics. Emergency financing to Greater Israel as the war broke totaled 2.2 billion United States dollars, around 13 billion American dollars at today's values, but was only the start of things to come. After 1973, American military aid to the Israelis rose eightfold by an order of magnitude times 8, before multiplying constantly and ensuring that by the end of the decade, American spending on the Greater Israelis was on its way toward the 3.8 billion United States dollars a year it sits at now. Successive Egyptian government were brought off as they remain today. We purchased each government of Misr, the Arab word for Egypt, and OPEC and the Gulf have been gradually depoliticized and pacified, while Oman, dubbed a sort of Gulf Switzerland, continues to try and tread a middling line in regional diplomacy, and Qatar has left OPEC but continues to hold a pro-Palestinian bent in its foreign policy. The oil crisis of 1973 remains something of a high watermark for meaningful Gulf solidarity, military and economic, in trying to achieve justice for Palestine. By the end of the 1970s, regional politics bore a closer likeness to that which we are familiar with today. The Greater Israelis conceded Sinai, but in return saw Egyptus, the largest Arab state, begin the process of a political atrophying that has since been arrested only, and even then only briefly, by the Arab Spring and Egyptian Revolution. Although in 1973, the Israelis had 6 more years of happy relations to run with the Shah and his brutal Mossad-trained secret service, the Savak. In 1979, the Iranian Revolution established Tehran, capital of Iran, as the regional power most opposed to American interference and most concerned with Palestinian liberation. A half century since 1973, Western populations have become increasingly familiar with the reality of Israeli apartheid in Palestine and across territories that were, just as Russia has acted in Ukraine, seized through war. Whatever a hypothetical Israeli defeat in that year might have looked like, the actual outcome nevertheless left consequences that are with us still today. Overcoming the legacy of this moment is vital to securing a peace in Palestine based on justice and democracy, one that also directs vast American state spending back toward where it is badly needed at home. Indeed, how Hamas trumped Netanyahu holds a lesson for our divided United States. Wake up, America! Let's start with the significance of why Hamas chose to attack Israel now. Former American officials say the group and its Iranian backers tried to exploit Israeli political divisions and to derail historic negotiations between the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, Greater Israel, and these United States. Hamas's unprecedented attack on Israel comes at a time when the country faces historic domestic political division, growing violence in the West Bank, and high-stakes negotiations between itself, Eretz Israel, or Greater Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the American Empire. After its members killed 200 Israelis, as was initially imagined, now closer to 2,000, and kidnapped dozens more, now closer to 200, above that, Hamas claimed it was taking revenge for a series of recent actions by Israel at Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque, or Al-Aqsa, in the Arabic, and in the West Bank. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition government has been conducting an escalating crackdown against what it says are rising Palestinian terror attacks for more than a year. Former American intelligence and military officers concur. They believed the timing of the Hamas attack was primarily aimed at disrupting negotiations between Greater Israel and Saudi Arabia As Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud, appeared on the verge of a historic step to normalize relations with Israel. In an interview with NBC News' Lester Holt yesterday last month, Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi, in an obvious reference to Greater Israel, said, "We are against any bilateral relations between our regional countries and the Zionist regime. We believe that the Zionist regime is intending to normalize this bilateral relations with the regional countries to create security for itself in the region." In recent weeks, diplomats from these United States, Eretz Israel, and Saudi Arabia have told the American press that Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and the American President Joseph Biden have all expressed support for an agreement that would result in Saudi Arabia recognizing Israel diplomatically. Diplomats say that if Saudi Arabia agreed to recognize Israel, it would lead other Arab states to do so. A series of such agreements would end decades of hostility between Israel and its neighbors dating back to 1948. All three sides, however, have complex conditions for such an agreement. Breaking with past Saudi rulers, bin Salman has signaled that he is willing to recognize Greater Israel, given the vast economic benefits it would provide to Saudi Arabia. Before the Hamas attack, there were reports that Saudi Arabia had told the White House it would agree to increase its oil production to help cement a deal, something that the Biden White House has sought for 2 years. But the Saudis want the American empire to help them develop a civilian nuclear program, something opposed by hard-right members of Netanyahu's coalition and by members of the American Senate, which would have to approve any such deal. Separately, President Biden told Prime Minister Netanyahu when they met in New York yesterday last month that any agreement would have to include land for the Palestinians so that they could establish a viable state, something Netanyahu's government extensions in the West Bank would prevent. Yesterday, last week, a bipartisan group of senators raised the same concerns in a letter to the White House. The West Bank itself, meanwhile, remains the scene of rising attacks by Israeli settlers against innocent Palestinians. Israeli settlers have violently attacked Palestinians at least 700 times in 2023 alone thus far, the highest number on record, according to the United Nations Humanitarian Agency, the OCHA, the OCA, the Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, established in 1991. Israel's far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir praised the expansion of these settlements, calling for even more. Netanyahu's far-right government responded with plans to build 5,000 new Israeli settlements. Israeli settlements built on Palestinian land are illegal according to international law, thus rendering Israel a rogue state and an aggressor nation conducting an invasion of sovereign territory, and have been condemned even by the American government. As the talks with the Saudis, Israelis, and Americans progressed, Palestinian disappointment rose. Netanyahu has also stoked domestic division among Israelis, as he has pushed a judicial reform that would weaken Israel's own Supreme Court, a maneuver that sparked mass protest across the country. Namely because that would cement his dictatorship for life and install a dynasty in which his psychotic son, who, despite being Jewish, is an overt neo-Nazi, would be the heir to the white settler regime, the apartheid state of Israel in the midst of its endless genocide. You just sigh and shake your head. The first portion of reform, passed in March after the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, enacted a law that protected a prime minister from being removed from power forever. It stipulated that the prime minister could only be ousted for health or mental health reasons, and only the leader and their office could make that decision, meaning that the lunatic in charge of the asylum would have to admit that he himself was crazy. The judicial reform came just after Netanyahu forced multiple elections in recent years as the prime minister struggled to remain in power. Critics denounced the court reforms by noting that it would weaken the democratic checks of power within Israel itself, some even noting that it was tailor-made to keep Netanyahu in leadership after he faced allegations of corruption. This was his version of Trump running for president from jail and then pardoning himself. A second part of these reforms, passed in July, would prevent the court from declaring government decisions unreasonable. A poll from Israel's Channel 13, appropriately enough, that month found 56% of Israelis feared the judicial reform would spark a civil war. The retired Navy Admiral James Stavridis, the former commander of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, has observed that Hamas and its patrons viewed the deep political divisions in Israel as a potential opportunity to strike, asserting that with this attack, Iran is seeking, in his words, to put pressure on their implacable foe, Israel. The admiral in retirement, Stavridis, asserts that there is a sense among Israel's adversaries that it has never been more divided, never been weaker, never been more torn apart. There is a palpable frustration among the Palestinians at seeing the Saudis and Israelis moving closer. Israeli author and Yediot Arinot, senior columnist Nadav Eyal, predicted in an interview that the attack would transform the country further and that, no matter the country's divisions, Israel would respond militarily. To quote his T, this event was a national trauma. It's like 9/11, but frankly bigger. We have dozens of people who are abducted, civilians. This really forces Israel to react with the utmost force. There is a consensus with the Israeli public and the political sphere that this changes everything in the region and for Israelis. After Hamas militants launched their brutal surprise attack in southern Israel on October 7th, many observers tried to contextualize the event as Israel's 9/11. It's a bad comparison. For one thing, as President Joe Biden noted in Tel Aviv-Yafo last week, Yester Septimania, the death toll of Israelis, more than 1,400, represents a far larger proportion of Israel's population of 9 million than the 9/11 attacks did in these United States, where nearly 3,000 were killed in 2001. An equivalent American attack would mean about 50,000 deaths. But the real flaw in the comparison is that a successful Hamas infiltration of Israel from the Gaza was the exact scenario for which Israel was supposed to be prepared, not some unpredictable event. While Hamas bears sole blame for the ruthlessness of the attack, even though it was provoked by Israeli special forces who encouraged such barbarity, it is the responsibility of those who decided to act on their impulses nevertheless. Israel's failure to anticipate it or respond adequately during that day, while the people they deemed to be terrorists massacred Israeli civilians virtually unimpeded, constitutes a catastrophic, systemic failure of Israel's government, intelligence, and military altogether. In other words, even though Netanyahu gave the order for this to cement his power in place, all it does is confirm the fact that the government at this point under his total dictatorship is so corrupt, so flawed, so dysfunctional that it has to be dissolved in toto. Let me breathe while people take that in. That means a full revolution is needed in Israel. It's hard not to fault Benjamin Netanyahu, the man who, as Israel's prime minister for most of the past 15 years, has empowered extremists, degraded Israel's democratic institutions, formed a government marked by dysfunction and its total incompetence, and stoked internecine conflict. There's a warning here for what could happen in America. Former President Donald Trump checks each one of these boxes as well. Netanyahu sacrifices Israel itself to stay in power. The Netanyahu's government's, his misadministration's ineptitude, extended to its mistaken assessment that Hamas wasn't interested in confrontation with Israel right now, and Netanyahu's longtime doctrine of letting Hamas stay in charge of the Gaza in the first, so he could avoid making any concessions to the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, on the grounds that the PA, the Palestinian Authority, does not represent all Palestinians, a Machiavellian self-machination in that it boomeranged back on his ass. Things in Israel got really bad with Netanyahu. In order to retake the premiership last December following a hiatus in the opposition, invited far-right parties into his coalition and appointed their leaders to key positions. Israel's security minister, far-right Jewish Power Party leader Itamar Ben-Gvir, is a hooligan who as a young man threatened Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin shortly before his 1995 assassination, and has a habit of whipping out his handgun and threatening to shoot Israeli Arabs or Palestinians. The man in charge of Jewish settlement policy in the West Bank, Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, in March called for Israel to wipe out the West Bank Palestinian city of Huwara following a Palestinian militant attack. Timing of attack on Israel was heinous. Hamas took advantage of divisions in Israel itself to start a horrific war targeting civilians, albeit at the behest of the madman in charge, the lunatic running the asylum himself, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, to try and use the correct Israeli pronunciation. As violence from the West Bank escalated throughout this year, with Palestinian militants perpetrating shooting and car ramming attacks against Israelis, the Netanyahu government moved army forces away from the Gaza and into the West Bank, while turning a blind eye to retaliatory attacks by Jewish settlers against West Bank Palestinians. Smotrich has also incited against Israel's 2 million Arab citizens, saying Israel should have expelled all the country's Arabs when it had the chance. When the homicide rate in Israeli Arab towns surged to record levels this year, in part due to the unchecked proliferation of armed organized Arab criminal gangs, Smotrich responded by suspending funding to Arab municipalities to completely eviscerate their ability to police themselves so that he could call them barbarians on Israeli territory. In Parliament, the government spent the year pushing through a controversial judicial reform package limiting the power of the Supreme Court, which set off the largest protest movements in Israel's history. Border Patrol police, usually focused on Palestinians, redeployed to protests in Tel Aviv. Economists warned of grave danger to Israel's economy. The shekel's value eroded, and several technology companies announced they were leaving the country. Israel was teetering. Amid these flashing warning signs, Netanyahu seemed content to let Israel slide into the abyss. Extremists dictated government policy. Netanyahu refused to compromise on judicial reform, and inexperienced political cronies took over the government's ministries. Buffeted by multiple corruption trials, Netanyahu was determined to cling to power at all costs. It represented his best shot for staying out of prison. Many Israelis say they have lost faith in their government. Does any of this sound familiar? If this were a Hollywood script, Trump would be suing for copyright infringement. Here's the lesson for America. In Israel, Netanyahu kept chipping away until the country finally broke. He mismanaged the Hamas threat, and now southern Israel is a war zone. The country's homicide rate is at record levels, and some Arab municipalities say they are, essentially are ruled by powerful criminal gangs. With the Gaza Strip aflame, there is real danger of another outbreak of violence between Arab Israelis and Jewish Israelis, as happened during the last Gaza-Israel conflict in May of 2021. Violence between Palestinians and Israelis in the West Bank could explode at any moment. Many Israelis say they have lost faith in the state itself. They were not prepared for war. Israelis can no longer rely on their own leaders to protect them. America, too, is spiraling into an abyss. And if things keep going in this direction, our reckoning may come as too. Americans cannot agree on basic facts, such as who is responsible for the insurrection at the American Capitol on the 6th of January in 2021. Nearly 70% of Republicans say the 2020 presidential election was stolen. The Republican Party has become a cult of personality, where fidelity to Trump outweighs any core principle, and senior elected officials must perpetuate populist falsehoods to hold office. In state legislatures and in the courts, extremists are attempting to curb all voter rights. In this context, the unchecked flooding of America with military-style assault weapons threatens disaster even greater than those that already have turned American schools, movie theaters, and entertainment venues into killing fields, which we saw the results of but yesterday. It does not require any great leaps of imagination to envision the explosion of this powder keg. America is deeply divided, highly armed as an empire that cannot agree on fundamental truths. Too many politicians obtain or maintain power by stoking fear, division, and falsehood. The ingredients for catastrophe are ever present. Hopefully, the disaster of October 7th will serve as a wake-up call in which Israelis, soldiers included, save their country from the internal rot their own leaders have sown. Americans as well must wake up and save our country before it's too late. Right now, the Israel-Hamas war gives Putin bold new opportunities as the Russian Empire seeks to expand its global clout where imperialism goeth to die, recalling lessons from Afghanistan to the Ukraine. T-Tank Barry says, support Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. God bless you, sir. Everyone, reassure me, of course, that you see all the contents of my video channel up and, of course, intact. We received an alarming option to clear my YouTube of everything. As our man Realtek says, doubtless a Russian fucking hacker. This brings us back to what's going on with Russia itself. Russia has issued carefully calibrated criticism of both sides in this war between Israel and Hamas. But the conflict is also giving Moscow bold new opportunities to advance its role as a global power broker and challenge Western efforts to isolate it over the Ukraine. The reason why this matters: the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has cast the war as a failure of American diplomacy, charging that Washington has opted for economic handouts to Palestinians and abandoned efforts to create a Palestinian state. He declared earlier this month that Moscow could play the role of mediator thanks to its friendly ties with Greater Israel and the Palestinians. Russia's statements have played well in the Arab world, where many accused the American empire and our allies of squarely supporting Israel while turning a blind eye to the Gaza. But this position also threatens Russia's friendly ties with Israel, which has neither joined Western sanctions against Moscow or given weapons to Ukraine. With multilateral diplomacy in tatters, the fighting gumption of weaker states against aggression by bigger powers is helping end the old age of empires. Just a century ago, imperialism was alive and kicking. Today, the nasty habit of marching into other countries is moribund, as can be seen from the plains of Ukraine. The invasion was part of Pravatal, the Russian word for ruler, Vladimir Putin's decades-long dream of restoring the Greater Russian Empire or the Greater Soviet Union, for which he would resort to genocide if need be, like his communist predecessors. Only this time, the targeted victim turned out to be too big a mouthful. When Putin leaves, sooner or later, with his tail between his legs, this will have been a sorry end to one of the last illusions of empire, unless, of course, Red China attempts a similar maneuver down the line. This isn't the only imperialist endeavor to have failed in recent decades, and it has when you think Putin thought his armies would sweep into Kiev within days. Afghanistan resisted 2 invasions. Iraq was the setting of another imperialist disaster, as was Kuwait, with a bit of help from the Yankee sheriff on that occasion. In fact, besides some rather targeted interventions, one would have to move back several more decades to find any example of victorious imperialism, for want of better words, which is very good news in its own way. Anyhow, T-Tank Barry says, YouTube channel is good, brother. 100% goddess. Bless you, my main man. Love and blessings to T-Tank Barry, my brother from another mother, and he is, of course, the man. And honestly, there's not enough words which do him justice. The 21st century world has a stable makeup then. Its constituents, for better or worse, are as they are. Certainly, there are some despicable regimes here and there which may fall in the next 20 years or so, though we may be sure their successors will be local, not imposed from outside. Why was all this happening, at least to this point? Firstly, invading a country is now more difficult and costly, especially when most people are against it in spite of attempts to distract them with propaganda. Also, a century ago, colonial authorities enjoyed a measure of stability, at least until a revolt broke out. But from the early 19th century onwards, occupied nations made use of intermittent crises, or the imperial power's weakness, to end its occupation for good. That gradually reduced the number of colonial states. The process has accelerated today so that from the very start, the invaders rarely get a break. They face sabotage, violence, and terrorism, however you might interpret those words. The pushback sounds like this: it's our land, and we'll pray, govern, and organize the economy as we see fit. However, while this slogan is good for fighting invaders, it could also easily be weaponized by a homebred dictator who'll tell you the exact same thing. Nihil nationalism, the nationalism of nihilism, then, is crucial to the spread of dictatorships. Of course, imperialism is more than just marching your armies into another state. There are many ways of pressuring a country to act in one way or another. However, setting up a client regime has become a rarity, and I have a feeling that this tactic of cajoling countries to do your bidding is set to fade even further, at least with China's almost probable attempt to do so per my Taiwan in the foreseeable future. It will be their own damnation and ultimate destruction. A new China must arise out of those ashes. Consider all the states, like Venezuela, that owe Red China a lot of money. What will happen if, in a few years, the debtor governments refuse to pay or demand a partial cancellation of their debts, arguing there were irregularities in the first place, something they would feel empowered to do if China were to invade my Taiwan and fail? A century ago, the great powers would send their warships in what was termed gunboat diplomacy to threaten and squeeze the debtor country. Try it these days and see how that works out. Many of the world's debts were initially incurred in questionable conditions and with draconian terms. So, frankly, a lot of that money may be as good as gone, and the world is momentarily the better for it. Until now that Putin has opened up a new front for Russia's war against the West. This is, of course, where I will drop in a link that is vitally important. Actually, I should do that now to qualify or contextualize what I'm going to say so that people really don't misunderstand everything I'm saying as being pro-Albanian or pro-Kosovar, the Albanian minority that rules the Holy Land of Serbia itself. What I'm trying to say is that the Albanian kings of cocaine are what run Albania. Acid Kick has given his thumbs up, and a welcome to our dear Acid Kick 96 as well. I guess his year implies the year he started acid or the year he was born, one or the other. Maybe it's the year he kicked acid. He can always provide the details himself. Now, after meeting with the Russian ambassador, the Serbian president, Aleksandar Vučić, has now demanded NATO take over security in northern Kosovo, days after a deadly shootout between Serbian gunmen and the Kosovar police. The violent clash has raised tensions in the Balkan region, with Russian authorities drawing parallels with another European conflict, the one in Ukraine. In May, the Wagner Group announced on Telegram that they were deploying to Kosovo Metohija. The deadly clash in northern Kosovo on Sunday of the week before last is reverberating far beyond the Balkans. At first glance, distant histories seem to be repeating. World War I starting in Sarajevo, the breakup of Yugoslavia drove 1990s geopolitics. Yet, there may be much more recent history at play, the conflict linked to the war in Ukraine. The latest incident began with ethnic Serb gunmen blocking a bridge with armored vehicles and opening fire on approaching Kosovar policemen, killing an officer. The gunmen then barricaded themselves in a monastery, where at least 3 were killed by sniper fire. The incident has escalated tensions between Kosovo and Serbia that have been festering for years. Indeed, Albanian-occupied Kosovo has long accused Serbia of receiving Russian support to destabilize the Balkans. Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, White City, meanwhile, has alleged ethnic cleansing of Serbians in Kosovo and has refused to recognize Kosovo's unilateral proclamation of independence, with home of the rhetoric has hearkening back to the prelude to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russia is behind the latest incident. If the situation blows up in the Balkans, there could be spillover that escalates the showdown between Moscow and NATO. Russian uniforms are involved. You see, amid that Sunday siege, speculations ran rampant in the local media regarding the gunmen's identity. Albanian online, the Albanian online news outlet, Albanian Post, cited unofficial sources who testified the armed group included members of the far-right Serbian group Obraj, as well as people wearing uniforms of the Russian mercenary Wagner group and the Russian Spetsnaz, the special forces. No official source has confirmed these observations, as the Kosovo Ministry of Internal Affairs consistently indicated that the gunmen were members of the Serb minority, which is being hunted into extinction by the murderous Albanians. Still, in months prior, some Kosovar politicians had previously suggested the presence of Wagner PMC, or private military contractor, members on their territory. The Israeli-based Terror Alarm Group even asserted in a late May post on X, formerly known as Twitter, that conversations on the Wagner Telegram chat evince that some of its members had been sent to Kosovo. That brings us to the closest ally situation, because as news of this clash broke, Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić condemned the killing of the Kosovo policemen, but continued to imply the clash was a rebellion by ethnic Serbs against Kosovo Prime Minister Albin Kurti's terror. While ethnic Albanians make up 90% of Kosovo's 1.8 million population, tens of thousands of ethnic Serbs, primarily residing in the northern part of the country near the Serbian border, have never accepted Kosovo's declaration of independence in 2008, a stance shared in Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, Moscow, the capital of the Russian Empire, and other capitals around the world. The Kremlin stands as Serbia's closest ally on the Kosovo issue. So, on Monday, opening the work week before last, Vučić met with the Russian ambassador to Belgrade, Alexander Botsan Korchenko, where they discussed the brutal ethnic cleansing of Serbs, according to Vučić's Instagram post. Following the meeting, the Russian ambassador accused the West of inciting the tensions in Kosovo. According to the Russian state-owned news agency RIA Novosti, he stated, "The parallels between the deteriorating situation in and around Ukraine and Kosovo, influenced by the West, are becoming increasingly clear." This was not the first time a Russian official drew parallels between Ukraine and the Balkans. In April of 2022, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin himself cited the precedent of Kosovo Metohija as a justification for the illegal recognition of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics. Kosovo Prime Minister Albin Kurti previously warned that Russia might increase tensions in his country and Serbia to divert attention away from its failures in Ukraine. The German daily Die Welt, The World, noted that experts concur the tensions align with Russian interests as they hinder the attempts to bring both Kosovo and Serbia into the European Union and destabilize Europe and the West. This brings us to the point of military intervention. The European Union's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, strongly condemned the recent violence in northern Kosovo. His office reported that Borrell had engaged in discussions with both Prime Minister Kurti and President Vučić. Kosovo and Serbia are candidates for European Union accession, but their path to membership hinges on normalizing their relations. Prolonged and escalating tensions jeopardize their accession aspirations. A NATO-led peacekeeping mission, KFOR, the Kosovo Force, has been present in the country since the Kosovo War in 1999, meaning any Serbian military intervention in Kosovo would mean a clash with NATO peacekeepers. Though immediate Serbian military intervention seems unlikely, it may become the place on the world map where the war in Ukraine spills over into something even bigger. History is never far behind. The Balkans are set to explode unless urgent action is taken by NATO to quell Russian aggression in Serbian Kosovo. In the face of mounting tensions, Vladimir Putin's overarching strategic objective is now clear: to dismantle NATO and expose the alliance's vulnerabilities. With the Russian Empire experiencing setbacks in Ukraine, the immediate threat to NATO members like Poland and the Baltic states may be somewhat mitigated. However, it is in the Balkans where NATO's weakest flank lies, presenting an opportune target for Russia's ambitions. 3 decades after the bloody breakup of Yugoslavia, ethnic tensions in the Balkans have never gone away. Despite NATO's overall military superiority, it has a weak hand in the Balkans, and Russia continues to outmaneuver it there. It is time that NATO strengthened its presence in the region and put Russia on the defensive, as Europe's youngest democracy is a new front in the Russo-American battle of ideas. Russia's war in Ukraine, its war on the Ukrainian people, the population as the battlefront, is forcing all European countries to reconsider their strategic and military relationships. For Kosovo, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's aggression confirms the belief that it needs a more robust partnership with the American empire and our allies. For a country of fewer than 12 million inhabitants that declared its independence from Serbia in 2008, the stakes could not be higher. With 48 Serbian military installations staring across Kosovo's borders, according to Kurti, the president of Kosovo Metohija, it's little wonder that he sees the fate of his country as a defining front in the ideological confrontation of our times. He considers his region an active but sometimes overlooked battleground in the developing tensions between the American and Russian empires. The 7 nations that comprise the Western Balkans are an integral part of that discussion, both because of their geographic location and the contemporary regional conflicts following the dissolution of Yugoslavia in 1992. With large populations of ethnic Serbs living within Kosovo's borders and vice versa, the potential for civil strife is always present. Kurti insists that he continues to make good faith attempts at de-escalation with Serbia, but those have led nowhere so far. At the heart of the tension is Serbia's continued unwillingness to recognize Kosovo as an independent sovereign state. Kurti said that a peace and non-aggression declaration proposed by Kosovo in 2021 was rejected by Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić, as was a plan to reciprocally protect minority rights within each other's borders. Instead, Serbian authorities reportedly began removing Albanians in southern Serbia from voter lists, citing residency claims. The Kremlin's support for Serbia is a powerful incentive to Vučić to maintain the status quo. Kosovo is fertile ground for online disinformation campaigns because of weak regulation and nearly non-existent libel laws. And reports suggest Russian disinformation has attempted to undermine Kosovo's engagement with the West and boost Serbian narratives about the government. Lev Berovic, a fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute and former Minister of Energy for Bosnia and Herzegovina, told the American press, "Russia is absolutely a threat, doing everything in its power to harm Kosovo. It has been slowed because of the heroic Ukrainian efforts to defend itself. As long as Ukraine is standing, we don't need to worry about this in the near term, but the threat remains." In the new battle over models of civilizations, Kosovo sees itself as a lonely example of successful American intervention in recent times. It is trying to live up to expectations. Elections are held, and democracy watchdogs say they are generally fair. Kosovo has pledged to accept 5,000 Ukrainian refugees. Kosovo also has a fairly open media landscape and made a dramatic leap of 17 places in the 2022 World Press Freedom Index published by Reporters Without Borders. After some incidents of Kosovo citizens joining Muslim extremist movements in Syria and elsewhere, it has taken action. According to Kurti, some of those fighters were killed in the war, while others are imprisoned in Kosovo, with their wives and children being reintegrated into society through government-funded programs. Yesteryear, on the very day in May that Sweden and Finland simultaneously submitted their requests to join NATO, Kosovo Prime Minister Albin Kurti was in Washington to make his case for increased cooperation. To quote Escurti, well, his own sarcastically tinged narrative, at some length and verbatim, President Vučić said that, in contrast to Kosovo, Serbia is an example of how minorities should be treated. I said, then let's see how Serbia treats minorities, and I can replicate the model in Kosovo. And then he got very angry because I said, let's do this reciprocity thing. I cannot recognize a Serbia which does not recognize me. So there is needed mutual recognition, and we are ready to engage in this dialogue. There are these two poles in the world. It is the US and Russia. Putin's attack on Ukraine is an attempt to sit down with President Biden for a Yalta II kind of conference. This is my impression. Let's divide the world, because if we do not divide the world, we will keep fighting. This is how he wants to, I believe, frame it. President Putin wants to turn Kosovo into a failed state, after what Putin considers the failure of Afghanistan and Iraq as expressions of United States and NATO interventions. Only Kosovo has been left. He wants to consider Kosovo a temporary success, so defending Kosovo is very important. What would that look like for Kosovo? A permanent American military presence, entry into the European Union, and recognition from remaining countries of its legitimacy as a nation. As both the European Union and NATO see some of their members backslide on democratic commitments, think Magyarország, or Hungary, and now Slovakia, the ever-problematic Poland and Turkey, the United States and its European partners should make every possible investment in fostering liberal ideals. Supporting these values in Kosovo, Europe's youngest democracy, would indeed go a long way toward securing the continent's democratic future. This is what brings us back to both the home and foreign fronts where democracy is threatened. The United States conducted a high-explosive experiment at a nuclear test site in Nevada just hours after Russia revoked a ban on atomic weapons testing, prompting concerns of a new arms race between the world's top nuclear powers. The Energy Department, which oversees the American stockpile of more than 5,000 nuclear weapons, said Wednesday's test in southern Nevada used chemicals and radioisotopes to validate new predictive explosion models that can help it detect atomic blasts in other countries. You see, Vladimir Putin's own nuclear saber rattling has turned out to be all rattle, no saber. In the months leading up to his 2016 election as president, Donald Trump reportedly asked an advisor what some people considered a dumbass question. Why can't the United States use nuclear weapons? His campaign denied the account, presumably because it might make him seem naive, to say the least. But the fact is that stupid question is at the very heart of nuclear deterrence theory, posed more artfully as, what good are nuclear weapons if you can't use them? It's a question that has, no doubt, bedeviled Russian dictator Vladimir Putin himself, as he has sought to abuse his formidable nuclear arsenal, or at least the reputation that there be one, to deter the United States and our Western allies from arming Ukraine and thwarting his irredentist ambitions. Even before the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire's February 2021 invasion of Ukraine, Putin has dangled the threat of the nuclear weapons under the Kremlin's declared military doctrine of escalate to de-escalate, to try to intimidate the American Empire and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The doctrine envisions the abuse of small tactical nuclear weapons to shock an adversary into surrendering on terms favorable to Moscow in order to ostensibly avert an all-out nuclear war. President Joe Biden took the risks seriously at the outset of this war, limiting American aid to Ukraine to defensive weapons that came with restrictions that they used only, well, that they be used only on Ukrainian territory so as not to draw NATO into World War III with the greater Russian Empire that supposedly defeated the Third Reich and Imperial Japan. On the day Russian troops invaded Ukraine, Putin rattled his nuclear saber again, warning, "No matter who tries to stand in our way, they must know that Russia will respond immediately, and the consequences will be such as you have never seen in your entire history." But as the war stretched into its second year, and Russia's battlefield fortunes began to fade, so did Putin's red lines, slowly turning pink, before disappearing altogether. So far, Putin's nuclear threats have been revealed to be hollow, largely because, for all their fearsome power, nuclear weapons are of little use in a conventional shooting war. Writing in the American press earlier this year, longtime arms advocate, or I should say longtime arms control advocate, Joe Cirincione, former president of the Plowshares Fund, you know, swords into plowshares and all that biblical allegory, argued that the risk of Putin resorting to nuclear warfare is waning by the day because of the clear threat that NATO would respond with massive conventional force and because Putin is losing slowly. Cirincione argues that a Ukrainian victory would send a powerful message that empty nuclear threats, to read from his own writ, do not force a nation to comply or collapse, and that nuclear weapons are nearly useless, all risk and little benefit. While understandable in the first few months of Putin's war, this fear of nuclear weapons use is now misplaced. We could be providing Ukraine with the weapons it needs, like ATACMS, which have finally reached Ukraine without risking the use of nuclear weapons, as has already been proven by their deployment. Biden has been irrationally careful in the aid that we provide the Ukrainians. He has been too overcautious to be kind. We have to adjust. It has become clearer that Putin is highly unlikely to ever use nuclear weapons in his war. It is very hard, even for a Putin, to justify exploding nuclear weapons over a slow, grinding defeat. Like a frog who sits in a pot of water, heating slowly. Putin doesn't feel any point at which he must make a nuclear leap. Nuclear weapons are the ultimate paper tiger. The American arsenal did not deter Putin from invading Ukraine, but Putin's nuclear weapons do deter us from kicking him out of that country. They don't deter aggression, they enable it. American and NATO forces could destroy Russia's occupying army in a matter of days. We do not do so because Putin threatens to use nuclear weapons. By the way, all this is not my analysis. Everything I've just said has been a quote from Cirincione, the former president of the Plowshares Fund. Joe Cirincione's own words. Now they will be mine. Because Hal Brands, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, who is himself co-author of a book titled Danger Zone, subtitled The Coming Conflict with China, concludes that one of the most important questions raised by the current war in Ukraine is what communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping makes of it, arguing that while nuclear weapons may not have given the Russian Empire any decisive edge, they didn't scare Ukraine into surrender or dissuade the American empire and our allies from arming Ukrainian forces to the teeth, Putin's nuclear coercion has affected the course of the war in subtle, not always obvious ways. In an opinion essay for Bloomberg, Brands has posed the question, what if Biden had called Putin's bluff at the beginning of the war? And here I read therefrom. These are his words, not mine. And I read them at some length and verbatim. Maybe Xi has been impressed by the cohesion of the West and the subpar performance of an autocratic military, lessons that would reinforce the peace in the Taiwan Strait. Or maybe he has learned something different, that America won't fight even a conventional war against a nuclear-armed rival. Nuclear statecraft is replete with ironies. One of them is that deterring a future war in the Western Pacific may require convincing Red China not to draw too many conclusions from the current war in the Ukraine. In March of 2022, Russian forces were stuck outside of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. The application of Western air power would have devastated Putin's overextended army. Putin's only real recourse would have been limited nuclear strikes against targets in Ukraine itself or NATO countries in Eastern Europe. Perhaps Putin would have chosen this option, or perhaps he would have decided that losing a conventional war was better than starting a nuclear one. It's hard to know what the United States should have done in this instance. For the same reason, nuclear statecraft is always vexing. It requires us to climb inside the heads of our opponents and guess what they will do when the decisive moment comes, knowing that the price of guessing wrong could be utter catastrophe. Without nuclear weapons and nuclear threats, Russia might well have lost the war by now. And without the backing of an American nuclear arsenal harnessed to the security of Washington's allies, Ukraine might have lost, because Russia could have more brutally coerced the countries whose aid is keeping Kiev alive. Now, speaking of goat rodeos, paralysis in Congress makes America a dysfunctional superpower. Wars in Ukraine and Israel and the risk of one over my Taiwan test American staying power. Only America can save both Israel and the Gaza from greater catastrophe. Iran, Russia, and Red China are all profiting from the mayhem. This is the 9-front war that America is unprepared to fight. After Japan's December 7th, 1941, preemptive, strategic, surgical strike on Pearl Harbor, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was, in a sense, lucky. World War II would become a 12-front war fought in the Atlantic and Europe and in the Pacific with allies. Today, President Joe Biden faces a more complicated and risk-filled tasks in the plural. The prospect of a 9-front war with fewer allies. This 9-front war is not all hot in that bullets are flying everywhere. However, escalation is a growing danger. The first 12 fronts are Red China as the pacing threat and the revisionist Russian Empire as the acute threat. The Communist Chinese Empire is an economic and military superpower. Russia is falsely promoted as a military one, and both are testing and challenging American global leadership. With the October 7th Hamas offensive against Greater Israel, which had no moral or ethical boundaries, and the conflict in Ukraine, 12 hot wars are underway. The American empire has promised unwavering support for Eretz Israel, and for Ukraine, assistance for as long as it takes. The war, especially if or when Israel decides to launch a major operation into Gaza to eradicate Hamas, will dilute attention and possibly the level of aid to Ukraine. Serbia, which for years was among the countries strongly cooperating with the greater Russian Empire, began to diversify equipment supplies for its army even before the war in Ukraine. The recent months have not only seen the continuation of this trend, but even its intensification. The Russians have already missed out on a contract for transport planes, and soon the same may happen with regards to fighter jets. The Ukrainian portal Defense Express has written about stabbing Russia in the back, and reminds us that in late September, Serbia received its first C-295 military transport aircraft from Airbus. All in all, the local Air Force is expected to enrich its fleet with 2 such machines. They will replace the currently used AN-26, the An-26 of Greater Soviet's production. Initially, Belgrade, White City, capital of Serbia, seemed inclined to negotiate with Moscow regarding the supply of more such units, but ultimately the talks did not lead to any transfer. So think, C-295 instead of an AN-26 in Serbia. AN-26 are aircraft produced from 1969 through 1986. They're ancient. C-295s are much newer, as the first examples date back to 1999, and production has not stopped to this day. These are Spanish aircraft, which are gaining popularity. In Europa, among their users are countries such as the Czech Republic, Finland, Ireland, and Poland. Considering the whole world, Serbia has already become the 36th operator of this transport aircraft. Powered by Pratt & Whitney Canada PW-12 or 127G engines, the C-295 reaches a cruising speed of up to approximately 298 miles per hour. It measures about 80.4 feet in length and allows for the transport of several tons of cargo or dozens, about 70, of soldiers or civilians. Because it is a modern design, its users can enjoy features such as an electronic warfare defense system and flare launchers, as well as advanced geosynchronous positioning satellite navigation modules, or GPS. So you see, Western equipment is displacing Russian machines in Serbia. In the near future, Serbia might strengthen itself with fighter jets. The need to consider new designs was driven by the desire to move away from the post-Soviets MiG-29 or MiG-29. More and more indications are that the money will not be allocated to newer fighters from Russia, but to machines from the West. Defense Express points to French Rafales, a topic that came up in context of Serbian aero forces for the first time a few months ago. The contract may cover as many as 12 fighters with a value of approximately 3.36 billion United States dollars. The Rafale is a twin-engine, multi-role fighter jet that has been produced since 1997. It is equipped with a Nexter 30M791 30mm caliber gun with a rate of fire up to 2,500 rounds per minute, as well as several pylons for carrying suspended armament. It also has an advanced electronic warfare system. It reaches speeds of up to 1.8 Mach, approximately 1,323 miles per hour. In July of this year, the Serbs received their first delivery of armored HMMWV vehicles, which were advised by these United States. They ordered as many as 118 units in total. This also signals a wind of change, because just 12 years ago, Beograd was strengthening the army with Russian armored equipment, reaching for 19 T-72 tanks, or BRDM carriers. But this brings us to what this is all about. What are the Serbs defending with all this westernization of their war machine? Kosovo, the Jerusalem of Serbia. So I'll go a little bit into the history here. Obligatorily, we've got high numbers, and I'm proud of that. Nestled in the mountains of southern Yugoslavia is the impoverished Kosovo province, whose historical significance lies at the heart of a conflict that has haunted the region for decades in its most recent incarnation. On the surface, the fighting is a bloody tug-of-war between ethnic Albanians and Serbians over Kosovo, a province of Serbia, Yugoslavia's dominant republic, where ethnic Albanians comprise a majority of the population. Fighting for an independent Kosovo state is the rebel group of ethnic Albanians. Fighting against the rebels are Serbian forces of Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic, who will not cede control. This is kind of myself flashing back to my fight in the region, where, of course, I was accused of war crimes. And that brings us to the Battle of Kosovo, because to understand the war, one must look back to the 14th century rather than my more recent flashback, when Kosovo was the center of the Serbian Empire and the site of its most sacred churches and monasteries. In 1389, the Serbs lost the land to the Ottoman Turks in a decisive battle fought in Kosovo Polje, the Field of Blackbirds. The Battle of Kosovo is an event entrenched in the Serbian consciousness, uniting all Serbs who treasure Kosovo as their Yerushalayim, their Jerusalem, their Holy Land. Over the next 500 years, neighboring Albanians continued to leave their homeland to settle in the region. By the time that the Serbs reclaimed Kosovo in the Balkans Wars of 1912 through to 1913, ethnic Albanians made up a significant portion of the population. They became a majority by the 1950s as their birth rate boomed and Serbs continued to migrate north. Today, 1.8 million ethnic Albanians outnumber Serbs 9-1 in Kosovo, a fact that, combined with events of recent history, compel ethnic Albanians to proclaim the land their own. But this is all about the stirring of Serbian nationalism. Calls for independence increased. Responding to the growing social unrest, Yugoslavia's communist dictator Marshal Tito granted Kosovo autonomy by 1974. A revised constitution granted a large degree of self-governance to the 6 republics forming the Yugoslavian Federation. Serbia itself, Bosna or Bosnia, Croatia, Hrvatska, Macedonia or Macedonia, Montenegro or Crna Gora, Black Mountain in the Latin or the Slavic languages, and Slovenia, and to Vojvodina, the military frontier of Serbia, and Kosovo, the 12 provinces within Serbia itself. Although Kosovo and Vojvodina were granted self-rule since Tito and the communists founded the Yugoslavian Federation in 1945, the constitutional revision gave ethnic Albanians in Kosovo control over local affairs and the Albanian language equal footing with Serbo-Croatian, which was the combined official language of Yugoslavia that no longer exists. meaning the language itself no longer fucking exists. Serbian and Croatian are the same language, but the Croatian, the Hrvatski, uses the Latin alphabet, and Srpski, the Serbian language, uses the Cyrillica, the Cyrillic alphabet, like the Russians use. Tito's death in 1980 offered opportunity to Slobodan Milosevic, a rising politician who became leader of the Serbian Communist Party in 1986. Capitalizing on the Serbian resentment toward ethnic Albanians and Tito, Milosevic used the Kosovo issue to stir nationalism. In rallies, he exhorted Serbs to fight for the province that he declared they would win back. When Milosevic became president in 1989, he stripped Kosovo's autonomy and later forced Albanians from their state jobs, shut down their media, and suppressed the Albanian language. Milosevic also dismantled the Legislative Assembly after ethnic Albanian legislators declared independence. So you had one land and two Kosovos. Amid the broader Bosnian War that engulfed the former Yugoslavian Federation between 1992 and 1995, two Kosovos emerged, one in which Muslim ethnic Albanians and Orthodox Christian Serbs lived uneasily side by side. While the Serbian government is the official one, the Albanian ethnic majority operates a parallel government which stages its own elections. The government collects money to fund social services from Albanians in Kosovo, Albania, and abroad. Ethnic Albanians also run their own schools and universities and get their news from Albanian language sources. Serbians rely on Serbian TV and Belgrade newspapers. Leading the unrecognized political entity was Ibrahim Rugova at the time that I was involved in mercenary combat. A writer and political intellectual voted president during the 1992 shadow government elections. Rugova's nonviolent stance against Serbian rule fueled the formation of an armed guerrilla group who decided to take matters into their own hands. That was the rise of the KLA, the Kosovo Liberation Army. In 1996, the Kosovo Liberation Army, established around 1991, claimed responsibility for a series of violent mass attacks and triggered warfare with Serbian troops that forced thousands to flee into neighboring Albania. By February of 1998, a new military offensive Milosevic launched against the separatists spurred reports that police were committing atrocities such as ethnic cleansing. Pressure intensified for a quick resolution to the conflict many feared would spill over Kosovo's borders. In the months following Milosevic's renewed attacks, the United States, Russia, Great Britain, France, United Germany, and Italy, the contact group responsible for negotiating peace in the Balkans, leveled sanctions against Yugoslavia. The Six-Nation Group was formed in 1994 to help resolve the Bosnian conflict and was instrumental in the 1995 Dayton Peace Accord. The Kosovo turmoil has revealed staunch political differences among members of the international community. The United States and Western allies condemn repression against ethnic Albanians, but do not support the KLA's aspirations of autonomy. Certainly did not when I was involved in combat, though they ultimately surrendered because of drug money. The Albanians themselves, many of whom had taken their refugee brethren into their own homes, supported a NATO attack and an autonomous Kosovo. The Russian Empire, which shared religious and cultural ties to the Serbs, opposed NATO intervention and saw the conflict as Yugoslavia's affair. Meanwhile, the West, including the Clinton administration of the day, came under fire for inaction and failing to carry out threats of military action against Milosevic. That brought us to the attack on Serbia itself. After peace negotiations, sanctions, and the threat of NATO military intervention failed to halt the conflict, NATO renewed its threat of aerostrikes in October after reports that the massacre of ethnic Albanian civilians was committed by Serbian troops. On October 13th, Milosevic and American envoy Richard Holbrooke agreed to a ceasefire that required partially withdrawing government forces and allowing 2,000 inspectors under the aegis of the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, to monitor the ceasefire and activities of both sides. The truce temporarily ended the 8-month offensive that killed more than 1,000 people and left over 125,000 homeless. Sporadic fighting and the January 16th discovery of 45 slaughtered ethnic Albanians in the Kosovo village of Reček threatened to unravel that truce. In the face of international condemnation, Milosevic refused a request for an investigation into the killings by the United Nations War Crimes Tribunal. His hardline stance against pleas to end the fighting revived the threat of NATO aerostrikes. Fearing that the civil war in Kosovo could provoke a wider Balkans war that could destabilize neighboring Albania and Macedonia, which in turn would have pulled in Turkey and Greece, Western allies pushed Serbian officials and ethnic Albanian representatives to meet for peace talks in Rambouillet in France. 12 rounds of negotiations in February of that year ended with the ethnic Albanians signing the peace accord and Milosevic rejecting it because he opposed a provision allowing for peacekeeping troops in Yugoslavia. As a result of Milosevic's new offensive launched in March of 1999 against Kosovo Albanians and his defiant rejection of peacekeeping troops as outlined in the peace accord, NATO approved punitive aerostrikes against Yugoslavia. And faced with its gravest challenge since World War II, the alliance mounted its first attack on March 24th of that year against a sovereign nation in its half-a-hundred-year history, with the objective of preventing a wider Balkans war and supposedly ensuring a stable Europe. Understand that at that point in history, NATO ceased to be a legal organization and itself became a rogue terrorist network of nations. I killed NATO troops for the very reason that the entire NATO treaty, the entire writ of its raison d'être, its reason for existence, was as a defensive organization to be mobilized only against a greater Soviet's invasion of Europe. This was an offensive perversion of its power. At that point, it ceased to be legitimate in any legal sense. I have, of course, fought against it at that time. The situation today is 180 degrees of difference. NATO at this point in history needs to be re-legitimating itself by going to war against Russia. Instead, NATO bombs pummeled Serbia and Kosovo for 78 days, while on the ground, Yugoslav troops began forcibly expelling ethnic Albanians from the region into neighboring countries. Approximately 860,000 fled their homeland to refugee camps in neighboring Albania and Macedonia. Yugoslavian representatives met with NATO military commanders in Macedonia to hash out a peace plan that would halt NATO strikes and allow the safe return of the refugees. On the 9th of June that year, Yugoslavia signed an agreement that allowed for the withdrawal of their forces from Kosovo and the implementation of a 50,000-member international peacekeeping force into the Serbian province. The contingent, known as KFOR, Kosovo Force, was expected to stabilize the region and make possible a massive relief effort planned by the European Union, the American Empire, and other countries. So, again, to re-emphasize, all of this was in 1999. This was the dawn of the third Christian millennium and the 21st century. Because all of this was completely undermined by way of Biden's strange tolerance for Albania's narco-state, which then purchased recognition from America and the world. Serbia started amassing troops on its border with Kosovo and Metohija in a state of high alert this month, directly responsive to skirmishes between Kosovo police and Serbian paramilitaries that left one police officer and 3 armed Serbs dead. In May of 2021, Secretary of State Antony Blinken designated Sali Berisha, Albania's former conservative prime minister, for involvement in significant corruption. While Berisha left that office 8 years prior, his corruption has never been in question. What is in question, however, is why the Biden administration is tolerating the corruption of Albania's current socialist government under Prime Minister Edi Rama. Compelling evidence proves that Rama is directly involved in a narco-trafficking alliance between Albanian mobsters and the Mexico-based Sinaloa cartel, as I was articulating in the opening hours and shall redetail now in our closing hour. Formerly led by Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, now in American federal prison, the Sinaloa cartel is led by an alliance of El Chapo's sons and Ishmael El Mayo Zambada Garcia. A report by Mexico's El Universal newspaper earlier this month outlined how Albanian mafia elements are tied to the Sinaloa cartel. Referencing Mexican intelligence sources, El Universal documents how Albanian mobster brothers Luftar, Arbin, Fatos, and Ramiz Haiza are laundering money for El Mayo via resorts in both Mexico and Albania. El Universal notes that one destination for the laundering effort is the Marina Bay resort of Albania's Mediterranean coast, owned by Bejnik Lule. So how does this relate to Rama? In October of 2020, offering photographic evidence, Albanian news outlet Doja reported on a meeting between Mark Hauptmann, Dorian Duka, and Rama at the Prime Minister's office. Hauptmann is a former Bundestag lawmaker for United Germany's center-right CDU party, the Christian Democratic Union. He resigned in 2021 after being linked to an Azerbaijani lobbying scandal, the Azeris, or the Azerbaijanis, being responsible for the mass genocide taking place in my son's Armenia. Duka is a former Albanian energy minister turned fixer for Rama himself. The World Policy Conference lists him as Rama's external advisor on investments. In 2016, communist Chinese state media featured Duka's favorable attitudes toward trade with Beijing. Interestingly, El Universal reports that the Haiza brothers' activities include exports to communist China. But here's where things get really interesting. As reported by Albania's MCN News on September 16th, the October 2020 meeting at the Prime Minister's office also included Almayo moneyman Luftar Haiza, and Bejnik Lule. And as Pamphletti, the Italian circular, reported, not only was Hauptmann married at that resort, Lule's construction company had received nearly $3.5 million United States dollars in tenders from Rama's government. Pamphletti further referenced incorporation records that indicated Lule and Haiza are hiding their partnership in a corporate cutout held by their respective sons. Top line, the Albanian Prime Minister is, by all evidence, involved in a narco-trafficking conspiracy involving the Sinaloa cartel. That is to say, the cartel responsible for the largest share of narcotic smuggling into these United States. And for whatever reason, the Biden administration is obviously not terribly bothered by any of this. Asked about the concern of Albanian government narco-corruption, the DEA, the United States Drug Enforcement Administration, referred myself to the State Department. Neither the Albanian government nor the United States State Department responded to any of my requests for comment. Regardless, there is an obvious double standard between the Biden administration's treatment of a former corrupt Albanian conservative prime minister and its approach toward the socialist incumbent. Now, true, Albania is Albania is a NATO member state, and Rama has supported American efforts to stabilize the Balkans and deter Russian aggression. The American empire is also understandably keen to mitigate CHICOM, or Communist Chinese efforts, to draw Albania closer into its crony investment for political obedience geopolitical network. But it is truly strange just how tolerant the Biden administration is toward Rama. One might even say delusional. Last May, for example, American ambassador to Albania, Yuri Kim, even declared that the time of impunity is coming to an end. That is clearly untrue. On the contrary, Albania is now a primary arrivals destination for Latin American cocaine imports into Europe. As Vice reported in March, Albanian mafia clans now dominate the highly lucrative cocaine trade in London. Is Rama extracting financial patronage from organized crime groups in return for political and legal cover to crime bosses? Sometimes it's not even clear who is boss. Publishing wiretapped conversations in 2019, the United German newspaper Bild evinced the close links between a Socialist Party mayor, Vengjus Deko, and a narco-trafficker, Astrid Avdale. But it was only this April that Avdale was sentenced to 12 years in prison by an Albanian court, the Trump administration designating Dako as a corrupt official in 2019. Also, earlier yesteryear, but only after years of political interference from Rama's Socialist Party, former Interior Minister Saimir Tahiri was sentenced to 3 years in prison for assisting drug traffickers, and only for 3 years. Like that of Mexico's Andrés Manuel López Obrador, Rama's government appears to be a government that does only the minimum necessary to keep foreign critics mollified. At the same time, Rama is determined to present a credible face to Western audiences. In October of 2012, Rama surreptitiously earned a photo with then-President Barack Obama at a 2012 campaign fundraiser. Rama later abused that photo in his own successful 2013 election campaign. Still, the question remains, why is the Biden administration playing so nice with Rama's regime? So, Septimania, the week before last, in one of the worst confrontations since Kosovo declared independence from Serbia in 2008, dozens of heavily armed ethnic Serbs attacked police in northern Kosovo and barricaded themselves in an Orthodox church, an incident leaving one police officer and three of the attackers dead. Kosovo's leaders predictably labeled it a terrorist attack. The Serbian president, Aleksandar Vučić, denied any involvement, complaining to Russia's ambassador to Serbia that Kosovo's prime minister, Albin Kurti, was carrying out brutal ethnic cleansing with support of the West. This escalation is a dream come true for Moscow. Serbia and Russia have been preparing the Serbs for escalations in Kosovo for months, inflaming tensions in the Balkans to distract the West from its war in Ukraine. They have flooded the information space with propaganda repeating, well, the history that Kosovo belongs to Serbia. That's one propaganda item arguing that the United Kingdom is preparing a war there that I recall in particular. As any student of Balkan history knows, such rhetoric has ignited ethnic violence in the region before. And Russia was quick to capitalize on the incident itself. A Russian spokesperson declared additional Western pressure was bringing the entire Balkan region to a dangerous brink. Putin knows he does not need to send military forces to the Balkans at all. He can use hybrid warfare to destabilize the region and re-establish Russia as the only reliable conflict negotiator there. This plan accomplishes three objectives: distract the West from Ukraine, strengthen Moscow's regional standing, and give Putin leverage over Western powers if they want to keep conflict in the region from escalating. But Serbia also benefits. Vučić has been escalating and then de-escalating in Kosovo by positioning himself as the pillar of stability and using it as a bargaining chip with the West. Vučić's ultimate goal is to retain power, and the Kosovo crisis helps him divert attention from his own domestic political issues and to boost support for the upcoming elections. Now, on the Friday before last, the White House took the unprecedented step of warning publicly of a large Serbian military deployment along the border with Kosovo. As dangerous as this is, Vučić knows he does not need to send in the army at all. Instead, he can use Putin's playbook and send little green men, soldiers sans insignia, to undermine Kosovo and create plausible deniability. Perhaps that is precisely what has already happened. NATO has announced it is beefing up its troop presence in Kosovo, with the United Kingdom Ministry of Defense transferring command of an army battalion to NATO to provide assistance. But it must do more, and quickly, to quell the violence and warn off both Russia and the Kosovar Albanians. More urgently, it needs to step up its information operations at home and abroad. Another Kosovo crisis could easily spill over into North Macedonia, a NATO member state, and would have major implications for European defense at a time when the American empire is distracted by its upcoming election. This is a dangerous moment, yet few are talking about it. This accounts for 5 fronts already. Perhaps the most debilitating is the 6th front, taking place in America itself. Politics, no matter the importance or triviality of the issue, is profoundly dividing our nation across party and ideological lines. The two opposing sides have visceral and even irreparable differences, not amenable to compromise. This home front is playing out in the House of Representatives. When this transmission uploads into publication, onto a channel that's hopefully still there, considering this option I was given to completely clean my YouTube of everything, Republicans will still not have chosen any new leader. Animosities that some Republicans harbor for Representative Jim Jordan, Republican from Ohio, blocked his run for Speaker, and there is no chance for a compromise such as choosing Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, our Democrat from New York. Democrats will cynically argue that the longer Republicans are in disarray, the more likely they will regain control of the House in 2025. Americans' faith in institutions has been sliding for years. The chaos in Congress isn't helping. The Republicans' internal bickering that for nearly 3 weeks has left open the Speaker's position, second in line to the presidency itself, and halted business in these United States' House as twa wars rage abroad and a budget crisis looms at home is feeding into Americans' longer-term pessimism about our country's core institutions. If you ask why this matters, this turmoil in the House and the federal case against Democratic Senator Robert Menendez of New Jersey, who is facing charges for bribery, show that both major parties are contributing to the dour outlook. And the lack of faith extends beyond Congress, with recent polling conducted both before and after the leadership meltdown finding a mistrust in everything from the courts and the banks to organized religion and the Justice Department. And a violence survey. Nearly 1 in 4 Americans believes political violence justified to save, quote unquote, save America. The Republican Party's culture of violence is what confronts us. The MAGA movement has been infused with violence and threats of violence for years. Those threats, now aimed at Republican lawmakers, are the new normal in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party. It's like sleeping with a gun by the bed. The trash fire that is the Republican competition to elect the Speaker of the House is entering a new phase now that Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio is out of the running. 9 men have put themselves forward. Representative Tom Emmer of Minnesota was the apparent favorite, at least for a time, a short time, a very short time. Of the 9, 7 voted to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Emmer and Representative Austin Scott of Georgia voted to certify the results. Before this contest moved into horse race handicapping, we should revisit the astonishing stories from over the weekend about the threats made against Republican legislators during Jordan's brief candidacy. CNN's Jake Tapper, MSNBC's Ali Velshi, and Aaron Blake at the Washington Post, among others, reported on these threats, but many Americans seem unable to muster more than a shrug and a kind of resigned acceptance that this is just how some Republicans are now. The only people who seem angry about this are the Republican lawmakers, who, along with their families, received these threats. Although Jordan repudiated these tactics, some of his colleagues blame him anyway, and Americans are now, as a columnist named Blake, Aaron Blake at the Washington Post wrote yesterday last week, in a long overdue conversation about the role of threats in public life, one that, in his words, should include a recognition that these threats and intimidation can work and probably have. That conversation, unfortunately, is unlikely to continue. You see, Republicans have long feared their own voters and have for years whispered about it among themselves. Now that Jordan has been defeated, they will likely go back to pretending that such threats are isolated incidents. But the threats during Jordan's candidacy should confirm that Trump's MAGA loyalists, firmly nested in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, constitute a violent movement that refuses to lose any Democratic contest, even to other members of its own party. Some of these threats can be dismissed as the result of technology. The fictional, or should I say frictional costs of threatening people are basically non-existent. Angry cranks once needed time and materials, envelopes and stamps or at least a call to an information line to say awful things. Today, people are surfing the internet with a smartphone, their personal secretary and valet right by their side, so the interval between having a repulsive thought and expressing it to a target is now functionally zero. But email and the internet and political violence in these United States have been around for a while. Only in the age of Donald Trump have threats become a common part of daily American partisan politics. Almost anyone who is even remotely a public figure now gets them over almost anything. And Trump himself and his cultic movement have gone quite far in killing any sense of shame for saying terrible things to other people or their families over political differences. Not only does Trump expressly model this kind of behavior, he and his media enablers provide rationalizations for such threats. Ironically, many of these excuses were once associated with the violent far left a half century ago. The system is rigged. Democracy is a mug's game. Anyone who disagrees with you is an enemy. Those in power will never give it up without being subjected to violence and intimidation. This was how the Symbionese Liberation Army would indoctrinate Patty Hearst. But much of it is also out of the far right, a narco-libertarian playbook. The elites are plotting against you. Anyone who disagrees with you is obviously in on the plot. The only salvation is if we, the people, engage in violence ordained by God Himself. We've seen these illiberal, populist attitudes and beliefs before. What we have not seen in America until now is the capture of a major political party by this kind of paranoia and violence. The threats around Jordan's attempt to gain the gavel are also different because the people making them are reaching down into granular, inside baseball, Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent politics. In recent years, some MAGA adherents have made threats against their partisan opponents in order to defend Trump's honor, or because they were convinced that the 2020 elections was stolen. Now, however, the movement is turning on its own. Some people follow internal House conferences as if they are members of the caucus and treat the election of a speaker, which is important, to be sure, as an existential battle. Amazingly, these people made threats in support of Jim Jordan! They are actually menacing other human beings over the ambitions of a loudmouth, ineffectual member of Congress. After threats over the speakership, what's next? Death threats over who becomes deputy whip? Put the Honorable Mr. Bloggs on the Rules Committee, or I'll hurt your family? As the writer, the political scientist Eric Hoffer, so presciently noted more than 70 years ago, decadence and boredom can be among the most useful raw materials for the construction of any authoritarian movement, and clearly American society has plenty of both. Many Republican legislators are scared, and they should be. Only 25 members of the House Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Conference voted against Jordan on the floor during the last round of voting. Many more opposed making him speaker. In a secret ballot, 112 of Jordan's colleagues voted against him, which suggests that more than 80% of them feared doing so in public. It's not uncommon for members of Congress to vote one way among themselves and then cast a different vote on the floor, especially if the issue is one where the national party is at odds with the voters in a member's district. Such political calculations, though sometimes distasteful, are common. But democracy cannot function if legislators feel that their very lives, and those of their entire families, are in danger from their fellow citizens. No matter what happens with Trump himself and his MAGA cult, the Republican Party cannot go on this way. And some of the legislators who spracketh up about threats during Jordan's attempt to become a speaker seem to know it. What they are willing to do about it is less clear. But I wonder if the arrests and convictions for the January 6th insurrection are having their effect. One caller to a representative, after a string of F-bombs and barely veiled threats, made an effort to stipulate that he was speaking only of nonviolent harassment. Perhaps holding such people legally accountable for their actions, whether they intended violence or were just trying to throw a scare into others, might begin to reverse this trend. Republican elected officials didn't seem to care very much about such rhetoric when it was aimed at their opponents, and they were only briefly shaken on January 6th of 2021 when a violent mob made clear that there was plenty of room reserved on the gibbet for Mike Pence and other Republican leaders. Perhaps they'll take such threats more seriously now that their internal squabbles could lead to their wives having to sleep with a gun by the bed, but I suspect that the hyperpartisanship and stunning cowardice that brought the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency to this moment will, as ever, win the day. All throughout this American infighting, feeding into pessimism among Americans, the axis of resistance has been gathering strength on the 7th and 8th fronts of Armenia and Lebanon, or Lebanon. In the time we have remaining, about half an hour, I will do my best to articulate. For the first time since 2006, the Lebanese are again facing the prospect of a devastating war with Israel on the back of the current conflict in the Gaza. Much of the population does not want and knows it cannot afford such a war. Lebanon is still in the throes of an economic collapse that began in 2019. Yet Hezbollah, the army of God, which dominates Lebanon's political scene, seems moved less by what its countrymen want than by the strategic priorities of its sponsor, Iran. The Iranians have worked painstakingly in the past decade to build up a redoubtable deterrence capability on Israel's borders with Lebanon, Syria, the Syrians, and the Gaza. Hezbollah realizes that a full-scale conflict might weaken its hold over Lebanon and will try to avoid such an outcome, but ultimately, the party will follow Iran's lead. Earlier this year, Hezbollah's Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah began referring to a unification of the fronts strategy. The idea was that Iran-backed armed groups joined into the so-called Axis of Resistance would coordinate operations against Israel, especially in defense of Muslim holy sites in Jerusalem, such as the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Last May, amid clashes in the Gaza between Islamic Jihad and Israel, Nasrallah described what this meant in practical terms. The real headline for the resistance response in the Gaza is the creation of a joint operations room for the resistance groups. Collaborative planning and operations have been facilitated by the fact that leading Hamas officials have relocated to Lebanon in recent months, most of them regarded as representing the pro-Iran, pro-Hezbollah wing of that organization. Ziad al-Nakhala, the head of Islamic Jihad, which has long had close ties to Iran, is also based in the country. Although support for the Palestinian cause is at the heart of Iran's and Hezbollah's identity, many Lebanese, Shiites among them, remain wary. They recall with trepidation how their country suffered during the Palestinian armed presence from the late 1960s to the early 80s, particularly when Israel's retaliation against Palestinian attacks destroyed Shiite villages. That Hezbollah has not factored this into its calculations is surprising. For Hezbollah, one reason for overlooking the domestic discontent may be that throughout the Middle East, Iran's efforts to increase its influence is succeeding. As far back as the early 80s, Iran understood that if it empowered and backed cohesive armed groups in fragmented societies, especially Shiite groups, it could then push them into the commanding heights of states even where Shiites were not a majority. Hezbollah was the most successful example of this model, but Iran also replicated it in Iraq in the decade after the 2003 American invasion, in Yemen, where it has supported the Houthis, and in Syria, where it backs the Alawite-dominated regime of President Bashar al-Assad. The Iranian strategy is not entirely sectarian so much as it is linked to a revolutionary vision of Islam and an ideology of resistance directed against the American empire, Eretz Israel, that's Greater Israel, and conservative Arab countries in the region. From the start, the Iranians sought to build relationships with Sunni Islamist groups such as Hamas and Islamic Jihad. As the French scholar Bernard Rougier wrote in his book titled Everyday Jihad, Iran's ambassador in Beirut helped bring radical Sunni Lebanese and Palestinian clerics together to create the Association of Muslim Scholars in early 1982. What took place on October 7th was part of a broader effort by the Axis of Resistance to expand its sway over the Palestinian cause. The Biden administration has said it's seen no evidence of Iranian involvement in the Hamas attack, but the point may be a semantic one. Hamas's leadership in the Gaza, including Yahya Sinwar, as well as the organization's senior official in Beirut, Saleh al-Aruri, are close to Hezbollah, as is the Islamic Jihad's al-Naqala. Even if the Hamas operation was tightly compartmentalized, Hezbollah must have been aware of aspects of the plan, which means the Iranians were as well. Now, Azerbaijan's dramatic takeover has serious consequences for Armenia itself, Turkey, Iran, and beyond. The end of Nagorno-Karabakh will reshape geopolitics. On September 19th, Azerbaijan launched a large-scale military offensive against the autonomous ethnic Armenian enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh, known in Armenia as Artsakh. Within 24 hours, Azerbaijan secured effective control over Nagorno-Karabakh, and the Artsakh Defense Army was disbanded. These seismic events ended a 3-decade frozen conflict, which included large-scale wars from 1988 through 1994 and in 2020, and resulted in the exodus of almost all ethnic Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia itself. Azerbaijan's dramatic takeover in Nagorno-Karabakh has far-reaching geopolitical implications. Turkey views it as a strategic victory, but is wary of Armenia's resistance to its plans to economically integrate Nagorno-Karabakh with Azerbaijan and Turkey. Iran regards Turkey's win as its own loss, as it fears Azerbaijan's empowerment and opposes Turkey's transport corridor projects, which could obstruct Iran's shared border with Armenia, which means in this sense, Iran is on the side of the good guys, the Armenians. And while The Russian Empire was weakened by its refusal to defend its treaty ally Armenia. It maintained substantial capacity to destabilize and project power into the South Caucasus. Azerbaijan's takeover of Nagorno-Karabakh could also create new opportunities for Red China's Belt and Road Initiative. And Europe and these United States face an uneasy dilemma between providing humanitarian aid to Armenia and maintaining energy supplies from Azerbaijan. Turkey believes that Azerbaijan's takeover of Nagorno-Karabakh will enable its Zangezur corridor project. The corridor would facilitate trade between Azerbaijan and the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic, an Azerbaijani exclave, an Azeri exclave located to the southwest of Armenia. This would allow for direct commercial ties between Turkey and Azerbaijan via Nakhchivan and fulfill Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's vision of uniting the Turkic world. Turkey also supports Azerbaijan's plan to construct a railway from Horadiz, Azerbaijan, to Kars, Turkey, which would cross through 25 miles of Armenian territory. Due to its infringement on Armenian territory, Armenia and Iran strongly oppose this railway project. Turkey also sees an opportunity to bolster its energy connectivity with Azerbaijan. On September 25th, Erdogan and Azerbaijani dictator Ilham Aliyev attended a ceremony to launch the construction of a Nakhchivan gas pipeline. This pipeline, which was formally proposed in December of 2020 and scheduled for completion in 2024, runs half 100 miles between Igdir, Turkey, and the Turkey-Azerbaijan border, and a further 11 miles into Nakhchivan. The pipeline would allow Azerbaijan to provide natural gas to Nakhchivan, which is currently reliant on Iran for supplies, and aid Erdogan and Aliyev's ambitions of converting the Zangezur corridor into an energy transit route. The success of Turkey's connectivity projects hinges on Armenia's acquiescence. The November 2020 ceasefire required Armenia to allow for unimpeded trade between Azerbaijan and Nakhchivan. Despite this stipulation, both Armenia and Azerbaijan have disagreed on the necessity and location of border checkpoints. Armenia also fiercely opposes Azerbaijan's plan to create a buffer zone on its own territory, as it would result in no Armenian security officers being stationed within 2.5 kilometers, that's 1.5 miles, of an Azerbaijani-run transit corridor. To break the impasse, Turkey will likely highlight the economic benefits of Armenian participation in its connectivity projects. An Azeri-Turkey pipeline that passes through Armenian territory would help Armenia divest from Russian natural gas giant Gazprom and increase Armenia's value as an energy transit hub for Europa. Despite these benefits and the reduction of Turkish-Armenian tensions since December of 2021, domestic pressure could prevent Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan from accepting Erdogan's proposal. By the way, we are joined by the lovely Victoria. Oh my goodness, dear lady. Good morning. How was your slumber? I pray you dreamt well.
Yes, it was good. I had very funny dreams. I think I dreamed all night about this blue octopus stuffed animal that sent the entire internet in an uproar that Greta Thunberg posted.
Cool. All right.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
It sounds like something Greta Thunberg would do, and it sounds like something the internet would respond to. Give me the details.
Well, apparently, I don't think she had any foreknowledge about this, but she has this little blue it's an octopus stuffed animal that you can flip inside out to make it happy or sad. Mm-hmm. And apparently autistic kids use it to help let people know how they're feeling that day.
Right. By the way, you mentioned to me about autism. Are you on the spectrum? I've been said to be on the spectrum myself by some people. How about you?
I'm undiagnosed, but my parents wouldn't have really believed in that stuff anyway. But from what I understand, I and my brother are definitely on the spectrum. Unfortunately, the criteria for autism was based off of only boys.
Oh my God!
So as much as newbies would like to pretend we're all the same, the hormones make us quite different. So
thank you. How fucking sexist! How fucking bullshit fucking sexist that, oh my God, I'm shocked, appalled, and outraged. But go on, honey. So this blue octopus is used to help people on the spectrum.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of art of course, the SOS, the Synagogue of Satan, portraying them as an octopus with tentacles going around the world. And so they assumed, I guess, that she knew this. And so everyone thought she was saying, like, oh, screw Israel, because she was still sticking up for Palestine with that little stuffed animal beside her. Everyone thought it was her being based, but I think we know that she's probably just got fetal alcohol syndrome, also on the spectrum, and doesn't need to be in the spotlight. So, yeah.
Oh my God.
If I can find it for you. I'll find it for you.
Please.
It's actually really cute. I'm probably gonna buy one just for shits and giggles. Now part of my language.
Yes, I love it. I mean, that's adorable, and
it's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, so and with Greta Thunberg, what is your personal opinion of her in general and her activities?
I think that kids in this stuff, they really are well-meaning, but the adults are using them.
Okay.
And they're using their bleeding hearts and false information to get them to try to, I don't know, get people to use batteries instead of gas when batteries aren't green at all. So I'm not sure like what they think is going to happen. But
you're right, by the way. Batteries are worse than what we're using now in many ways. I mean, no, it's incredible that. I mean, we're so fucked up. Our situation is so fucked. But
it's dire.
Yes, it is. I'm glad you recognize that. I'm proud of you for being sensitive to that. And with the what else about the Greta Thunberg phenomena, or what she discusses, global warming, etc. What else do you make of these things that she stands for? Or at least is used by perhaps cynical puppet masters to stand for, as you suspect. I presume you suspect such, right? In general.
Yeah, well, I know that her family has history. I forget what her family does, but I know they're fairly wealthy, so I know she's got a lot of crap for that. The poor kid. Again, these are just kids. Well, she's not a kid anymore, but when she started, she was just a kid and obviously being used as a mouthpiece, which is highly ironic too, because what did they pick? They picked a girl in braids, which makes you think of like a little German girl, right?
Yeah, of course.
But they'll never say sympathize with Germany, so I find it very ironic.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I am rushing to get out the door for work, so I'm probably going to have to bow out here pretty soon here. But I did want to just stop in, and I always like to listen to your last bit of monologue.
Wonderful. Well, your showing up is appreciated beyond measure, and I understand you're needing to get to work. You have to open the place after all, and perhaps you'll start selling these little blue octopuses, especially if we can get the Hitler remake version of them, which of course is Photoshop, I presume. But
yes, but it takes everything in me not to make that a profile picture somewhere.
Thank you. Yes, that so is cute. Funny. That is funny. Yes, that's adorable. Yes.
I might have to buy one though. So. But I have to get to work, but the hardest part is I just need to throw my clothes around until I find something clean and comfy enough to wear. So
understood. Well, love you dearly. Do you want to?
I love you guys.
Yes.
And have a beautiful rest of your morning. Please donate to Douglas.
Oh, thank you.
He puts his life into this. This is his life. There's no brain like him. So please donate to Douglas Dietrich. Thank you guys.
God bless you, Vic, and I love you dearly. Okay.
Love
Stay
you.
safe and be well. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'll talk to you later.
Look forward to it. Bye for now.
All right. Bye-bye.
That is the lovely Victoria, and she's our lady from the CBD dispensary. We call her manageress thereof, and so proud of her that she's done this. That she's I think it's so cool that she does what she does, and she's really something else. Quite the exception in every way. So in the few minutes we have remaining, I'll see if I can carry out my thoughts. Basically, the potential outcomes of Armenia's rejection of Turkey's connectivity projects are unclear. Erdogan recently claimed that Iran was open to allowing the Zangezur corridor to pass through its territory rather than Armenia, but Tehran has historically resisted this idea. If Iran proves uncooperative, then Azerbaijan's Aliyev could seek to forcefully construct a land bridge between Nakhchivan and Azerbaijan. An Azerbaijani invasion of southern Armenia's Syunik province would be the most plausible pathway toward achieving this objective. On August 6th, Armenia's ambassador to the European Union, Tigran Balayan, warned that we are now under imminent threat of invasion into Armenia. While Azerbaijan may be well placed militarily to vanquish Armenia, an invasion of Syunik could trigger Western sanctions on Azerbaijan and derail Erdogan's South Caucasus reconciliation vision. So Iran has treaded cautiously in response, good God, my voice, to Azerbaijan's takeover of Nagorno-Karabakh. Good God. I may not be able to say much more, so thank God we're at the end. I think I'm finished for the day, for the morning. To all of you out there who have supported me, love you dearly, and please continue to do so. Good God. Okay.
What happened to your voice, man?
What do you think?
I said, what happened to your voice?
It's disappearing. That's what's going on.
Disappearing.
Yeah. Brooke Gibson would say it comes. Brooke Gibson would say
Yeah.
it comes from sucking Peter Moon's cock. Which is.
Oh yeah, man. Fucking taking some I'm taking a big load of cum, right?
Oh my God. At any rate, it's just like obviously there's still a lot to talk about concerning the situation of my son's homeland. We will get to that. I'm getting a lot of hearts. I believe they're from Victoria. God bless her. And what a wonderful young lady. And in the last few minutes we've got my man, Real Tech Geek, is here to take the stage. He's going to talk about what's on his mind. Oh, man. Tell him, Real Tech.
My mind?
Yeah. Tell him what's on your mind. Acid Kick 96 gives us green dragons. Good man. T-Tank Barry's out there. One of these days, I hope he comes on. And he's actually got a good voice. And you yourself, of course. Yeah, I mean, there must be plenty on your mind at this point. Yeah, cut loose.
Yeah. Well, just reading the news with the tech news. So I got this article here about Bitcoin is going to be 125,000 by the end of 2024, which it will not.
Yeah, it's definitely flying high right now, but
yeah,
you're cautious about it, right?
Here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm an early term investor, but I really get out of it.
Thank God, honestly.
I just didn't like what I really did not like what people were doing with scamming, with rug pulling and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Gary Gensler just was saying about that. He wants to ban all of it, just have Bitcoin. Even Ethereum. It's not good. It's not good with the environment.
Mm-hmm.
There's there was a Chinese company that was mining like crazy next to Iran and during the 2021, and it caused the entire city to shut down. The blackout in electricity.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Wow.
But yeah, speaking of that, yeah, it's people thinking that it's a safe haven with the Israeli Gaza war going.
Mm-hmm.
On. The U.S. just spent $600 billion in 1 month.
Mm-hmm.
So we. Like, I don't know the guy you were talking about, but yeah.
Sam Bankman-Fried. What do you think of the trial of crypto's
fraud.
golden boy?
Sam Bankman-Fraud.
Yeah, yeah, love it. Yeah,
yeah. The fucking donation billionaire.
Yeah. And
to go to jail. That's what needs to happen with him.
Thank you.
Piece of shit.
Thank you.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. And ZC is next too. They keep blocking. Finance keeps blocking withdrawals in the U.S.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, on that fraud, Sam Bankman fraud. He was making fake Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So people that were buying it and putting it on the Ledger Nano offline cold storage, yeah, that's going to be that's fake too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what people say. It's still on the blockchain. It doesn't matter.
Thank you. Where do you think all the money went? Well, basically into yachts and cars and hookers. yeah, all the good shit.
And his girlfriend, and then he's probably his ugly ass girlfriend, like a fucking.
What's with his taste? Yeah, what's with that? Holy shit.
Like that was, man. She looks like a Greta Thunberg and that never grew up.
That's you're basically saying he's a pedophile. Holy shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I am.
Oh my god. And it's he deserves this, really. He's
he really does.
Yeah. And it's like so with what else does this bring to your mind? As you said, this is obviously something that, by the way, Caroline Ellison, I think is this chick's name, who apparently was
Alameda Research.
Yeah, thank you. She was running his hedge fund while sometimes dating him.
They were dating each other.
Yeah, and she revealed
the entire group.
Goddamn, I'm looking at her. Fuck, she is gnomish. Gnomish is the word for it. She is gnomish. Yeah, she revealed that this motherfucker Sam Bankman-Fraud, as our man Realtek has renamed him so appropriately. She revealed that he wants to be president. Of course, those dreams I think are dashed. This is so fucking typical. He's, of course, some kind of, narcissistic psychotic. So you would think that.
Yeah, of course. Just like the guy from Foxconn.
Yeah, and
don't be surprised one day when fucking Elon Musk wants to run for president.
Oh shit! Oh, don't even. Oh man! At that point, I would just say it's time for an assassination campaign. At that point, I would just say
for some type of political office. I'm sorry, he wasn't born in the United States. Thank God. Yeah, you can't run. Some type of political office.
Well, he'd
like
be
governor of Texas.
Well, he'd probably lobby to change the Constitution to amend it like Schwarzenegger did.
Yeah.
Thank
that fucking asshole saying "screw your freedom."
Yes, that's right. Well, in terms of where we're at right now, my dear, Victoria said, "Drink some water, sweetheart," and I said, "Yes, my beloved." And of course, it has helped. Obviously, my voice is back a bit, but
you need some lemon. You need some lemon.
Oh yeah.